Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Aeos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
Hoop on bounds everywhere as the Atlu use their Unite move. We're working through. They're belching all over this Zapdos. Zapdos 1 for PogChamp as they're working through each other. Chaos Trigger 2 for Yoshi because they're feeling it now.
Coming down on that Zapdos, and it is secured once again by PogChamp.
Welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Today we are kicking off the Aeos Cup Finals, and over the next 2 days, the top teams in Europe will be battling it out to see who can be the best. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and I am so excited to be joining you. And luckily, I've got amazing backup in the form of 4 of the biggest brains in Pokémon UNITE. So let's bring them on out here. These are, of course, my analysts and casters. I've got Spraggles, Jeff Hoagland, Doob Snacks, Zoinks. All of you, by the way, when I saw the talent announcement go live on Twitter, had massive support from the fan community. All of you have been doing such great work for Pokémon UNITE. Spraggles, I gotta say, I watched a lot of your videos in preparation for every season. How are you doing today? How are you feeling about the competition?
I'm doing so great. I also watch a lot of my own videos. It is a problem. Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw. I am so excited to be back in the saddle here on Aeos Island for what is the biggest tournament of the year so far. Cash and prizes, it is huge.
Oh, yes. And no stranger to all the competitions happening in Pokémon UNITE and around the world. Jeff Hoagland, tell us a little bit about what brings you here this weekend.
Excited to be back here on Aeos Island helping bring you all of the action. Not only is this the biggest prize pool tournament we've had so far in the championship series, but we just had a massive balance patch, and I am excited to see what these top teams bring to the competition today.
Absolutely. And Doob Snacks, I wish we had all dressed to your level. Well, Spraggles is kind of doing it. Everyone here looks really nice, but you look great today, Doob Snacks. Thanks for showing up.
Well, I appreciate that. It's Aeos Cup weekend. Of course, it's Kentucky Derby weekend. And if the Kentucky Derby is the 2 most exciting minutes in sports, you better believe Pokemon UNITE has the 2 most exciting minutes in esports when Zapdos hits the map. So I can't wait for this action to get underway, starting with just some top-notch EU teams.
Well, we'll be off to the races soon, but first we got to check in with Zoinks. How are you doing this weekend? What are you bringing for us?
I am doing fantastic. My first time on this broadcast, so what's up, everybody? Hi, Mom. Hi, Spraggles. Big fan. So excited to be a part of the broadcast, and this is the best tournament ever to be my first one. Aeos Cup, biggest tournament, huge balance patch, not to mention some prize money and championship points on the line. This is a huge deal for our players, for all of our teams, and of course, everyone watching at home. You're about to see some of the best Pokemon UNITE you've ever seen before.
Excellently said, Zoinks, and we could not do this without our teams and players. This is what the story's all about, so let's take a look at our regional leaderboard. And Spraggles, Zoinks, I know you guys have been following the EU teams in particular throughout this. Zoinks, tell me what I'm looking at here with our teams.
No problem. The regional leaderboard is playing out very consistently in EU. Your top performers have hit those top 4 tournament after tournament, netting themselves a gigantic point lead. However, there are some teams just waiting on the outside, trying to get within that top 4, top 5 placement. But currently, your top 4 are holding the crown, and they've been holding it for quite some time now.
That's right. I mean, these top 4 teams are the best of the best in EU, but there are lots of teams to look out for. Zephyr Red, Zephyr White, Unleashed. I can't get through a sentence, but I'm excited.
No, that all makes sense. It leaves me a little tongue-tied here. That's why I brought on you 4 professionals to talk us through the action. But when I'm talking about action, we can look back on the March finals from our most recent event to get a better sense of what these EU teams are bringing to Remote Stadium. So when we take a look at the gameplay here, and of course you can take a look at how the finals played out last season, gentlemen, what really stood out as far as plays on the field? And maybe Jeff, you can talk to me a little bit about this.
Yeah, for the EU finals, the talk of this tournament was that Duraludon that we won't see as much of this month with the recent balance patch, but it was just a complete terror for these March finals.
Yeah, absolutely, Jeff. I mean, Yoshi was incredible here. PogChamp going completely undefeated in the March finals. They are the team to watch, but as you mentioned earlier, the game has changed. Much like Pokemon, the game continues to evolve. I don't know if we're going to see the same Pokemon or the same strategies that these teams bring to Aeos Island. Will that change? Will PogChamp still be undefeated? We will see very, very soon.
With all the action ahead of us here, I know you talked about a lot of changes. I know we learned a lot about the balance patch changes here. But some mechanics just make the team look so strong. The teamwork in the EU region has been spectacular. And when we're talking about teamwork, when we're talking about teams that have really impressed you all, we can look at the leaderboard, we can see who's on top. But any shouts from kind of the second half of the leaderboard there? Anyone stand out to you? And maybe, Spraggles, you can tell me a little bit about this.
I mean, I have a huge spot in my heart for both Random Gaming and Yerman Burger Flippers. The first series that I got to cast, they went to the grand finals, and they were absolutely incredible. Running it back finally with Yerman winning a double series there. It was so amazing to watch. But just as we saw, PogChamp is the team to beat today. Undefeated in March. I can't wait to see what they bring to the field.
PogChamp leaving reverberations across the scene here. Dupe Snacks or Zoinks, anything about them that has set them apart from the pack, aside from their victories?
Yeah, well, PogChamp has definitely proved themselves again and again, tournament after tournament, but really the jungler, the central area player of Yoshi, as well as the top path player of Seiryu, have just shown incredible skill and coordination as a duo together.
Work there, and we actually have a quick chance to check in with Yoshi, one of our top laners, as you called out from the March finals there. So let's hear his thoughts on competing in the UNITE Championship Series.
Random Gaming had a couple amazing moments there at the end where they tried to stop them. They tried to put points in the goal, but such incredible defense, specifically from Yoshi there on PogChamps. They are your Grand Finals champions!
Salut les fans de Pokémon, my name is Yoshi. I'm a professional player of Pokémon UNITE. I'm the captain of the Pokémon team. So for the March Cup, I play most of Duraludon, but it's not my favorite Pokémon, you know. I just have to play something to win, right? So my favorite one is Decidueye because I think it looks so cool. It looks so cool. We were just playing with friends really casually for fun. We just made a really friendly tournament and we just won pretty easily and was like, should we just try to maybe do better and maybe compete in the game? And we tried with my friend Seiryu, the top laner of the team, and we get more other French players, and we just entered the first tournament and we won. And it was like, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. We came in March with different strats, and we just wanted to beat everyone. There was you can be Random Gaming, Yerman, English, whatever you want. We just here to beat everyone. That's what we did. We just 2-0 everyone. We didn't drop a single match, and yeah, for the World Cup, we just do the same. Just be ready, guys, because if you face PogChamp, be ready to lose, my friends.
What a cheerful guy. What a great attitude to have when you've got to be a team captain and you've got to be calling the plays from inside the game there. Dude Snacks, tell me a little bit more about Yoshi. Anything you know about him?
Yeah, an absolute mutant on Aeos Island, especially with the sentient asthma inhaler that is Duraludon, just going through, giving their team quite literally a breath of fresh air as they're racking up KO Shrieks of 3 all day long as that team just motor to the finish line, and going to be an absolute force. Of course, as they mentioned, they're here to beat everybody, and they don't plan to change for this weekend, especially with this much money on the line, that's for sure.
Well, Dude Snacks, let's see who they're going to be going up against. Taking a look at the qualified teams. And Zoinks, I know you know a lot about these. I heard you early in the morning watching those group matches, taking notes in chat here. And things have changed a little bit as far as what we're looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the 16 teams we saw heading into the round robin stage just a little bit earlier today. We're going to be starting our broadcast with bracket play, but this 16 was what qualified for these Aeos Cup finals. Some great teams in this lineup. I definitely have a lot of love for a lot of these EU teams. Love watching these players play. Apprentice, a team that we've seen again and again just outside of that top 4. Very excited to see how Gecko Kami and company perform today. A very, very strong team that I have my eye on.
Thanks, Zoinks. And you're taking a look at the points there. Let's talk a little bit more about how our finals are going to work. Things are changing up here at the Aeos Cup. So, Jeff, use your big brain. Break it all down for me.
As Zoinks mentioned moments ago, we started out with 16 teams today, split up into 4 groups playing best of 3 matches in a round-robin style. The top 2 teams from each of those 4 groups is moving on to a double elimination bracket where our coverage will be starting today. By the time this EU broadcast is done today, we will have reduced those 8 teams down to 4, which will be playing out in day 2 of our tournament tomorrow, where the double elimination bracket will finally culminate in a best of 5 grand finals.
Dude Snacks, we've got our 8 teams after some grueling group play, so what can you tell me about how this turned out?
Well, the same story for Group A through D here. 3-0 PogChamp and Apprentice moving on with a 2-1. In Group B, you have Zephyr White kind of eking out Random Gaming. Maybe a bit of a surprise there, but both teams moving on 3-0 and 2-1 respectively. Yerman Burger Flippers 3-0 and 5i 2-1 as well. And Five Guys and Zephyr Red, the last 2 moving on from Group D 3-0 and 2-1 again respectively. A good crop of top 8 teams and all kind of sitting in the top 8 of what we just looked at in terms of championship points lead, so they're going to try and compound that interest and of course get some bucks in their bank account.
Ooh, they're going to compound that interest, but we are dividing by numbers of teams. Spraggles, we're taking a look at the bracket now, and it is double elim, but it is still a dangerous play from game 1.
I mean, look at this here. PogChamp going up against Zephyr Red. That's going to be an exciting match. Zephyr White, Apprentices we talked about, but we're going to be seeing Yerman Burger Flippers and Random Gaming. I cannot wait. It's the rematch of the century of the rematch of the century. It happened before and it's happening again. These 2 teams are amazing. And then, of course, Five Guys versus 5i. Say that 10 times fast. It's going to be an incredible day.
And we can't skip over what all these teams are playing for. Taking a look at the prize pool now, we've got $25,000 up for grabs. 10,000 of that go into the first place. I would call it the lion's share, but perhaps maybe the Pyroar share, the Snorlax share. But the point is all the way down to number 8 in teams. We are paying out prizes. Nobody's going home empty-handed if they've made it to the bracket. But you know, 1, 2, 3... that is a lot to fight for. So as we prepare for our first match here, we're going to have Dubsax and Zoinks take us through it. So Jeff, Spraggles, I want to give you a chance to say anything before we send you off to the analyst booth. And maybe...
I cannot...
Okay.
I cannot wait to see this match. I wish I was casting it, but there's no one better than Dupe Snacks and Zoinks to do it. Again, this is the rematch. I love these 2 teams. They played one of the most exciting series of Pokemon Unite I have ever seen, so I cannot wait.
It's just awesome to see the incredible consistency we've seen out of these EU teams. The same 4 teams making it to the top 4 back-to-back in February and March, and now seeing them in the top 8 again here is no surprise today.
I love consistency, and we're gonna let you guys go take a break, head on to the viewing zone, and now I'm gonna move on with Snacks and Zoinks getting ready for our first match. We, of course, have the Yerman Burger Flippers going up against Pog Champs, and a lot to discuss here when these two teams go head-to-head. So, Zoinks, any first thoughts?
Yeah, these two teams are a lot of the reason that most people watching Pokemon Unite will label the EU region as the region of variety. Definitely teams that are willing to experiment with team compositions, maybe outside of the middle road a little bit, but amazing players on both of these squads. If I am looking at the side of Yerman Burger Flippers, I love watching the central area player of Urzaron play. A lot of Pokemon they are capable of controlling to the highest of heights, and a very mechanically skilled player.
There we go. And a little misspeak from their random gaming actually going in this first match here. Snacks, you talked a little bit, and Zoinks talked a little bit about the randomness, the excitement that these teams can bring here. But going head to head, well, it's a bit of a different mix-up for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're taking a look at a team like Random Gaming, they are very true to their moniker. They switch it up and they keep the other teams guessing. Every single one of their players can choose from a myriad of different Pokemon to really keep their opposition on the back foot, changing oftentimes not just between matches against different teams, but within the match between different games. And that's something I'm looking forward to seeing, especially with Gatlu, who's just mean on the Greedent. Yes, it got kind of adjusted in the last patch, but that doesn't mean it's no good, and that doesn't mean Gatlu isn't willing to play. So I'm just ginned up and excited to see what they're going to bring to the table, especially out of Random Gaming, because they do seem to be so unpredictable right now.
Yeah, really sorry. I was just saying, really deciding what Pokemon these two teams decide to pick is really going to tell the story of how this match is going to play out. Like I said, compositions can get wild when these two teams match up. Very, very exciting, and the first matchup that we see, I very highly doubt that'll be the same matchup we see for Game 2 and maybe even Game 3.
Zoinks, I love the knowledge and excitement you bring to this. Snacks, you too. We've got such an exciting series of games ahead, and I don't want to hold you back any longer. I know everybody's chomping at the bit, so why don't we get on into our first match? Snacks, Zoinks, I'm handing it over to you.
Much appreciated, Seltzer. Yerman Burger Flippers starting to lock in their characters here. We got 9s on the Lucario. Blaine picking up the Blastoise here. And that central area player that you mentioned, Zoinks, Urzaron, locking in Decidueye.
Locking in the Decidueye, a very, very incredibly strong Pokemon at not only burst damage, but if they actually opt into the Razor Leaf move combination, which Urzaron is known for, they're very good at playing in a front-to-back fashion, which in these team battler-style games is doing a lot of damage, slowly working through the more heavy HP Pokemon in the front line of Random Gaming. However, Random Gaming is bringing out a Desu's signature Sylveon, which I'm really, really excited to see in action.
Yeah, a Desu and that Sylveon is going to be something to watch. And you mentioned the front-to-back play of Yerman Burger Flippers. Urzaron kind of be strapped back, keeping that Decidueye, using that long range, of course, in tandem with Blaine up front. Going to try and leverage the Blastoise, probably the Rapid Spin, going to try and cause some havoc up front and really let them take over the game from the back line where they can remain unscathed.
2 Blastoise picks is going to be really interesting in this match, one on either side of the team. However, we will probably see them play in separate places. I imagine Gatlu will be bringing the Blastoise into the central area, whereas Blaine might opt into bringing it into that bottom path. It's always interesting to see where Blaine actually ends up playing. But all right, we are finally jumping into game. Desu taking this first Lillipup wild Pokemon, wanting to get to this Sylveon evolution as fast as possible, and is going to be giving Gatlu the other wild Pokemon in the central area.
We're actually already seeing a big push in the bottom path as Gatlu and everybody's around. Blaine, they're pushing Chromas up front. That Chansey getting chunked and KO'd right out of the gate. Chansey on Chansey crime. No chance you're making it out of that one, says Nazu as they're pushing forward with the rest of the squad and they see an opening. Blaine focusing on Gatlu, pushing on Geese. Gatlu forced to retreat. Geese pack it up as well. And now Blaine is just content and they're taking their stuff, yanking them out of their pockets. Yerman Burger Flippers starting strong.
Fantastic stun there by Kiva to give Nazu a chance of getting out. Nazu realizes no hope anymore, tries to do as much damage as possible to Geese, maybe force out the focus band if they are running that battle item. But a trade of KOs in the bottom lane is going to mean that the experience comes close to even, but Random Gaming doing the strangest things of sending 3 Pokemon into this top lane for these first Bs.
Yeah, they really have a strategy they're trying to execute. They're keeping Yerman Burger Flippers on their toes. As Nines is trying to retreat, they're trying to get out, but no, it's a KO by the Sylveon. They're working on Arizon too. They didn't expect this much traffic up top, and here comes Kiva. Gonna give a little support here as the whole squad's rolling through, using that Hoopa portal to join up the party up top. And now Gatlu's forced to back off as the goal zone protection is still running, and Kiva and Ursaron are on the chase. Nope, real back up top, and look at poor Nazu holding it down, still a chance. He's trying to keep this goal zone intact as Kiva finally pulls up for the support as their Pokemon's roll titles.
They finally get it. Nazu, no slouch on this Blissey, able to find the last hits, and when you're on that evolution level, you need to last hit either a wild Pokemon, get a score, or knock out an opposing team's Pokemon to be able to hit that evolution. They do hit that number, and we are about even spread across the board. Random Gaming with a really nice rotation into that top path to get those Bs. However, Kiva with a great defensive hyperspace hole to send the team up there. Definitely some ground gain from Random Gaming, but not everything they could have.
Yeah, I'm taking a quick look. The war total has just edged out Ursaron, who goes down, and now Adesu might go down as well. They do. Nazu's holding him back. Geese comes through, but here comes Adesu. They actually got sucked through the portal, and they're coming back through, putting the pressure on Nazu. They're just scoring points in their face. Can't stop us right now. Akroma getting a little squirrely where they get their points in, and now they're forced to retreat. As not a bad stand of defense by Nazu, if all things considered, based on the presence that Random Gaming have. But of course, they're skirmishing over the Bees. Big Ed Bomb comes to the middle here as they each get a good portion of that, and we're watching the levels here. Akroma just lobbing those eggs from a distance, trying to create some space.
Adesu benefiting so much from this early game position to give them the central area buffs. Already at level 7, matching the central area player of Yerman Burger Flippers and Ursaron, who's actually in the top path right now, playing with a little bit of a split push. Kiva not able to use the portal to send them down, has to use it to reset their HP, and Dreadnought has started getting hit by Random Gaming.
Yeah, Random Gaming, that's a Unite move, a little bit off by Yerman Burger Flippers. They come in on the back of that. Blissey gets a KO on Lucario, but they're working through the Dreadnought, and it absolutely gets dusted by the Desu. That's the Sylveon again doing work. Now getting KOs on the Blissey as well. Gatlu getting their support with the Desu coming through with the Blissey as well, and they're pushing all the way up the path, and poor Blaine can't hold the tide. A poor war total against Daddy Blastoise, not today, as the points are getting reined in, just 13, and now Gatlu sandbagging it. Let's see if they can get the big overcap. Nazu with the Egg Bomb keeps that from happening, and of course, Nines come through with a good little E-Speed. Now they're all about playing defense down here. Random Gaming's not willing to quit. 2 more players on Yerman Burger Flippers is going down. Easiest name to say in the game, of course. Gatlu picks up the Blitz assistance, and now they're using that to get more points in. That's 4 left, and is this going to be an even bigger overcap? Do they have the space? They do. Bang, 36 points over the top for Random Gaming. What a look in the bottom path, Zoinks.
An incredible team fight on the opponent's tier 1 goal zone. Gatlu constantly being able to survive so many attacks from Yerman Burger Flippers. They have the Hoopa, they have the Blissey backing them up. A high HP and good defensive Pokemon already with that much sustain on their side. Yerman Burger Flippers could not mount a strong enough offense to get them off that goal zone. Redball uses the Unite move, tries to engage, and does KO the War Turtle.
Poor Blaine is just stuck on that war tower, getting stuck behind, and the Desu's coming through trying to get some more revenge. It's a Unite move coming through here, and we're pushing back through. They get that defensive portal just in time, so no KOs there as they're working back through, and I'm taking a look as all of Random Gaming is pushing, and they're doing the same thing. Team battle on the gold zone, baby. I know you get the shields and heals, but we're coming through. Can't stop the train once it leaves the station, and they're going to try and close it in. Gatlu, the Pokebuki Hollow Air, just making it do work. Styling, profiling in the top path, and Random Gaming is sliding this thing in a bad way in the first 5 minutes.
Random Gaming with a fantastic point lead of over 150, not to mention the level lead is very strong across the board on all of their team members. But you have to remember, Yerman Burger Flippers are playing this game for the long game. They have that Ursa on Decidueye, a Pokemon that loves to scale way into the late game. This second Dreadnought may be the most important objective we see in the entire game.
Early Unite move. Hoopa's unbound. They're unshackled, baby. We're throwing punches. We're throwing laser beams from the space monster here as they're coming through, and they're just putting the pressure on. Random Gaming knocks out 2, and now they're all over Dreadnought. They have it half HP. Can Yerman Burger Flippers come in and close? That's a hero play by Blaine trying to do something, but the Blastoise, and they don't get it because that's a KO on the Blastoise. The right side team takes it. That's Lucario. That's Random Gaming because they've taken everything like a thief in the night. They're just pulling it out of Yerman Burger Flippers' pockets right now.
Yerman Burger Flippers needs to find a way to KO a Desu on this Sylveon. Right now, the Sylveon player, a very squishy Pokemon in consideration to their teammates, is playing the front line because of how much Hyper Voice does in terms of damage and spacing. But now another team fight already started by Red Maw.
Random Gaming not letting Yerman Burger Flippers off the hook. There is nothing that is free down here in the bottom path as they're putting the pressure on 3 players now for Yerman Burger Flippers, make it 4. And now it's a KO streak of 3 for the Turtle, pulling up with the water gun and a Turtle just to put shells in your back. Zoinks, that is just absolutely nasty business out of Random Gaming, and they're sliding this thing. Even if Yerman Burger Flippers doesn't want it, they're taking it out here.
Random Gaming utilizing this lead so strong. Right now, Yerman Burger Flippers is forced to only knock out wild Pokemon in order to level up. They need to get their levels up to any decent margin they can. Zapdos is only a minute away, and now Random Gaming even has a Rotom sent down the path. That's going to make Yerman Burger Flippers have to respect it. They cannot allow this point lead to grow any larger for Random Gaming, because if they do so, Random Gaming would have the opportunity to not even care about the Zapdos and just score in a back cap fashion.
Without a doubt, Random Gaming already posturing. They're in a decent lead here, and they just don't want to give it up. Don't do anything foolish, right? Don't go over the top. Don't overextend. Don't get excited because you do have the level advantage. Don't punt over that comeback experience.
Absolutely. The name of the game for Yerman Burger Flippers is just going to be protect Urzaron at all costs. The main source of damage for their team, Blaine will of course provide a gigantic stun when they use their Hydro Typhoon Unite move, but everything in terms of damage and knockouts is going to be reliant on Urzaron and maybe the Hoopa as well. Dreadnought already down to half. A Nazu Blissey with an Egg Bomb. Can they steal it? No! Just barely taken out by Redmaw, a very, very consistent Lucario player.
Blaine just went down and Zapdos just showed up. That's just a horrible, horrible look there for them. Yerman Burger Flippers needed to show up intact and on time. Random Gaming has now set up kind of this iron wall of orange pips across the middle and now pushing. They're taking the fight to Yerman Burger Flippers. They're not even letting them get into the Zap Pit. A Desu Geese closing off that bottleneck, putting pressure on. We got the defensive portals coming out and the offensive ones if you're Random Gaming. They're not letting everybody off the hook. Kiva trying to leave the charge. They probably have the Unite move. Might try and maybe yank everybody in like the Avengers. Oh, that's a good Egg Bomb popping up everybody here as the Rapid Spin coming through. And there it is, just another portal. The Hoopa is unbound. The people are pulled in, but it's 3 players down for Yerman Burger Flippers. Random Gaming has started this thing. Another KO streak of 3 for the KO streak of 4 for the Blastoise. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. It's unchained. It's unshackled. It's unleashed. The gold zones don't even have to be open because Random Gaming is just scoring. They don't even care about Zapdos anymore. Zoinks, what's going on?
Random Gaming with a fantastic dominant lead this entire game, and you saw that play out even in the Zapdos fight. But what I am looking at is a Desu Sylveon play. They were able to come out of nowhere and KO Blaine. Amazing positioning, peace of mind. A couple of KOs though from Yerman Burger Flippers, and Zapdos is down to about 3/4 HP. This could change up the game if they can find a ton of scores, but Random Gaming's Gatlu is a Typhoon incarnate, and they are able to even take the Zapdos and stop any hope that Yerman Burger Flippers had in this matchup.
A Desu getting real tired of seeing that KO streak of 4 from their Blastoise come up and saying, look, I can do that too, and I've been doing most of the heavy lifting this whole game anyways. Chalk me up for 1 in the final seconds here. We're in garbage time now. It's like, what just happened? What did we just see? Random Gaming coming to play.
No kidding. They were able to secure all 3 Dreadnoughts in this matchup, what actually led to an effect of having Gatlu's Blastoise be level 15 when that Zapdos fight kicked off. You do not see that very often. Level 13, level 14, respectable numbers. A level 15 Blastoise means that something in that game did not go very well for Yerman Burger Flippers, and something in that game went incredibly well for Random Gaming. Amazing performance performance from them, but real shout-outs to Adesu for finding so many KOs using that Hyper Voice. Really felt like they were threading the needle. 15 KOs for them.
I mean, 15 for them, 14 for Gatlu. Are you kidding me? And then you look at like a Chroma 2, Redmaw 2, Geese 2. Just those 3 players have all of Yerman Burger Flippers covered. If I'm Yerman Burger Flippers, I'm taking a deep breath. I'm walking to my chalkboard, picking up that big eraser. I'm taking everything off of it because we need a new game plan, whatever that was. Didn't quite work out. We're taking a look here. Damage dealt. Look at Adesu with that Hyper Voice. 104,000 damage. So
incredible numbers from the side of Random Gaming across the board. Now, also, we haven't been shouting out Redmaw's Lucario in that top path as much this game, not as flashy of plays maybe, but they very consistently did never lose that top path fight against their competition of the top path player. So definitely we're holding their own across the board. Random Gaming with an incredibly dominant game front to back in that first game. Yeah, like you said, this chalkboard needs a brand new look. Yerman Burger Flippers need to find something able to leverage in some way of an early game lead. Playing this Decidueye definitely puts them a little bit on the back pedal, but I think they need to find a way to take away at least one Dreadnought in these team fights.
what a tandem Gatlu and Adesu were. Yeah. I mean, just absolute tyrants wherever they showed up in unison, and you can see that by the KO numbers. Of course, I'm pretty sure every KO assist they had was from the other one, as they were just moving together the whole time. A great look by Random Gaming. If I'm then, I'm actually just circling on my chalkboard like, yeah, this one was it. This is the recipe for success here. Let's keep running that back. But what does Yerman Burger Flippers need to do? Is it a team change? Is it a Pokemon change? Mention that to us as we jump into the highlights of that game one.
Yeah, in terms of what win condition Yerman Burger Flippers are going to be looking for, it could be a team composition change if they want to. Blaine on that Blastoise, like I was mentioning, their one job is to protect Urzaron at all costs. Hard to do when a Desu is able to leap out of a bush around Zap Pit and KO you. So a change up in that, tank defender role could be an important decision. However, I think what they could be doing as well is just finding a little bit more early positioning around Dreadnought. Geese and these Hoopa teleports that they had available to them were out-rotating Yerman Burger Flippers to these objectives time and time again. Not to mention, we see team fights like this where Yerman Burger Flippers are staggering in one by one into a rapid spin double buff Blastoise, which just ended up being too much of a barrier to actually get above. So I definitely think if we see Yerman Burger Flippers play a little more grouped up and coordinated, they'll be able to blast through the front line of Random Gaming and find a KO onto a Desu. Not an easy task, however, because Hyper Voice does an absurd amount of damage when you're trying to get through there.
Well, of course, we're seeing just the tail end of this one when, if we're talking about you can't stop the train once it leaves the station, there it is, Gatlu, just absolute. Of course, we see the Greed and the Talonflame, but they're in the Blastoise in that particular game. Over 200 points scored, 14 KOs, nothing to scoff at here. Definitely gave their team a big boost here in the bracket play of the Aeos Cup, helping get just that 1-0 lead over a very good Yerman Burger Flippers team. That's no small feat, and both teams are ready to play, but I do think Random Gaming has to be happy to kind of shake the cobwebs and get that first one from the bracket play in the books.
Yeah, definitely. Yerman Burger Flippers and Random Gaming. Wild that this is our first round of bracket. We have seen these teams match up before in official tournaments in the February finals. These were our two grand finalists. So seeing this already in first round of bracket, whichever team wins this, amazing job. You conquered one of the toughest opponents in bracket. Whichever team loses this just made losers bracket so scary for the rest of the competition. We're going to see a fantastic game. I really do think that Yerman Burger Flippers has the brain power. They have the skill and ability to make this game 2 go in their favor. I'm excited to see what changes they decide to make to really strengthen up their squad.
Well, we're going to see that right now as we're in character selection here, and we're taking a quick look. Nothing quite locked in. Too abnormal, of course, the Hoopa and the Blissey really going to be crucial Pokemon on each side of the board. Adesu, no surprises, locking in Sylveon. Why change that? Gatlu, it's like, oh, Blastoise felt pretty good that one, locked that in. But you see Ursaron, no changes there. You see Blaine trying to figure out. They went with the Blastoise last time in the bottom path, and they're kind of cycling. They do end up locking in the exact same composition here. So they have faith. They said, look, we had a plan. We don't need to erase it. We just need to execute on it, which is something we fell a little short. And of course, Random Gaming's like, we're just going to run it back, because why change what works?
The difference between Blaine and Gatlu's Blastoise is just a focus band or a buddy barrier. The focus band is on Blaine because they are taking that Pokemon into the path. Definitely an item that'll be more utilized there. When Gatlu is taking Blastoise into the central area, they very often won't be utilizing the Focus Band's incredible passive ability. So that not being utilized on them means they can swap it out for a Buddy Barrier. Recently got tuned a little bit, but still an ever-strong item in whatever meta we're headed into in Pokemon Unite. So seeing that utilize all that Buddy Barrier health and shielding a little bit less than before, but Gatlu has seemed to use it in fantastic ways. We saw an amazing Hydro Typhoon knocking up 3 of them, and I think just getting 2 KOs in that last match. So this time we're going to be looking at Random Gaming on the left-hand side of your screen and Yerman Burger Flippers on the right.
Yeah, Ursaron working through that central area. It's going to be just absolutely pivotal for them to keep up with levels here of their central area counterpart on the other side. And we're kind of doing a little split action with Adesu and Gatlu for Random Gaming now.
Yeah, Adesu taking up so many of these, but trying to level up as fast as possible. Chroma taking a ton of damage, actually dropping the slow smoke, slowing the attack speed as well as the movement speed, but nice work by 9, able to get the KO, but a return from Gatlu finds 1, and they find 2.
That's the early pressure that Gatlu was hoping to get, and that's a good advantage there for them, as that Squirtle is already level 4, knocking on the door of a Wartortle here, as Geese and Keeve are scrambling over that bottom Audino, and they're trying to bring some parity here in the bottom path a little bit, as Blaine and Nines are hanging out up top.
Random Gaming actually still leaving their red buff and the Bouffalon available in that central area still, so whenever they want to get to it, they'll get to it, but they found that the KO experience that they're getting is going to be much more important right now.
Yeah, Random Gaming all over these central Bs, pushing in the face here of Yerman Burger Flippers a little bit here as we're working through Random Gaming pushing forward. And now it's all about that middle Audino. It's a little skirmish break. Oh, look at Gatlu picking up and Adesu getting a KO on the Lucario K.O. 2 as they take down the Dartrix. And now they're going to be able to get some points, but there's that portal to come through with a little bit of defense as those KOs are swimming the other way. Gatlu cut off from the berry, and they're going to go down. That's the Blissey getting on the chopping block, just taking one down, saying, I'm a Blissey Bombardier. I got eggs. I can chuck them like grenades. Let's go. Give me a KO too, Zoinks.
Great way to capitalize on that KO. They found the low HP targets that were trying to score, but fantastic work from Kiva on the Hoopa to be able to send their team up at a very pivotal time. Great rotation. We have not seen Hyperspace Hole be used very often in EU and North America yet. However, we're seeing it to great effect today. These rotations on the Hyperspace Hole portals are getting both teams a ton of value. Nice 25-point dunk by Blaine, definitely keeping pace with their opponent on the Blastoise and attacker on the Sylveon. You have to remember, they're playing slightly different positions in these team compositions, but they've hit 6, going to be a much bigger threat.
Look at this pressure in the top path as that defensive Hyperspace Hole sucks back one of the players from Random Gaming, and I can't imagine they're going to be coming back through that one anytime soon, as there was just litter with Yerman Burger Flippers there. But look at the pressure getting put on by the Wartortle, chasing the Blissey a little bit, having a Blissey on their tail as well. And now they're working through, going to play into their own goal zone, and Egg Bomb coming through, chipping in some good damage, forcing the Wartortle out, as we have with Hyperspace Hole coming through to pull more players from Yerman Burger Flippers into the middle, see if they can get a little team fight action before Dreadnought shows up. Here we go. KO by the Lucario on the Wartortle. Great KO for them as one player down from Random Gaming. Now Yerman Burger Flippers can get the positional advantage as they slowly start drawing this Dreadnought. Adesu comes through. We know you got a Hyperspace Voice on the doorstep here, but Yerman Burger Flippers sees him. Left side team takes it. Random Gaming. That's an Egg Bomb, baby. Give me that turtle. That's ours. That's ours. And they're sliding it with the shields, with the experience boost. KO 2 for the Hoopa. They're pushing right into the face of Yerman Burger Flippers, saying we're charbroiling telling you now, as we're raining in the points, we flipping those burgers and they're in your face as we're going to try and siege this bottom goal zone.
Chroma with a shot from downtown with that egg bomb, but hey, it's worth more than just 3 points in this game. It's an entire team fight win. Urzaron and 999 are back though. Can they put in any pressure? It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to net themselves KOs since the Lucario was able to teleport all the way back to their home base.
Yeah, a big egg bomb taking Urzaron, forcing them to retreat. Can't stay where they will. Oh, Red Maw ripping through, getting the KO. They go back to base, but a little HP decide not to join the fray again, as Blaine is just getting points up top. And of course, the kerfuffle down in the bottom path seems to be slowing down just a little bit.
Blaine very much keeping pace this game. Way more than they were last time. Already hitting this level 9 Hydro Typhoon on lock. That is a massive part of Blastoise's kit. Having the Unite move is so strong, going to be huge, but a Desu is just doing a Desu things in path. Hyper Voice netting themselves so many KOs. Huge work. Gatlu hiding away in the bush, allowing Redmaw to be the bait, if you will, but when will they choose to launch out of this bush for an attack?
Yeah, they're waiting with bated breath as Blaine and Urzaron back off a little bit. This Rotom's at about a third. Now it's getting mowed down. Now it's taken by Random Gaming as they siege the goal zone here. They're going to try to get some points in. Big Unite move back in the face by Blaine, trying to chip up, not trying to keep everybody in. Gatlu takes their Unite move, just Hydro Typhooning everywhere, trying to chip this up. They don't want this Rotom to hit. They actually want to score so the Rotom can keep going back down. But Yerman Burger Flippers gets good amount of KOs there, able to take out the Rotom, protect their goal zone, and keep pace with Random Gaming in game 2.
Yerman Burger Flippers did a great job, but I might describe that as stemming the bleeding, if you will. A huge level lead for Random Gaming right now, but Yerman Burger Flippers has started the Dreadnought.
Big Unite move by the Hoopa coming through, getting a KO on the Blastoise. Urzaron coming through, taking the Dreadnought. And now that's Yerman Burger Flippers going down. All 4 players, yes, they may have gotten that Dreadnought here, but Random Gaming took the body. They got the KOs and a big portal by the Hoopa pulling through Yerman Burger Flippers to try and protect that goal zone. It falls, but now they have the pressure going the other way and are at least going to get a good amount of these B's experience in the middle.
Absolutely massive for Yerman Burger Flippers that they were able to get back there. Kiba, the last surviving member in that team fight, has the hoops on bound, launches it, brings the entire squad back. Their goal zone may have been destroyed, but the amount of experience they got from their KOs are keeping them in this game. Nazu eliminated a 1v3 fight, not looking good for an Egg Bomb Blissey, but this game is playing out in a much more even way. Urzaron absolutely shredding through their central area, but look how much damage a Desu does, especially with that red and blue buff. Gonna be so strong. Shadow Sneak slows them down a little bit, but Nazu is not quite gonna be able to catch up.
Great positioning by the defensive portal from Random Gaming, able to get Geese, lets a Desu out of trouble here and brings them back just in time to put pressure on Nines. Here we go. We're back in the top path here. It's just a little bit of rapid spin, a little bit on turtle action in the top path here. It's not about Dreadnought on the bottom path, but it's about these Blastoise in the top path, baby. Let's get after it. As Kiva and Blaine are just holding it down. Good defensive portal. Are they going to jump back in the action? They do. As all of Random Gaming shows up on the highway express lane that is the Hoopa portal from top to bottom here. And now they're getting the pressure on the Rotom, and the Rotom is just Unite moves. That's 2 in a row. That's the Unite move, gets the Rotom, sends it down the path. Random Gaming takes it again. And of course they have a huge lead. They've had it all game. And now look at Yerman Burger Flippers forced to collapse on this Rotom here, protect their goal zone again. But where's Random Gaming gonna go? They're gonna try and make their way across other parts of the map as they are getting all of whatever they want here. Number 1 on the list is those bees.
Both of the Blastoises running the energy amplifier item, so they're able to probably be able to build that Unite move back up before Zapdos, but only 30 seconds away. This Dreadnought could be pivotal. Urzaron using the Razor Leaf, trying to destroy as fast as they can, but yet again, a Desu finds a way to thread the needle and KO these enemy Pokemon. A Chroma locks Urzaron in place with an Egg Bomb. A Desu, the hammer to that spike, if you will. Random Gaming running away with this match as well, 191-54, and they still have all their goal zones up and running.
All the goal zones up and running, and Yerman Burger Flippers probably strategically getting KO there so they can come out of the respawn point there ready for Zapdos. And here we go. The teams are coalescing to the middle. How is Yerman Burger Flippers going to play it? Of course, Kiva leading the charge has the ability to pull through the whole squad. We have a little bit of a split push. Lucario up top, Blastoise up bottom. Random Gaming holding it down. A Chroma, as you said, shooting them from way downtown, trying to rein it in and keep Yerman Burger Flippers bubbled out. Still posturing, still hanging out. Is the Blastoise going to get the Hundo Banger in the bottom? No. no, they're caught by Aeos, and the pressure's on. They're forced to rapid spin out. But Yerman Burger Flippers just waiting for their opportunity to shine here. Blaine might go down. The action finally kicks off. As here we go. We have the egg bomb. We have the defensive hoops coming through as they're just going in and out, in and out. Rapid spin by Random Gaming. They have the positional advantage on Zapdos. They're pushing through. Hoop on bound is Kiva. Kiva going to try and yank through the squad. There's 2 players down already. Everybody from Random Gaming still standing. They're all over. Left side team takes it. That's Random Gaming. The goal zones are unlocked. Their pockets are full. We're going to go for those Hundo Burger straight ducats because it's double point time in under 2 minutes. How can Yerman Burger Flippers respond here, Zoinks?
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Red Maw is one of the most consistent Lucario players we have in the entire game of Pokemon Unite. They secure that Zapdos. Yerman Burger Flippers has 50 seconds left in this game to mount themselves a 500 and then some point differential. With only 40 seconds left in the game, the hope is definitely not there in terms of me. Yerman Burger Flippers forced to use Unite moves in their own spawn to try to block the goal zones from being taken. It looks like Random Gaming has put themselves in pole position to win our first round 2-0. A fantastic match from both squads. Aeos level 15 yet again, and boy oh boy have they earned it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just trying to put no more notches on the belt. And Yerman Burger Flippers just trying to make a final stand here. Like, yes, you may have knocked us down to the losers bracket, but we're not going to go down without a fight till the final minutes here. Look at that portal. Look at that portal by Geese just in time. just to spite Blaine from getting any points in, as Blaine just letting themselves get chipped in. And of course, Random Gaming is going to win our first match of the day 2-0.
This match definitely second verse, same as the first. A fantastic dominant run the entire game. We saw 2 Dreadnoughts go in their favor, so Yerman definitely able to put up a little bit of a fight at that second one. But seriously, the story was just a repeat. Aeos getting a pivotal KO on an enemy high HP target immediately before the Zapdos fight even starts off. As soon as a Pokemon goes down on your opposing team, you know that is the go button being pressed for the rest of your squad. They start doing some damage to the Zapdos, but more importantly, then Yerman Burger Flippers has to flood in. It's their only hope, but when that's your only hope, there often is no way out. And Random Gaming able to capitalize on that, do a ton of damage. Gatlu lands yet another gigantic Unite move, and they are able to sweep the side of Yerman Burger Flippers, get the Zapdos in a tricky situation with Red Maw's Unite move, and they're able to dunk in a ton of points.
Yeah, Yerman Burger Flippers definitely solving the puzzle of Gatlu on the Blastoise, but didn't quite sort out Aeos on the Sylveon. 105,000 damage this time around, just eking out their last game 1 total, which was 104. Great look by Aeos, great look for Sylveon, a Pokemon we unfortunately don't get to see too often, so I'm glad to showcase it in our first match here. And that was just an absolute clinic by Aeos on how to play that character. Like you said, a little bit squishy, but playing on the front line, really hammering out just high levels of damage.
No kidding. Yeah, fantastic. We're taking a look quick at the score details. You definitely see the side of Random Gaming getting a couple of Rotons, but because the scoring was so low in the early game, not that uncommon in compositions like this, Rotom was definitely going towards the tier 1 goal zone both of those times. Not very much scoring happening in that top path. So a really, really interesting way this score played out, but you can see here, just looking at the numbers, Random Gaming was taking the lead on this one all the way through.
Yep, let's take a look at just the players on Random Gaming who will be advancing here. Geese, Redmaw, Gatlu, Aeos, who is definitely one of the top performers there. Gatlu getting it in game 1, and of course Akroma on their Blissey, doing a little bit of Dreadnought heroics on that first one with the Egg Bomb.
No kidding. Yeah, like we were saying, Chuck, from downtown, a little bit of a Space Jam moment for Akroma. Egg Bomb, a newly tuned ability as well, does so much work. And not to mention, in Pokemon Unite, supporters and defender Pokemon on their moves do just a little bit of extra damage to the wild Pokemon. So definitely in a good position to be knocking out those major objectives within the game.
Absolutely. Let's get ready for some match highlights here in game 2 as Random Gaming again was able to win this particular match 2-0 in just an oppressive showing and impressive showing by them in the face of a very talented squad, which is Yerman Burger Flippers. But this is kind of what got the ball rolling for Random Gaming as Aeos gets that KO streak too early.
It seems like every time we're looking at one of these highlights from Random Gaming, they are grouped up collectively, trusting the Blissey and Hoopa to sustain their entire entire team and be able to push as a freight train through Yerman Burger Flippers. Yet again, a Desu is just strafing until the cows come home with that hyper voice. so much work. These Zapdos fights were exciting because of them and pivotally won by Random Gaming because of a Desu.
Yeah, just an amazing presence by both teams here. Random Gaming, of course, getting the better advantage as they were able to take out 3 players from Yerman Burger Flippers, kind of in those violent throes of that Zapdos fight. And of course, Nazu trying to get points in here to bring some parity, but Random Gaming just reining in those ducats, those Hundo Burgers, and really just stretching that lead out like taffy.
No kidding. Hundo burgers were eaten very often by Random Gaming. They are feeling good. Headed into our next round of bracket, which again, the games are just going to be getting tougher and tougher as we go through this tournament. Not to mention, Yerman Burger Flipper's story is not over in the Aeos Cup. Headed down to the lower bracket side of things, they still have more games to play, and I would not be surprised to see them even later today.
Absolutely, but we have to throw some shine on Desu, our Game 2 MVP here. Let's pull them up on the screen. Of course, again, Decidueye shown, Venusaur shown, but they were showing us a masterclass on the Sylveon, both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 2 getting themselves the crown here from the Aeos Cup team, as they were just looking clean across the board.
Yeah, no kidding. A Desu, a Spaniard, and a fantastic player. One of the best shoutouts I can give this player, honestly, is that their primary Pokemon listed, they are also incredible at. That is one of the strengths of a Desu, and honestly, this entire Random Gaming squad. The versatility of this team to be able to play so many different Pokemon, and not just ability to play them, the ability to play them at the highest level possible, again and again, really sets Random Gaming apart from a lot of other teams.
That's very well said, Zoinks. Let's bring in the captain of this ship, Seltzer. Let's bring her back and allow her to take charge here and wrangle us in, because we've definitely steered the ship in what I'd like to hope at least the next direction.
Thank you so much, Doom Snacks. Zoinks, you have steered this ship into treacherous waters because already our games are having a big mix-up here. We loved what we saw from Random Gaming, of course, coming out on top 2-0, and you guys shouted them out as a team to watch. But let me bring in Spraggles and Jeff Hoagland to break this match down a little bit further, because we talked about how important the Unite license selection was to these teams. Then, of course, Arasu comes in with the Sylveon, lays down a ton of damage. Jeff, what did you think when you saw that playing out?
I think not only would I like to call out the selection of Sylveon from Random Gaming, but also their early game pathing is really quite innovative compared to what we've seen kind of be the norm in the competitive format. The fact that they are splitting up those central area Pokemon because that Sylveon hits its important first power spike at level 4 allows them to kind of spread that experience out more evenly instead of having just one character collect all of it to begin with.
Yeah, and that Sylveon was absolutely brutal to deal with. It was all over the map, taking wild Pokemon, KOing everyone on Yerman Burger Flippers. I think they thought that Decidueye with Razor Leaf was going to give them a big advantage against some of these really bulky teams, but Sylveon kept shutting it down over and over and over. Decidueye from long range, I think, could deal with that Pokemon, but close up, it really had no chance.
Oh yeah, Sylveon getting a lot of support from its team in that fight as well, able to pull off that great close range battle when they brought the fight in like that. But let's take a look at our match schedule now and get an idea of how the rest of the day is going to play out. Of course, we don't get to see all of our matches on screen, but we're going to see some big ones here on the broadcast. And you're just going to have to tune in to find out who that is. But if you're really interested in the competition, if you're enjoying the gameplay, if you think you might have what it takes, well, I'm going to tell you how to get involved. Our May Cup Open Qualifier registration is now open, and you can head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. And if you sign up, you're gonna get 20 HoloWare tickets, no matter how you do in the competition. So it's worth it. Dive in, get your feet wet, and really experience the competition in Pokemon Unite on the ground level. We encourage you all to join us, and there's no better time than I think right now, because gentlemen, if you're cool with it, maybe we'll go grab a drink and we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with the rest of our competition. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Aeos Island will go down.
Pokémon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Aeos Island.
In Pokémon Unite, each Pokémon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokémon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokémon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Aeos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokémon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Aeos Island, stay tuned. Lance, what teams? Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We just saw our first game where Random Gaming picked up a 2-0 over Yermanburger Flippers. It was an impressive match. Yermanburger Flippers moving to the bottom half of the bracket, so don't worry, they're not out yet. But let me bring in our two casters who we were just talking with right before break. Spraggles, Jeff Hoagland, glad to have you back. And I know we had a pretty exciting matchup there. Anything you didn't get to say about all that exciting gameplay? Jeff? Spraggles? Did you get all your points out?
Yeah, I absolutely did. I thought Jeff was going to jump in here. I know he was chomping at the bit to talk about that Razor Leaf, but I thought that was such an incredible matchup. I honestly thought that could have gone to, 3 games right there, but Random Gaming was so incredibly impressive. They won in February. They got second place in March. They're without question one of the best teams in EU, but boy, oh boy, did they demonstrate it there.
Yeah, I was actually a little bit surprised during the second game of that match to not see the Burger Flippers pivot off of their Decidueye pick. I think in general that Razor Leaf Decidueye seems like it's very good into the more tanky Pokemon that we've seen, but the Sylveon out of Random Gaming just did such a good job of running it down with the mobility that Calm Mind provides, and Decidueye is a fairly immobile character.
Yeah, I expected to see a little bit of Robin Hood action in that game, too. Give me some Spirit Shackles from far away. I really think it could have done a lot to shut down that Sylveon, but of course, these teams have practiced these strategies for a long time, so they know what they want to do in these matches. Unfortunately for Yermans, it did not work out against Random Gaming.
Well, it did affect our match schedule for the day, so let's take a look at what's coming up next. Here's our bracket, and of course, there's PogChamp. And some of our other teams moving on. Random Gaming moving on against 5i. Gentlemen, is this what's expected at all here?
I think PogChamp is probably expected. I mean, a flawless victory last month, but you know, Five Guys, I think, is an incredible team. 5i as well. You know, again, say it 10 times fast. 5 Guys, 5i. But I'm kind of surprised to see 5i beat them 2-0. Them going up against Random Gaming is going to be exciting. But PogChamp and Apprentice Unleashed, I think, is one real exciting match to watch. Apprentice is always on the bubble of being one of the top teams in EU. And if they take down PogChamp, I mean, that really puts their name on the map.
Absolutely. Jeff, anything here that is getting you a little bit excited for a potential head-to-head?
No, I think Spraggles covered it just fantastically. Apprentice is really looking to finally make the name for themselves. They bubbled out of the last 2 months, just barely on the cusp, hoping to put up a good showing here today.
And it's going to be Apprentice that's going up against PogChamp next in the bracket here. What are your thoughts on this matchup, Jeff?
I think it's going to be interesting to see when we get into the drafting portion of which characters these teams are going to be picking. There's a lot of flexibility in the way they could pick their lineups, and that's going to dictate a lot of how the matchup plays out.
Well, I can't wait to let these teams get into the action, start picking their lineups, as you said, and then, of course, give us that delicious result, but that'll be in just a few minutes. For now, we've got games to play, so Spraggles, Jeff, I'm handing it over to you to take us through the next one.
Thank you very much, Seltzer. I mean, this is going to be an exciting one, Jeff. We've already seen strategies that we haven't seen before, or at least haven't seen in a long time, bringing that Sylveon back. And now we get to see the draft of this top team PogChamp. And it looks like, ooh, they are locking in that Venusaur on Yoshi.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of PogChamps playing out during the round robin portions earlier today, and they were playing, yes, this exact lineup we saw here, which is kind of a Protect the Queen style build where Venusaur is their character that they're looking to kind of load up with protection from Blissey and Eldegoss and Hoopa. I expect we will probably see a Trick Hoopa here to make Venusaur the best it can possibly be for PogChamps.
I mean, take a look at this. You're almost looking at a mirror right now, Jeff. The only difference is we've got Blastoise on one side, and on the other side, we have Eldegoss, who I feel like we just don't get to see much anymore because Hoopa has become so incredibly popular. But we've got the 3 supports coming out for our left side team.
Yeah, one thing that's going to be interesting to note here when the match opens is while there are Venusaurs on both teams, I'm going to be curious to see if for Apprentice, is that Venusaur going to be taking that central area or is it going to be taking that attacker slot in the bottom path? There is a Blastoise for Apprentice as well, which frequently takes that central role currently.
Yeah, I think we might see Blastoise there in that central area, and then, I mean, I can't imagine that Eldegoss is going to the center, so probably 3 supports on the bottom for our left side team. But, Jeff, this should be an extremely exciting match. The real question is, can anyone beat PogChamp? They are still undefeated. I don't know how many games they played. I lose all the time, but they seem to not lose. And here we go. We do have that Venusaur in the central area for PogChamp and Blastoise for Apprentice Unleashed.
Yep, so like we said, even though there are 2 teams playing similar characters, they're taking very different roles. For PogChamp, this Venusaur is going to be looking to scale up as large as possible and kind of carry the game on its back, while the Venusaur for Apprentice is going to be playing a little bit more secondary role to that Blastoise that's currently in their central area.
And look at this battle breaking out in this bottom path right now. There's so much damage flying around, and we have 2 Lucarios in the top just running by each other trying to score. Venusaur getting very, very low. The little Bulbasaur, oh no, but he does eat a berry, and they're pushing back, and Eldegoss goes down, Jeff.
This is a huge push for Apprentice here, getting that knockout and a dunk as well. All of these convert into more and more experience, allowing them to snowball the lead. And Hoopa goes down on the return knockout, evening the score a little bit for PogChamp in this bottom path.
And that's one of those things you really want to watch out for. You don't want to give up the advantage that you just obtained by getting a big KO there. It looks like a lot of that onto the side of Apprentice. I think Blissey got to slap all of those bees pretty hard.
Something that's actually really interesting to note as well, you'll note that little light bulb over the Hoopa's head on the Apprentice side. That is that EXP share, meaning if that character is the lowest level for their team, it's going to collect extra experience. There's no XP share present in PogChamp's triple support bottom path.
They say we can all have it. We can share the XP. We've figured it out. We don't need the item. And this is one heck of a fight here in this bottom path. And it actually looks like our two center area Pokemon saw each other in the middle there just for a moment before they're going back to get their experience. Obviously, that Ivysaur and Wartortle, if they could, they want to evolve by the time this Dreadnought comes in about a minute here.
Yeah, we see very common play patterns here in the top path. These Lucarios are stacking that attack weight item, meaning every time they deposit that Aeos energy into the opposing goal, they permanently gain an attack boost, kind of just playing past each other and looking to both scale up so they can have a larger impact in these late game engagements. So that's why you see these multiple single point scores here to enable that item for Lucario.
They are putting money in the bank, and it is generating interest on their attack stat. Huge for Lucario because it really affects everything about Lucario. And we've got a little bit of a fight breaking out here in the top path. Venusaur and Lucario trying to push them back. Apprentice staying safe. Everyone's okay. Everyone's okay.
Yeah, I think I really like PogChamp's position as far as the central area characters line up here. Venusaur is very durable into this rapid spin from Blastoise, not going to get run down like the more squishy central area characters like Cinderace or Greninja.
And here we go. PogChamp extremely aggressive here in the bottom path. The further they push them towards their goal, it just gives their team such better positioning here for this big fight happening at Dreadnought. And you know how important this first Dreadnought is. It can decide a lot of games, and a lot of damage is being thrown on it right away.
We see just a full flip happening here. Our right side team Apprentice securing the last hit on that. Very fortunate they now take their lead and push it with the huge Unite move from the Blastoise, getting a bunch of knockouts to follow up their already initial lead from securing that Dreadnought.
Oh, PogChamp, run! Hoopa, run! It's over! It's over! They lost this big fight at Dreadnought, and just like you said, immediately, boom, Wartortle evolves. We have that huge Unite move, one of the most powerful in the entire game, and they really cleaned up PogChamp right there. If you were wondering who's ahead, right now, Apprentice is looking really good.
Yeah, Apprentice there having the option to break that outside goal in that bottom path and declining to, because they know that if they break that outside goal, it's going to give PogChamps that very valuable catch-up experience in the form of those Audino spawning on the bottom path. We have a huge engagement breaking out here in the top path.
And something to notice, we've got our Venusaur now. We've got Unite moves from both Lucarios. This could be a real fight happening here. Do we have Unites? We have them coming down. Yes, from Venusaur, from just about everybody who's got it. Blissey coming in and knocking out that... Oh, Blissey getting knocked out, excuse me.
We see huge fight here over this Rotom now. PogChamp getting to break that top goal before the Rotom goes down. Can they secure it? And they do get this Rotom. Rotom will now create an immense amount of map pressure as it walks down this goal at Apprentice's second base, giving PogChamp space to kind of fan out over the rest of the map to collect experience from these valuable wild Pokemon.
And this is an interesting moment here, Jeff, because we are above the 5-minute mark, which means that neither team has jump pads. So they actually could push this Rotom towards the secondary goal. But like you said, they just wanted to use this time to head all over the map, eat some dots, play a little Pac-Man right now, and get that experience. Experience is so very important. The more characters you have at a higher level, the better when it comes to these fights. Just like in the mainline games, if you are over-leveled, you are doing great.
Yeah, we see PogChamp making good use of this time that the Rotom made for them. They're a touch behind in levels, but not nearly as much as they were after that first Dreadnought fight. We're closing in on that 4-minute and 30-second mark, and this is where the fireworks really start to happen. We're going to see all the Unite moves coming out for the characters in the game here. This is kind of their last window to use those powerful attacks before they can't come back up before the Zapdos fight.
I think we're going to start seeing some Hoopas using their Unite moves here in just a second, bringing everybody in. We have the Lucario for Apprentice still staying top, but here comes the portals. Here come the Unite moves. Huge Rings Unbound. Wow, massive Unites coming in. They're trying to push PogChamp back, but they're able to heal it up. And here we have a huge fight. Lucario's Unite coming out. E-Speed. Oh my goodness. They're taking them down. It looks like PogChamp might have got the better of that. 3 down here for Apprentice. 4 down for Apprentice. They're going to clean this whole thing up. A double KO, maybe even a triple KO for our Venusaur. Yum, yum, yum. Feed that dinosaur.
Yeah, seeing exactly what PogChamps wants to be doing when they drew up this team comp that we see here today. A couple of their supports going down, but most importantly, Venusaur gets to survive and dominate that engagement with the backup that Blissey, Hoopa, and Eldegoss provide.
And now look at this here. Unleashed was ahead earlier, but now almost 100 points. 99 points separates the two teams. PogChamp up, and they won a huge engagement there. You can see why those Dreadnoughts are so important. The team that takes it gets experience, shields, and often can clean up that engagement.
Yeah, not only has PogChamp caught up in terms of the number of points that they have deposited into the opponent's goals, but they're also over-leveled now, with that Venusaur hitting level 14 at the 3-minute mark here, while there isn't a single level 13 for Apprentice just yet.
Apprentice now taking this opportunity to break this bottom path goal, and that's going to be nice for them. They need some points right now. They know they're behind, and that's unfortunate because being behind means you have to be the team to make the moves at this big Zapdos fight, which is coming up in just about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, like Spraggles just said, the point total, while it can matter as we head into the endgame fight, the big thing that it determines is who's going to take the more aggressive role versus the defensive role as we head into that final stretch. So PogChamp is going to be looking to kind of play defense around the Zapdos as the score total states, while it's going to be on Apprentice to kind of start the engagement and kind of get things moving.
And obviously Apprentice right now knows that they need to do something about this Venusaur. 5 seconds here until Zapdos spawns, and a big fight will break out right now. Can Apprentice take down PogChamp, or will PogChamp remain undefeated? We've got them posturing here towards the bottom. Everyone just getting ready. Not sure when they're going to attack. And look at this sneaky score in the top there by PogChamp.
Yeah, and we see PogChamp kind of just kiting back away from Apprentice here, knowing that they just need to buy time. Every second that PogChamp spends here not engaging is them winning this game even more. Here's all of the Unite moves popping off as our final engagement begins.
Oh no, this Lucario is really, really deep, and it goes down for PogChamp. This could be really, really nice for Apprentice. However, they are chasing this Venusaur down. They're chasing them back to their base. They know they're up on points right now, Jeff, just as we talked about. So Apprentice needs to make the move here, and PogChamp actually pushes them all the way back home. They say, you guys gotta leave. You're not taking Zapdos from us.
Notice that level number next to that Venusaur. It is level 15, Spraggles, the absolute highest that you could be in Pokemon Unite. And the incredible stats that you gain allows Venusaur to dominate this fight in the way that we are seeing play out here.
Once again, this Venusaur, a nightmare Pokemon, chasing them down, pushing them back home. A lot of times this fight is over by Zapdos. I know it's feeling pretty lonely right now because PogChamp is forcing it towards Apprentice's side, and they are tearing it up. They take down the entire team. What a commanding Zapdos fight. I mean, is it a Zapdos fight? Where's the Zapdos?
Zapdos is feeling left lonely out in the cold as PogChamp says, we don't need these goals to be defenseless. There's no one left to defend them.
Wow, I mean, such an incredible game one here. There's just not enough time left right now for Apprentice to come back, and you could see that strategy to really get that Venusaur big and powerful worked out so well for PogChamp. Once again, PogChamp wins. They are continuing their streak of being undefeated.
Yeah, just like Spraggles said, dominating performance from the mid-game through the end. Worth noting, though, that PogChamp was a little bit behind, losing that first Dreadnought engagement.
Yeah, absolutely. But they were able to pull it back here. And actually, you can see the Lucario here from PogChamp getting that MVP award. That sneaky goal probably had something to do with it there, scoring a huge 100 points while everyone was getting ready to fight at Zapdos. And even though Lucario wasn't there, they were still able to push him back. Extremely impressive there from PogChamp.
Yeah, just fantastic macro play on PogChamp's side as we got into those final 2 minutes. Not only did the Lucario recognize that it could get that back cap in the top, but Solari Yoshi farming in the central area to hit that critical level 15, so when the engagement finally happened, it was able to have the dominating performance that we saw.
It's interesting because one side had the Blastoise, which is amazing with that incredible Unite move, and while you're not seeing the same kind of damage come out from the Eldegoss on the other side, look at the recovery. 73,000 HP healed on these Pokemon. That had to be a massive factor in this match.
Yeah, definitely. And PogChamp's strategy kind of acknowledging, hey, we don't need a second powerful character that can carry a game if our one character that can carry never gets knocked out.
Taking a look at our score here, you can see the moment when PogChamp was down for a little while and the game was pretty close, and then actually near that second Rotom is around the time we had that second Dreadnought, and from there the game just spiraled out of control for Unleashed. PogChamp was all over it.
Yeah, that really felt like the pivot point to me in my mind for this game, when we moved from PogChamp being a little bit behind to them turning their catch-up into a decisive lead and then pushing that advantage all the way through that endgame engagement that we just saw.
We were wondering, I mean, what was Yoshi going to play here? And it's no longer Duraludon. It is now Venusaur, and they are using this team comp to protect that Venusaur, keep it strong. But not only that, of course, that incredible Lucario from Soraya.
Yeah, definitely. Lucario kind of unmatched in its ability to play that top path appropriately. Extreme speed, allowing you to clear through not only opposing teams, but groups of wild Pokemon in a way that just no other character in the game can currently.
And we're going to take a look at some of the highlights of the match here in 1 second, but obviously we're going to see big moments from this Venusaur. And right here, this is when Apprentice was ahead. They won that big first Dreadnought, huge Unite moves came out, and they actually really cleaned up PogChamp. PogChamp needed to get back together and win this thing, and they started to pretty quickly.
Yeah, and this engagement here is one of the points where we kind of started to see it pivot in the other direction. This big Unite move from Yoshi, they break this goal zone. Yoshi's able to escape up there with a narrow amount of health and then get that Rotom to push it down further.
Isn't it interesting how these Venusaurs were pretty close in level a lot of the match, and then all of a sudden after this Dreadnought, I mean, it stopped being very close. They used those 3 supports to make sure that Yoshi here was nice and fed, a big 4 KO to get a ton of experience, and from there on, it was just a menace.
You know, we talked about this Venusaur a lot, but one of the big pivot points at that second Dreadnought is if you note their Hoopa hit its level 10, unlocking that Trick Plus, allowing it to kind of give Venusaur this unkillable status because it had so much lifesteal from that Trick Plus.
It's an interesting strategy that we've seen actually used on and off, and now a big change that we haven't talked about really on this broadcast is the change to Buddy Barrier, and I think because of that, you're seeing a Pokemon that can just live forever do even better because others can't with these new Buddy Barrier changes, Jeff.
Yeah, Buddy Barrier was changed to allow people to be a little bit less durable, and the shield is slightly smaller, which means that other characters that don't have built-in sustain like Venusaur get melted that much quicker inside of these engagements. As we see here, Soraya, our MVP for the match.
Soraya running that Lucario, as we talked about, that attack weight. And if they're not on Lucario, they're on Machamp. Both of them needing to pump up, build those muscles with that attack weight, Razor Claw, and weakness policy. You're seeing a lot of Pokemon that may have had a Buddy Barrier before. For instance, Lucario, one of the Pokemon that might not have, but a lot of Pokemon that may have had that before are not using it right now, instead focusing more on damage.
Well, and speaking of Lucario and the Buddy Barrier change, we're heading back on in to the match as we see the draft screen here. Will either of these teams change up their strategy? It looks like PogChamp's very quickly locking in that protect the Venusaur strategy yet again.
Are we seeing possibly a Greedent right here? I mean, I sure would love it if we did. No, it looks like they are moving over to that Blissey. And you can see here, actually, PogChamp still using a lot of Buddy Barriers, and now more Buddy Barriers coming out on the side here of Apprentice as well. Not one on that big tanky Blastoise, though.
Yeah, and well, Blastoise being tanky in and of itself is kind of a reason not to need to run the Buddy Barrier on it, because it's a character that when it gets to utilize its Unite move, it's generally speaking not going to be in danger of getting knocked out immediately afterwards. In comparison, I'm not surprised to see PogChamp still leveraging that still powerful item, because those Buddy Barriers are yet another tool that these supports can utilize to keep Venusaur going inside of these longer engagements.
And the question in front of us now, can Unleashed shut down this Venusaur? They need to come up with something to stop this Venusaur. If they can't, I think PogChamps is just going to run it right into their base once again. Let's see what happens here in match 2.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, can Apprentice get that early game lead that we saw in the first game to start with? And can they prevent PogChamp from pivoting that being behind into catching back up this time through?
We can see both of our center area Pokemon just eating everything they can, getting nice and big. Both of them want to be level 5 by the time they head into those paths right here. And we've got our fight breaking out here in the bottom path.
Yeah, the bottom path is typically where you see the most engagement to start. And you see the first knockout happen here for Team Apprentice. They are, again, getting ahead here to begin. Their bottom path with this Venusaur just more aggressive than this triple support path out of PogChamp. But the second knockout happening here as well.
Wow, a second knockout, a ton of points going in. Blissey really trying to put those points in. Hoopa doing everything they can. They say, I'm going to throw a laser beam. I'm going to have a fist fly out from space. Please go away and don't score right now.
Fantastic support from the Hoopa there on the Blissey, using that Astonish to push back PogChamps here as we see the Bees just get absolutely deleted in this top path with these Lucarios.
So the question in front of us, will this bottom path win for Apprentice this time? They did great in round 1, but I don't know if it's going to be the difference maker because we have that bigger Venusaur on the side of PogChamp.
Yeah, and I think the way the first game played out is the way you kind of expect it with these lineups. That Venusaur definitely gives the edge to Apprentice early to start, but as these supports scale up along with the Venusaur for PogChamp, they feel like they are better positioned for those late game engagements. So we see a steal of that wild Pokemon for Apprentice there.
And you can see the small picture-in-picture earlier, both of our Lucarios, as we mentioned before, walking by each other, stacking that attack weight by scoring, building those muscles up, doing some bench presses so they get strong for these later fights here.
And we see very even split between both teams right now. Lucarios both at about 6 in the top path, the central area characters, 7 for PogChamp and now 7 for Apprentice as well, as we head towards that 7:20 engagement where the second Bees will be spawning.
And this is a big fight, Jeff. We've got 4 Pokemon from each team here just ready to go. Actually, Wartortle left. It went top. Oh, this is going to be interesting because we've got the level 7 Venusaur right here running in. Ivysaur, should I say, running in with that pedal dance. It's so unbelievably oppressive. Let's see if they can take all these Bees here.
Yeah, we see them using their greater numbers to push back Apprentice there, but not getting any knockouts, although they do get some of those valuable wild Pokemon.
And on the other side, Apprentice actually won that encounter in the top path. They were able to KO that Lucario here from PogChamp. So it looks like maybe that was the better strategy.
Okay, we see PogChamp recognizing that they have the numbers advantage here currently and just kind of starting to flip this objective. But the left side team, Apprentice, able to secure this first Dreadnought again. Can they push the advantage? Lucario comes on in and does Lucario things.
Wow, I mean, Jeff, this is the sequel that's just like the original, it seems like. This is the same thing that happened last time. Right now, Apprentice is up. I wonder if they can hold on to this lead this time. Here comes a huge Unite move from Lucario. Oh, he's planning on diving into this back line and taking out every Pokemon. He has to run. He's got to go. His luck's going to run out if he stays too long.
Something that is noteworthy in this engagement compared to the first one is that Blastoise did not hit level 9 off of securing that Dreadnought, so it was unable to fully push all the knockouts that they got in the first game because it lacked that very powerful Unite.
Got the levels are getting a lot closer here. This Venusaur, a lot closer to this Ivysaur than before. It's a level 9 to a level 8. This Ivysaur is so close to evolving here, and obviously that's a big moment because it gets its Unite move and they could push on this bottom path goal. But a lot of teams have not been breaking these bottom path goals so they can stay down there and fight over the Audinos and get more experience.
Interesting split between these two teams, each choosing to put, a third character, Lucario, coming up from PogChamps to push their advantage here at this road top engagement.
Huge Unite from Blastoise. Venusaur goes down. They're chasing Lucario. Run, Lucario. It's using the extreme speeds as best as it can, and it cannot get away. They're going to secure Rotom here as well, and maybe clean up this Eldegoss. However, Apprentice scoring in the bottom path as well. They are really dominating this match, Jeff.
Okay, and this was the kind of pivot point that we saw in the first game where PogChamp caught back up, and Apprentice is not giving them that chance this time around, allowing them to push their lead in points and keep their level advantage that they had to start. We see multiple level 7s for PogChamp, while the lowest character for Apprentice currently level 9.
Wow, I mean, this is a different match at this point. I was wondering if they were going to do the same kind of sequel, but it has changed. Apprentice is up, way up in this match right now. The Venusaurs are even the same level, and that is very bad for PogChamp.
Yeah, we see here, and I really like this positioning from PogChamp, actually, acknowledging that they just don't have the Unite moves to contest this Dreadnought here, and not even attempting to run down there, instead getting value in the top path to kind of catch back up this score differential.
So right now, PogChamp, I mean, we still have 4.5 minutes here, but they could be on the verge of actually losing their first game in this tournament scene since March. What do you think is going through their head right now? What do they need to do in this match?
The #1 goal right now is to get this Venusaur as large as possible. It is very important that even if you can't get Venusaur to level 15, making it to 13 before that 2-minute mark to get that Petal Dance Plus upgrade gives you such a bigger control inside of engagements with the AoE damage that Venusaur can put out with Petal Dance.
And with the time we have remaining and the amount of XP they're going to give him, I think that's going to happen. We have Lucario here trying to take down members of Apprentice. Can they get it? No, we have Unite moves coming down. Actually, Hoopa uniting right now for PogChamp. I think this is a bit of a surprising Unite, and they're all coming in here and crashing on this bottom goal. Here we go. Venusaur trying to eat him up, chasing him down. Go, Venusaur, go. Can it take anyone down? No, they are actually pushed back, but they might be able to break this goal.
Yeah, I really like this choice to take this engagement here on PogChamp's side because they got all of their Unite moves a little bit later than Apprentice. They hadn't had a good engagement to actually leverage them. And if you don't use those Unite moves around that 3-minute and 40-second mark, you basically lose the opportunity to use them again before the Zapdos engagement. So getting what value they could get there in that bottom path was really well executed by PogChamp.
And here we go. This Rotom, it's always an interesting one, though. Rotom before Zapdos, and they're choosing to just burn it right away, make sure that PogChamp can't touch it. I don't think this is going to be a factor near the Zapdos fight. They have plenty of time to take it out. But again, it just gives Apprentice more time to be all over the map, getting experience here. PogChamp very under-leveled in comparison.
We see while the average level on Apprentice is a little bit higher, PogChamp was actually the first team to hit a level 13 character, and I would not be surprised to see PogChamp's Venusaur tick over to 14, which is one of the upsides to playing primarily one carry character like PogChamp says. You can funnel all of the experience on your side of the map into this one character that you want to just be much larger than the opposing team.
And you see it right there, Jeff. We've got that level 14 Venusaur, and this fight might be happening a little bit before Zapdos even gets there. Do we have a fight at Zapdos this time, or does PogChamp push towards Apprentice? We're going to find out here in just a moment. PogChamp obviously in a much better position for this fight. Both teams almost even on score right now. No one knows who's ahead.
Yeah, very different point delta this time through compared to the first game that we watched. Close battle means neither of these teams know exactly who's ahead right now. And you can see here from our spectator scoreboard, there's only 2 points apart as we see the fight breaking out around the Zapdos here inside of the pit.
And everyone is just still getting ready for this fight because Blastoise and Venusaur were not there. Here we go. Here come the Unites. Blissey running through, bowling through the entire enemy team. Can they take them down right here? It looks like 1 or 2 members of PogChamp going down, 1 member of Apprentice going down, and that Venusaur does go down for Apprentice. That means PogChamp's Venusaur is up, and it is chasing. Run, Venusaur, run!
Venusaur still completely healthy here for PogChamp's side and does have a level advantage over this Blastoise. This engagement is still not being decided decisively, and neither team knows who's ahead here. Is Yoshi? Yoshi goes down. This is a disaster for PogChamp.
This is huge. It has a massive respawn timer right now. 30 seconds until we see that Venusaur again. Members of both team down right here. I don't know what you do at this point. I think someone's got to try to score. Zapdos, we only have 40 seconds left. This is a very, very different final fight.
Yeah, we see here Blissey from PogChamp trying to get a small cap on their side, but Blastoise defending appropriately from Apprentice. All right, there's a 50-point dunk from Apprentice. Increase your lead. Will Blissey get in bottom? It does not. This is, there's only 20 seconds left. We are going to see another game where Zapdos just does not get knocked out here.
A massive push has to happen. It looks like they're trying to put some damage on Zapdos, but this feels like too little too late. We need a score on the side of PogChamp, or it looks like Apprentice is going to take this one. We have Blissey running from PogChamp, but they can't make it to the goal in time. Oh my goodness, Apprentice is going to take game 2 and give PogChamp their first loss since March.
A chink in the armor, if you would. You know, there is a weakness there. It has been found. You know, if you're on PogChamp's side, you have to look back on that endgame engagement and wonder, was Yoshi correct to try and dive into that 2 versus 1 against Blastoise and Hoopa, where it was inevitably knocked out?
Well, it might not have known that Lucario was coming, but, you know, at the same time, you have to feel like you've got this big old Venusaur. That is your plan, and you're sticking to it. But Apprentice controlled this entire match. If you look up at the top right of your screen here, you see that they took 2 Rotoms and 3 Dreadnoughts. They were ahead in every aspect, except score got very, very close right there at the end.
Yeah, I think they did a great job of kind of shoring up the mistake they made in the first game, which was they started ahead early, but they allowed PogChamp to kind of push their way back in. And this time, Apprentice got that early lead and basically pushed it all the way through that end game engagement.
Take a look at our damage here from Lucario. Klaus on Apprentice right there, really dealing out the damage, and you saw it be so incredibly impactful in some of those big fights. And then Shelvin as our Blastoise. That Unite move is just crazy powerful. It's spinning around with its rapid spin. It really did some damage here, and they held PogChamp to not taking too much control of this match here, Jeff.
Yeah, not only does Blastoise have that really powerful Unite move, but the unstoppability on that Rapid Spin, something that is quite fantastic into those boosted attacks from the opposing Venusaur that normally disrupt the person that's attacking into them.
And as we talked about before, I mean, the scores were almost dead even going into this Zapdos. So a very different situation for both these teams. And then once we got that sneaky score, all of a sudden PogChamp needed to make a play happen and fast, but their Venusaur was down. It was not able to make it work.
Yeah, getting your, while this strategy from PogChamp is incredibly powerful when your Venusaur is able to stay around in all of those engagements, it also means your kind of entire house of cards falls down around you when that one key piece is taken off the board.
So what we're looking at now here, Jeff, I mean, we're heading into a game 3. I didn't know if PogChamp was going to lose a single game here in the Aeos Cup. And now they have, this is a David and Goliath situation. Can Apprentice actually knock out PogChamp and put them down into the loser's bracket? That would be an incredible way for this to finish. Let's take a look at our replay here.
We see that first Dreadnought happen. If you recall, PogChamp was the one that actually started the engagement here and then ended up losing the objective for themselves. And then this Rotom was again where Apprentice took their lead and pushed it even further, securing objective after objective after objective in this match.
And these are the moments where you think this Venusaur is going to run back there and get a lot of KOs, and it just was not happening this time. The level advantage I don't think was big enough, and here was that massive first final fight actually at Zapdos this time, and they were able to take down the Venusaur from Apprentice, but at the same time, PogChamp didn't walk away unscathed either. They lost multiple members of their team.
Yeah, and you know, one of the big differences between this game and the first one that we watched is while Venusaur was the highest level character in this game for this end game engagement, there's a big difference in stats between being level 14 and being level 15 in Pokemon Unite, and you just can't carry quite as hard when you don't have that final level.
The question is, how do these teams react to this? Obviously, Apprentice did an amazing job changing their strategy slightly. Whatever they did behind the scenes heading into Game 2, it worked. And now PogChamps, for the first time on the back foot, needs to figure out their plan right here. Let's take a look at Apprentice. They have 2 Aeos Cup match wins. They made it to top 6 both times. And this is what we talked about, Jeff, always on the cusp of being the top 4 team.
Yeah, this win would be huge for Apprentice in terms of solidifying themselves as a force in the competitive scene for Pokemon Unite in Europe. They have been just on the outside, trying to get in to these final top cuts 3 months in a row now, and this one match win away from PogChamp would put them there.
And here we go. We are in character selection here. They're going to pick their Pokemon. Let's see what everyone goes with. I would be shocked if either team is changing up their strategy here, but we do possibly have a Zarina locked in that top path. Nothing would make me happier than seeing something switch off Lucario here. I would love to see a different strategy.
I actually really like this change from Saryu on the PogChamp side. For people that aren't familiar with Zarina, it's a character that, while it's a little bit weaker than Lucario early in the match, it can carry harder than Lucario can in those mid to late game settings, which would allow them to kind of recover from what we saw in that second game a little bit better, where Venusaur was knocked out and they didn't really have any attack power left.
And something that we're seeing from PogChamp is what is often known as the protect the president comp. It means you have this really, really strong Pokemon, you have all these supports around to protect it. Well, if Venusaur goes down, Zarina is another great president to protect. It heals a lot off of all of its moves. So now you almost have these two hyper carry, crazy strong Pokemon that can recover a ton of health. That must be what PogChamp is trying to do here. And here we go, Game 3.
You see same characters going into the central area. That Zarina pick from PogChamp going to be taking that solo top role here against Lucario from the Apprentice side. Be interested to see how that Zarina plays out in this top path, what its pathing and such looks like to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, if I am, and it's already scoring, they're walking by each other and just getting some scores in. Here we go. We have this massive fight here, always in the bottom path between these two teams. Extremely aggressive right here. Looks like Apprentice actually is once again pushing. Can they get another KO here? They have been so successful with this, but what a massive Astonish.
Yeah, that Astonish with that small area of effect getting to stun everyone on the Apprentice side there was pretty incredible. What happened to the top path here with Zarina and Lucario playing past each other, it's honestly a best case scenario for PogChamp. Zarina is much weaker than Lucario early, so Lucario just ignoring Zarina and letting her do her thing and get her initial levels is huge.
This is big. This Lucario already level 5, and you know that means it has extreme speed and it's trying to take them down, but no, they're getting pushed back here by Venusaur. They need to retreat, and I agree with you, Jeff. I'm actually surprised they walk by each other, because if I was that Lucario, I'd be doing some punching of that Zarina's face.
Yeah, we see Zarina looking for its final evolution now at level 6. If it can get there, the power level differential between these two characters stops being so extreme. But in the meantime, the only thing that is extreme is Lucario, as that speed cuts across again and again and again.
And you see how difficult this is for Zarina to deal with. Obviously, this Lucario, once it is level 5, it gets that massive move, either power-up punch or extreme speed, both extremely difficult to deal with.
Yeah, we see this bottom path playing out in a way similar to what we saw in the first two games, where PogChamp's triple support path is a little bit behind compared to Apprentice. The question is going to be this time, is it going to be a repeat of Game 1 or Game 2, where they turn this behind a little bit early into an advantage, or will Apprentice be able to push their lead even harder than before?
And look at what's happening up here in the top path. This Lucario level 7, that Zarina still sitting there at 5. It's just not able to deal with such an incredibly strong mobile Pokemon. And once it gets to be a higher level, oh wow, they actually let it score. What a wonderful moment for Zarina, because now Zarina has evolved.
There's this catch-up potential, Zarina, and this is just how catch-up experience works in Pokemon Unite. One step out of line, one knockout, and suddenly your advantage has turned into parity. And like we mentioned, Zarina, once she hits this final evolution at level 6, she scales harder. It has a more impact in these late-game fights than a Lucario can have at similar level.
Here we have this Dreadnought. Once again, this has been Apprentice's bread and butter, which is one of my favorite things to eat. They are coming down for this fight. Can they secure this once again? This would be 3 in a row of first Dreadnoughts for them, but it actually looks like they are getting pushed back by this Venusaur right now.
Yeah, I really like this choice of engagement from the PogChamp side. In the previous game, they kind of initiated a flip on the Dreadnought and then ultimately lost it. This time, PogChamp instead choosing to engage Apprentice and try to win a fight before the objective goes down.
And it looks like Apprentice is just getting pushed back here. We have a level 9. We have our Venusaur. The Unite move can come out at any moment, and it does, but they're not able to secure the Unite move. Thrown into the back. It looked like by Blissey. I don't know if that was a mistake or a genius play that just didn't work, but the Lucario secures it here for Apprentice. Once again, they take that Dreadnought.
Yeah, regardless of where the positioning of the Unite move went from Venusaur, perhaps a little bit of a timing mistake there. You saw the kind of long windup as Venusaur throws out that powerful Unite move, making it unable to act as the objective was finally secured.
And look at Apprentice here. They're saying we're taking this advantage once again. We're pushing this goal. We're going to get these KOs. It's the pedal dance against the pedal dance. I can't believe once again I didn't get a date to the pedal dance, Jeff, but it looks like everyone else is there.
As we see these two teams engage, we see yet again Apprentice choose not to overstay their welcome, getting in the dunk with their Blissey Score Shield while being hit, but then backing out, not breaking that goal zone so they can continue to collect all those wild Pokemon in the bottom path.
And we're looking here. It looks like that Rotom. Oh, it's stolen! It's stolen by this Venusaur running up top. Yoshi with a quick Giga Drain, taking it down like a thief in the night. Takes that Rotom, pushes it in towards this goal. Oh, what a perfect score right here, too.
Ooh, 39 overcap in that top point for PogChamp, giving them a little bit of a point lead here. The question remains, can they close out the level differential between these two teams, though, as we scale into the mid-game?
Our Venusaurs are similar level. Our Zarina and Lucario, one level apart. These teams are actually very close right now. And interestingly enough, you know, the supports aren't the most important characters to be a high level, but one thing you'll notice is this Hoopa is level 8, meaning it does not have the ability to bring its team down. However, Apprentice's Hoopa does. It has that Unite move. It can bring everyone through that portal.
Not only does the Unite move from Hoopa here for Apprentice bring everyone through that portal, but it also just turns you into this really powerful attacker character with these space punches and laser beams, allowing you to dominate an engagement like we're seeing here as everyone from PogChamp is going down here.
Oh my gosh, and that is the Hoopa difference. How many members of Apprentice does it take to take down a Venusaur? And it looks like the answer is all of them, but they are able to do it, securing that Dreadnought. And boy, Apprentice is looking great right now, Jeff. In this David and Goliath story, they might be able to take down PogChamp today.
Yeah, that very decisive engagement there. And honestly, I was a little surprised to see PogChamp show up to that Dreadnought fight. We saw them in the second game kind of skip it when they did not have their Unite moves available to them, and we saw how poorly that fight played out when they didn't.
Here we go. Massive fight breaking out. PogChamp trying to push this back. I think they're saying it's time for us to break this goal or at least assert our dominance a little bit here, okay? We've got the strong Venusaur. We've got the triple axle Zarina. We can fight you here, but unfortunately not able to get a lot done right now.
Yeah, I mentioned that Zarina having the ability to have more power in the late game than Lucario. That is decidedly not true when Lucario has a 2-level advantage over this Zarina. In fact, we see 2 level 9s for PogChamp currently, while Apprentice has almost 3 level 13s.
And look, up here we have a big score from the Venusaur here on Apprentice. Not able to get it in, just barely stopped by Yoshi there putting it back. But you can see, actually, Apprentice's Venusaur is a higher level. This is not good for PogChamp.
Yeah, definitely. Venusaur, remember, is the secondary damage dealer on Apprentice, and it is over-leveling the primary damage dealer for PogChamp. PogChamp is going to have an uphill climb here. They have a small point lead right now, but points do not matter inside of that final engagement at the end here. Letting this Rotom walk in, I think, is very smart from PogChamp. It breaks the goal with a minimal overcap, and it means they don't have to spend time sitting there knocking it out.
Here we go. 10 seconds until Zapdos. Apprentice could upset the champions, PogChamp, right now. They are looking great. Level-wise, they're doing great, and they're fighting so incredibly well here. We've got the Serena just watching them, kind of taking it all in, deciding when to head in there and start ice skating on the enemy team. Let's see what happens here. Blastoise actually getting caught out, but then a huge Unite move coming in. It looks like we have our fight here. Where's our Serena and Lucario? Get in there, guys.
We see that Venusaur's life total staying very high for a long time thanks to all of its support. PogChamp trading some knockouts here, but ultimately just Venusaur remaining. Can it survive this onslaught? It does not look like it, Spriggles.
Oh my gosh, PogChamp, the Venusaur holding on for dear life. Fight, no, it goes down. Apprentice wins this huge fight. Are they going to score now? Are they going to come back and fight over this Zapdos? What is the plan for Apprentice right here? They can put themselves in a commanding position, but they do, looks like, head back to base and just get ready for a refight here. However, PogChamp, nobody knows this, they are ahead by 1 point.
Okay, we're seeing a flip here on the Zapdos. The game is going to come down to this, and Apprentice secures the last hit with their entire team there. You have to think the pedal dance from the Venusaur, big part of what allowed them to get that final last hit.
Wow, this is huge. Apprentice right here could be taking it down. The score is getting out of control. I don't know if PogChamp can come back from this. And Apprentice, they're doing it. The David and Goliath story. They've been on the cusp this whole time, and now they take down the champion here in this Game 3. This is incredible with only 25 seconds left. I don't know if PogChamp can do anything to come back here. I don't know if there are enough points on the board, Jeff.
Yeah, I think PogChamp could deposit all of the Aeos energy they currently have in their pockets, and they'd still have a little bit of a hard time, especially with this level 15 Venusaur from Apprentice this time. Huge pedal dance keeping everybody out of this bottom gold pad.
Wow, and just a few seconds away from dethroning the champion. Now, this isn't the last we'll see of PogChamp, but, I mean, Apprentice taking it down, beating the undefeated. They are a team to watch.
You know, third time is the charm, as they say. Apprentice deciding that a third top 6 finish was not going to be good enough, punching their ticket through the reigning champion here in EU in a 2-1 victory.
And this is really incredible. I love the choice of Zarina here. I love what they were doing with Venusaur. But, you know, Apprentice really saw what was happening in these matches, and I think they recognized that if they just kept them behind in level, there wasn't much they could do. Even if they were protecting this massive Venusaur here, they had one of their own.
Yeah, I really think Apprentice reacted well to their loss in the first game there, realizing what their mistake was in the mid game that caused them to lose their lead. And we saw them in these games 2 and 3 kind of get that early advantage like they did in the first game, but then push it all the way through to the end.
I mean, looking at this here, you can see the Venusaur here from Apprentice dishing out the same amount of damage as the Venusaur here from PogChamp, which is not what you would expect if you have a team strategy built around making sure that Venusaur is the most powerful thing on the board. While Apprentice has some of that, they also have a lot of damage coming out from their Lucario and their Blastoise.
Yeah, from a game theory perspective, I really liked the Zarina pick from PogChamp in this game, but they just weren't able to convert that early game being behind into a mid-game recovery and an end-game advantage like you would want to see with a character like that.
And here we're looking at our score. There was that moment right before Zapdos went down where the teams were separated by literally only 1 point. And interestingly enough, I think that Zapdos may have even been able to go the other way, and Apprentice still could have found a way to get a victory there. Of course, we'll never know. So much changes once that Zapdos goes in the way of one team.
Yeah, the endgame engagement was really kind of wild there when you think about it, because it was actually PogChamp that started ripping the Zapdos to begin with, but then they actually ended up being 1 point ahead thanks to the cap in the bottom point while the Zapdos was being knocked out.
And look at this here, Apprentice. They are doing it. The Giant Killers. This is incredible. Zervis, Shelvin, Zante, Gecko, Kami, and Klaus. I mean, they must be proud of that performance here on the world stage. They took down one of EU's top teams. And now, I don't know, can anyone stop Apprentice?
Yep, I'm sure PogChamp is going to be back with the vengeance. Remember, they are down but not out. This was our upper winners bracket. PogChamp is being sent to the losers, and they don't like being there, I wouldn't imagine. They are going to want to push all the way through to make it back to those grand finals and earn a little payback against Apprentice tomorrow, I imagine.
So we've seen Yerman Burger Flippers head down to the losers bracket, and we've now seen PogChamps head down to the losers bracket. This is really shaking up to be an extremely exciting series. And I think one of the biggest things that's happening, Jeff, as you mentioned earlier, when there are changes in the game, the team that can react to those balance changes the best are the ones who are going to win. And we had a very recent balance patch, which has created some really exciting strategies. Let's take a look back at this final game.
Yeah, as we see here, this first big engagement around this Dreadnought fight, though, is very different than in the first two games. An actual team fight happening here as opposed to just an objective flip that Apprentice was ultimately able to come out ahead in.
Well, I mean, this is just, it's interesting because game one, it really felt like PogChamp, after that first Dreadnought, had it under control. But Apprentice seemed to take these final two games here. Even though, you know, we had this incredible score here from PogChamp, it really felt like Apprentice was in control of this match almost the entire way through. Even at this massive fight down here, they had the Hoopa, they had the Rings Unbound, and it changed everything.
Yeah, I think that second Dreadnought fight is just the story of how important Hoopa's Unite move is for those big team engagements. As we see here, when this flip happened, you know, PogChamp's Venusaur, their character most likely lasted, was just not present for it, while Apprentice was.
And there we have it. Apprentice, PogChamp running back, trying to do anything they could, but they didn't even have enough Aeos energy. And our MVP, Shelvin, on that Blastoise, their favorite Pokemon. Dragonite is their primary Pokemon. Talonflame, their secondary. Boy, I would love to see some Dragonite and Talonflame here in this tournament. Two incredible Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not surprised to not see Talonflame coming out of them. I think that character is a little bit of a poor position against the thicker central area characters like Venusaur that we saw out of PogChamps there. But Dragonite could realistically be one that we see at some point in this tournament for its powerful objective securing potential.
Now, as always, this ship is out of control. We need someone to come back in here and steer it, Jeff, because we're going crazy right now. Let's bring Seltzer back here to take control of this. What a couple wild games. Seltzer.
I don't know. You say the ship is out of control, but in our casters' hands here at the Aeos Cup, it is always smooth sailing. Thank you so much, Spraggles. Thank you, Jeff. Now I'm going to bring back in Zoinks and Doob Snacks to take a closer look at this match. And right from the very beginning, Zoinks, we saw some interesting choices. There was 3 supports. They were in the bottom lane. What was happening?
Yeah, this triple support bottom lane that we have seen in a lot of team compositions, players have been trying this again and again. It's very interesting. Jeff and Spraggles were doing a great job of talking about how the focal point of that team composition is all eggs in the basket of Venusaur. Scale that Pokemon to the moon so that in the final team fight, you'll be in a great spot. However, the one glaring weakness of that team composition is if you ever do fall behind. Whenever you fall behind, you have a couple of options in Pokemon Unite how to get back into it. You need to KO wild Pokemon, any Pokemon, or objectives. The only thing is that triple support bottom lane finds a really hard time later in the game KOing wild Pokemon quickly. If you want to KO them and then get back into a team fight, it takes those support Pokemon a lot longer to do so. Therefore, they're just put on the back foot a little bit more and more. Venusaur has to carry more and more weight, and then just great team play by Apprentice to notice that and then make sure that they were always pressuring Yoshi no matter what. It seemed like Klaus just had their number. That Lucario was extreme speeding directly in their face again and again. Great work from Apprentice.
Yeah, you mentioned Lucario, and on the topic of composition and team switches, we actually had a bit of a switch out for PogChamps in that last game there. Taking a look at the bracket, it wasn't enough to switch it around, but how did you feel about that switch up, Dude Snacks?
Well, it obviously paid dividends there a little bit for Apprentice for them because they stayed true to what they were doing, adjusted well game to game, and of course were able to dispatch of PogChamp 2-1. So as we look, we're going to have Apprentice and Random Gaming kind of carrying the torch in our winners bracket. But let's take a quick look here because if we look down in our losers bracket, we've got a family feud kicking off here between Zephyr White and Zephyr Red.
Yeah.
That's going to be a bit of a mix-up there, but don't let me stop you, Zoinks. What were you going to say?
I'm just so excited for this matchup. A family feud is definitely a good way to look at it. Zephyr Esports, White and Red have been teams for quite some time now. I'm sure they have scrimmed internally quite a bit. I think whenever we get to watch two teams that know each other inside and out, it always plays for a great matchup.
Yeah, that's a great call out there, and I'm excited to jump into that match next. I love seeing teams that know each other well. But maybe you're out there, maybe you're watching this competition play out, maybe you want to get to know these teams well. Well, there's no place to do it better than on the field of battle, and so we invite you to register now for our May Cup Open Qualifier. You can head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and sign up. And if you do and compete, you'll earn 20 Hollowware tickets just for funsies, just so you can make sure you're styling when you hop into those matches. But speaking of matches, we have a bunch more for our EU Aeos Cup. To kick off, we are just going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back. Hey, fellow Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Aeos Island. We're back with day 1 of the Aeos Cup here this weekend, and the EU Winners Finals are almost set. But we are figuring out just how the rest of the teams will fall into line, and helping me do that, I have, of course, Of course, an exceptionally talented duo. I've got Zoinks, I got Doob Snacks. Gentlemen, we've already had a bit of a mix-up in our bracket here today. Now we're jumping on down to the lower bracket, and we're taking a look as you said, a bit of a family affair here between Zephyr Red and Zephyr White. So, Doob Snacks, what are your thoughts on this head-to-head?
Yeah, we talk about the lower bracket, losers bracket, down but not out bracket. So now, unfortunately, this family feud has a lot more hanging in the balance than maybe if they met on the winner's side. Little bit of heated blood, but as Zoink said, they probably scrim against each other a lot, and now it's about putting all the cards on the table and delivering, and I'm sure one of them will like bragging rights, at least internally, on who takes this thing down and presses forward in our Aeos Cup.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get a team change or anything like that, but Zephyr Crown would be fun if they changed it after they win this game. So I'm going to put a team change on the bracket. It's going to be a very exciting match.
All right, well, let's take a look at the match schedule, too, and keep an eye on what's still to come today. Of course, we've got that Zephyr White, Zephyr Red game to determine, and then, it's TBD versus TBD. I know who it is. I think you guys know who it is, but if the graphic doesn't say, well, I'm not going to tell anybody else who it is.
Spoilers.
It is a bit of a spoiler.
Just want to touch base on what we've seen, so far. Yerman Burger Flippers going down, PogChamps going down to Apprentice. So we're getting a little bit of shakeup already in our top four, and it's nice to get to highlight some of these teams that we haven't seen in our previous months, like Zephyr White and Zephyr Red here today for the Aeos Cup.
Absolutely. Doob Snacks, let's actually take a closer look at these two teams here. We got the roster laid out for us. And what I think is interesting is, of course, Zephyr Red, of course, fell to PogChamps. PogChamps now down in that losers bracket with them, and Zephyr White falling to the Apprentices. So is there anything we can learn, Zoinks, from who they fell to, who their opponents were?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a little bit of a placement game of who you're locking down to. Those two teams that you mentioned, of course, incredibly strong in the region. But the interesting thing about the matchup we're about to see is I know that Zephyr White and Red do like to play slightly different play styles.
There we go. Taking a look at these two teams. So Zephyr Red likes to play a little bit of a different playstyle. Do we know what personality kind of assignments you'd give to either one of these teams? Like, if they're siblings, like, which one's the responsible one and which one's the wild one?
Yeah, definitely. I would give the wild one to White every day of the week. Zephyr White is not getting home by curfew. They are making sure that they are at Zapdos when they need to be, but they are making sure that they sneak it in and secure it before Mom notices. Absolutely. Whereas Red definitely playing a little bit more by the book, more popular compositions and things like that.
Oh, well, Doob Snacks, yeah, when you're comparing these two teams here, any final thoughts before we head into this match?
Sixies. Watch for sixies. Watch for sixies. That's the player to watch for me.
All right, great call-outs, good information. Let's head on into this match and see how it all plays out. So Doob Snacks, Zoinks, take it away.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We're already seeing this. And again, I'm eyeing on the screen here. I'm taking a look. Where is Sixies? On the Greninja. Zoinks, on the Greninja. Tentatively, we'll say. Nothing locked in yet, of course. But holy smokes, is that an Aegislash with a big old green check mark?
That is an Aegislash. It's going to be very interesting to see where Zephyr Red wants to put this gigantic sword Pokemon. They are also running a Venusaur and a Greninja. My best understanding, if I can get it, is that we are either seeing 2-1-2 or the Aegislash is headed up into the top path. Otherwise, I believe the Greninja will be taking the hold in the central area. That makes the most sense to me, but these compositions are going to be very interesting. We saw in the last game that was spectated by Jeff and Spraggles, we saw a lot of high sustain, so many supports. This is going to be the inverse of that. We have so many damage dealers on either side. We're going to see a lot of KOs, a lot of explosive moments. So if you haven't put your seatbelt on yet, or if you already have, get 2 on there, because this is going to be one of the best games we've seen so far today.
It's going to be a real street fight out here on Aeos Island for sure. And the one thing that I noticed kind of very quickly in that character select screen, some slow bros coming into the action here. And they're going to be the ones that are going to be stepping up front, trying to give a little control and help their team have a little bit of a presence when getting into these team fights. But you said it. Look, we see a 2-1-2 right here as we see the sword and the Hoopa roll up top, and Classics and Ikeles rolling down here in the bottom path for Zephyr Red.
This gives us a little bit of information on move selection and things like that. No doubt Zephyr Red's Hoopa player will be opting into that hyperspace hole, make sure they can rotate the 2 players committed to the top path down as much as possible. Nice secure there by Elkies, by the way, on the Venusaur. Venusaur, not an incredibly easy Pokemon to last hit with, especially when facing up against a Slowbro with Water Gun.
Absolutely. White is going to want to make sure that they use this personnel advantage that they have in the bottom path to really keep Zephyr Red from getting too much of an advantage or even keeping parity. And of course, the inverse of that, Red is going to want to make sure they're getting advantage in the top path as they had for a moment there, a personnel advantage as well.
On Zephyr White's side, Jmu is another of my personal favorite players to spectate and watch. A fantastic defender player, obviously showcasing that by getting that very early level 4 evolution. Not too many bees going on their way, though. Zephyr Red collecting a ton of those with a Surf Razor Leaf combo, but the Doublade in the top lane is going to be putting in work. Bit of response, though, from your favorite 60s.
Yeah, I mean, Rayto able to get the KOs, get a little frog-on-frog crime there, saying, you know, I've got the Hollowware on, I'm looking fresh, I'm looking clean. Classic's going to get put the meat shield in front of Nika so they can get back a little bit as that Razor Leaf takes that Audina from a distance. And now Zephyr White moving forward kind of in a coalesced pack here, 3-on-3 action as Azri's going to work on Classics. Classics playing very far forward. We have the defensive ring that's going to suck everybody back to base for Zephyr White and give them full HP. Defensive ring for Zephyr Red. Now they're just matching each other's moves here to make sure one team isn't caught out more than the other.
Hyperspace Hole, obviously a very powerful ability, either to swap the lanes or get all the way back to your home goal zone and heal up every bit of HP you need to. One of the best things we're going to see in this game is teams utilizing their cooldown management. If you've seen Hyperspace Hole from the enemy team, you know that you have 10 seconds to put on the gas before they're allowed to reset their HP. If you can time that incredibly well, then you'll be able to find yourself some key KOs and put yourself ahead in this matchup.
Absolutely. Just a quick little dunk here for Red as they, again, have the personnel advantage in the top path. And that poor War Total Harai just trying to hold it down for White as they have more resources sent to the bottom. Those bees kind of going everywhere, but now there's both Slowbros in the mix here. And White feeling the pressure putting on. That's a telekinesis sucking the Slowbro back into the action, trying to get a KO there. Can't quite close the door as that express lane on the Aeos Highway has been opened up by Red to try and bring more players down to the bottom path. That's a KO. Ivysaur and Ivysaur going down here. Slowbro on Slowbro going down here. Everybody's picking up their counterpart and getting some KOs here as the Dreadnought has arrived. Zephyr Red has the personnel advantage, 2 players down for White, and now we're going to see if this War Turtle and the Hoopa can posture around Dreadnought by just enough time for White to get back into the action before Red can take it. Red actually not quite interested in pressuring it yet, and here we go. They're moving in slowly but surely, buying time and engaged by White now that all their players are in, and they're trying to eye down Rayto. Unite move coming in, and one right back, and now they're trying to find KOs. The Greninja finds 2, and they're working through. Greninja gets 1 on the Hoopa, 3 players down for Red, and when they had the advantage, that swung the other way as Raytao is doing their best. The KO streaks are flying. The frogs are on top. Who's going to be a reign superior frog here in the bottom path? And they're even still. Their KO streak of 3 for both sides, and Zephyr Red, it's just 60s. It's just 60s. It's just 60s with KO streak of 5. Zip them up. That's 5 in a row for the big dog.
Big Dog fight number 2 already kicking off. The wide guard absorbs the attack. However, 60 still is able to KO the Dreadnought. Fantastic heads up play by utilizing that wide guard, trying to take aggro away from 60s, but 60's auto attack still secures the Dreadnought. 60's eating absolutely amazing right now. Level 11 and a half. Cruising through the enemy team. That's another surf reset for a KO. Why not give them the best of Quint as well? Let's see if they can break this bottom tier goal zone. It could be a lot of a siege, but that's a Venusaur. Absolutely throwing out so much damage, stopping any hope of scoring. And now Zephyr Red has started to fight back. They found their footing, but they're losing ground little by little. White has the pressure. Now the Aegis Slash and Slowbro are here. Held in place. Jmu is gonna be gone. And Zephyr Red brings things up to a little bit of parity. They lose the Dreadnought, a bit behind in the level lead, but points-wise, Zephyr Red has quite a large margin of a lead.
Like a sibling fight, something goes down and one of them calls a timeout as they all catch their breath and take a quick break. That Rotom is sent into the face of Red as they're going to try and control it a little bit, keep it from hitting the goal zone too quickly. And of course, all of Red is in presence here as Jamu comes through with that surf. And of course, Slowbro just hitting him with the telekinesis, getting a little control as things seem to be settling down in the top path.
Jamu with a gigantic level lead. Again, thank your Dreadnoughts, because that fantastic level lead on the opposing Slowbro. Once they knock out this Rotom, they should finally tick over to 9, allowing access to the super important Slowbro Unite move.
Absolutely, that's a great one for the team fight as the action again seems to be coalescing in the bottom path a little bit here. The Venusaur's going to lead the charge, and Raytao, who did so much good work for Red, is trying to hold it down and get their share of bees. Look at that Solar Beam trying to pick up some action here as White and Red are squaring off again for a little round 2.
Amazing amount of Solar Beam damage forces out that hyperspace hole reset like I was talking about. However, Zephyr White has now put on the engage. 2 Hoopa Unite moves are out. Everybody's coming down for this team fight. So much damage to kick things off.
Yeah, the Hoopa Unbound pulling everybody in, and here we go. We're going to see who gets the positional advantage. The Venusaur's down. That's a big one here, as Red is pulling Dreadnought to their side of the map. That's a rapid spin by the Blastoise. Are they going to go down? Are they going to stay up? They bite the dust. Not quite, as there's 2 players down for Red, and although they have the positional advantage here, Big Surf, that's great for Secure. Are they going to be able to close it out? The left side team takes it. It's a Hoopa chip shot getting it done. Here we go. White's going to use that experience and shields to try and push back in the face of Red, as they had 2 players down. Still, as they're sieging this bottom goal zone, that Solar Beam from a distance go punch a hole in your chest, enough so that it sends Zephyr White reeling and buying them a little bit of time, but Red not willing to let them off the hook just yet.
Sly was looking like Sly Cooper there with the heist of the century, able to auto-attack that Dreadnought yet again and take it out from underneath the Venusaur. If that Vine Whip boosted auto-attack was just a little bit later, they may have secured the Dreadnought on their side, but that was then, this is now. Rotom, a very present of mind objective for both Red and White, committing 4 players each to this top lane, not worried about knocking out wild Pokemon to level up. Instead, this objective is so important. Aegislash able to keep themselves up with that shield boosted auto, gonna be getting them self-heal, but 60s finds a way to KO them all the same.
If this game's about scoring, nobody told the Zephyr family, because they ain't about it. They about taking a body. Dog, here we go. Big Surf kicking the action. That's the Venusaur trying to leash into that as Zephyr Red pushes a push back in the other way. They chip in and they get a steal of their own. Rotom going into the face of White here as White forced to retreat, hold down this goal zone. Are they just going to let it crash in, or are they going to try and defend it? Looks like Azri's going to pick it up for a little bit, and no, they elect to just get back into the action, get some of those wild Pokemon, get their experience up that way, and just let the goal zone fall.
Objective gameplay's been the name of the game. We're about to head into Zapdos territory here, positioning quite even. Either team going around their bottom bush on their own team side. A slight lead by Zephyr Red, however, that is not a gigantic one. There definitely is going to need to be a team fight to decide this game. 1 minute and 46 seconds left. Zapdos left untouched.
Blastoise getting onto the side of the backside. There's 60s trying to score a cheeky hundo banger up top, and I think they will unscathed. And we're going to the middle with Zapdos, and that's a Hoops Unbound. Here we go. We're getting sucked right into the action here. Unite move by the Blastoise. We're working through. 2 players down for Red. 60s coming back in, going to try and get some KOs themselves. We just working through. 4 players down for Zephyr Red. What even happened out here? KO streak of 2 for the Venusaur called Jeff Goldblum. It's looking like Jurassic Park out here. And now Zephyr White is all over the Zapdos. Are they going to take it? Are they going to peel back? No, they're leaving the job up to 60s to see if they can seal it up. Here come Azru and Jamu. You're going to see him close it up with Zapdos, get a little bit of help here, and this is going to be a save by the Aegislash. They clutch it out! They clutch it out! The sword comes through! Shring! Unsheathed and unbound, and they're pushing back in the face of Zephyr White. Zephyr Red with just the clutch 4 players down. It's duck it time, baby!
Sacred Sword through 2-3 members of Zephyr White all the way, and they are able to last hit that Zapdos. They may have not been able to secure a Dreadnought in this game, but when it counts, the honored warrior studying the blade is what's gonna count here. We even get that last 50, last second of Zapdos. 702 for Zephyr Red, only 167 for Zephyr White. Incredible last second Zapdos steal. No amount of stuns could lock that Aegislash in place, and that burst amount of damage from Sacred Sword was able to take it. Fantastic last minute moment. Zephyr White could not mount a defense in those last sections to try to block any goals going into those goal zones. Zephyr Red goes up 1-0 in your series.
Just a cheeky Unite move by Eichels down there for the Zephyr Red Venusaur, as they have to be elated because they just got away with one. Zephyr White took their eye off the ball for what could only be considered a fraction of a second. Open up the gate and buy just enough time for that Aegislash to come in and just White literally slash through the Zapdos for that last hit. 702, 167, Zephyr Red goes up a game.
Yeah, no kidding. Fantastic game from Zephyr Red. Those last hits happening all over the place definitely were telling the story. However, Zapdos going over to Zephyr Red was the nail in the coffin for this matchup. Yeah, really would have loved to see a bit more of a presence around Zapdos from the up and conscious members of Zephyr White, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. 60 still with an incredible stat line to start this game off. They were winning a large percentage of this game, and it was showcased. 12 KOs, 7 assists.
Just an absolute force on the island, but this just shows it's a team game and you can play the best 8 minutes of your life. But if you take the focus away in the last 2, that Zapdos will come back and haunt you. And just like the Ghost-type Aegislash, haunt it did. Wow. Taking a look at that, let's look at the damage here. Any standouts for you, Zoinks?
If I'm just looking at these numbers, what I was talking about originally was that we have so many damage dealers on both compositions. I think that's played out. Very even distribution on the side of Zephyr Red, 77, 86, 70. All 3 of these Pokemon were putting in work throughout the game, finding a lot of value. Weren't finding the secures early. That is one touch I would love to give Zephyr Red if they could clean up that game a little bit. But hey, Zephyr White was kept in the game with those, and 60s has all the numbers going towards them.
Yeah, and as we see here in the score, the spike that is Zapdos unlocking those goal zones for Hundo Burger time makes it a little bit easier to score and a little bit easier sledding, and makes it go downhill. So Zephyr Red with just a cheeky little steal on Zapdos, able to swing the tide into their favor here. As we're taking a look at your Zephyr Red squad, Neverix, Rayto, Nico, Klazix, and Eichelis. All doing great work in that one.
Very consistent performances across the board. February finals top 6, March finals top 8, and now they are giving themselves a good start in this losers bracket run of Aeos Cup.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look at how this played out. Zephyr White had the positional advantage most of the game, and we're talking on terms of scoreboard and experience, of course. And as we go through these highlights here, we're seeing kind of this big crazy back and forth between these Greninjas. KO streak of 3, then a KO streak of 3 back the other way, but ultimately I think it was 60s that got the better of this exchange, wiping out the whole squad as they're getting credit for their 5th one right now.
Yeah, the damage numbers, the KO streak, it's all flashy and beautiful, but hey, please shout out to the defender player of Jmu, always making sure they are their backup, making sure they are providing stuns on the enemy Slowbro, making sure that 60s has a clear path to get all these KOs and their Surf resets.
Absolutely, and this is when that little Hoopa Chipshot Sly rolling through their own portal after getting that full HP from base, coming back through. I'm just going to press A here, go ahead and taking it out. And this is, of course, that absolute kerfuffle big fight. The Zephyr White performed very, very well in, almost a full team clear. But here we see just 60s and company kind of peel off, and they started chasing the opposing Venusaur, open the door in just enough time for Zephyr Red to come in and steal.
Yeah, no kidding. Neverix definitely saw the hole in the armor and plunged their entire blade all the way through. And in this case, the target, the heart, if you will, was Zapdos. They succeed, they get it, and what a better story to tell the Zephyr Red children as they go to bed. But the family dispute is not over. Game 2 is upcoming, and we have this family gathering still ongoing.
Of course. Let's take a look at our Game 1 MVP between the Zephyr squads here, and it's Rayto for Zephyr Red, the Greninja, that really did a great job carrying, closing the door out on a lot of the Zephyr White characters. Of course, big damage output, and, tip of the cap for the number of the KOs they had as well. I think they were at 9 for that game, if my memory serves.
Yeah, really, really incredible play from Rayto. I like their Greninja a lot. I like the scope lens build on Greninja as well. Those critical hits can come in clutch so often, especially with a Pokemon like Greninja that is incredible at burst damage.
Yeah, and we see, Spraggles mentioned it earlier when talking with Jeff, we do see a couple characters still holding on to that buddy barrier. Raytao and their Greninja was one of them, and gave them a good amount of sustain kind of in their rally back once they came through, were able to steal that the Zapdos kind of on the back end of the Aegislash, and then really immediately rain in 4 KOs, like immediately. It was like just Thanos snap and the team disappeared.
No kidding. Yeah, I'm excited to see what these teams decide to do next in terms of Pokemon compositions. I doubt we'll see any change. Both teams really felt comfortable in what they were utilizing, maybe just a little bit of a strategic difference. We saw the Honedge doing very, very well in that top lane, getting to that precious Doublade evolution quite quickly. But if they can't keep pace with the other Lucario and Greninja on the opposite side, it might be a tricky situation to keep running this 2-1-2 composition.
Yeah, if I'm on the Zephyr Red comms, I'm saying, look, we got away with one there. You know, great play. We certainly played to what the outs we had are. Let's clean up that first 8 minutes. Let's make sure we're not in a position where we have to play that way. Nobody wants to play for the hero save. They want to play for that controlling end game where they're just being oppressive and have full control over what's going on. So yes, they got away with one. They just want to tidy that up a bit. If I'm White, I'm saying, holy smokes, the ball was on a tee and we took our eyes off it and we completely whiffed there in the last moments. As you could see, Sixties just violently ripping into the Zapdos, and you just saw the Slowbro and Venusaur peel away, and you know he's probably like, come back, I need you. And by the time they rolled back up for the support, there you go. There was Aegislash coming through and saying, I'll take this one. I can carve up a turkey with the best of them. I'm a big old sword. So
yeah, Zapdos has and always will have a deceptively large HP pool. When you start burning down that Zapdos, it gets a little scary when you're the only one in the Zapdos pit actually doing damage to it. Even scarier when you see Nevronix on that Aegislash coming through that middle corridor. So definitely a horror movie in live action for Zephyr White. But honestly, if we're really breaking down those early Dreadnought fights, game 1 and 2, Zephyr Red had great early positioning. They even won a couple of fight engagements to give them prime position to knock out the Dreadnought. But in every situation there, Zephyr White was able to just sneaky steal that Dreadnought. So Red needs to clean up that. Zephyr White, if they get these steals, they definitely need to start winning just a little bit more early positioning. And I think that would even play well into the Zapdos fight. They get that positioning, they're able to throw their Blastoise up in front and center, use that gigantic Hydro Typhoon Unite move. If they see that, Sixties is definitely going to see a bit of blood in the water and surf through the whole enemy squad.
Do you think White has to make any strategic approaches different now that they're seeing that Zephyr Red might be coming out with that 2 in the top path, 1 in the central area, 2 in the bottom path sort of formation? It's
definitely an interesting question. And I think around those first Bs, you're very much want your Lucario to play a little bit safer. Honedge can clear through those Bs, not to mention the amount of mobility they have with their boosted attack. Aegislash can zip all over the map and, to boot, has incredible damage early game. Lucario and Greninja can punish the Aegislash, but you have to remember that Honedge is not alone. It has the partner of Hoopa in the lane, which is giving them so much support and is giving them just a real huge advantage early game. What I would like to see is maybe Sixties go a little bit of an early movement to that top path, or maybe go through the central area and go up near the other side team's goal zone. So just a little bit more creative of rotations, I think, would let Zephyr White have a huge advantage in that top lane.
Well, we have a couple things locked in. Of course, the hero Neverix on the Aegislash going to lock that in pretty quickly.
Of course.
Eichel's going to go with the Venusaur here. Classics on Slowbro, Rayto on Greninja, Neko on, of course, the Hoopa. So no changes on that side of the board. Let's take a look if we see any on the other. Sly locking in the Hoopa. We saw them get an auto attack Dreadnought steal. Jamu, you mentioned them a ton. Great Slowbro player and not willing to switch off that. My player to watch here, Sixties, back on the Greninja. They did great work in game 1. They just need to capitalize on it here in game 2.
Yeah, honestly, I think if Zephyr White can really just Zephyr White can really play out their game plan from start to finish, clean up those first couple of Dreadnoughts, they're going to be in great position. And if an Aegislash comes through that central area again, I highly doubt they're going to let it steal Zapdos a second time. So, in this case, they're definitely going to be cleaning up their gameplay a lot. I guarantee these players are very, very strong. They're not going to let the same mistake happen twice.
The strong counter Unite that is the Slowbro Unite. Who do you want to see the Slowbros focusing with their Unite moves real quick before we jump into the action?
When that team fight pops off, I love when the Slowbro can lock down a slightly squishy target and one that could highly sustain itself. So if there is a Venusaur, I'm trying to remember to the team comps, definitely lock down that Venusaur so you can try to delete it, but better yet, grab a Greninja. That, when in doubt, always just grab a Greninja. That should do it.
I was going to say, if I'm the Slowbro for Zephyr Red here, I'm trying to find 60s as quick as I can, and I'm putting the Unite move straight on them. We're watching them cruise through the middle areas, of course. Up top, we see Harai here going to chip into their A-Palms, and Eichel's down here on the left-hand side. There's some action kicking off in the bottom path a little bit as they're eyeing down. Are we seeing a 2-1-2 on both sides, or can I not count? No, we have three. We have three from Zephyr White. I just didn't see a little Slowpoke. Just slow to the action is Jamu there in the bottom path.
Zephyr White with an amazing heads-up play, knowing that there's going to be only 2 Pokemon in this bottom path for Zephyr Red. They actually go all the way to the enemy's Autonos first, allowing Jamu to get the middle Autono completely to themselves. So great knowledge of what they're going to be going into and adapting on the fly. Zephyr White netting themselves just a slight early lead when it comes to knocking out these wild Pokemon. We now have a Slowbro online for Jamu.
Yeah, Brett adjusting well here, bringing an extra personnel down in the bottom path to bring parity a little bit. Score is just a paltry 5-5, but look at that early Slowbro. This is going to be a Surf, going to be able to take a good portion of that because Surf is just absolutely nasty at this level. Classic's unable to Surf back in themselves, and Zephyr White gets the better of that exchange.
Back up the top lane, it seems like we're having quite a bit of bouts, but no KOs. A lot of these Pokemon losing a ton of HP, but of course the Citrus Berries are ready and waiting to heal you up. Elky's taking a lot of damage. Evolution gives them those iframes. They get back to the goal zone to heal up a little bit more.
White playing very far forward here, and we see if there's an engagement. That's a Surf, as we see Neverage just getting in 30 points up top. Oh, there's a KO on the Slowbro here as the Bulbasaur gets theirs, which actually allows them to evolve. And that's, of course, after the Slowbro got a KO for themselves. So a little bit of a receipt paid back here by Zephyr White's Ivysaur.
Zephyr White winning in this bottom path for sure. Zephyr Red has a huge advantage in the top path, though. Aegislash already at level 6, matching, whereas the currently still a Squirtle on the side of Zephyr White only at level 4. We have a full minute or just under until this first Dreadnought fight. Plenty of time to knock out wild Pokemon and level up and find that evolution, but still, you gotta feel a little bit concerned for Zephyr White's early game in top path.
Yeah, 2 stage 2s in the top path is not a good look for Zephyr White if they're willing to try and get back into control of this game. As look at Harai just trying to hold down in the face of 2 players here, getting a little bit of support by 60s, a Greninja themselves, as they're going back and forth. A huge cutting chop by the Aegislash, going to penetrate deep into the backfield, but they get KO'd for going that far. Reito now forced to retreat, which might open the door for Zephyr White to get a good portion of these bees. All 60s not letting them off the leash, pushing them way far back, making sure that there's no doubt about it. Zephyr White is getting those Combees in the middle.
Nevronix's last boosted auto did not target their Greninja. So unfortunate, they went the wrong direction. Could not net themselves the KO, and they do get KO'd in turn. Still, though, rotated down here. Level 8, the fight is already kicking off.
Classics goes down, and that's not good as Greninja on Greninja Crime happens. 1 gets KO'd, KO Sugar 2, that might be 3 down on Zephyr Red. And no, the Aegislash gets credit back the other way on the Ivysaur here, and Zephyr White is all around the Dreadnought. Let's see if they can close it out instead of letting it get stolen like they were doing to Zephyr Red in the first game. And it looks like Harai and Sly are going to work through as 60's going to buy time. 60's going to try and find it, but they've let it penetrate it's a big Surf. Left side team takes it. Just a great steal by the Ivysaur. What a look by Zephyr Red, and Zephyr White forced to retreat. They're in shambles after that. Going back through that just hoop to go back to the goal zone to get some heals. As it's a KO Trigger 2 for the Aegislash. They're just coming through, cutting them down and sawing them down, chopping them out at the legs. Zephyr White can't make it back in time as points are just raining into this goal zone, and poor Azri's just getting eyed down by everyone. 60's in the back line trying to put some pressure on, but it is not long for this, as 25 points is all that remains on that bottom path goal zone.
Elkys and Nevronix, a iconic duo for Zephyr Red. They're able to send in the Aegislash on the front line. You go ahead, attack about in the melee range, while the Beamosaur shoots down gigantic missiles from range. So fantastic work in that fight composition. They get the Dreadnought, allows Nevronix to get Unite move online, and immediately that just spells disaster for White. Despite 60's having an earlier lead of the central area player, they don't get this one their favor.
Zephyr Red getting the Rotom here, and they have a good pressure into the face of Zephyr White. They're moving through. That might be a defensive portal. Who's going to take it? 2 players do, and now they're working through. Holy smokes, 3 players down for Zephyr White. Zephyr Red using that experience advantage. KO Shrika 3 for the Greninja. And Rayto, as they're putting the team on their back here in Game 2, saying it's Zephyr Red time. You let us slide into Game 1. We are not letting you do the same to us here in Game 2.
Elky's taking that Dreadnought. Really is just a domino effect of so many things in this game. Now they're scaling Pokemon like Venusaur and Aegislash are doing so well in terms of levels, allowing them to throw their advantages everywhere. Zephyr White needs to do a split push, up push, find a KO, something. They need to close this gap in terms of experience, not to mention the points.
Zephyr White working the face. Oh, that's a Solar Beam that catches the Slowbro, forces them to retreat. Good set of defense there. Unite move by the Blastoise here, and they're trying to Rapid Spin. They're going to see if they can get everybody down for that. But no, it's the Aegislash that says, what is water to a sword, baby? Cutting through that, no problems. And the Hoopas are unbound, pulling everybody through, as I've mentioned before, like the Avengers. And 3 players fall for Zephyr White. The experience disparity is just too big right now. Red putting the pressure on, taking absolute control, and Raytao gets a KO. Yeah, 60s might have gotten one, but they've definitely got the advantage as they easily clean up the turtle on the beach.
Zephyr Red getting themselves an incredibly important KO on the enemy Blastoise in the top path just before that team fight went up. Then they knew that the Blastoise Hydro Typhoon was not available to them. They allowed themselves to push in very aggressively, no fear of getting stunned or that burst of damage. So fantastic heads-up play from Zephyr White again. They are really just outbraining this matchup right now. Still though, that 40 points in that top path tier 1 goal zone 60s put in does bring the point lead a little bit closer. The experience lead is still becoming larger and larger in this game.
Absolutely. Red is going to try and not let White get too much far back into this, but giving up some of that crucial comeback experience as they're able to get a KO on Zephyr Red and make a siege on this bottom tier goal zone. They're pushing, points are going in. Can they hold out? No, the Greninja takes out takes out 60s. That's Rayto, and that's a KO Shrika 2 for Rayto. They're going to see if they can chop up Azri. Venusaur gets one on the Hoopa, but Rayto gets locked down by the Slowbro, and they're going to get KO'd by the Blastoise. What great teamwork by Zephyr White to kind of complete the push, and now they're going to try and split directions and go back their other way here, as that was a great presence of mind by Zephyr White and a great minuscule team battle in what has been the greater picture here in the first 7 minutes.
It's gonna give them such a boost here heading into this Zapdos fight. Just 45 seconds definitely brought things closer to parity. Zephyr Red still with a little bit of a level advantage. I'm looking at a level 14 Rayto on this Greninja. It'll be such a threat, and Nebronix just hit 13 as well. Going to be so many strong contenders in this final team fight. We're really going to see target prioritization be the most important thing. If you can eliminate one of these weaker targets quickly, as all your teammates focus in on them, then that could definitely give you the team fight advantage as a whole. However, neither team's going to want to let that happen. Jmu and the Slowbro from Zephyr Red are going to be playing a whole lot of defense, protecting their carry Pokemon.
Yeah, Zephyr White putting some protection on the Rotom here, making sure it doesn't hit too quick. There we get the express lane back into the bottom path here as Nyquils just fires a Solar Beam in the middle. And we're getting ready to kick off the action here as Zephyr Red is already postured. Are they ripping it already? If we could take a look at this Zapdos here, they're kind of all around it. Harai's trying to come in and buy some pressure here. But that Zapdos is already halfway done, 1/3 done, 10% done. Where are you, Zephyr White? You didn't even put any pressure on the Hoopas out, but doesn't matter as all the goal zones are unlocked. And yeah, now White has to take the body on everybody and not let anybody get in if they want to hold the lead against Zephyr Red. But bang, that dissipates in an instant. It's 350 points, 448 points. Holy smokes, only 2 left there. And now they're going to try and get the KOs, and they're going to have to put together a swing the other way. But there's Nyquils, the big Solar Beam to stop the Blastoise. That's type advantage, baby. And they're sent packing, and they don't get their 50 banger in. But here comes the squad.
Not a gigantic lead either, 224 to 448. Very, very close, but Solar Beam is an incredible stop-scoring move. Aegislash and Venusaur are the last 2 defenders here. Sly trying to get in just a small amount of 6. They have so many Pokemon down. Now is the time to score, but everybody is back up for Zephyr Red. 36, a little bit. These chip points are coming in. 348 to 448, a whole 100 points. They need an entire hundo burger to match up right now.
That Blastoise is the only one holding 50. Excuse me, the Venusaur as well. Who are they going to try to unlock the gate to the castle here for one of them? One of them has to get their points in to bring this score to dead even. 362. Here we go. They're trying to make a siege here, but Zephyr Red's all over it. One player down for Zephyr White. They're pushing. The Venusaur's on the brink. They can't go down. They have 50. They do. Does anybody left with 50 on Zephyr White? No. They don't even have enough points in pocket. They have 30 seconds left, and that's a KO streak of 2 for Raytao. How many times have I said that, Zoink? Because now it looks like Zephyr Red has taken the lead, held the lead, played some defense, and is sending their sibling packing in Zephyr White.
Game 1 was a close one, came down to a lot of steals. This game had its fair amount of steals as well, but it really did seem like Zephyr Red was driving this ship, as we said before, this entire game. Zephyr Red, fantastic work. They know they have the level advantage. They know they have the positioning. As soon as those two facts, those boxes have been checked on their checklist, they immediately start damaging the Zapdos, putting all of their damaging moves on towards it. No one was stealing that out from underneath Zephyr Red. They take this match in a much closer game, but still 2-0.
Venusaur, the absolute hero here, and what it was, we didn't know at the time was a huge inflection point, but that first Dreadnought with the chip shot, able to steal it off of the hoop of portaling back in, and that was just exactly the tide that just collapsed over Zephyr White as they were able to take control of the game from there. 10 KOs for Raytao. Wow.
Yeah, incredible work. I think another thing we have to shout out here is Zephyr Red's early 2-1-2 game plan really made it tough for Harai and Zephyr White to put up a fight as a Blastoise. They were getting some great Unite moves, really good positioning, some good KOs, but that Raytao and Neverix and Neko all being up in that top lane made it so tough for them to get leveled up as fast as they needed to.
Wow, did that Aegis Slash look good. They looked real good here as we're taking a look at the damage. 110k? Are you kidding me? Is that the biggest number we've seen so far out of the Venusaur? Eichels, holy smokes.
Eichels with that Beamosaur as well. That's not Petal Dance Giga Drain damage. That is Sludge Bomb Solar Beam. So incredible work to watch. And we saw it again. Zephyr White would have these really nice sieges on these goal zones. However, Solar Beam does so much burst damage, not to mention a wild range, stopping anybody from scoring, allowed the rest of the team to get back on the defense and shift that team fight to another way. Not to mention, Raytao says, hey, you made them all low. I'll just clean this up. And some nice serve resets were fantastic.
A great coming out party here for Zephyr Red as they have been able to go from top 6 in February, top 8 in March, and of course now they're pressing forward in the Aeos Cup, trying to get to that top 4 to play tomorrow for their share of $10,000, Zoinks.
Woo. That's a big chunk of change, and definitely Zephyr, I'm sure there's no love lost in between these games either. The teammates, and here we go, the MVP, Raytao, taking it. So fun to watch this player. A matchup versus 60s on the Greninja's always going to be a good one, but in the end, it was Zephyr Red that won the game. Raytao definitely deserves this MVP crown.
Great look by them, of course, carried that second game and really came alive as I think they got 3 KO streaks of 2 at the very minimum while we were casting it. So an absolute great look by them, and just in tandem with that Aegis Slash, it looked like just a devastating combination that couldn't be stopped by what Zephyr White was trying to execute out there on Aeos.
No kidding. Zephyr Red's strategy of the best offense is also a very good defense. And they were showcasing it in a lot of ways. Dreadnought fights, Zapdos fights, maybe most importantly, they net themselves a nice 2-0 win.
Without a doubt. Captain, my captain, Seltzer, get back in here and take control of this thing, because I feel like we've steered us awry, as usual, as our casting duos tend to do here on this Saturday.
Dupe Snacks, Zoinks, we are still on course, no worries at all, and a great job casting that bit of sibling rivalry right there. I know parents aren't supposed to have favorites, but Zephyr Red did pull ahead with a 2-0 victory, so we're going to stick that one up on the fridge, and I am going to bring Spraggles and Jeff back in here to talk about how they did it. Now, Jeff, we saw a bunch of different stuff at play here. I know we weren't even sure we were going to see Aegis Slash in the EU games, but made a big impression in this game, as well as a Solar Beam on Venusaur. Bit of a different choice. Haven't seen a lot of that either. Help me sort it all out, Jeff.
Yeah, I think one of the things that really stands out to me in my mind from the Zephyr Red team composition is they wanted to make sure they had good objective securing potential. So both that solar beam on Venusaur as well as the boosted auto attacks from the Aegislash deal damage based on the total health of the target that you're hitting, meaning they have an incredible chance to secure those last hits against these objective Pokemon that have a lot of health.
Oh yeah, we saw that come through in a big way.
That was one of the craziest things that we saw in this. It was all about stealing objectives. That first match was a heartbreaker for White. I mean, you have to assume you have that Zapdos, and then at the last second, that Sword comes in and takes it, and it felt like since then they were on their back foot the whole time, watching out for this Solar Beam, watching out for all these secures coming from Zephyr Red. It really was the craziest finish in match 1, and then match 2, I mean, Red secured everything. They were just on fire. That Solar Beamasaur, it was scaring even me. I wasn't even casting. I had to call my family and tell them I was worried.
Huh. A little bit of a fright there.
You said that first game it looked like things got stolen a little bit, but really Team Zephyr White kind of left themselves open for that to be a potential. You know, we talked about starting that Zapdos rip, but it was just Sixies in that central area working on that objective while some other folks chased around the Venusaur from the opposing team, kind of opening the door for that Aegislash to make the play that we saw.
Absolutely true. Yeah, they were scared of the beam. They were scared of the beam, but they weren't scared of the sword. They should have been scared of the sword.
Oh, there's a lot to respect when these teams are bringing their fire the way they are today in our Aeos Cup finals. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how things have panned out as far as our overall matches. And of course, we are saying goodbye to Zephyr White now as Zephyr Red has moved on in the bracket. How about the rest of this lineup there, Spraggles?
Yeah, I mean, a match that we didn't get to see. I would have loved to see 5 guys compete today, but Urim and Burger Flippers did take them down in this losers bracket here. I think some of the most surprising stuff we are seeing right now is that PogChamp and Urim and Burger Flippers are going to be going at it in the losers bracket. This is crazy. I mean, these are 2 top 4 teams, and one of them is not making it to the top 4 in this tournament. And then, of course, the incredible finish by Apprentice Unleashed there. They are now up in that winners bracket, about to go up against Random Gaming tomorrow. That is going to be an extremely exciting match.
Absolutely. And if you at home are inspired by this gameplay, well, we have a way to get you involved. You can head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and sign up now for our May Cup Open Qualifier. Registration is open, and if you compete, you're going to get yourself 20 HoloWare tickets no matter what. You just got to sign up, play a little. Maybe you win. Maybe you go on to have a brilliant career, and maybe recast your games here in the Aeos Cup. What a dream that would be. But for now, our teams are set. We are moving into our final EU match of the day before we head on into picking our winner tomorrow. But stay tuned, more action to come. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon Unite. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Aeos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Today, we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon Unite. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Aeos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score.
Goal!
That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training! Hey everybody, welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Thank you for joining us. There's a lot of things I want to say to you for joining us, for tuning in today, and most of them boil down to gratitude and excitement because the games have been incredible. And of course, I have a stellar cast of Pokemon UNITE geniuses to take us through the action, two of which are Spraggles and Jeff Hoagland, who have been breaking down the games and casting them for your pleasure over the course of the season, and of course, all weekend long here at the Aeos Cup. Gentlemen, we are into our final match today for the EU region. Lots of games tomorrow, final one today. So Jeff, how do you think this one encapsulates the EU region?
This has not been an easy path for the Yerman Burger Flippers. They had to compete with 5 guys in the round before this. Another one of the teams, the top 4 in both monthlies. This round, they're playing against Pog champs. It has been an uphill climb, but they definitely seem like they're up to the challenge. And we're in for a treat, getting to watch some really awesome matches against these teams here on day 1 of this tournament.
Take a look at this bracket right here. PogChamp, Yerman Burger Flippers. Who would have thought that they would be in the losers bracket? Now, notoriously, I have said that I would eat my hat if something crazy happens. And if I would have been asked earlier if we'd see them fighting in the losers bracket before the top 4, I would have said I would eat my hat. But here we have it. Of course, Five Eye also going up against Zephyr Red. The match we will see, though, is that PogChamp, Yerman Burger Flippers. 2 of the best.
Absolutely. They sat at the top of the leaderboard all season long. Now they are sitting at the bottom of our bracket. Let's take a closer look at the team lineups here and see what we can learn from the rosters. I know both of these teams have put up an excellent fight, not just today, but all season, all competition long. What is going to draw the line between them?
I mean, look, you've got Yoshi here, and Yoshi is just this incredible player on PogChamp, and we saw the strategy earlier. Protect Yoshi, make him big dinosaur, go boom. But Yerman Burger Flippers is just such an incredible team. I think their strategies can be quite varied, and as Jeff mentioned, they have had one of the toughest brackets in this tournament. I don't know which team is going to take this. Again, these are the best of the best, and I can't believe they're facing off in the losers bracket right now.
Yeah, we have a Big upset here, a big change, but, you know, Jeff, we were talking a little bit during the break, too, that this is still a huge opportunity, a very open scene, and a lot of these teams, as far as they have come, this is still new territory to tread.
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon Unite as a game is less than a year old. Our competitive scene is still developing as we head into the first World Championships with a $500,000 prize pool. And I expect to see a lot of these teams that we're not familiar with to pop up as we move forward, as they make a name for themselves, as people get fully established here.
Jeff, is this your way of saying that maybe you and me should form a team? I guess if you really want to. Could we really win?
I mean, I've thought about forming a team, Spraggles, but we'll work it out in DMs.
Okay, great.
All right, well, you guys are going to have to work it out after this match as well, because I believe our teams are ready. So, Spraggles, Jeff, I'm sending you in.
All right.
Interested to see the draft portion here. We see that Protect the President with the Venusaur locking in for PogChamps here. And that's a Decidueye for our Yerman Burger Flippers there, Spraggles.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if we're going to see some similar Decidueye strategy that we saw earlier that did not seem to work. But then again, it was going into a different team comp. It was going up against that Sylveon, right? Now that they're running this ultra beefy Protect the President, something that can really rip through all that health, it could be just what they need to pull out the win here.
Yeah, the big thing that stands out to me in my mind, too, from this Burger Flippers composition is they're playing Blastoise not in that top path role, not in that central area, but it looks like it's likely going to be occupying that defender role in the bottom. Easily one of the most flexible characters in terms of the competitive roles it can assume in this current balance patch.
And you wouldn't think it would be that flexible. It is a massive turtle, but you're right. It seems to be able to play any of the roles here, hopping into this match. Oh, I just got word that joke is the worst joke of the stream so far. Interesting.
I am confident, Spraggles, that you can make a worse one before we are finished here this weekend, as we see that Squirtle in the bottom path as predicted here with our 1-1-3 configuration starting to brawl over these valuable Audinos at the start of the game.
And here we've got a fight breaking out here. They are chasing this Blissey down, but it does get away. And, you know, Blastoise is such an interesting Pokemon. Like you said, it can be down here in the bottom path. Sometimes it feels like it struggles, but right now they're on the offensive.
Something that is interesting to note here, in previous games, we had not had an experience share in PogChamp's bottom path here, but we see that over the head of the Eldegoss here with that Light Bulb item now.
Experience share is such an interesting item because it's very difficult when you're playing by yourself, but these coordinated teams make such amazing use of it, making sure that their allies get all the experience they need to evolve, especially someone like a Squirtle evolving into Wartortle.
See, not one, but both Lucarios hitting that level 5 breakpoint to get that extreme speed here, pushing out this Decidueye. Whew, that is a pretty even trade there, level 5 for level 5. What will happen with these last two? Looks like they're just pushing off here.
Wow, what a crazy fight. I didn't expect anyone to go down. I thought they'd both walk away, but there was pride on the line, Jeff, and we did see Lucario go down, and we saw Decidueye go down. Not yet Decidueye, that little Dartrix, in fact.
Yeah, one of the kind of downsides to playing Decidueye compared to Venusaur in that central area is Decidueye and Dartrix are much squishier than Venusaur in the early game, making it more susceptible to being left upon by something like Lucario's extreme speed, as we saw there.
And here we have a fight breaking out once again. It's just Blissey chasing Blissey, Hoopa chasing Hoopa, Blastoise chasing, well, it's Eldegoss and Squirtle right now, but you get it. These two are just running back and forth. It feels a little Three Stooges of them.
We see here, this is very different than the previous match where we watched PogChamps, where their bottom path with triple supports ended up a little bit behind early. They are currently over-leveled on Yerman Burger Flipper's bottom path. However, Yerman is pushing an advantage in this top path, getting a KO on PogChamps Lucario.
Yeah, it looks like top path, Decidueye went there, and they won that path. However, we've got the Ivysaur here from PogChamp running it down right now, and this is going to be tough for Yerman to fight back against. That is a big level 7 Ivysaur. It has its pedal dance, and it's able to fight here even on their goal. They're scoring right in their faces. That feels disrespectful.
Yeah, I really like this positioning from both teams, honestly. Sending their central area character to the path where they have their advantage. That portal from the Hoopa being able to pull everyone down. So we now have a 5v5 at this first ever important Dreadnought objective here.
And here we have it. The teams are fighting over it. They're starting to chip some damage on it. It's getting very low right now. Here comes. Can somebody steal it? Who was able to get the secure there? I'm not sure. It was War Turtle, actually, from Yerman Burger Flippers. However, it looks like PogChamp is going to be able to clean up this fight.
Yeah, Yerman Burger Flippers living up to their name, kind of walking up that objective and just starting the flip. And honestly, I really like that decision from them. The Venusaur being level 9 from PogChamp meant that they were likely to win a full engage and instead trying to just get the objective like we saw there.
And look at how mobile Lucario is. You have Decidueye throwing arrows right into his face with that huge Unite move, but he was just able to run around it. You can't move that turret fast enough when you're in that Unite. Lucario, just such an incredible Pokemon. You see why everyone picks it, and as I'm saying it, it gets KO'd.
You see here, Yerman Burger Flippers pushing in this bottom path. Both teams recognizing that it's really important that they stay in this bottom path, securing the last hits on these wild Pokemon, not wanting to give up any Audinos they don't have to the opposing team.
As we often talk about, Jeff, I mean, level matters so much in Pokemon Unite. If you're a few levels higher than the enemy, you are so much stronger. It's like magnitude when they're measuring earthquakes. I don't get how it works, but a 5 and a 6 are completely different.
Not only that, but as you get even higher in the mid to late game, those final few levels have even more sizable stat increases. So getting that early advantage and converting it into a late game advantage can give you that decisive victory that you're looking for in those late game team engagements. As Lucario tries to steal this objective here, but then bounces out before getting knocked out.
Felt like that Lucario went very far, very fast. I didn't expect it to just leave that engagement so quickly, but it did. Yerman getting their next objective. So Yerman has secured both objectives here, and I'm not sure if they plan on letting that in, but it went in.
We see here, even though Yerman was able to secure both those first two objectives, Venusaur for PogChamp is the first level 11 character in this game. Again, looking to funnel as much experience as possible into their primary character here. And we see this engagement happen again here where Hoopa is not level 9 for PogChamp, but it is for Yerman.
And right here, Yerman somehow Blissey securing the dread. Is there an objective that Yerman can't take? PogChamp is in trouble because if they're able to get Zapdos, this is going to be a long game for them. This is just so interesting. Yerman not winning a lot of these fights, but winning every objective.
Yeah, and it's an interesting dynamic because the fact that they're not actually winning the fights after the objective means that they're kind of just maintaining parity as opposed to pushing an advantage like you'd normally want to see when you're winning these objective secures.
Lucario going down here for Yerman Burger Flippers. It looks like this goal is also going down. Yes, they are breaking it here. And I'm wondering how much this Razor Leaf Decidueye is changing the game right here. Obviously, in some of the late fights, it could be the difference maker. Is it going to be able to shred down that massive Venusaur from PogChamp?
Yeah, it's just so difficult to be able to clear through that Venusaur with the shields and the tricks and the Giga Drains and the mobility that it has from the Petal Dance to get out of bad situations, especially when combined with the Unstoppable that Blissey can provide one of its teammates.
And here we have, ooh, it looks like they've caught Hoopa. Hoopa and Blissey are out in no man's land. You guys better run. But we actually have Venusaur coming up on the side. It looks like everyone from PogChamp is getting caught right now. Can they take this Venusaur down? Oh, it has its protectors. It has its Trick Hoopa. It has its Safeguard Blissey. And they are able to push this fight. This is what we were talking about here. If you try to KO this Venusaur, it's simply impossible with this Hoopa and Blissey near it. It keeps it alive forever.
Yeah, and that engage really just showed exactly what PogChamp's composition is looking to do. That Venusaur was at a third health at one point inside of that engagement, and then Blissey showed up, and Eldegoss showed up, and a Giga Drain was landed, and it's back at full without even having to go to base here.
And that's the first objective going on the side of PogChamp here. It looks like they're set up much better to win a big team battle, and that is what they want to have happen here at Zapdos. Yerman is not ahead on score, they're not ahead on experience, they might be ahead on heart, and they do have some strategy behind them. They're actually running Hyperspace Hole on their Hoopa rather than Trick, but I don't think that Hoopa's around anymore, Jeff.
Yeah, we see here Venusaur 14 3/4. I would wager this Venusaur is going back to the central area. It's going to try and clear some of those top Audinos, and if they need to pull that Venusaur into the central area before it can hit 15, Hyper, the Unite move from Hoopa, Rings Unbound, is going to be able to provide that for it. Love the macro play from PogChamp in these late game engagements, how they just control the map through positioning while Venusaur works to that 15 like we see it have here now.
And if anyone took you up on that bet, Jeff, you'd be right. It is level 15 coming into that central area. Yerman's actually scoring, putting themselves ahead, which is really nice. But boy, they have a tough fight ahead of them right here. All three supports around this Venusaur. We've got the Rings Unbound, we've got the Blastoise Unite coming in, but can it do any damage to this Venusaur? They're chasing down this Blastoise right now. They're running after it. Look at the health bar on that Venusaur. Will it go down? I don't know if they can take it out, but it's so close, hanging on by a thread.
It's like a rubber band or a jump rope. Up and down, stretching thin, going tall. It just refuses to hit that bottom amount with all the support from these characters. Decisive team engagement, threading that wire and then securing that objective. No problem there at the end.
This is exactly what PogChamp was looking to do. Exactly what they needed to do throughout this match, Jeff. They just needed to protect their Venusaur. They got it to level 15. Again, highest level that you can attain in Pokemon Unite, making it an absolute beast, and nothing could stop it. They put every piece of damage down on it, but you just couldn't stop this dinosaur.
Yep, we see not only winning the engagement at Zapdos, but also knocking out 4 members of Yerman Burger Flippers again post-Zap, just to keep them on their side of the map here, just playing with their opponents a little bit here as we have 30 seconds closing in at the end of the game.
This is what is often referred to as dead time. It looks like, oh, we might have a dance on our hands. We have 2 Pokemon deciding to dance, possibly. Do we have a full-on dance? Some teams, when they know that the match is over, they do like to party together. But unfortunately, that is just Blaine currently. He's dancing by himself, just like me at the pedal dance. Oh, I got word. That's now the worst joke.
All right, we see just the massive pedal dance on Venusaur dominating that endgame engagement. Interested to see what the stats look like on Yoshi's Venusaur after that incredible game.
Yeah, I have to wonder what Yerman's going to do in a situation like this. I feel like PogChamp's team battle was so much stronger than Yerman Burger Flippers, and even though Yerman did flip a lot of objectives and a lot of burgers throughout that, they just couldn't really do anything in that final engagement. Looking at that Venusaur, 8 KOs, 8 assists. We actually see Lucario here with 10 KOs as well. So as a team, PogChamp really winning these big fights, Jeff.
Yeah, and doing holy gosh, speaking of
goodness.
Damage, I think we thought 110K was our record for the day earlier. That is 120,000 damage from Lucario there on the PogChamp side.
Wow, I mean, speaking of this Lucario putting in work, my goodness gracious, PogChamp just looking phenomenal here. 2 characters, almost 100K, one over 100K. Yerman is going to need to figure out a change, I think. I don't think this strategy can beat PogChamp.
Yeah, and honestly, the early game there where Yerman was kind of pushing their lead to start in terms of levels is kind of exactly what PogChamp's composition is looking to do. They're looking to kind of hit their stride in that mid-game when their Venusaur fully gets online and their supports hit their Unite moves and their upgraded skills to help keep that Venusaur going for as long as possible.
And you can look at the score here. You know, there was a moment when Yerman was up before Zapdos went down, but at the same time, PogChamp had complete control of that central area. There really wasn't much Yerman could do. They couldn't fight in there, and then when it became time, they tried to KO Venusaur to no avail. It would not go down. PogChamp secures that Zapdos, and then they score a ton of points.
Yep, PogChamp showing us why they have top 4'd both the previous monthly tournaments there, as well as winning last month's March finals. They are looking to make a repeat showing for the top 4 by winning this match here against Burger Flippers this afternoon.
Obviously, Yoshi, just such an incredible player, and their strategy really focused around Yoshi, but you have to give it up to Soraya, that Lucario player, just incredible. As you said, the top damage of the day. This is going to be tough for Yermans. If any team can pull it out, I think it's them. But I don't know if this strategy is going to be able to defeat PogChamp.
You know, we've given a lot of credit where credit is due to both Venusaur and Lucario there, but the supports really are the backbone of what's going on here. Just incredible team play and communication from them, keeping Venusaur alive in these key engagements where it would otherwise be falling down here, as we see just a dominating KO after KO in engagements like these.
Yeah, and you did see some incredible moments. I mean, that was a Dreadnought taken right there by the Wartortle on Yerman Burger Flippers, and they took this Rotom in the top path. They were great at taking these objectives early. The problem is they just started to get outscaled by PogChamp, and they couldn't take down these beefy Pokemon.
Yeah, even this engagement here, where Yerman Burger Flippers had their Hoopa Unite and PogChamp didn't quite yet. Honestly, very impressive recovery from PogChamp coming back from being down in a spot like that.
Yeah, it's so incredible that Yerman was able to take so many objectives. Of course, they need that if they want to win, but they have to find a solution to this Venusaur. They just have to. It's too brutal. It's too mean. Right here at 3 minutes, it's level 14, and of course, it shows up to this big fight at level 15. Really nice score from Yerman, but then it's time to fight over Zapdos, and Zapdos is gone.
Yeah, and you know, that end game engagement, you know, we talk about the Zapdos being the things that makes the bases defenseless, but these good teams often aren't just flipping the Zapdos. They are taking these fights, they are winning the engagement, and even in that last game we saw there were 3 members of PogChamp securing that very safely in no danger of the other team taking it away.
Yeah, it's such an important thing that they are fighting over, but before we talk more about Zapdos, let's talk a little bit more about Yoshi here. They love Decidueye and Cinderace, but today we are seeing them on that Venusaur. Look at that Decidueye build with a Float Stone. You silly goose. I love it.
Yeah, and Floatstone, an item that known for the movement speed that it can provide, but also gives that little bit of extra attack for a character like Decidueye. Heading on into the draft screen here, I have to imagine that PogChamp is locking on in the same thing they've been doing quite successfully today. Ooh, we see some spicy picks from Yerman though here.
I love this from Yerman. This is, I feel like they need to change it up, right? This strategy, unfortunately for them, is not working. We've got an Absol, we've got a Cinderace, we've got a Greedent. This is a very different match, and now PogChamp is going to have to deal with a strategy that they might not have played against yet.
Yeah, and, you know, honestly, Spraggles, looking at the team composition here from Yerman, I'm not quite certain I know which paths all of these characters are going to be heading to until we see where they split up at the start of this game. Obviously, the Cinderace is going to be going to the central area. Maybe, I think, is Absol going? I don't actually know. I'm kind of excited to see how this one plays out.
Me too. I can't wait. I think we could see 2 in the top path, 1 in that central area, 2 in the bottom path from a team composition like this. With Absol, you never know. It could absolutely be that composition, though.
Yeah, and this is one
Even
of those
worse
things
joke?
that we're heading on in here. Oh, is this? We saw Absol running past Cinderace there. Is this Absol invading?
Oh,
you see Lucario's running to the top path.
I can't wait to see
a
this.
Greedent in the bottom path.
We do have Absol in the enemy central area fighting with Venusaur, and it does take the buff. I mean, you would not expect this, right? You don't expect Absol's coming in for the invade, but Absol's such a strong Pokemon early, and it really can bully this Bulbasaur.
Yep, and this is one of the things, like, from the opposing team, too. I was unaware of where this Absol was going. Invade wasn't even on the short list of things I expected from it. I can't imagine PogChamps was predicting this, as Nazu looks to be making it out with not one, but both of those valuable buff Pokemon in PogChamp's central area.
I mean, hats off to Yerman Burger Flippers here if I wasn't planning on eating it. This is just incredible. What a change of strategy. They've got Greedent all alone in the bottom path trying to defend this goal against 3 supports.
Well, and so Yerman's plan has not come without a little bit of a drawback. So the bottom path is behind, but you don't really care if PogChamp's support Pokemon are ahead against you. If the Venusaur is behind, if their president is under-leveled, the rest of it doesn't really matter on PogChamp's team.
Oh, and look at this now. Now Greedent running into the central area. They're doing everything they can to shut down this Venusaur. And Absol has made it to the party as well. We have some crazy fight happening here. All the supports almost are here. Bulbasaur is here. Absol is here. Greedent is here. And they are really punishing this Bulbasaur right now.
Love this strategy change from Burger Flippers, acknowledging, hey, we are just not beating this Venusaur in the late game. Let's try and beat it in the early game here.
This is such an impressive turn, and I really don't think that PogChamp expected it. And now look how much time Greedent is wasting. When will this Pokemon go down? Come on, Greedent.
All right, and we see here, we have a level 7 Cinderace on Yerman Burger Flipper's side, while Ivysaur is only level 5 for PogChamp here.
We could see Hyperspace Hole, they actually sent Cinderace to the top path to go ahead and fight against that Lucario here while we have a fight breaking out, obviously. Bees are going to be up here in the bottom path in 10 seconds, and uh-oh, it looks like this Cinderace is caught right here by Lucario. Can it get away? It does.
Yeah. All right, the hyper mobility from both Blaze Kick and the Flame Charge really showing some of the strength of Cinderace. Surprisingly, the first Cinderace we've seen in today's tournament. Not only was the Cinderace coming to the top path where the Lucario is, but again, just looking to shut down that Venusaur. Cinderace is almost level 9 now, and Venusaur is still level 6, stuck at Ivysaur.
Wow, I mean, we were talking about what could Yerman do here? How could they change this? They have completely changed their strategy here, and oh boy, it seems to be working right now. They are dominating PogChamp right here.
Yeah, and this is not decidedly what PogChamp wants to do. Look at these levels. Everyone on PogChamp's team is the same level. You do not want your supports to be the same level as your carry Pokemon, especially in this PogChamp composition based around supporting their carry.
And here we have, not even looking for just more experience right there. I thought might be defending the goal right there. We have this Rotom right now. I don't know if they're able to fight back against this Lucario. Absol really fighting them here. It's got its Unite move. It's using it. We still don't have a Venusaur, and it takes the Ivysaur down. My goodness, Jeff, they just will not let this Pokemon get any experience.
And that's what they need to do. They need to make sure this Venusaur is not level 15 for that Zapdos fight. It is virtually unstoppable in this well-supported composition if it hits that key level for the end game.
This is just such an impressive turn here from Yerman Burger Flippers. They are taking commanding control of this match. PogChamp now has to scramble to figure out a way to fight back. Their Venusaur finally level 9. Finally level 9, whereas the enemy team has a Greedent at 10, Lucario at 10, Cinderace at 11, Absol at 10. It's on the same level as the support for Yerman Burger Flippers.
Not only just the support, but the XP share support, the one that's supposed to be the lowest on your team at all times. You really don't want to be matching that as we head into this end game engagement, or this mid game engagement around this second Dreadnought. We are missing Unite moves still as the Eldegoss finally ticks into it on PogChamp's side.
So this is interesting. Everyone's getting ready for this Dreadnought here. We actually do have Venusaur making their way down. A quick score here from Yerman Burger Flippers. They could easily get teleported in by their Hoopa, and we do have 2 Hoopa Unite moves coming out. Everyone is getting portaled in. This is a huge fight right here, Jeff.
This could be the tipping point. Can these Unite moves put PogChamps ahead as their team is quickly getting knocked down, but Venusaur is still alive. The left side team, Yerman Burger Flippers, does secure that objective yet again, and here comes Cinderace to cake out the rest of the trash.
I mean, how many went down to Cinderace right there? Absol with the secure. So now we have Yerman Burger Flippers, who are amazing at securing all these objectives. And at the same time, it was a 4 KO, by the way. And at the same time, they're stealing all of the wild Pokemon from PogChamp's Venusaur. This is huge.
You know, we commented last game that it was impressive that Venusaur was 14 at the 3-minute mark. It's almost the 4-minute mark, and Cinderace for Yerman Burger Flippers is almost 14, a minute ahead of schedule. Definitely looking to be a level 15 game for the central area character here for Yerman Burger Flippers.
Now, obviously, PogChamp knows what's happening here. They're giving every single piece of experience to Venusaur. You could still see it, even though they didn't get any of the Dreadnoughts. It's already 12, on its way to 13. They plan on this Pokemon being very, very tough. But man, Yerman has shut it down for most of this match.
Yep, there's that level 14 on the Cinderace here. I have to imagine this Rotom is simply going to generate map pressure while Yerman Burger Flippers clear wild Pokemon from the rest of the map. Yep, not walking in with it, simply using it to buy time while they play Pac-Man, as Spriggles likes to say, and clear all those dots off of that mini-map.
Now, this is going to be interesting here. Ooh, they're actually hiding here, waiting for a little bit of an ambush up here in this top path. We have Unite moves coming down, maybe a little late. That's pretty late for a Unite move.
That is a dangerous Unite for Yoshi here. I'm perhaps assuming that this push is going to be successful and then they'll get dunks in, but here's that level 14 Cinderace just coming in and cleaning them up again and again. There are bees spawn top and bottom. Perhaps Venusaur can come back up and get those, but it's also KO'd for 10 seconds here, Spriggles. That is time where it can't be clearing wild Pokemon to get that Unite recharge back.
Wow, this is a completely different game than game one. I mean, the comp from these teams, obviously Yerman's is completely different right here, but I think PogChamp does not know how to deal with this right now. We've almost got a level 15 Cinderace heading into this Zapdos fight in 30 seconds. This is going to be very, very different. Can this massive Venusaur still win the fight? That's the question.
Yeah, honestly, this composition out of Yerman Burger Flippers, whew, huge knockout here, getting some more catch-up experience right before the end. This might be one of the most innovative compositions we've ever seen in terms of counter picks here in the Championship Series.
It really is, and I have to wonder how it's going to work in this big fight. You're looking at a lot of Pokemon who fight very well one-on-one, but I don't know what they can do against this Venusaur, and they're starting to hit this Zapdos right here. And here come the Unite moves. Here come the Hoopas Unbound. The portals are in. Everyone is coming to this fight. We have Greedent running in, and you can see they're just all pulling back as a team, protecting that Venusaur here, and because of that, they are able to get that one KO.
Okay, Venusaur is down. There are still 4 members from Yerman Burger Flippers up. Support and a Lucario from PogChamps. The reset with that Hoopa portal getting people to full, and there is a full team wipe for PogChamp. What an incredible engagement here.
Absolutely tremendous from Yerman Burger Flippers. I mean, they countered PogChamp's strategy beautifully here. It feels like every single pick was set up to shut down PogChamp. This is going to be really interesting to see what PogChamp can do in another match. We still have a minute left, but there are a lot of points going in on the side of Yerman. It looks like they can at least get another 100.
Yeah, definitely. We're going up to 502 to 103 here. We need 400 points to be deposited, which means Yerman Burger Flippers could give up both outside points and even an inside point and still be ahead here inside of this engagement if there's even 400 points together between all of PogChamp's pockets.
And it looks like here that they are stalling them, but they're going to give up that outside goal there, and of course, like you said, Jeff, they know that they can still win if they give it up, and it's the hardest goal to defend because it gives the smallest shields, the smallest health recovery, so they let that one go down, and they're having a big fight here. Are they able to put any points on the board? We still have 20 seconds left. It looks like one member, Absol, has gone down from Yerman's. Can they get another? Can they get the Lucario? Yes, Lucario goes down. They are doing well in this fight, but I don't know if there's enough time.
Yeah, this was a very solid endgame push on PogChamp's side, but they were just too far behind. They lost that endgame engagement too decisively, and they did not, too many points were scored for the Burger Flippers after they took the burn.
What a game two. Just incredible. Yerman Burger Flippers pulling out a beautiful strategy against PogChamp here. I mean, you have to give it up. Nazu on that Absol. So beautiful seeing it run into that central area. The MVP here, Greedent. It's hard for Greedent not to get the MVP. It's all over the place scoring. It was also harassing that Venusaur in the central area. They really shut down PogChamp's hero there.
Yeah, fantastic just counter picks as we head into a third game. I'm really going to be interested to see, will PogChamp move off of this protect their Venusaur strategy that they've been running this entire tournament, or will they perhaps simply send one of their support characters into that central area to help assist it should it be invaded again? You
know, interestingly enough, we're seeing those 9 KOs there on Cinderace, and this is something you were talking about, Jeff. This used to be the central area of Pokemon. We saw so many Cinderaces, and it really has fallen out of favor, but clearly this Pokemon is still extremely powerful.
Yeah, I think Cinderace, the format has just become more diverse in the current fantastic balance patch that we have, and Cinderace is just one of a plethora of options that are competitive. As we see here, Yoshi actually being out-damaged by their own team's Hoopa because they were so far behind due to those early invades.
Just such an impressive strategy from Yerman. I don't know what PogChamp's going to do. Here's the thing. They at least know this time what's going to happen. And now there's that little bit of a chess game, you know, is Absol going to come in? Is Absol not going to come in? You can look at the scores here. Yerman ahead the entire game, really shutting down PogChamp, securing that Zapdos, and then a big score there, bringing them up 536 to 341. This was truly a story of Yerman controlling the enemy Venusaur all game.
Yeah, we're going to see kind of an interesting game of cat and mouse as we head on into the third, where on Yerman's side, if they pick a composition similar to what they had in this game too, that looks like they can invade, will PogChamp choose to try and protect with that invade, which could give Yerman a chance to simply 1-1-3 or 2-1-2 and push an advantage somewhere else instead?
Yerman Burger Flippers here, we're taking a look at them, and this feels like the only team I could see pull out a strategy like this. Going from, you know, the heavy score comp strategy where they're just scoring on enemy goals as much as possible and flipping objectives, and now they have this really interesting brawling, invading the enemy central area. It's just really cool to see, and Yerman is the team that can do it.
Yeah, huge range from Yerman Burger Flippers here. Like Spraggles mentioned, known for that scoring composition that has since fallen out of favor with the recent balance changes that we had to not only Score Shield, but also Buddy Barrier. That was key to it. Really awesome to see them flex their range a good bit with starting with the traditional 1-1-3 in that first game and then adapting to this invasion strategy to counteract this protect the Venusaur that PogChamp is executing.
Let's take a look at some of these plays here. This is when Green was all alone. Poor guy, but he was all alone because Absol was in the top path. Absol was in the enemy central area fighting on this goal here. And PogChamp actually able to put a lot of points in early, but they were just kept behind all game.
Well, and it's important to note that PogChamps wasn't behind everywhere, but they were behind where it really mattered. Kind of a good acknowledgement from Yerman that getting behind in some spots is better if you're ahead where it counts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can see their Venusaur here. I think they really thought that this was going to be a big push, but we've got the double KO there from Greedon, and then finally Venusaur getting taken down here, and this is the fastest we've seen this Venusaur go down in one of these big team battles. They just cleaned this thing up, wiping the table.
I was honestly a little surprised at how quickly PogChamp got taken down in that endgame engagement after they were able to run down Cinderace from Yerman Burger Flippers. Just so many characters in Yerman's composition that could deal damage, like Greedon.
Yeah, Greedon. We've got our MVP, Blaine, here, playing a Greedon or a Slowbro. Looks like they love those defenders, but boy, is that an Aeos cookie I see there on that Greedon, Jeff?
Why not take the character that's one of the most durable in the game and make it even more so every time you deposit a little bit of Aeos energy, Spraggles?
Oh my gosh, there's nothing I love more than stacking, and here we go into this third game. I don't know what PogChamp can do. Obviously, their strategy has been amazing throughout this tournament. Let's see what they decide to pick here.
Love this. It looks like they are moving off of this protect the Venusaur plan they've had in all these other games and kind of just playing a traditional 1-1-3 composition where they not only have Cinderace in the central area to scale up, but they're going to still have that Venusaur in the bottom path, meaning if the bottom path gets ahead, it's fine if Cinderace falls behind because they have a secondary damage carry now.
Interesting. I mean, this is really exciting. Now PogChamp reacting to Yerman Burger Flippers, and we did see a float stone on that Absol, which makes me think it's running right back into that central area, and that's something that Cinderace is going to need to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, Cinderace is kind of a curious central area pick for in my mind, because it's a character that actually does not last hit particularly well against someone coming over to try and contest its buffs like Absol.
I'm guessing that they're going to shift someone up. Someone has to help out Cinderace there because this Absol is so mean and so strong early, and of course, very strong in a one-on-one engagement. One of Absol's early moves does increase damage when it's only fighting one Pokemon. So we could see Absol, yes, and there it goes, running straight towards the enemy central area. How is Cinderace going to deal with this one?
We see that extra movement speed from the Float Stone, a big part of what's letting it come across. And here we have that support from Hoopa, keeping Nazu out of that central area. And this is a fine exchange because they are still 2-2 in this bottom path. Bulbasaur and Slowbro versus Greedent and Hoopa.
And we also see, you know, Greedent says, I want to head into the central area as well. Okay, I want to steal some of this, but it looks like PogChamp knew this was going to happen and actually countered it extremely well. However, they still have to deal with Greedent, who I can't believe is somehow still around.
That little bit of extra burn from Cinderace's passive, getting that last bit of damage to knock out the ever-annoying Bandit Squirrel.
And interestingly enough, I mean, Cinderace did not get to make it up into the top path yet. They're finally getting up there as Reboot, but we actually had Reboot from Yerman Burger Flippers up there fighting Lucario from PogChamps the whole time.
We see late for Bees here for PogChamp's side, and then Cinderace quickly going down here.
It really feels like the strategy from Yerman's is extremely powerful and something that it looks like PogChamp is trying to figure out how to deal with. But so far, it's been very tricky for them. And I think Absol's running towards the central area again.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for taking the opposing team and taking them out of their element. I would wager that Yerman Burger Flippers has executed this invasion strategy far more times than PogChamps has played against it.
And look at that, Absol and Greedent both in the wrong. Guys, that's not your central area. That belongs to... Oh, I think they know, Jeff.
Well, if they didn't know before, PogChamps has kindly shown Greedent the door here. But again, Greedent bought a lot of time there as a solid knockout here in the top path as Lucario gets to score for its level 7.
And now, interestingly enough, we have Absol in that top path scoring. Looks like it is going down. Oh, no, they're coming back to fight. Can they take down this Cinderace? It's so close, but it looks like actually Lucario and Absol will both go down.
Incredible micro gameplay there from Yoshi, showing us that they are in fact not a Venusaur one-trick, and they are able to dance around the board with lots of characters, even if it's not in the Petal style.
Now, we have a ton of Pokemon in the top path still. 3 Pokemon from Yerman in the top path. Obviously, they've got that hyperspace hole Hoopa, so they can bring them down at any moment, and they're going to need to here very soon, because Dreadnought is up in 10 seconds.
Yep, we see here that Hoopa getting healthy, and then the objective is getting ready to spawn, and Yoshi is here, and Yermans are kind of all over the place. Level 9 here ticked for Yoshi, meaning they have a Unite move, while the Cinderace for Yerman Burger Flippers is only at... finally ticked over with that knockout.
We have Hoopa down, we have Ivysaur down, and it looks like PogChamp is just burning us right now. Here comes the Unite from Yerman Burger Flippers, and they steal it! They weren't even in the same state!
That is just an incredible play from the Cinderace here. Why have everybody show up to the objective if you know your Cinderace has it clutched up?
Yeah, and they have pushed the top. We actually haven't even got to see what's happening up there, but Absol has taken that Rotom, and they're fighting near their tier 2 goal. So this whole time, Absol never even made it to the fight here. He was dealing with something top. Cinderace was just kicking soccer balls all the way from the other county, taking out that Dreadnought. It's pretty impressive.
Yep, you see Lucario here probably looking to get some of those valuable attack weight stacks to scale up a little bit more as we put pressure on this bottom path goal. Again, both teams leaving plenty of Pokemon here to clear these wild Audinos for the valuable experience that they provide.
It's interesting because PogChamp right here, I think, is dealing with the fact that they don't know what Yerman is doing a lot of the time. They don't know where Absol is. They don't know where Greedent is. They know they're in some place they'd rather them not be, but they're dealing with some really interesting fights this match, even different from the last match.
We see here, taking a look at the levels on both team, and Yerman Burger Flippers, thanks to that Dreadnought, has a little bit of an edge with their Cinderace ticking up to this level 11, and their Hoopa being level 8 compared to level 7. That whose Hoopa has the Unite move for that second Dreadnought engagement is often a big deciding factor on which team's going to be successful in at that objective.
That's right. It's extremely valuable. It lets your team do things like sneaky scores in the top path, fighting over Rotom, just gathering experience somewhere and then coming down for this fight. And right now we can see neither Hoopa is level 9 yet, and we have this Dreadnought in just about 10 seconds. And we do have level 9 actually for both Hoopas.
Ticking over, yes, both teams playing well. They're huge knockout on the Absol before this objective can come up.
This is going to be tough for Yermans, but no objective has ever been tough for Yermans to secure. This is what they do. This is what they planned on. Here comes the damage. Who is able to get the final hit on this Dreadnought? And it is, I believe it's Yerman's Hoopa. No, it's the Lucario.
In fact, the primary flippers in this game, nailing every objective that is contested so far in this match, and a decisive team fight after the fact, allowing them to get some points in here as well.
Wow, this is, and look at that, they're all gonna come back full health through that hyperspace hole. This is a bad day for this Lucario. Everyone's here to beat him up. It's so sad.
It's one of those, oh no, oh good, the entire team's low. Oh no, they're all full. The hyperspace hole execution just so fantastic from Yerman's Hoopa here. This
match is such an exciting way to finish this series between these two teams. I have no idea who's going to be able to pull this out. Both teams fighting extremely well. Right now, it feels like Yerman has the upper hand, but I know that Yoshi on that Cinderace is going to be an absolute menace here very soon.
Yeah, it's important to acknowledge that while these points are definitely in Yerman's favor, the end game is going to be about that fight at the Zapdos objective. Yerman having the point lead means that they're going to get to be in that defensive position, getting to pull PogChamps in. But if they lose that fight, this game is still very much losable.
Lucario making it out there, getting away, doing a little scoring, and then heading out, and it's actually run into the Cinderace here for Yerman Burger Flippers, and they are able to take it down with help of Absol getting a double KO. This Absol is everywhere you don't expect it to be.
We see Cinderace here, not only level 13, but actually 13 3/4. Not many wild Pokemon away from ticking that level 14, and then looking to get 15 after a knockout or two in that end game engagement as RSG Lucario gets run down there.
Here we go, Jeff. We are coming down to it here. We have one last Dreadnought, and then we have Zapdos coming up right now. The score very much on Yerman's side, but it's worth pointing out that one of the top teams in the EU is getting taken out of the tournament.
If they're unable to win this, this is for their tournament lives. Both of these teams previously top 4 in both of the prior month's events. They can't both be top 4 this time around the way the bracket has lined up for them.
Here we go. 10 seconds left before Zapdos. We have Greedent coming back up for Yermans. It looks like Pog is in a much better position around this fight, but once again, they are behind on score, so they're going to need to make a move right here. We have 3 members of Yerman in this bottom path. Everyone just getting ready, deciding when is it going to be time to head in there and fight. We've got Cinderace kicking those flaming soccer balls, and actually Lucario goes down, and here come the Unite moves.
We see Cinderace kind of caught out for PogChamp in the top, looking to teleport down to get away from that Absol.
And there we go. Lucario goes down from Yerman's. It's possible that either Greedent's going down or everyone from PogChamp is going down here. And it looks like PogChamp is getting taken out. Ooh. Everyone from PogChamp is down. Lucario has to run back to this fight. They're flipping Zapdos right now. We have a KO streak of 4 from Greedent. Here it comes, the end of the match. Can Lucario stop this? This Zapdos is so incredibly low. It's anyone's chance again. And Hoopa secures the final hit for Yerman Burger Flippers.
Not only does Hoopa secure the final hit, but Absol gets to go back and get healthy. But is anyone from the Burger Flippers going to be able to deposit Aeos energy here?
Absol now is on a secret mission. Top secret. Can it make it to a goal? I don't think so. Absol. Here we go. Lucario getting pushed back. And now PogChamp losing this Zapdos, but now they're in the position to take the score lead, and they do.
This is huge. More importantly, we're past that 1 minute mark, so neither team really knows who's in the lead here exactly. Although PogChamps has to feel good after depositing Aeos energy twice here.
Wow, this is just massive. They're going to be able to score again right here. Yermans, it felt like they had the match under control, but they're not able to stop this 355 to 202. I don't know if there's anything Yerman can do right now. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Absol is running. They need to make a score happen.
Even this score from Absol could deposit a full 100 points of Aeos energy, which is incredibly unlikely, and they'd still be behind. What a fantastic showing this whole series of picks and counter picks and reacting appropriately to the opposing team strategy and being rewarded for doing so.
Incredible game. PogChamp secures the win. Your winners from March make it on to the next round here in the losers bracket. But what a nail biter, Jeff. I just mean, Yerman secured every single objective, including that big one, Zapdos, but they weren't able to put it away. The team battle from PogChamp wins this one.
Yeah, definitely, and that's, what we frequently talk about. It's not the Zapdos objective that decides the outcomes of these games. It's the outcome of that team fight. And while Yerman Burger Flippers were able to win the flip like they did every other time during this match, they lost the team engagement in a way that meant that they couldn't leverage that final objective being secured.
It's just so incredible to see PogChamp come back from that. I thought when almost every member of PogChamp was down except Lucario, this was going to be an extremely, almost impossible match to come back from, but they are able to do it. What a massive, impressive win. And you could see, as we said, Yoshi, they did turn on in that fight. 90k damage on their Cinderace.
Yeah, really impressive showing from the entire team. A bunch of folks on PogChamp's side pivoting to roles that were outside of what they've been practicing and executing through the rest of the tournament, and showing that they are a top team not just because they can do one thing, but because they can be flexible when they need to be.
And taking a look at the score here, I mean, have you ever seen a team secure Zapdos and then they put no points in? It feels like this graph is wrong for some reason, but it's not. That was that huge fight win there from PogChamp. Even though they lost Zapdos, big fight win. They run it back and they're able to score. They were behind after that still, but they were able to put those points in and secure the victory. PogChamp moving on. So impressive.
Yep. If you're PogChamp, you've got to be ecstatic to be back into the top 4 and be able to play again tomorrow for that winner's title. Back-to-back titles from March to today is everything you want if you're looking to be the best like no one ever was in competitive Pokemon Unite.
I mean, I think we haven't seen a better series all day. The domination by PogChamp in game 1, and then this incredible counter pick by Yerman in game 2, and then that gets counter picked by PogChamp. This is extremely high level play. These are players that have a lot of different strategies they can pull out and ways that they can counter and fight their enemies. They don't just have one trick. It's not just protect that Venusaur, Jeff. They have a lot that they can do.
Yeah, and honestly, moving into the matches for tomorrow, I'm going to be interested to see if we see more of PogChamp's opponents try to counterpick in a similar way to start.
And here we have some of the big moments from that last match. Every objective that you're going to see is secured by Yerman Burger Flippers. Nobody flips a burger and flips an objective better than Yerman Burger Flippers. They were doing incredible throughout this match, and you've really got to shout out their Greedent player, Blaine, in this final engagement here, gets a massive 4 KO. It was just incredible.
Yep. Unfortunately, too many of Yerman's players were knocked out or low from this engagement, which let Lucario come on in from PogChamp and clean up after the fact, opening the door for this push from the entire PogChamp team to solidify their victory.
And this was really quite a fight. I mean, this Greedent was trying everything it could. Blaine was fighting them back, but they just couldn't hold back the tide of PogChamp here, able to put that 100 points in and secure the victory. Wahabin from PogChamp, our MVP, Jeff.
Yep, showing that Venusaur primary, so they had been playing that support role in their previous composition, but flexing back into one of their favorite characters to play and giving us a clinic and why it is an excellent choice in that attacker role in the bottom path. Venusaur
has been one of the stars of this entire tournament so far. Every team that's been running Venusaur has been playing extremely well, and PogChamp they are the Venusaur kings, so it doesn't surprise me that they find another way to stick that in to their team composition. Jeff, I mean, what do you think moving forward here for EU? This has been such an incredible day.
Well, I think your shout out about Venusaur being such a powerful pick for all of these teams speaks to the fact how important being strong in these late game team engagements is in this balance patch. The fact that there isn't any more of this score shield, buddy barrier backcapping means that you need to win these fights decisively, and the best way to do that is having characters like Venusaur that scale really powerfully.
That's right. We are in some choppy waters here, Jeff. I'm worried, and I don't know how to steer this pirate ship. We need to bring our captain back. Seltzer, please save us. Oh, Captain, my captain, as Doobsnacks likes to say.
Well, the SSN might have gone down just outside the island of the giant Pokemon, but this ship sails on. We've got one more match in EU, but before we get there, I'm going to bring in Doobsnacks and Zoinks to take a final look at the matchup we just saw. Usually, guys, when you see an Absol on the horizon, it means disaster is imminent, but PogChamp managed to take that and turn it around, use that warning to the best of their advantages. Zoinks, how did they do that?
The adaptation out of Yerman's first was amazing, but then responded to in kind by PogChamp. Fantastic work. I got to interview Nazu a few days before this tournament. They said that was kind of their secret sauce, their hidden weapon in that team composition. Unfortunately, didn't quite get them the game win.
Yeah, Doobsnacks, they kept that in their back pocket. Obviously, they swore Zoinks to secrecy here to not reveal that before they brought the play out there. But what other secrets do you think they were able to pull out on PogChamp, and what read did PogChamp make to pull it back?
Yeah, this is a classic fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. They went to the well too many times, and PogChamp adjusted very well from having Crackies, the Hoopa, just sitting in the grass. So as soon as the Hoopa peeled the corner, they were able to blow them up and send them packing, keeping that invade from happening again, and really help prevent what happened to game two, which is just compounding interest of the Absol coming in and be able to outlast hit that Bulbasaur. Of course, there are other adjustments as well that PogChamp made. I love seeing that Slowbro come out to help kind of mitigate those good one-on-one characters. And of course, Yoshi having to take a step back from being the president a bit, go back to that Cinderace and show what Carrion's all about. So great adjustment by both sides, of course, and PogChamp not willing to give up that title quite yet.
Yeah, that ability to flex is going to keep PogChamp alive in the bracket. Let's take a look at who they'll be facing off against, who remains here. Of course, we have one match to decide their opponent. Zoinks, we're taking a look at 5i and Zephyr Red. What do you think is going to come through as our champion here?
Predictions already. This might be tough. We got to see a little bit of Zephyr Red so far, but I really am excited to watch some of 5i's gameplay. We haven't been able to get it on broadcast, but any team that can take down 5 guys and make their way through this bracket is an exciting one to me. So, gonna be a great matchup, but if I'm making a choice, I'm gonna say 5i's taking this match.
Well, I let Zoinks pick, Doobsnacks, so you've got to choose two now.
Well, I'm not as bold as Zoinks here, so I'm not going to put my choice down on paper. But it is worth noting that the winner of this game will punch their ticket into the top 4 here, which of course keeps them alive for that big bank of money, keeps them playing tomorrow, but most importantly means that they don't have to square off in the May Open Qualifier as well. So there's a lot more on the line than maybe we've already mentioned so far. So both Zephyr Red and 5i looking to take all of the things hanging in the balance and putting them in their pocket here shortly in our next match.
Hugely important factors to hit on there, Doobsnacks. A lot on the line with each match and a huge prize pool at stake. Let's take a look at how you, our wonderful audience, can perhaps take a bite out of these prize pools that Pokemon UNITE is putting forward for their championship. Of course, we have the May Cup Open Qualifier registration currently open. You can head to battlefy.com/Pokemon UNITE and sign up now, and you're going to earn yourself 20 HoloWare tickets just for trying out the competition. That said, and as Doobsnacks pointed out earlier, you get good, you get great, you come here, you get casted by our wonderful team, and maybe you walk home with a big old chunk of change. Maybe you go all the way to London. We will see which of our teams takes one step closer as soon as we get back from this break. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome back to Pokemon Unite. Now we're going to cover the map layout, features, and key objectives. Remote Stadium, the crown jewel of Aeos Island. There can be a lot to take in here for a new trainer, so let's go over key areas, mechanics, and objectives to get the most out of your game. Let's start by talking about key features of the map. You'll notice the stadium is divided into 3 major sections: a top path, a bottom path, and a central area. At the start of a game, your team will split off to control these areas by defeating wild Pokemon and gaining experience. Be sure to utilize different aspects of the map, like tall grass to hide from opposing Pokemon, and jump pads to quickly traverse to other areas. Each team has 5 goal zones. As you may know, this is where you dunk your Aeos energy. But these zones are used for more than just scoring. When you're in a friendly goal zone, your Pokemon will gain a shield, a movement buff, and heal slowly over time, making combat more favorable for your team to ward off opposing Pokemon. Also, when multiple friendly Pokemon are in your enemy goal zone, you and your team will score faster. But that's not the only way to give your team an edge in battle. Let's take a look at the rest of the map and talk about key objectives. Take note of the very top, middle, and bottom portions of the map. This is where Rotom, Zapdos, and Dreadnought will spawn, and they give huge benefits to your team if you manage to defeat them. Let's start at the top. This is Rotom. Cute little guy, isn't he? Rotom spawns when there's 7 minutes left in the match. Defeat it, and it will make its way towards an enemy goal. But be aware the enemy team can knock Rotom out before it gets to their goal. Once it arrives, it will score your team up to 20 points and charge the goal for a limited time. That means your team will be able to score goals without the need to charge your Unite Ball, scoring instantly. Plus, the enemy team will no longer be able to heal or gain shields in their zone for the duration that the goal is charged. Now let's take a look at the bottom of the map. This is Dreadnought, an elite Pokemon. Pretty intimidating, huh? This tough Pokemon also spawns at the 7-minute mark during a match. Whichever team defeats it will receive a ton of experience and temporary shields for their team. This opens up a fantastic opportunity for your team to push and score on the opposing team. Once Dreadnought is defeated, it will spawn again after 2 minutes. Keep an eye on the timer at the bottom of the map indicating its next spawn. Consistently taking Dreadnought will give your team a significant lead in experience and excel in late game. Speaking of which, once there are 2 minutes left in the match, Zapdos will spawn in the Legendary Pit. This is often the climax of a match. Taking Zapdos will grant the player that knocked it out 30 Aeos energy, and 15 Aeos energy will be distributed to each teammate still left in the fight. Plus, all enemy goals will become charged for 30 seconds.
What a goal!
That's all you need to know for the basics about the map and key objectives. See you next time! Welcome back. We are about to start the final match of day 1 here on the Aeos Cup European Tournament, and the winner of this match will take on another one of our teams in the losers bracket tomorrow. So who that's going to be, well, you got to stick around and find out, but for now, I'm going to bring in my 2 casters for this next match. I've got Doobsnacks, I've got Zoinks, and gentlemen, we have a heck of a matchup ahead of us in the bottom of this bracket. We talked about it a little bit before the break, but Doobsnacks, for the top-down view here, if I was going to focus on just one element, am I going to focus on scoring between these two? Am I looking at team comps? Are we thinking we're going to bring some creative Unite license choices to the game?
Zephyr Red to come back with the Aegis Slash. Of course, that was a lot of fun to watch. And if Zephyr Red taught us anything in that sibling rivalry we watched, is holy smokes, do they like to take the body and turn Aeos Island to a street fight. I think they went 4 minutes without scoring in that second game because they just kept jumping onto the other team here.
It was a bit of a low-scoring game there, Zoinks, when we put our two Zephyr teams together. But we've seen a lot of gameplay from them over the season. Did that strike you as pretty typical of what they brought to the field before?
Definitely. Both of these teams are all focused on team fights, making sure that they have the level advantage going into the late game. Points a little bit on the back burner whenever you can create that advantage by levels, by team fight wins, and let's face it, a little bit of a mental advantage when your opponent's team is always back in their home base trying to heal up.
Well, we saw it on the bracket there. Whoever wins is going up against PogChamp, so we hope they can bring the skills. Let's take a look at these two rosters and compare how they'll go head-to-head and their chances for continuing. And Doomsnacks, I know you got some thoughts, so let me hear them.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 5i. We haven't had the opportunity to showcase them this weekend, of course, but they just got dropped down from the winner's bracket into this spot against the Zephyr Red team that, quite frankly, has to play it a little bit more Pokemon Unite so far today. If you're following the Zephyr Red squad, of course, you're going to want to keep your eye out for Nevrix, Raytao, and, of course, Classics on that Slowbro doing a lot of good work. And Zoinks, I know you know quite a bit about 5i, so maybe you can leash us through that squad here real quick.
No problem. And a player I love to watch on 5i is Inferno. They're normally taking that attacker role position, utilizing that range damage that a lot of different Pokemon can use. I've most recently watched them on the Pikachu, but who knows, I haven't seen very much of the iconic Pokemon Pikachu today. So who knows what Inferno will bring out. Whatever it is, I know that it's going to be electric. That's a hint.
Boogie woogie. Well, let's get into it. We've got the match just about started up, so let's see. Doomsnacks, Zoinks, are you okay to take it away?
We're ready, and if Zoinks keeps bringing those jokes, I think he might take the crown for the corniest jokes happening today from Spraggles in short order. Holy smokes. Of course, Nico Eichels on the Bulbasaur, Classic, Slowbro, Raytao, Nevrix, all on what we just saw when we were watching the family feud here. And of course, taking a look at 5i, the only thing locked in right now is Dravix on the Machamp. Is that going to be rolling up to the top path, Zoinks?
Absolutely. Dravix is well known for their top path play, specifically on Machamp. Attack weight, muscle band, focus band. Who needs these more defensive items? They have everything built up. Sometimes we see a weakness policy built onto this Machamp. Not today. All damage all the time. Inferno, I may have said a corny joke, but my prediction was correct. We're going to see Pikachu in that attacker role spot. Double Glasses Buddy Barrier. Very common build. We've seen the Energy Amplifier build on this Pokemon before. Not as frequent here, though, in NA, going more for the consistent damage instead of the pop-off potential when utilizing the Unite move. And hey, consistent damage against a ongoing rushing force of Zephyr Esports Red might be exactly what 5i needs to keep up in this game.
You know, there's a lot of paralysis-based tools in Pikachu's toolkit, and it can really, really slow things down in that bottom path or open up the opportunities to just rein in those KOs. So you mentioned Inferno. I'm going to be watching out for it as this game progresses, especially with Double Glasses. That damage output is going to be pretty high and ramped up for sure.
Dreadnought fights are going to be really, really interesting. Early game is going to be favored towards 5i, in my opinion. Not playing a Venusaur on their side, Pikachu does much better early. Also, fun little note that we get to see right here, 5i is bringing the Blastoise into the central area.
Absolutely. Dravix, that future Machamp, currently just a Machop, going to be doing some work in the top path. And we do see 2-1-2 laning. Get into solo queue mode, folks, because we are back to what you're seeing when everybody's calling their positions here. And now just 2-on-2 pressure, not too bad here in the bottom path, working through. Everybody's level 3 hanging out, but Inferno might be the difference maker here as Dr. Ampa, maybe just Drampa, getting worked on pretty soon. And that Hone Edge has to bail in the top path.
It's really going to be interesting to see if these teams stick to this 2-1-2 or if it was just for that initial wild Pokemon secure and what we're going to lay out. But otherwise, we have 3 Pokemon postured in the top path for both teams around for the first piece. Inferno, though, leveling very, very quickly, almost hitting that level 4. Dr. Rampa, as I like to call them, almost heading forward for Blissey. They might just get it a little bit short, though.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take away anybody's doctorate here, so Dr. Ampa it is.
Yeah.
Here we go. Inferno level 4, that's Thunder, that's great secure. But if we're taking a look at the top, we got 3-on-3 action kicking around here as they're going after each other, and War Turtle gets a KO on the Hone Edge. And that's a great start for 5i here, not letting Zephyr Red and that Aegislash get too far out of control. Dravix wants to hit level 5 to get Evolution. Big Surf getting a clutch out here on the top Audino, and good work by Zephyr Red on that 2-on-2 in the bottom path.
Big benefit in that top path, having red buff on the War Turtle, the Water Sport slowing down the Hone Edge, not able to escape away. Clawzic's taking quite a bit of early damage, but Inferno doesn't quite have the closing ability to get the KO, and Drampa doesn't have as much locking down potential as we've seen some tanks. However, as soon as Egg Bomb is up and running, look forward to seeing Pokemon being knocked up left, right, and center out of that support Pokemon in this bottom path.
Yeah, well, a lot of ways to obstruct the movement of Zephyr Red here on 5i in the bottom path as they're putting the pressure on Ivysaur and the Slowbro. Slowbro goes deep on the Surf, but they're getting eyed down. They're getting Rapid Spun on. Are they going to get the KO? That's the Pikachu Inferno. You pointed them out, and they're getting on the scoreboard early here with a KO on the big Slowbro. And as I've mentioned before, that's Pokemon. That's type advantage, baby. But here comes Raytal, the Greninja. They're not going to help. They're going to help out their Ivysaur here trying to get a KO, but they get mowed down by the War Turtle. The focus is too strong. The player advantage is too big. 5i getting crucial KO right before Dreadnought.
5i, a bit of an explainer. You see it on screen. I'll mention it. 5 Italians is why they named it as a team, making their country proud today, fighting for the top 4 at Aeos Cup. Is so excited. They're already pushing a huge advantage. Second set of beats is up and completely gone. Inferno collecting a ton of that experience, not to mention securing the objective away from Zephyr Red.
Recovering quickly, Zephyr Red is from those KOs, and they're going to get ready for Dreadnought as it's right around the corner. Not anybody down just yet, but Hoopa might be able to bring them in short order. As here we go, Dreadnought has been populated. Raytal has the impetus, and Dr. Ampa, the big doc downstairs at the Blissey, going to try and use their medical degree to lob in some egg bombs there and pick up Raytal. They buy a good gap. Inferno's working through. Davic's getting 30 points up top, back to the Dreadnought here as the right side team takes it. That's Raytal putting the team on their back. Go ahead and securing that. They're going to see if they can turn that advantage in the tie to the face of 5i. They were 2 KOs falling down on 5i. Zephyr Red starting to feel. That's this big old Solar Beam, and Nevrix is pushing. Brian's setting packing, and that's a good little push by Zephyr Red.
No kidding, they secure the Dreadnought. We've seen this Solar Beam before. We're going to see it again and again. Alki's a fantastic player, securing objectives, dealing damage. Whatever you need this giant laser beam to do, they got your number. Interesting that they're staying in this bottom path, though, trusting that the Hyperspace Hull will be back off cooldown whenever their team desperately needs them up top.
Absolutely. Oh, that looked good. That was a big Unite move by the Machamp. Throwing hands like Ip Man, as I like to say. Getting a big KO there as the Machamp's doing work on the Slowbro, and that's a good one to take out. Look at that Hollowware looking extra clean, coming through, eyeing down Nevrix, taking the sword, and they karate chop through the sword, breaking steel beams up here. Not quite yet. Nevrix getting a big heal here, and now the Egg Bomb's throwing everywhere as the pressure is in the face of 5i. Zephyr Red looking really good, and great support, picking up each other and not letting too many players go down as the Blastoise gets in with the Rapid Spin, peels back a little bit. Rotom now not getting knocked into. Of course, Dr. Ampa proves me wrong because they have a doctorate, and now we're Zephyr Red working on Rotom. Going to see if they can take it. That's a Unite move by the Aegislash to clutch that out, push it right down the path, and they're pushing the face of 5i.
We were talking about it earlier when we watched Zephyr Red, the secure out of the side of Zephyr Red, so incredibly strong. Venusaur's Solar Beam, Greninja's Serve, Aegislash's Unite move, every single option they have available to them are going to be netting these objectives very, very easily. So now they have gotten the first Rotom and the first Dreadnought, and we're about 20 seconds away from the second one. Koopa is sending the team down to that bottom path, whereas Nevrix staying upstairs to actually take a fight.
Yeah, just posturing a little bit before this Dreadnought, as Zephyr Red, you said, mentioning down, just getting some Audino, getting their experience up here, making sure they're ready when the Dreadnought action fires off.
Dreadnought action going to be firing up very soon. Zephyr White taking early positioning here. Nevrix dives in, already completely eliminated. Greninja Surf is the one that takes it. Dravix caught out in the middle of nowhere. The laser from Hoopa finds the KO. Locked in place as the Hoopa unbound. Nice Slowbro choice to make sure that happens. KOs on either side, but Zephyr Red definitely getting the better end of that Dreadnought fight.
Yeah, two down there for 5i, one down for Zephyr Red, but the action continues here as Classics throws a little surf, and the Blastoise wants more action, get in there with a rapid spin. Gonna put the pressure on somebody, grabs a defensive portal. Neverix gets a little bit of a solar beam coverage from their own Venusaur, and now they're pushing through. That's a Blissey gonna KO on the sword. Who knew them hands could chop through steel like that? As they're pushing back, and they sent the Ghost back to their sword. That's a big Unite move here by 5i on the goal pad themselves. The Blissey getting another one, eating up a Greninja. Here we go, and now the Venusaur's trying to get the Blissey back for that insolence. Here's the Slowbro, picks up the Hoopa, and Zephyr Red puts together a pretty good stand here in the bottom path from 5i's push.
Q-Lasix with an amazing surf to knock the Hoopa out of the hyperspace hold teleport, making sure they were not allowed to reset, and they were able to net themselves the KO. So great work. Something we need to mention though, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game, and 0 points scored from Zephyr Red. The defense from 5i may have looked like an offense, but it is pushing Zephyr Red away from these goal zones.
Yeah, absolutely. An absolute goose egg there. And if you saw on the bottom path, all of that Aeos energy just sitting there because everybody's pockets are full. They haven't even made a push, been able to get anything in. This Rotom getting worked on really quickly. That's another Unite move by Neverix to go ahead and get the Rotom sent packing into the face of 5i. Is this the fight that they want to take? We're watching Raytown, Neverix up front. That's where they like to be to insulate the action. Glazix coming in with a big surf. Going to see if they can open the door. Neverix getting the big wide guard there to pick up their HP, and they're working back in the opposing goal zone. Finally, they get KO'd by the Blissey. We're working through. That's more surfs. That's Greninja action as well. Greninja getting the KO on Machamp. KO streak of 2. Blissey on the chopping block as well. And finally, Zephyr Red getting on the scoreboard with the Greninja complement of a KO streak of 3.
Neverix is such an incredible player on this Aegis Lost. I'm so glad we're able to watch them there. You were mentioning it, the wide guard soaks up a ton of damage, not to mention, well, in shield form, the boosted attacks giving them the extra HP, and of course switching to sword form to finish off the enemy Pokemon. Huge team fight win there, but this time Inferno is able to collect themselves the Dreadnought.
Oh, with that, picking up the Dreadnought, that's going to be the experience in shields. KO streak of 2 for Inferno. The player to watch here as they're working through. Machamp gets one. The Hoopa as well. So many players are going down right before Zapdos. We just have a couple seconds here as Classic's neck went up. They're trying to get that coverage by that Solar Beam. Just the Venusaur just trying to get their Slowbro out of there as points are going to rain in. Zapdos is here, plus 80, just in front of that 2-minute mark, so it's not getting the double ducats yet.
No, not quite yet, but now we're hitting the final stretch. Zapdos is available. Both teams are converging in on Zapdos. However, Drafix trying to threaten a little bit of a score in the top tier goal zone. Has 50, does not want to commit to it yet. Most importantly, does not want to give Zephyr Red any information about where they're located. If he doesn't get too close to that goal zone, they won't be able to see him on the mini-map.
There we go. Dravix going for it now as the action kicking off. Is that what Zephyr Red's going to use? The points are going in. The action is very segregated from itself as the Slowbro gets a KO on the Blissey. That's a big one. They don't have that forward player here for 5i. And Zephyr Red says this is the time to go. The Hoopas are unbound. They're coming through. The Unite moves. The fists are flying. Zapdos getting burnt down. Right side team takes it. That's Zephyr Red with another clutch out here. They're going to be able to rain in the KOs and get those ducats in. One person down, 2 down for Zephyr Red. 5i on the defensive stand here as they're getting KOs back the other way. Zephyr Red's going down. Classic's going to try and get a hundo banger in. They do. It's still 251 to 200. Dravix's going to try and get in 42 points at the top. They do. 335 to 200. Zephyr Red is all down. There's nobody there to put points in. And these goal zones are open, but that door is shrinking quickly. Classics with just barely enough points. Not enough to make up the difference here as 5i loses Zapdos, but are in a great position to win this game.
They do get a slight score. 40 seconds is not nothing. There's definitely time to get towards the goal zones, and it's not like they need to put in a tremendous number either. However, 5A responding after losing the Zapdos to actually find so many KOs. All those Unite moves were utilized to just burn down the Zapdos and would not be able to be utilized in a team fight situation. However, Dravix padding the pockets of Aeos energy. The amount of scores they've gotten in the last few seconds is immaculate. 10 seconds left. Can anybody from Zephyr Red get points in these goal zones?
Well, 5, 4, 3, 2, just KOs getting rained in. Nobody's even touched the rim on this goal zone here, Zoinks. No points going in. Machamp making it back to pick up a KO streak of 2, and this one goes to 5i. In this game, Zephyr Red, 1 game away from tournament extinction.
Travis.
305 points. Are you kidding me?
Dravix with 305 points. We were mentioning this game was an incredibly low-scoring game, even with some last minute. We're only at 385 is the biggest number. 385 and 305 of those points were from Dravix. Brian putting up some numbers too. And Brian is actually the player I want to shout out on Hoopa. In that team fight, as soon as they lose Zapdos, Brian held on to the Hoops Unbound Unite move for as long as possible. Knowing that they had teammates who were KO'd and needed to get back via that portal, they held on to it until, of course, they needed to utilize it for the team fight situation. But that patience really helped the rest of 5i get back into the team fight as soon as they needed to.
8 KOs for Dravix, 305 points. Holy smokes, are you kidding me? Dr. Ampa with 5 KOs themselves, lobbing in eggs and getting their chops in too. Just trying to split Zephyr Red like wood in karate class, and it looked good out there for 5i. Let's take a look at the damage. Decent spread here for both teams. I'm focusing on 5i. And all this shows me, Zoinks, is this team was fighting as a unit. They were moving in together. They're all dealing collective damage. And Dravix got most of the credit for those KOs, but it was certainly a team effort as I'm seeing this damage dealt section.
No kidding. 5i definitely played together as a squad. Dravix, of course, maybe that rebellious Machamp going for the back caps or split pushes, as we like to call them. So finding a decent amount of value away from their team, but they always come back, Dupe Snacks. They always come back with 1,000 fists in those punches. So amazing, amazing work. I love seeing that situation. But hey, shout out Zephyr Red. They had an amazing Zapdos situation. They were able to secure it. Just confirming those points wasn't quite there, but a lot of objectives went their way, and I think that is going to be the shining point of Zephyr Red's gameplay. They can convert the objectives into a game win. They'll be going all the way to the top 4.
Taking a real good look at 5i here. They're certainly kind of converting and building on their finishes. Top 24 in February, top 6 in March. Of course, they're vying for a top 4 spot here in the Aeos Cup. And if that's not progression, I don't know what is. A team that has been together, stuck together, grinded it out together, and it's nice to see them watch that materialize and come to fruition in front of our eyes here, as you've mentioned earlier, in the biggest tournament that the Pokemon Unite scene has had so far.
No kidding. Love seeing Keep running on that central area Blastoise, by the way. Seeing a Blastoise with those buffs, Rapid Spin, always going to be an incredible threat. Going to make Zephyr Esports Red have to get moving the other direction. So shout out to the central area player as well. Keep running. I did not forget you.
If we can, let's take a quick moment. Let's go into those Game 1 highlights here to see exactly how 5i was able to dispatch of Zephyr Red here in Game 1. And we're looking at the early Dreadnought here as the Greninja took it. Raytao just in explosive fashion here to really try and put the team on their back and move through. And of course, the second one goes to them as well. You mentioned they secured so many objectives in this game, Zoinks, but unfortunately weren't able to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. The team fighting and just presence of mind of 5i to always be aware of positioning and knowing how much they can risk before losing too much. They were always pushing to find really nice KOs, even in this siege on the tier 1 goal zone by Red. They got a lot of points in, but 5i was immediately trying to put pressure in the bottom path with Inferno here.
Yeah, great pressure, great presence by Zephyr Red, and especially Raytao, really trying to execute their plan here. And this is kind of when we have to really question what was happening here. Zephyr Red and 5i was split a little bit. Zephyr Red wins the flip after kind of isolating 5i players, but 5i coming back, roaring back with the best defense they've got, which is solid offense. They're able to score some points while also taking the body, reining in 4 KOs, and only Classic was able to get the points here. And of course, Dravix is our MVP, not only winning in KOs or leading the squad in KOs, but leading the squad in points as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Also, just a shout out to their Machamp play and that third held item that they're utilizing, the attack weight. So strong when you're scoring 300 plus points in a game. That Machamp's attack stat is just going to be going higher and higher and higher to a point where they are finding KOs left, right, and center. So amazing work from Dravix on this 5 Italians team, putting themselves up 1-0. Game 2 is going to be really interesting, and we're already getting a look at what Pokemon they're choosing.
Yeah, Dravix, no surprise. If I just played him a champ that clean in game one, I don't think I would be switching off either. Keep locking in that Blastoise, Inferno on the Pikachu, as you mentioned, Brian on Hoopa, another player that you gave shine to, and of course, our doctorate holding Dr. Ampa back on the Blissey. Any changes, though, on the left-hand side here for Zephyred, Neverix, Raytow look like they're going back to their bread and butter, and I really like Classics there on the Slowbro as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, you don't exactly have to change up your entire team composition when you lose a game that close, right? And they were getting objectives, they were positioning well, the scoreline never got too catastrophically large, even in the end points of the game. Still, though, like we were mentioning, just cleaning up their team fighting presence a little bit more than their objective focus, and they'll be in a great spot. Excited to see what Neverix can do on the Sword Pokemon of Aegislash this time around. They found so much value. If they didn't get KO'd early game in that top path, we may have been looking at a different end game result.
Without a doubt, and especially in that last team fight, they seem to have done a good job isolating single players of 5i, getting those KOs quickly. Unfortunately, by the time they tried to convert on that Zapdos, of course, they were too low HP, and 5i able to come through and not only score, take the body and get those KOs. But here we go. Keep back in the central area there with that Blastoise, and Neverix and Nico hip to hip in that top path as Icles and Classics are going to hold it down by.
One interesting thing about 5i is that they actually have multiple fluffy tails on their team. Dr. Ampa utilizing one just there to secure the middle Autono with that Blissey Pound. So fantastic work there. Neverix are going to maybe go a little bit deep. No, the berry is going to scare them away. Too much healing for them to try to chase that KO.
Just an absolute clutch berry by Brian there to save Dravix and really keep that thing from going sideways too quickly. Dr. Ampa, a little low on HP as Classics is pushing forward and now kind of retreating. They're net down real quick as Inferno just letting them know, hey, I'm here. I'm the spokesperson for Pokemon here. Don't test me in this bottom path.
Don't test me for sure. Pikachu, very well known for their early game presence. Electro Web, such a strong move that they have access to, locking you in place, allowing Pikachu's large damage numbers to go through the roof. Those first Bs completely removed, and War Turtle finds another KO.
That's exactly where you want to be if you're the central area Pokemon, getting those KOs here as 5i and Zephyred are battling it out in this top path. Dravix looking very, very good. Already level 5. Great place to be. Picking up a berry, which is going to give them sustain to hang out and keep picking up these wild Pokemon.
We're seeing this 2-1-2 situation more and more here with Hoopa being able to use Hyperspace Hole. But Dravix does decide to join in the return to base at the last second, getting full HP, is able to engage. Now Neverix down to half HP.
Neverix down to half HP, and they're knocking on the doorstep here as they're trying to make it to the portal. I think they do. No, the Hoopa gets the KO on the Honedge real quick, and that's good look here by 5i, able to convert on that before Raytow can get in the mix. And of course, Keep is up there as the War Turtle. Inferno still putting the pressure on and getting that forward position in the bottom path.
Inferno playing really, really well, having a Blissey there to help Pocket you so strong. Dr. Rampa yet again secures that wild Pokemon objective. So because of all the wild Pokemon they've been able to collect in comparison to the enemy team, we are just getting that Ivysaur evolution right now.
Yeah, that War Turtle a little bit ahead of their counterpart Raytow there, level 7, but we're working through. They both catch the portal back as 5i is going to come back fully healed. Defensive portal here for Zephyred. Raytow not jumping in, but the Doublade does, and that's going to give them enough HP to pressure. Are they going to hang out? They are. They're going to skirmish over the bees here as everybody's positioning. They're working through. He seals it up. The Machamp is on the chopping block here. Are they going to catch the portal? No, they get taken out just in time. Great work by Neko to not let them off the hook like that. A great way to finish as they're taking the express lane down to the bottom path because Dreadnought's right around the corner.
A trade of 1 KO from either side of the top path players, as we like to see them. Over 2-1-2, shake things up. Dreadnought already down to about half HP. Qualitix way on the enemy side.
Whoa, they're just watching. It seems like everybody's just waiting to hit last hit. Right side team takes it. It's a Hoopa. Was that another that's a portal knockout, I think, as people portal through and they come through. 1 KO down. That's the Doublade. The steel looking a little weak today. Is that tinfoil aluminum? What is that, Teflon? We're working through an Inferno feeling to get a KO streak of 2 here as the Blastoise picks one up too. And what a siege on this bottom goal zone by 5i as they not only get a bunch of KOs, they might be able to close out this goal zone here as they're trying to just plan out. No, they leave it up. They leave it up to try and get those those forward Audinos available to them that sit on Zephyr Red's side of the board.
Really heads up play by 5i to retreat after knowing he won a great fight. Why give the enemy an opportunity to re-engage and earn that experience back via a KO or something like that? Amazing work. Inferno opting into this Electro Ball build. Choice Specs Wise Glass is going to work very, very well in that situation. So Inferno going to be doing a ton of burst damage to Pokemon, especially when they can get locked in place by Blastoise and Machamp and things like that.
I'm watching that Venusaur, and it can hit that Solar Beam for so far away. You can actually see Kha'Zix was surfing in to try and see if they could get anybody to bite, and then the Solar Beam come through. But here we go. Oh, that's a Bliss Assistance. Here we go. That's going to be used on the Machamp, who's kind of stuck in spot here, and they're going to see if they can rain in a KO off the back of that as Keep comes through for the support, but never gets on the Chopping Block. Blastoise sorts them out real quick because they're feeling it. Down goes the Hoopa as well. KO Streak to that Bliss Assistance, just cranking up that damage output between Travix and the Blastoise. They're able to get 2 KOs there in tandem and rain in a good amount of 40 points there. Oh, just one more. Why not?
Attack weight stats are definitely on the menu today. Travix feeling really, really good about the scores they can get, not to mention that huge KO. But shout out to Dr. Ampa for a perfectly timed Unite move. Keep them up and get that damage boost to find the KO.
Water Shuriken right into the guts of 5Eyes. They're going to see if they can convert on that. But no, Raytao goes down to the Machamp, and now Dravix is feeling it, get a KO Trigger too. They're just punching everywhere, just knocking through steel. Blastoise getting the Hoopa again. I feel like they just have their number at this point. 40 points go in. Decent little overcap there, and 5i is up on the scoreboard. They're up on the experience, and now Rotom is heading down the pike into the face of Zephyr Red.
That team fight for sure going to be a really, really strong asset for them in terms of experience and late game presence. However, the Dreadnought has populated on the bottom side of the map, but neither team rushing to get towards this objective Pokemon. Hoopa Unbound available for 5i. Whenever they need to, they can utilize that Unite move and send everybody down. Dravix, knowing that, has opted into going into the enemy's central area.
Yeah, now they're just kind of baiting around, seeing there they are. The Hoopa Unbound comes through, and there's not one on the other side here. As 5i's going to get all over this Dreadnought. That's a rapid spin up front to try and buy the gap. Right side team takes it. That's Blastoise off the rapid spin. And now that they have that, they're taking the KOs. That's 3 down. The Blissey getting 1. The Pikachu getting 1. And Dravix going to get a big overtunk of 23 here. So, of course, they got a KO as well. And all of Zephyr Red seemed packing here. KO Street for the Machamp. Of course, Pikachu gets 2. They're sponsored by this company, Pokemon. They're up front and center. You got to give them a KO Streak of 2 as they get their points in. And now 5i is sliding this thing up big here in game 2.
Dravix again trying to beat their 308 score record from last game, putting so much Aeos energy into these goal zones. Every time we go to the camera view, it looks like it's their NBA trial video, honestly. Destroying these bottom Bs. Right now, the name of the game is to be farming up against these wild Pokemon as much as possible. Dravix yet again finding themselves in the enemy central area. So over-leveled and strong right now, they do not need to worry about giving up the opposite KO. They know they have the ability to KO the enemy if they need to, but also Machamp has a great amount of mobility to get away, especially since Dravix is opting into the Cross Chop.
Yeah, absolutely. Kha'Zix trying to do something cheeky here, get some points into the top path. That's shut down quickly by Dr. Ampa and company. Here we go. The Swords gets in the mix here, trying to put the pressure on. They take a defensive portal as all of 5i is there now. If they want to come back through, they can jump on them. A portal is set down themselves by their own Hoopa. Rapid Spin's playing up front. Kha'Zix, everybody's on the retreat if you're Zephyr Red. They don't want to get too far forward because that's the recipe for disaster for them. As 5i is all over this Rotom. No, just kidding. They're sandbagging a little bit. Big Surf comes through and see if they can catch anybody. Machamp's catching all the bodies here as the Slowbro goes down. Blastoise eats up the sword like a sword swallow in a circus here. Pikachu gets their own. 3 players down for Zephyr Red, and now this Rotom's basically free here. All 5i's going to want to do is send this thing down the lane, heal up, and get ready because Zapdos is in 20 seconds.
Keep running, keeps winning, throwing in the rapid spin damage with all those buffs on them as well as their level lead. It is so tough to take down that Pokemon, especially because of the defensive boost that you get while utilizing that rapid spin. Only 5 seconds until we hit this final area. Zephyr Red really needs to make something happen right now. Their level discrepancy isn't terrible. They have 2 Pokemon at level 13. A decisive team fight here could give them the advantage. However, they play a lot of range damage except for the Aegislash. They're going to need to set up their Engager Aegislash very, very well, or else this game could go in 5i's favor.
A back cap strategy employed by Five Eyes. They get a hundo banger, and that's Unite move by Inferno coming through. Left side team takes it, and that was very quickly melted as we were watching that back cap action. And here we go. Five Eye needs to find Zephyr Red, and they need to knock them out quickly. They're trying to cut them off. Classics up front, trying to buy time for Raytow to get up front and get their points, and Classics actually has no points, so that's the person you don't have to worry about. Nico's sitting up top. They're barely holding anything. That's just the 17 times 2 quick mass 34 question mark. His Keep is trying to find Raytow, and that's a hundo banger back the other way to bring the parity here as Five Eye is still in the lead, and now Five Eye is just collapsing on that bottom goal zone as some stick back and play defense. Look at Blissey coming through, and poor Nico just like, I'm doing my best here. Take my 34, take my 20, help me.
Yeah, Zephyr Red, Nico doing what they can to get as much score in. 273 to 410, 50 seconds left, and look at the teleport hyperspace hole from Hoopa now. It now goes from their home base all the way to this outside area. An incredible defensive tool, normally used for rotating to objective Pokemon. It is now being utilized to its best by Brian for a defense in these last fading seconds of Zephyr Red versus Five Eye.
Good little defensive setup here as Zephyr Red's going to make a push on this top goal zone. That's a Unite move by the Blastoise for Five Eye. They're going to use that right into a rapid spin. Going to buy some time. Goodbye, Slowbro. I don't even know why you're here, Chief. This is the Five Eye game here in this top half second tier goal zone. Hoopa gets taken out by Hoopa. Venusaur takes out Pikachu. There's 3 players down on Zephyr Red, just 1 for Five Eye. That looks like the defensive stand is going to hold. 9 seconds, 8 seconds on the clock. There's not enough time, Zoinks. Five Eye is making it into the top 4 of the Aeos Cup for EU.
Their first time here, top 6 last tournament, top 24 before that. Five Eye is going to be joining the likes of PogChamp, Unleashed, and Random Gaming into the top 4. Going to be an amazing tournament tomorrow to watch. But the game today, 410 to 273, yet again, a very close one all the way throughout. Five Eye and Zephyr Red, it seemed like they were very evenly matched teams, but the clever back caps from Five Eye really gave them the edge in that last 2 minutes.
Yeah, Dravix really showing the potential that Machamp has on Aeos Island, doing great work in that top path, scaling very, very well, and then taking over the game. And of course, always in the back pocket was that Blastoise Keep to help them just reel in, just crank out the damage, and really help Dravix close the door. Great team play by Five Eye here to punch their ticket into the top 4.
Great team play is exactly the note that I wanted to touch on. When you see things like these back caps right at the end, or when you're giving up pressure around Zapdos in favor of scoring, it all boils down to trust in your teammates. You have to trust that they're going to be communicating the proper information you need, not to mention they're going to have the positioning and the ability to KO the enemy team if they do get the Zapdos.
Yeah, this was all about getting the lead and holding on to it. We know Zephyr Red isn't super interested in getting those early points then. They try to really rein in their advantage through the KOs. And unfortunately, Five Eye was able to stem that, keep that from materializing, and of course getting points in of their own, scaling very well, taking the body even better than Zephyr Red has, and of course delivering a win here, 2-0 fashion. Let's go ahead and take a look here at our team, Five Eye, to see all their players yet again that we'll be watching play tomorrow.
This squad looking real good. Five Eye, 5 Italians. That's how they named themselves. Gonna be putting on an absolute show in Europe's top 4. Very excited to see them. Shout outs to my MVP, Easy Inferno. Looking fantastic on that Pikachu. Didn't see much of that Pokemon today, but when we did see it, it was in the hands of Inferno, which always looks incredible.
Yeah, it looked really good in that second game, especially. Really helped take over that bottom path and help Five Eye keep that train rolling. Really let Dravix cut loose and take over the game. This was one of the most funny Dreadnoughts I've ever seen. Is everybody just kind of hanging out, nobody's interested in each other, and just everybody all of a sudden haymakering all their cooldowns right into Dreadnought to see who can take it.
Yeah, absolutely. They were just watching the enemy team saying, no, you go first, in their best method, and it led into this. A great siege in this goal zone. But yet again, Five Eye showcasing their patience, never wanting to push the advantage too far to where they give a little bit of extra EXP to Zephyr Red.
Yep, same thing here in the top path as they're able to get a big overdunk as Five Eye, and of course downstairs as well. We see the rapid spin to kind of cut off Zephyr Red, and as it was peeling back, getting a little bit of that splash damage onto Dreadnought and actually taking it down. And 5i using the fluffy tails that you pointed out to close that. Look, poor Neko, just doing their best up there.
Neko was doing their best there. They were actually having a pretty incredible game. I think the Hoopa play out of Zephyr Red was really, really strong. Rotations always looked good, and you could see that in their objective secure gameplay. If anything, I'm very excited to watch the rest of Zephyr Red's story when it comes to the May finals upcoming. This is definitely a team that is not going anywhere in this scene, and they're always going to be a threat for brackets.
Yeah, absolutely. We just watched the highlights. We need to take a quick pause and let's take a look at who our MVP is here in Game 2 of this matchup between 5i and Zephyr Red. And there's Dravix, of course. Come on.
Back to back, baby. Dravix putting in numbers damage-wise, KO-wise, and of course, Aeos Energy score-wise. They were in a dunk contest against Zephyr Red, and they won.
Well, you know what they say, Dravix, when you're in the top of the points, top of the KOs, you get to top it all, and we give you the crown here. So back-to-back for them, as you mentioned. But of course, somebody needs to steer this ship, and who better than Seltzer, our captain, of course, the person that we lean on to quite literally keep this thing going in the right direction. Seltzer, come on back and help us wrap up the EU.
It's a lot of pressure. I have never steered a ship before, but I've watched a lot of our Flag Means Death. I think I'm going to be fine. Anyway, this has been an amazing first day of the Aeos Cup. I've been so excited, joyful joining you all. It's been a pleasure watching you work. You have such great thoughts, and the most exciting part about this is we get to do it all over again for North America in 15 minutes. But before we wrap things up here, let's take a look at what the day has brought us so far. We started out with those beautiful 8 teams at the top of the bracket, but Spraggles, games happened. Things played out. Points were distributed.
I couldn't say it better myself. Games did happen, points were distributed, and I think one of the biggest stories here, of course, is Unleashed taking down PogChamp, sending them down to the losers bracket where they needed to battle it out with Yerman Burger Flippers. I mean, what a story between those teams. And then, of course, Random Gaming right now, undefeated, making their way through the winners bracket. It's just been an incredible series so far. I can't wait to see who makes it to the grand finals.
Yeah, Zoinks, any thoughts you want to add there? I know you assured me points were going to play out this way a little bit. We're looking at our Zephyrs, we're looking at our 5-Eyes, but we saw PogChamps move to the lower bracket today. A little bit unexpected.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know if many people expected that, especially after winning the March finals, but hey, EU is looking more exciting than ever. We're not getting a repeat of the top 4 teams this time. We got a change in EU, and I think that's something that we can all celebrate. Welcome 5i, and welcome to the Apprentice Unleashed squad for meeting into your top 4.
Y'all promised me a low-scoring game, too. Right on there for those last 2. Now, we are going to check in with our other casters as soon as we come back with the rest of our tournament, but for now, we are going to kick off Day 2 of the Aeos Cup tomorrow, where we'll be starting out with a best-of-3 format, but reminder, when we get to the grand finals, we're going to kick it into a best-of-5. And should we have a bracket reset, should a team come up from the lower bracket, well, we're going to do another best-of-5 then. So don't worry, we are going to put all the effort in to finding our best team at this event. And we are also hoping to open the doors to a new crop of Pokemon Unite competitors. That's right, registration is now open for the May Cup. So if you would like to play in the open qualifier, if you'd like to go find some teammates, you can head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and sign up. And just signing up and playing in the competition, just getting your toes in the water, is going to earn you 20 Hollowware tickets. But as we see with the tournament this weekend, if you decide to take it all the way, well, you could be playing for up to $10,000 like our teams are in this tournament. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we have the North American Aeos Cup, so stay in your seats. We've got lots more action to come.
bola e vai pegando os ápidos a seu favor.
I'm May Basil, I'm the checker from Brazil, and I'm currently in part of the team that won twice in the Worlds Qualifier for the SA server. I'm a Switch player, me and Soto are both Switch players, and we both started like at the release date of the game. I was actually in another team called Overheat, which is like one of the top teams in Brazil as well. We were all from separate teams, except for Gisin and Soto. They were both in the same, but every single other player was in a different team. Every single one. And then there was this one tournament in Brazil that some things happened, and like I decided to leave the team I was before, and I was like, okay, I want to gather every single best player in every single role and make the best possible Brazilian powerhouse. And that's when I was reaching out to the guys, and I was, hey, do you want to join? And gladly everyone accepted, and gladly it really worked out in the end. We have actually never met in person. Everyone never met. Like, we live in 3 different states, so that says a lot for how hard it is to meet everybody, especially in Brazil, because like states are really big and really far apart. We're hoping to meet in London. For whoever is going to face us at Worlds, don't sleep on us, because we're going to try and begin hard.
Here, Blaine might go down. The action finally kicks off as here we go. We have the egg bomb. We have the defensive hoops coming through as they're just going in and out. Rapid spin by Random Gaming. They have the positional advantage on Zapdos. They're pushing through. Hoop on bound is Kiva. Kiva gonna try and yank through the squad. There's 2 players down already. Everybody from Random Gaming still standing. They're all over. Left side team takes it. That's Random Gaming. The gold zones are unlocked. Their pockets are full.
Greetings, trainers, and welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Think you and your team have what it takes to be the best of the best and represent your region? Then keep listening. Your team could earn a spot to Worlds in London to compete for $500,000 in prizes in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Here's how you can do it. Every month, teams will compete in an open qualifier double elimination tournament until only the top 16 teams remain. Those teams will battle it out live with the world watching in monthly finals for loads of championship points. After each monthly final, the top 4 teams from each monthly final will receive an automatic placement into the next month's finals. Once we reach the halfway point of the season, the stakes will be raised with a mid-season showdown, the Aeos Cup. There will be even more to play for this month, with even more championship points at stake and $25,000 in prizes. At the end of the season, players will be able to compete for a spot in the regional finals. 24 teams will earn a spot in this coveted tournament. 12 of those teams will be by last chance qualifier event. 8 teams with the most championship points, and the top 4 placing teams from the previous month's final. The top placing teams from this tournament will earn their share of $50,000 in prizes and a spot in London to represent their region in the first ever Pokémon UNITE World Championships. The time has come to unite.
One from both Duraludons. Who's able to get this secure? It is the Ninetales from Blossom.
Are they going to use it here to try and pick off a player here? They're just throwing flames everywhere. There it is. We Blossom, where are you? I need your help, says Ren. They need to get some points in. There they are, 384. Retsu up top. Retsu up top.
Welcome to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Today we're kicking off the Aeos Cup Finals for North America, and over the next 2 days, the top teams in North America will battle it out to see who can be the best. But I've got an incredible team of talent to take us through the action. I'd like to invite them all on now. Our wonderful set of casters. We've got Spraggles, we've got Jeff Hoogland, we've got Duke Snacks, we've got Zoinks. I think that's the whole crew. There's no extra. I don't even think there's room for more boxes on this screen. So lucky to have you all. And Duke Snacks, as the best dressed among us, why don't you tell us how you're doing today first?
Oh, we're doing good. We're doing good. As I like to say, slobber knockers, Donnie Brooks, everything's on the docket today. EU really delivered, and I expect the same out of my home continent in the NA. So I can't wait to get the action underway. And of course, Kentucky Derby fires off here in an hour and 28 minutes.
All right, well, you better stay tuned on this channel. There's nowhere else to go that you're going to get Zoinks as well, my wonderful duo. Zoinks, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Seltzer, my duo.
Well, you and Doob Snacks are the duo. I don't mean to step in here. I know that's a thing. I'm just...
Oh, no, it's fine. We'll talk. But yeah, no, thank you so much. I'm excited to be casting NA. EU was a blast. NA is looking to be one of the best tournaments we've had so far. A lot of upsets, a lot of interesting stuff to look at.
Yes, and speaking of upsets, speaking of interesting stuff, Spraggles, you and Jeff had some interesting matches earlier today. You think you're going to get more today?
I mean, I absolutely hope so, of course. Hi, everybody. Yeehaw to you and yours. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. I'm so excited to be casting NA, and we have had some massive upsets before our broadcast for NA. I can't wait to get into it. These surely will be incredible games.
Jeff, I've been relying on your knowledge for these last games in EU today, taking on North America, another pool of talent that you are very well familiar with. How are you thinking things are going to pan out?
Really excited to see how this different region reacts to the balance changes that we had to the game recently. Historically speaking, in our first 2 events, NA and EU could not be more different in the types of ways that they play out, and I'm interested to see if that continues with this current patch.
Well, we can take a look at the regional leaderboard, see how our teams have distributed themselves up until now, points-wise. Pretty close there in that first column there. What do you think, Spraggles?
I mean, you look at this and you'd be surprised to find out that Game and Gladiators didn't make it into the broadcast for March. And then you would also be surprised to find out that Blossom won't be here for this tournament. Two of our biggest teams going back and forth. NA is a really interesting region. I think there are a lot of incredible teams waiting to take that #1 spot.
And Jeff, who stands out to you here as some team that could really shoot up this bracket?
Well, I mean, Nemesis is just an incredible team. I love watching them. Some of the most exciting plays come from Nemesis, but I would love to see Foreign Famous start rocketing up this leaderboard as well.
And Doof Snacks, I know you've been watching these teams closely here. If you had to pick someone outside that top 4 to watch, which team would it be?
Look, I don't think there's a team that's on a bigger heater than IXGT right now. A recently formulated team from kind of the scraps of other ones, and they've just been delivering on tournament after tournament, building a good head of steam here, heading right into the Aeos Cup, and of course, winning their group, and we're going to see them here in the top 8.
And on the topic of groups, things have already mixed up heading into these brackets. Based on the March finals, based on the play we saw from teams there, you would have thought things panned out a little differently heading into this weekend, but Doob Snacks, as we take a look back at the March final champions, where do you start to see the cracks in the plot?
Well, quite frankly, it's in all these teams, because the only team that has made top 4 and actually punched their ticket in the top 8 here so far is Blackhand. So seeing Blossom, which was such a dominant team, and actually win in March in one of the most spectacular fashions possible, is not going to be playing today. But that doesn't take away their wonderful accomplishment in March specifically, as we're watching them take on Nemesis right here.
Nemesis, however, is a team that we're going to get to see battle it out today in our top 8. They're easily one of the most innovative teams in the North American region when it comes to their team compositions in match to match, and they are going to be hungry to improve on their second place finish from last month.
Yeah, I want to highlight some of the adjustments that Blossom actually made in the particular match we're playing right now. You know, that Ninetales actually came in after the bracket reset here as we were working through, and ended up kind of being the key that kind of opened up the entire puzzle for Blossom, that really helped them figure out what Nemesis was doing and ultimately win this March finals here in just, again, in spectacular fashion with that last second dunk by Faz the Blissey.
Yo, Ninetales not a Unite that we saw in the EU finals. One we would have liked to see, though, from the matches that appeared on the broadcast. Any other mix-ups based on what you've seen from the balance changes recently, based on the trends that you've happened to glimpse as these teams played through their group stages? You know, Jeff, who do you think might be pulled out in these last minutes here?
I think one of the big things I'm going to be keeping an eye out for is that Lucario was notably absent from a lot of the matches that we watched in the EU, and I'm interested to see if that trend continues with our North American teams, or if we're going to see that more traditional solo top path present in the matches we're about to spectate.
Zoinks, do you agree?
I don't know if we'll get a surprise. North America has been stubborn in that top path scenario. It may not be the best Pokemon up there, but we have some of the best players at that Pokemon, so they may be committed to that Lucario pick. I'm with Jeff, though. I would love a little bit of variance. I'm just not sure I would put money on actually seeing it.
Well, the variance we've seen so far has been exciting, and I look forward to hearing more of your thoughts on the games as they play out today. But we did get a chance to catch up with one of our players from the Gaming Gladiators, one of our top teams in the February finals. We talked to Goof to give us a glimpse of daily life in the professional USC player. UCS player.
Hi guys, I'm George. I play professional Pokemon Unite for a team called Gaming Gladiators. My tag in the game is Goof. You might know me as Goof GG on Twitch. I play the attacker role in the bottom lane. It means I play stuff like Pikachu and Hoopa now.
It's 6 a.m. I just woke up, gonna go get some bagels. I'm gonna go to the gym, get a workout in.
My life right now is I wake up, I go to the gym, I come home, I cook, I stream solo queue practice and then scrim. I mean, I've played in big tournaments and stuff for other games, but never like at LANs and stuff. So they have an idea of what's going on, my parents. And and again, that's what makes the game special. My parents can turn the game on and be like, oh my god, it's Jigglypuff. They're like a little confused, but they have an idea what's going on.
You know who I play in Pokemon Unite?
Of course, you're Pikachu.
My mom texting me she's watching the game. It's the same feeling, to be honest. Obviously, I'm close with my mom.
You used to watch my friends play games as well.
Right, but this one is better because you're playing. I get to watch you play.
We're so blessed with our community that we have. Like, these guys are nuts in Twitch chat. Like, they never stop. They just put it in emote only mode and they're like trying to spell stuff with the emotes. These guys made it possible for us to, you know, it was a few months until the circuit started and Twitch was the main source of income while playing the game, and these, like, our fans made it possible. Our fan base is incredible, and we're just like, we're so blessed in that regard. So I guess thanks to our fans. Shout out to the whole gang.
I love hearing from these players. They have so many exciting stories to tell about picking up Pokemon Unite, becoming competitive players, and how it's brought joy, excitement, and new friends to their lives. Now, it's not an easy job. Being on a competitive team, though, you've got to accrue points. Fortunately, we've got Jeff Hoagland here to explain how to do that in our Pokemon UNITE Championship Series.
If you haven't been following how our tournament's been playing out this weekend, today, before our broadcast started, all of these teams started in 4 groups of 4, playing through round-robin best-of-3 matches. The top 2 teams from each of those 4 groups has been put into a double elimination bracket where our broadcast will be picking up today. Those 8 teams will be reduced to just 4 by the time we sign off this evening, and then we'll be back again tomorrow for those 4 teams to be reduced down to 1 champion who will be playing in a best-of-5 grand finals.
Well, thanks so much, Jeff. Now, it took a while to get to this weekend, and it took a bit to get to today in our top 8 teams. First, they had to play in a grueling round-robin style decider to narrow it down to these 8 teams. And Zoinks, tell me about the teams that made it through and the teams that did not, because Group A is blowing my mind right now.
No kidding. Group A, obviously the biggest surprise on paper, but we knew something crazy was going to happen there when we saw the 4 teams. Gaming Gladiators, 4 and Famous, making it through. Team Blossom March Finals winners going 0-3 in this group, not moving on. Big surprise. Group B, Nemesis and Full Send, both making it through. I think a lot of people had some hope and low expectations, but just not quite able to close the door. Group C, though, I think another huge surprise. IXGT, of course, 3-0 in their group, but overcapped with a 1 and 2. This team used to be so well known for their scoring composition. Recent meta changes made a lot of people doubt this team as a whole.
Oof. Took those 16 teams, cut them in half. Only 8 remain, and when we get to the end of the competition tomorrow, well, somebody's going home with $10,000 for their team. Here is our Aeos Cup prize pool, $25,000 in that prize pool, $10,000 to our winners, but we're paying out all the way to 8th place, $750 for that lowest finish, 7th and 8th. First, 2nd, 3rd, though, 10-5-4. That is a great place to start. Send out some jerseys for your team. Get them training. I don't know. You could do a lot with that money, and you could do a lot spreading it around the team. But gentlemen, we are looking at 8 teams who have made the most of their time, the most of their efforts as a group. And Spraggles, you know, and taking a top-down look at these guys and these different players, some thoughts on what to watch out for.
Well, we have Gaming Gladiators back in this tournament. They did not place where they wanted to in the March finals, but February finals, they were the undefeated team. And here they are, and they are going to fight for their spot. We also have in our first game coming up 2 incredibly exciting teams, Nemesis and 4 and Famous. I love both of these teams. I can't wait to watch these games. Very different play styles, very different players, and this should be a barn burner. Am I allowed to use that, Dupe Snacks? Can I say barn burner?
I'll put it on loan. I'll charge you for it later.
Okay, great.
Well, Dupe Snacks, Zoinks, you are going to be functioning as our analyst towards the end of this game, so we're going to be checking in with you later. But before we say goodbye to you, Zoinks, anything you want to call out ahead of time, you know, put it on the books so when the game is wrapped up, you can look like a genius.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm going to risk it all. I'm not going to be a genius. I'm going to go with my heart. I have doubted the team of 4 and Famous for far too long. In fact, they have got quite upset with me on the internet about it. No more. Foreign Famous is my pick to win this one. They're going to take down the runner-ups of March Finals. Foreign Famous moves on through winners back at past Nemesis.
Dupes next. Any thought on that one or any of our other teams today?
Well, despite my jacket, I'm not quite the gambler like Zoinks here, so I'm not going to be putting my money down on anybody. I'm the eyes in the sky here, and I deliver what's happening in front of you. So I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm going to let the analysts do their analyst stuff, and I'm going to sit back and just enjoy the ride and talk about it here in a bit. And let Spraggles and Jeff take this thing over.
Cowards!
Well said, Dupes next. Zoinks, I'm sending you up to the skybox. Spraggles, Jeff, let's head on into Remote Stadium. We've got another game coming up here. These two teams, both of you have been very excited in our discussions about them. But as we take a closer look at their rosters, Jeff, who really stands out here as the person to watch for damage? Who are they going to be protecting? Are we going to see even that same strategy around protecting one or two damage dealers?
Nemesis is definitely one of my favorite teams to watch when it comes to the North American scene. When it comes to their team compositions, it always feels like they're kind of one step ahead of the competition when it comes to real innovation, which is how they reached the finals of the March event, specifically with Yeet Fan leveraging that Spirit Shackled Decidueye last month as a good counter pick to Duraludon, which was very powerful in that previous balance patch. I'm going to be interested to see if that's a character they continue to play in this current format, or if they're going to be changing things up to attack it from a different direction.
I mean, I can't wait to see Foreign Famous. They're such an exciting team. Assassin Dave, We, So Sad Sam, Gloxic, and of course, Phil on that defender, one of my absolute favorites. They are just a wild team. This is going to be such a great match because I can imagine these strategies are going to be so different.
Different strategies, even from their last practices a week ago, I'm sure. But I cannot wait to see how they all play out. Now, gentlemen, you are going to be taking us through this action here today. You know these teams quite well. And I've asked the other guys to talk about, you know, things they want to see, things they would love to just pull out of the back pocket. But let's go just deep into your own meta. Tell me a wish, Spraggles. Like
I'm wishing upon a star right now. Oh my gosh, a shooting star. I want to see Trevenant. I want to see Cramorant. Let's get some of these Pokemon in here that I know have gotten a lot of love recently from this balance change. And if any team's going to run something like this, it is Nemesis. And when we get to see Foreign Famous, I can't wait to see if they pull out that Gengar in the central area.
Well, that's Spraggle's wish. Jeff, I'm going to hand it over to you as the teams head on into Select. Speak your wish and take us into the game.
All right, we see some characters getting locked in here very quickly. It looks like Yeet Fan is, in fact, sticking to that attack weight stacking Decidueye in that bottom path. And again, we see no Lucarios being the trend here, with Foreign Famous rocking their staple Machamp in the top path, and then Nemesis locking in Atreyu's favorite pick of Greedent that we've seen out of them quite frequently.
Yeah, I mean, Lucario's still really amazing. It got the tiniest of nerfs recently, but I think there are a lot of strategies that have evolved inside the game, and maybe Lucario is amazing early, but they want something different as the match goes on. I think Machamp and Greedent both bring that to teams, so I'm really excited to see a match without Lucario, even though I know it's been the most beloved Pokemon in this game since it has come out. It's great to see, yes, beloved in quotes, that's right. It's great to see some matches without the menace that is Lucario.
Yeah, definitely. And both these top pathers, they bring different upsides to the game to the strategy that you'll be executing. So Greedent, very good at securing those last hits. And we see here, speaking of solo top pathers, we see a 2-1-2 in execution here from Foreign Famous, sending not only Machamp, but also Hoopa to that top path.
This is really interesting. It's not what I've seen them playing recently, so this must be a strategy that they've been working on almost in secret a little bit here. Pikachu really amazing in this bottom path, but they're going to have to deal with having a Pokemon disadvantage down there. And, you know, on the other side, Greedent has to deal with having two Pokemon fighting them in this top path.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if this split of characters gambit pays off for Foreign Famous, because the downside to making your bottom path weaker against Nemesis' particular team composition here is that Decidueye is going to get to scale up more than it normally would, and Decidueye is quite a powerful character when it's able to acquire the levels that it needs.
And look here, we've got Pikachu and Slowpoke at this point. Still a Slowpoke trying to fight over these bees here. Can they get any part of it? It looks like they do not, and we do have a Dartrix in this bottom path. However, in the top path right now, they are pushing on to this goal, and it looks like they're going to be able to get a score here. It appears they KO'd that Greedent. Wow, a lot of points going in already for 4 and Famous.
Yep, the Gambit split paying off here for 4 and Famous a little bit, leaving their bottom path a bit behind, but getting their top path ahead. We see that Charmeleon for 4 and Famous already at level 6, while the Greninja is still only just ticking it now. That Charizard looking to hit that final evolution of 9 and Charizard before that first Dreadnought, so it can have its powerful Unite move for that first big full team engagement.
And look at this amazing play that they made here, Jeff. They used Hoopa's Hyperspace Hold to send Hoopa down to this bottom path, got a bunch of big KOs, so they had their early dominance in that top path, having Hoopa up there, and now they are at parity with their enemies in this bottom path with a huge fight breaking out, and Greninja securing maybe a double with the Surf. No, just one. Oh my gosh, it's so close.
Greninja reaching into the refrigerator and grabbing the food right out in front of that as 2 rotate up here, but Smokescreen rotates that Greninja on out to safety. Can Machamp get away as well? Sorry, Greedent. Greedent does. Greedent always gets away, doesn't it, Sprague?
Greedent can never be KO'd. It's impossible. It's in the game's programming. They're working on it, Jeff. I swear they're working on it. But unfortunately, it was too late for Pikachu and Hoopa heading up to that top path. Really nice KOs there by Greninja. And, you know, this has just gone back and forth in some really surprising ways already. And we have a huge catch by Pikachu right here. Takes down the Hoopa from Nemesis.
Yeah, we can see kind of a change in experience here. 4 and Famous' Slowbro Phil here, able to hit level 7 before Rex does, despite Rex having that early lead. And trainer LGC coming in and picking up some really powerful KOs. But there's the Charizard Unite move, causing Greninja to bail out of this fight until the powerful Pokemon lands on the ground again.
Oh boy, and that was so close to being secured by 4 and Famous with that Charizard Unite, but it just didn't have the pop that they were able to get from Nemesis right there. Nemesis with the first big objective secure of this match. And honestly, this has been a wild fight. Greedent, what are you still doing down there? Picking up a double KO. Give him another Sheriff badge. I mean, this Greedent finally goes down. Greedent's last stand, Jeff.
And we talked about that differential in playing a character like Greedent in the top path compared to something like Lucario. The secure power of that Greedent being hindrance resistant combined with that Belch means that if it wants an objective, it's typically going to get one.
And looking here, we actually have Charizard down in this bottom path, just getting as much experience as possible. I know that 4 and Famous loves to keep this Charizard really fed. They want it to be a big, mean Charizard by the time that Zapdos rolls around, often getting to level 15. And we can see here Machamp just getting those attack weight stacks in on the top path.
You see Greedent coming up to contest these bees in the central between these points, and now getting its dunk in for its attack weight stacks as well. Can Pikachu, along with Machamp, take down the ever-resilient Squirrel? And they can.
Fine, it looks like Greedent, it wasted its covet getting all the way up there. It ran all the way up there, but then it had nowhere to go. Big Unite move right there onto Hoopa. I guess I'm surprised to see that Unite coming out from Slowbro so early, but they are attacking this goal with a fury. Here we go, trying to score right now. Every time that Decidueye scores, it's just getting stronger and stronger. Also a Pokemon stacking an attack weight.
What a phenomenal hyperspace hold there for Nemesis, getting Greninja out just in the nick of time before it is knocked out. Whenever you can protect your highest level Pokemon like that, it's such an incredible feat. You really do not want to give the catch-up experience to the opposing team if you can avoid it.
And here we have everyone getting ready for this big fight. We've got Unite moves ready for these Hoopas. Are they coming out? We have some Spirit Shackles being thrown already. Huge damage going down on Slowbro, but this massive Unite move from Decidueye, the arrows raining in, and more Spirit Shackles are surely on their way as Greedent runs into the fight. Who is going to be able to get this secure? Look at all this damage being put out there. Members of each team going down, 2 down from Nemesis right now, 3 down as they focus onto this Dreadnought. Can this Decidueye get this steal? It's hiding in the bush. It looks like they've driven it out.
Really good
play. Who's going to take Dread?
And counterplay from both teams here. Decidueye looking for a snipe. Phil walking at it with the Slowbro to try and keep it out. Greedent misses the Belch there by a very narrow margin. That second Dreadnought going over to 4 and Famous' Machamp.
Wow, what? I mean, literally just a hair off of getting that Dreadnought with the fluffy tail and belch right there. A sad miss for Nemesis here, but now Foreign Famous back in this match, and we're having a huge fight in this bottom path. Looks like Charizard went in for a Unite move, but it was canceled out by someone on the enemy team who was unstoppable at the moment, and everyone from Foreign Famous. Goodbye, guys. See you later.
That hyperspace hole sending the entire team back to the base where they can quickly recover their HP and then return to the battle, rendering all the damage gone. There is a Slowbro Unite canceling that Charizard Unite, but knocked out, so the Charizard can actually get some value here.
Wow, that bottom path goal finally being broken here, and this has just been a back and forth slugfest, Jeff. I mean, it's been nonstop fighting. We're already at the 3-minute mark. Zapdos is going to be here in just 1 minute.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. Despite all of the brawling that's gone on this game, the incredible amount of support the Hoopas on both teams have been able to provide with consistent healing, we actually don't have characters that are that high of levels. No one on Foreign Famous has ticked 13 yet, as Machamp ticks it, and only a single level 13-4 Nemesis past the 3-minute mark.
Interesting score right there from Foreign Famous. They have Hoopa in that bottom path. They're just putting some points in. Pikachu with a very late Unite move, but Pikachu is able to Unite all the time. They should have it back for Zapdos if all goes well. And right now, both top path goals are here. I feel like you don't often see them this late into the match.
Yeah, well, something that is kind of noteworthy about that Pikachu Unite coming a little bit late here is the fact that there are no top or bottom Audinos spawned for Foreign Famous because all of their goals are still available. In fact, letting this walk in would not surprise me if we see Pikachu or others quickly rotate up to try and get these wild Pokemon to restore that Unite move before Zapdos spawns here.
We got 5 seconds before Zapdos. We see Nemesis is positioned up here in this top path. We have Foreign Famous coming in here through this bottom path, but both teams have a Hoopa. And when you have a Hoopa, that means that everyone can come into this fight whenever they are ready. We're just wondering who is going to fire the first shot here. Foreign Famous is up in points, so they don't need this Zapdos. Nemesis is going to have to make a play.
Yeah, Trainer LGC over-leveled on everyone on Foreign Famous currently. That being said, the average level on Foreign Famous is much higher, with almost everyone being level 13 here.
I wonder if they know that Trainer LGC is hiding down here in this bush, ready to come in with that massive Greninja Unite move. We have Nemesis making their way down into this fight, but everyone's being very careful. Spirit Shackle's coming in here. No one wants to engage here.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're on Foreign Famous sides, you're happy to not engage while you're ahead. Here comes Nemesis, all of the Unite moves popping off here. As we head into the final engagement, Assassin Dave goes down without getting to fire off his very powerful Unite move. Huge pickup.
Wow, and Greninja and Greedent going down here for Nemesis. This is very close. However, oh, the massive Spirit Shackle actually takes the Hoopa. Oh, this is tragic for Foreign Famous. Right now, they are able to rip this Zapdos down. They still have Machamp there. Machamp could jump in and try to get this steal, but it's going down very fast, and it's hard to secure against the Spirit Shackle from Decidueye. Can Decidueye get this? Whoa! Straight through the Zapdos into Machamp, and it goes down. Nemesis secures that Zap in a beautiful fashion.
Yep, we'll see Yeetfan here getting this first dunk, and the Charizard Unite getting stopped by the small invincibility frame that Decidueye got while scoring there.
That actually might be a huge blessing in disguise, because Decidueye went down regardless, and now Charizard does have that big Unite move here. However, Foreign Famous, now that I'm realizing the time on the clock, unfortunately, there is nothing they can do right here. Foreign Famous not able to come back, no time to score, and Nemesis takes game one. What a beautiful fight there at the end around Zapdos, that Spirit Shackle tagging Machamp. Wow.
Yeah, some really incredible patience from Nemesis. Honestly, both teams, but especially Trainer LGC, kind of just waiting very patiently in that bottom left elbush, waiting for an opportune time to engage once the fight had already been started.
And look at this here. We have our MVP, that top path Greedent, our trio. One of the best, if not the best, Greedent players in the game. Incredible to see. I was hoping we would see some Cramorant. I was hoping we would see Tree. But of course, we're seeing that Decidueye from Yeetfan, kind of the talk of the March finals, Jeff, and it is back.
Yeah, I mean, Yeetfan is a monster on this character, and honestly, the split of characters we saw from Foreign Famous was very beneficial to Decidueye to start. Being 3-2 in that path allowed Decidueye to turn into its second evolution, Dartrix, much faster than it normally would in that tri-lane.
I wonder if we're going to see a different strategy come out here. I mean, you can see the damage from Foreign Famous. They were really fighting hard throughout this match. Just very impressive. And as we talked about earlier, not only a pretty equal level distribution, but damage distribution as well. I mean, we've got a Slowbro there doing 57,000 damage.
Yeah, we see here that the score doesn't really tell the whole story of this game by any means. There was an incredible team fight that Nemesis won very decisively at the end, losing only a single member of their team while 4 of Foreign Famous went down, and Machamp was pushed off on just a sliver of life, while Nemesis was able to very cleanly secure this objective before depositing a bunch of Aeos energy.
Yeah, Foreign Famous did not need to take that fight. Yeetfan needed to take it, and they did, and they won it. Taking a look at Nemesis right here. Yeetfan, obviously one of the standouts playing that Decidueye, kind of popularized that Pokemon. And then, of course, our Triyu getting the massive MVP, Trainer LGC, on that Greninja that was way over leveled. Rex and Aznable, incredible players.
Yeah, just fantastic teamwork and composition from them. They clearly know the ins and outs of all of the characters that they are playing, and I expect them to stick to their guns until they are shown that what they know and like isn't good enough.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very similar team composition here from Nemesis. However, Foreign Famous has a deep pool of Pokemon that they can play. Let's take a look at some of the big moments from this match. We had that huge catch on Greninja right there, but it's able to run out, get a berry, and head back through that hyperspace hole.
Yeah, big catch out from the Machamp there, and we go ahead and head out, look at the second Dreadnought fight. That's a lot of Unite moves here.
A lot of Unite moves being thrown down, and this is the one where everyone was really patient around this fight, deciding to move back and forth, fighting each other. And look at this belt, just a hair off from stealing that Dread. So close, so close.
And this was the start of the end. The big engagement here where all the Unite moves popped off around the Zapdos. Big call out here was Assassin Dave was taken down on that Charizard before it was able to pop off its Unite move, and then Trainer LGC was able to put up some damage and acquire a couple of knockouts there, allowing the rest of his team to secure the victory.
Well, you had that massive moment where Greninja was waiting in that bottom bush for that incredible sneak attack on Charizard. It saved its Unite move for it. It jumped in and got that huge KO, eliminating Char. And after that, that was all she wrote. Nemesis able to clean up that match. And here is our MVP, our Triyu on Greedent.
Yep, Greedent, a fantastic top path character, able to contest last hits on wild Pokemon and scale up very nicely with that attack weight stacking, getting those early Aeos energy deposits to make it that very scary late game threat that Atreyu is known for playing.
One of the scariest things about Greedent is it just running through the entire team with its Covet, knocking everybody up, throwing them into the air. It's such a frustrating thing to deal with, and then you can't KO this Pokemon. So I love seeing Greedent here in this top path. I have to wonder if we're going to see some switch-ups now, Jeff. I think this would be a time for Foreign Famous to try a different strategy moving into Game 2.
Yeah, in a previous tournament last weekend, Assassin Dave was playing Gengar for the majority of it, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see that character perhaps come out. I think the burst damage potential that character brings to the central area is very good into squishier characters like Decidueye and Greninja that we saw out of Nemesis there.
And we did see that Greninja really making a sneaky ninja-like move in that final fight. I don't think Foreign Famous knew where it was. They knew at any moment this Greninja could rein in with its Water Burst Shuriken, but they just weren't sure where it was hiding. And boy, it worked out super well. I wonder, yes, if we will see that Gengar try to counter that, make its way through the bushes, using its Unite move, staying hidden, finding that Hyper Carry in Greninja.
Yeah, in addition to changing up which characters perhaps they choose at the draft screen, we could also see Foreign Famous kind of change up how they want to do their initial early pathing. Because remember, they started on that 2-1-2 composition split, which allowed that Decidueye to get ahead early. We could see a more traditional 1-1-3 from them, looking to perhaps punish that Decidueye early on, since it's a weaker character in path to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting consideration, right? We had this strategy that it worked really well in the top path. I mean, it was very difficult for Nemesis to deal with, but at the same time, they were out Pokemon in the bottom, out Pokemon, out man in the bottom path there. And that was really difficult for them to fight as well. I actually love that strategy from 4 and Famous, but I do wonder after seeing how well that Decidueye performed in that final fight if they are going to switch something up.
Yeah, definitely. Giving the opposing team a second strong damage carry meant that when Charizard went down for 4 and Famous, they were down a lot of their damage, but while Trainer LGC was eventually knocked out, the Decidueye was there and ready with its powerful Spirit Shackles to be able to clean up the fight and then tear through the Zapdos.
And I have to wonder, seeing Charizard's Unite move canceled so many times in that match, I have to assume that they kind of want to switch off. It's giving you bad vibes at some point that you can't seem to get your Unite move off in all of these important moments, and it could have been one of the factors that would have saved it in some of these big fights.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the Unite move is one of the most important resources you have available to you in this game. It gives you not only the biggest bursts of damage, but also survivability with Buddy Barrier still frequently being played on characters like Charizard, and you miss out on both of those things when your Unite move gets stopped by the opposing Pokemon being unstoppable with that initial grab.
You know, something that I was just thinking of that I found a little interesting, Jeff. I have not seen Ninetales today. Have we seen any Ninetales today? I don't know if I've seen it on any of these teams.
We've not. In fact, Pikachu's another one we haven't seen a lot of. The kind of talk of EU was that Venusaur with the scaling up bigger in the late game, as well as those triple supporting comps like we saw out of Pog Champs in a number of their matches.
I feel like we can get some Ninetales in there. I mean, I did wish upon a star to see Cramorant, and I'm not really sure how wishing upon a star works, but I'm almost positive that it always comes true. And of course, I would love to see Tree as well. Trevenant, surprisingly absent from a lot of these games. I feel like that Pokemon is just so incredibly powerful right now. How have we not seen some Tree?
Well, it can be tough to a degree to fit Trevenant into these 1-1-3 compositions because there's a certain amount of liability you bring to that bottom path with a melee character when you have 3 people hammering on each side. There's, you know, if your character has to be up there and close, and then when you get low, there's a real chance of getting knocked out, giving the opposing team additional experience early on.
Isn't it cool to see such a different meta as we talk about just in the regions already, right? When we move to NA, I mean, you're seeing this strategy that I haven't seen any team run, this starting with 2 top and then moving the Hoopa down bottom. And then a lot of the Pokemon you see are actually really unique. I love how the regions find their own strategies and they only really get them tested against other people playing those same strategies.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw a Decidueye when we were going through the EU rounds, but it was a Razor Leaf Decidueye. So those are our first Spirit Shackles we saw used very effectively from Yeet Fan in that first game. Charizard had some rough moments with its Unite move, but that was also the first time we saw one of those today as well, if I recall correctly.
It's just so interesting to me because what it means to me, and you brought this up earlier, is this game is still so new and everyone is still finding out so many different strategies within it. We don't really know what the best thing is. We think we do at times. We think we can say who the best central area Pokemon is, or we think we can say Lucario is the best top path Pokemon. But teams time and time again bring out strategies that surprise me every day.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why Nemesis is one of my favorites to watch. They really feel like there's someone that's at the forefront of exploring new things when there's new things to be found here. As we see Fui hovering Eldegoss, but I have to imagine that's going to change to some solo top Pokemon typically. Assassin Dave locking in the Charizard again.
I mean, that's interesting. I'm guessing they have a plan. I'm guessing they're saying, look, we got unlucky with a few of those catches. You know, we should have had our Unite move. It didn't pop in there. We will do something better this time. Interestingly enough, it looks like we're going to have Greedent versus Greedent action in that top path.
This feels like kind of a bold strategy. Atreyu is probably one of the people that has the most experience with Greedent in the competitive scene right now, almost always playing this Pokemon top, and choosing to go toe-to-toe with a Greedent of their own is bold. I'm interested to see how this pays off for Fui and 4 and Famous.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't do it. Whatever Pokemon one of these players is picking, I would pick the opposite. I just don't want to be compared. Don't compare me, Greedent versus Greedent. I can't handle it, Jeff. But yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Fui has a huge roster of Pokemon that he plays, and I know he's very, very good with Greedent. I can't wait to see how these two really are able to stack up against each other in this top path. And something else I noticed, and I don't know if you saw this as well, a lot of buddy barriers on the side of Foreign Famous.
Yeah, Buddy Barrier obviously made strictly worse than it was prior with this balance patch, but it is an item that's still very powerful. This does not surprise me. So we see Foreign Famous going with the more typical 1-1-3 composition as opposed to the 2-1-2 that we saw in the other game. And in theory, they should be ahead in this bottom path with Pikachu compared to Decidueye.
Yeah, Pikachu has a much better time in path, and we can see they're getting really close to this Hoopa, really close to this Slowbro. Oh, they're so close to some of these KOs, but they are able to pull back. That Hoopa hanging on by a thread, but makes it back to their goal zone.
All right, we see here Nemesis actually getting the better half of this bottom path to start, despite being a slightly weaker early Pokemon.
And here we go. We have, this is a fun little fact, Jeff. Yeet Fan's pregame ritual is putting on a Spider-Man suit. That's so weird. I do the exact same thing.
It's true. We did actually have to ask Spriggles to take the Spider-Man suit off for the broadcast to look a little bit more professional.
I was pretty ornery about it, but oh, did you see that Electro following Slowbro all the way back home through that hole? And here we go. Fui going down right here. Yes, it does. And now we see maybe we do have that, Greedent domination in that top path. Can Fui keep up with our trio?
Yeah, this is the little bit of thing that I would be worried about trying to play Greedent into someone like Atreyu. Obviously going to have more experience being a largely one-trick type player, focusing on a single character means that they are a master with this world.
Right now, it feels like Nemesis performing extremely well in this bottom path, and you would think that they'd be having some trouble against this Pikachu, but so far, they just now let Pikachu get level 4. I mean, it has been behind.
Yeah, I'm honestly very surprised to see Foreign Famous coming out on the downside of this bottom path. Also ahead in the top path for Nemesis, just gonna be ahead overall heading into this first objective at 7 minutes.
And now we actually have Charmeleon and Greninja near each other here, but the big difference is one of them is Greninja and the other is Charmeleon. Now we have this battle taking place in this bottom path. Does he get sent home? Scores happening in the top path. There's action going on all over the place, Jeff.
We see the second set of Bs coming up here in just 10 seconds. Both teams having 3 bottom and 2 in the top. These central area characters looking for that coveted level 9 breakpoint to get that powerful Unite move for this first objective fight. These Bs get deleted by a bunch of Surfs.
Now, I don't have a memory of anything at all, but did we have Electro Ball in the last game? I was too busy thinking about my Spider-Man suit that you made me take off.
I believe we had Thunder in the previous game. You are correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Interesting. We're getting more of a skill. Wow, huge Spirit Shackle, and they're going in on this fight. That's just insane damage from Decidueye, and that's why it's such a difficult Pokemon to deal with. The fact that it's Decidueye here at Dreadnought is huge for Nemesis. Look at these Spirit Shackles.
Look at this Greninja coming in at level 9 with this Unite move. Charizard is still not at its final evolution. Pikachu goes down. Trainer LGC looking to take a fight, and it looks like Foreign Famous has given up this objective, knowing that they're not going to be able to contest this level 9 Greninja.
Yeah, this is actually, I think, a really sharp play by Foreign Famous. I think a less experienced team, maybe a team that I would be on, would continue this fight in vain, get hit by Greninja's Unite move, 5 KOs happen all of a sudden. But now it looks like they actually went top so that they could score, get that Unite move, and push them back. What a play by Foreign Famous.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely love this, knowing that they're outmatched in the current fight based on levels, going somewhere else in the map to correct this, but maybe biting off more than they can chew here as Greninja uses its Unite move. There's a knockout for Atreyu on Charizard there.
Wow, have we mentioned that Greedent can do just about everything? It's a defender that can KO everyone and knock them into the air and never get KO'd itself and score all over the map. What a Pokemon.
Choosing to break this bottom point a little bit early here. I like this push, gaining that map control, even if it does mean giving Foreign Famous a little bit of catch-up experience. But looking at the level differential between these two teams, they can afford to give Foreign Famous a little bit extra experience.
Yeah, so Foreign Famous obviously has those Audinos now in the bottom path that they're able to kind of secure without anyone really heading over to take them. Maybe Greedent could, but at the same time, they have a much worse positioning for the next Dreadnought fight that's going to be coming up here.
We see both teams kind of dancing around this Rotom. You know, the Rotom's been up for 2 entire minutes at this point, and still no one has claimed it. This is because the first Rotom just doesn't have a lot of strategical value if both top points are up. In fact, look at the 20 points left on Nemesis's goal. If Nemesis secures this Rotom, the Rotom's going to walk in and not do anything other than score 20 points.
Yeah, it's one of the most interesting objectives in the game because you kind of want it, but you also are not too concerned about it. Like, it's great. It's great that Foreign Famous got it, but like you said, they break this, they just give their enemy some catch-up experience. It's not like, ooh, Hoopa almost going down here before it gets to use its Unite move. Enough of my nonsense. What a play. They almost took that Hoopa out and didn't let Foreign Famous come down for Dreadnought.
Speaking of things that happened in the top half, what that Rotom did accomplish is both Greninja and another were knocked out for Nemesis at the top, providing some really valuable experience as teams start to brawl around this Dreadnought objective.
And it is secured there by Foreign Famous. The Pikachu getting that last hit on it, I think, with just one of its basic little electric attacks. Very nice.
Electro Ball almost taking down Atreyu, but coming up just a hair short. They're showing off one of the reasons why Electro Ball is better into this hyper-mobile Squirrel than Thunder, which only hits a single point on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, there are some Pokemon that they really want to target here. If they can get that Electro Ball on the Decidueye, on the Greninja, these are big catches. But here comes this Decidueye walking up with an arrow in its bow. Can it get a hit? No, it cannot. It scared everyone away, though. Very, very scary.
We see both teams kind of dispersing. Taking a look at the mini-map there are a ton of yellow dots representing wild Pokemon. Both teams just kind of wanting to split up and secure as many of those as possible so they can have as much of a level advantage as they can heading into this endgame fight.
We might see a big fight happen here at Zapdos. Obviously, if Nemesis wins this, Foreign Famous sent down to the losers bracket. Nemesis will be the team that wins our first match here in the Aeos Cup.
All right, we see Pikachu not only playing Electro Ball, but also playing Volt Tackle there into the Decidueye, which is a nice move for providing some suppression and catching a single opposing carry off guard like Greninja or Decidueye.
I mean, look, this Pikachu's trying to grab him. It needs to grab one of those Pokemon. They recognize the big issues that they had to deal with, not only Greedent, but of course these two massively powerful Pokemon, Greninja and Decidueye. And look at these Spirit Shackles from Decidueye. My goodness.
We see Trainer LGC and Decidueye take that portal back and get healthy after securing that Rotom and quickly moving into the central area. I wonder if we're going to see them start to rip this objective here. That looks like what is happening as they all move around the pit.
They just may be attacking Zapdos here. I'm not sure. I can't fully see, but it looks like they are turning now to fight Foreign Famous. Foreign Famous getting this portal down here in the bottom. The Hoopa Unite bringing everyone in. Can they get the KOs? They take down Slowbro. They grab Greedent. Greedent goes down as well. 2 down here for Nemesis. Nemesis is going to have to back up here. Can they get the Greninja? They are chasing him down. Breathing fire. Greninja somehow able to escape. And Decidueye being chased now by this Greedent right here. Nemesis is in a very bad spot right now.
Fantastic eject button there to get out, but getting knocked out on the base pad. Looks like buying time, pulling this Greedent away from the central area with Rex hoping to steal a last hit here, or Atreyu perhaps with her Greedent.
It was the Slowbro. The Slowbro able to get it. I don't know if that was a basic. Was it Surf? What was able to take that Zapdos right there?
Just the constant waves of Surf allowing you to get that damage over time. Greedent getting its dunks in very easily here. Now up over 150 points for Nemesis.
Wow, this is just, I mean, it's coming down to the wire here. There's a path to victory here for Foreign Famous. They are at this goal. They need to stop this Decidueye somehow. It's raining arrows down on them. They're standing in its face, trying to get a score here. Greedent might get it in. No, it does not. They jump right on its head. Super Mario Brothers, this is the new one. It's the one where you jump on Greedent. Oh my gosh, Nemesis shutting them down at this attempt to score, and Foreign Famous looks like they're out of options here, Jeff.
Yep, pretty decisive 2-0 victory here for Nemesis. A little bit of chaos in the Zap Pit at the end there, but appropriately getting in with Greedent and Slowbro to secure the last hit on that powerful objective, and then putting in points afterwards. Greedent, really the character of this game in the hands of Atreyu to me.
Wow, I mean, yeah, just incredible. I almost thought that Greedent was going to take that Zapdos right there, actually secured by the Slowbro. I thought Foreign Famous's fight around that Zapdos was really impressive. They just weren't able to close the door on Nemesis, and when you leave enemy Pokemon up, they can take that Zapdos from you.
Yeah, and Greedent, it's just so difficult with its hindrance resistance when it starts that Covet attack to keep out of that Zap Pit if it wants to get in there. Similarly, Slowbro is just so tanky, it can walk into almost anything.
I mean, look at this here. MVP actually for Foreign Famous is that Slowbro. Incredible plays across the board from both of these teams here, but Nemesis really securing that victory right there. You look at the KOs here. Our trio, 5 KOs on the Greedent, 6 KOs from their Greninja. And even though Foreign Famous was doing everything they could to neutralize the Decidueye and Greninja, they still had to deal with that Greedent.
Yeah, pretty even spread of damage here on Nemesis's side of the board, with Yeet Fan on that Decidueye taking the most yet again. Spirit Shackle just looking impressive at chunking through Foreign Famous throughout the course of that game yet again.
Spirit Shackle is just such a difficult move to deal with. It fires from a million miles away. You can't do much about it. And that's why they were trying to jump in on that Decidueye so hard and hopefully KO it before it was able to chunk down their team here. And we can see the scores. Nemesis up a little bit before Zapdos, and then Zapdos.
Yeah, and honestly, just utter chaos in that end game, and really one of the strengths of Greedent is leaning into the chaos that's created with that hindrance resistance. It just goes where it pleases despite whatever you may have tried to do to it.
Yeah, Greedent is without question the MVP of this whole series right here. Both Greedents actually looking really incredible in that final game. And there is your winners. Nemesis right here. Once again, Yeet Fan being extremely impressive on that Decidueye. So impressive, they needed to try to shut him down.
Yep, looking to improve on their March 2nd place finish, and winning this first match here against Foreign Famous is their first stepping stone in doing so.
They are such an amazing team. I am such a huge fan of Nemesis. I feel like teams don't often start to define what Pokemon are good, but Nemesis is one of those teams. They made Decidueye a name. They put it on the map, Jeff.
Yeah, and there's something to be said about making the opposing team play on your terms. You know, if you're not comfortable playing against Spirit Shackle Decidueye, you're going to make mistakes that you wouldn't make against characters that you're more familiar with. So familiarity and playing things a little bit outside the box is a lot of value in a competitive setting like this.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the match MVP. We've got it coming up here in just a moment. And I believe that was our Greedent once again. Yes, it was our trio on that Greedent. Just such an incredible player. And these held item selection, I noticed a little different this time around, I believe. No Score Shield, which we don't really see too many Score Shields anymore.
Yeah, Score Shield, one of those items that did receive a balance adjustment for the worse, making it fall a little bit out of favor in the format, but attack weight still very powerful, especially when combined with those small early dunks that are difficult to keep out regardless of Score Shield.
And now, obviously, we need to take some time here to bring our hosts back, because I feel like this ship is just getting a little too crazy for us, Jeff. And when the ship is getting a little too crazy, I need a captain to captain this ship. Oh, we're taking a look at the replay. I'm sorry. I jumped ahead.
We have some excellent highlights here with Foreign Famous picking up this Rotom up top and getting some key knockouts along with this push here, but ultimately not quite enough to overcome Nemesis's strategy in the second game.
Yeah, Nemesis playing extremely well, and I actually think Foreign Famous, they created a great plan to deal with Nemesis, and we'll see that a little later here at this big fight, but it was that Surf securing that last hit on the Zapdos for Nemesis. They're able to put the game away. You had those two big defenders around that Zapdos pit, and they were able to secure it.
Yeah, Surf, one of those attacks that's so fantastic at lasting, not only because it does multiple hits in quick succession, but it also disrupts any opponents in that area with each one, giving you further chance to last it with your team if Surf doesn't do it itself.
Now, Jeff, I may have prematurely said that I couldn't control this ship, but that just, I mean, more than anything proves that I can't control this ship. I need help from the Captain Seltzer. Please come on back to steer this the right way.
Jeff, Spraggles, I got you. My hands are on the wheel, and we are headed for open seas and smooth sailing because you took us through that first game beautifully, set us up fantastic, and now I'm going to bring in Dupe Snacks and Zoinks to take one last look at it because they were sitting up in the skybox doing a little bit of analysis. And gentlemen, I've got questions for you because I saw Pikachu, which I have not seen all weekend long. We saw Decidueye with Spirit Shackles. Dupe Snacks, help me.
Yeah, I mean, so Nemesis kind of got put the Decidueye in the map, as was mentioned, in the face of... Decidueye was put on the map by Nemesis. We're in here, and it was put in place in face of Duraludon. It was almost kind of like what seemed like a gimmicky composition to take on Duraludon, but of course Nemesis says, "Now this isn't a one-trick pony type thing. We build around this Decidueye," and you can see the way it uses its attack weight to get the stacks in, the way they send it to different paths to kind of keep it out of danger in the early game, so it can level up, it can take over the game. And they move that way. They move intentionally that way, and they choose their Pokemon to surround it to enable that strategy. And Nemesis showing it's not just a Duraludon thing, it's an everybody can catch this Heat thing. And Yeet Fan delivering again today in the face of a very strong squad in Foreign Famous.
Yeah, no kidding. And I think team compositions aside, we saw a lot of cool looks from Nemesis, a lot of cool looks from Foreign Famous. I'll admit my prediction was wrong, but Foreign Famous ain't out yet. But what I really want to focus on here is that Nemesis, strange picks. However, they have superstar players at the wheel. Our trio, Yeet Fan, they are experts in their field, and that field is Pokemon Unite. Amazing, amazing skill showcase today, and that's what really sets this team apart, I think.
Absolutely. Total meta makers on this team. Not surprised to see him moving forward in the bracket. But Zoinks, as you mentioned also, this is not the end of the road for our Foreign Famous. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how they're moving on down, but that a path still exists. They're just taking the bottom path there, Dude Snacks.
Yeah, you know, loser's bracket down and not out bracket, as I like to call it. But look at this winner's bracket. We have Blackhand and Gaming Gladiators that are squaring off in what could actually be a preview of our grand finals match. Blackhand, the only team that's been in the top 4 in both February and March, and Gaming Gladiators, kind of everybody's pocket pick at any given time to win a tournament because that's just how good they are. So this is a matchup that I can't wait to sink my teeth into.
Yeah, another upset in the very bottom of our winners bracket too. SEC, Sandra's Cheeky Children, is actually taking down IXGT 2-0. So, like we were mentioning before, with how good this region is and how much parity has been created amongst these top 8 teams in this bracket, the losers bracket is a terrifying place to be right now.
Might be a scary place to be, but I'll tell you what, all of our 8 teams are still going home with an incredible cash prize. They get to play in front of this awesome audience, and they get to have you talented folks call the action in their game. So I would say everyone's walking away a winner today. And if you're watching, you're wondering how you can get involved, potentially be one of these players, to play on this grand stage at the Aeos Cup. Well, the May Cup Open Qualifier is now open for registration. You just have to head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite and sign up. And just for signing up and playing in the competition, you are going to earn 20 Hollowware tickets, so you can make sure you are dressed to impress when you hit Remote Stadium. Now, we are going to a quick break, but when we get back, we have a ton more action from North America, so stay tuned.
Now, we're going to
talk about items. There are two types of items in Pokemon Unite: battle items and held items. Let's go over battle items first. Battle items are active items, meaning they need to be activated with a button press and they have a cooldown. There are several battle items to choose from, and your choice should be determined by your playstyle and by your choice of Pokemon. You won't start with many, but as you level up, you'll unlock more and more. Let's cover a few you'll probably see quite a bit throughout the series. One of the most common items you'll see in the current meta is the eject button. This item is simple. It teleports your Pokemon a short distance, and while the effect is simple, the applications for it are vast. You can use it to escape an opponent, rush a goal to get a quick score, or even teleport through walls. It's useful for nearly every Pokemon in many situations. There are also items that can boost stats in a pinch. X-Attack is an excellent choice for offensive Pokemon, giving a big boost in attack and special attack. This is a great option for Pokemon focused on offensive objectives and who plan on being in battle a lot. That's just a few of the battle items that you can use in-game. Be sure to check out more for yourself and try them out. Now let's talk about held items. These are items you can give your Pokemon that grant passive effects. There are a ton of held items, so we won't cover them all here, but we do want to give you some tips. You can equip 3 held items to a Pokemon, and you'll want to make sure that you're using items that will benefit a specific Pokemon. For example, Pokemon that deal physical damage use their attack stat, so you'll want to equip an item like Muscle Band that will boost your attack. Pokemon that use special attack would benefit most from a held item that increases their special attack, like Wise Glasses. In addition to passive stat boosts, there are also held items that activate with certain triggers. Buddy Barrier is a perfect example of this. When a Pokemon holding this item uses their Unite move, the user and the ally Pokemon with the least amount of health both gain a shield to help them last during major team fights. When a whole team has this item equipped, it can really help everyone from getting knocked out. There are also items that have stacking effects. For example, attack weight will increase your attack each time you score a goal. The effect will become more and more powerful each time you score a goal up to a certain amount. So try and score early and often with items like these to get the maximum effect throughout the battle. Held items are extremely important to giving your Pokemon an edge in battle. So be sure to always take some time to equip your favorite, most optimal items for each of your Pokemon and for your team. All held items can be upgraded using item enhancers that you earn throughout your time on Aeos Island. That's all from us on items. Enjoy the show. Welcome back. You are watching day 1 of the Aeos Cup coverage here in North America. We just kicked off our first exciting match, and we've got Nemesis moving on in the bracket, so it's going to be a ton of tough matches ahead. Fortunately, I couldn't ask for better guides through this action than Dupe Snacks and Zoinks, who will be casting our next matchup. Gentlemen, we went through EU already today. We did a ton of matches. Now we're kind of coming in fresh for North America. Zoinks, what kind of stuff have you seen between the two regions that, is really inspiring you here in North America so far?
An inspiration from North America may be that we've taken the crown of variety away from EU. EU, always known as that experimental region, trying a lot of new stuff. They're still putting Blastoise in the central area, where it seems like we also may have watched the 2 most experimental North American teams we have. So that may not be the best description, but we have an incredible amount of games left, but the quality is really what I want to focus in on.
Oh, absolutely. Zoinks, you hit on it, but Doob Snacks, as we head on into this next matchup, we've got Black Hand versus our Gaimin Gladiators. Now, it's often been asked, as we take a look at the bracket, you know, whether it's better to be feared or loved. I think that's the dichotomy at play here between the very fearsome Black Hand and the much-loved Gladiators. What's your perspective?
Let me tell you a little something. There's a lot of love for Gaimin Gladiators, and a lot of people putting their hands in the air to give them power off the Spirit Bomb, right? They want to see Gaimin Gladiators come back after a disappointing March finish and really stamp themselves as the #1 team in NA here in the Aeos Cup. Standing in their way, though, is the team that is most consistent at the helm. Their coach, Excellent, leading the charge of a young team, especially like Overlord in that top path. They're just consistent. They execute their plans, minimal mistakes, and just absolutely shred you in half for any mistake you choose to make. So this is absolutely, I believe, a preview, or what could be a preview of our grand finals here in the Aeos Cup. And Black Hand definitely feared for what they bring to the table and how meticulously they execute. And Gaimin Gladiators going to try and harness the power of the community and see if they can overpower Black Hand.
Well, you guys have been making bold predictions for me all day long. I love the idea that we might potentially be looking at our finals here with the skill that both of these two teams embody. But Zoinks, when you look at the skill of Black Hand, where do you feel like that is shown the most?
Oh, that's an easy one for me. That's gonna be Overlord in that top lane. Overlord has been putting up numbers in this top path position for so long, especially on this Lucario, this very, very popular pick in any meta that we've went into. Overlord, however, is my pick for the best Lucario player, not just in North America, in the entire world, and I guarantee you're about to see why in this next match.
Well, that is one way to talk up a player, but Doob Snacks, if I had to turn it around on you, say we're looking at Gladiators here, anyone possibly matching up to that hype from Zoinks?
Toon, baby. They're here to take over the game. They're the X factor for me. Rolling out of that central area, they can turn the tides of any fight. And when they decide to put the rubber stamp on the mat, they seal it, sign, seal, delivered, and punch your ticket, send you home. It is just nasty business when Toon decides to get involved. And that's going to be, again, the X factor for me for Gaimin Gladiator. How do they open the door of opportunity for this player so that they can mitigate all the nonsense that Overlord's doing in the top path?
Oh, well, color me excited. I think we've hyped up this game enough. It's time to get it started. So, Doob Snacks, Zoinks, take it away.
Let's go! Gaimin Gladiators, Black Hand, Zoinks. What are we going to see here? We're seeing Zug on Blissey. Of course, they're used to playing the defender. They're switching to the pseudo-support defender, right? Oh, is that a tree? Is that a tree in the top path from Lutano? You said the crown. You said the crown of complexity, or excuse me, the crown of creativity taken from EU, and a tree up top. Zoinks, talk to me.
Uprooting the meta is Lutano by playing the tree in the top path. Spraggles, I'm coming for that worst joke on broadcast. Gonna be a fantastic Pokemon, probably opting into the Curse Hornleech moveset for this Pokemon. Does a very good job of being a threat when the enemy team wants to collapse in on you. Chaotic on this Greninja is gonna be a very interesting pick. Watching how the Greninja matches up against the Aegislash and these two central area Pokemon will be key to deciding who takes this entire game.
Listen, Toon's been putting a lot of minutes in on Aegislash. We both know that. My thing that I want to hit on, Curios on that A9, going to be in that bottom path potentially, and really going to help lock it down, freeze them down in that bottom path, and let that be the impetus to take over for Black Hand and let their central area players and your Overlord type players come through and really leverage that advantage.
Alolan Ninetales going to be very, very good at slowing the enemy's advance. Whenever Gaimin Gladiators wants to push in, they're going to have to deal not only with Alolan Ninetales' very strong damaging moves and stunning and freezing abilities, not to mention that passive that Alolan Ninetales has in their kit. Whenever they get close, they're going to be allowing some snowfall to drop in on them, moving that freeze counter up and slowing down the attack of Gaimin Gladiators. That being said, the sword is a tough one to slow down.
The sword is a tough one to slow down indeed. Zugrug always playing forward. Even the Blissey doesn't even matter. Pushing in the face here of Black Hand. Two of the best bottom path squads here, and we're seeing why, as they're just skirmishing over these Pokemon, not really getting close to being knocked out, and not over pressuring yet. Not a lot of mistakes. Overlord going to try and leverage this advantage of Lucario being a little bit stronger in the early game than Lutano as a little Phantom.
Yeah, Overlord does secure that wild Pokemon, making sure they are leveling up. Chaotic coming up here here at level 4, as well as Toon. So neither one hitting that level 5 before they enter into the top path, opting to leave some core fish up and running so they can return and get that level experience before the ever-important bees spawn at 850.
What's scarier than one sword? It's two, and Toon is now a double-blade and ready to do some action up here and do their best version of Hibachi Grill over on these bees, getting a good chunk of that one, trying to get their own. Lutano's low, they're getting pressure, they get kicked back the other way. Overlord and Chaotic, they're on the chase, and that's gotta be a KO. It is. Chaotic getting credit, that's exactly who you want to get that. Getting that experience and going straight back to base here, as Gaming Gladiators is getting the positional advantage on Blackhand at the bottom path.
Often we have said one of the most pivotal moments is the first Dreadnought that comes in at 7 minutes, and what's most important about that is if one of the teams can hit level 9 on their central area players, unlocking the Unite move, which can secure them KOs, secure them the Dreadnought objective, and so much more. So definitely a good pace for Blackhand having level 6 and getting a KO on Lutano.
Without a doubt. 8 minutes on the clock here. Both bottom path teams are playing a little conservative, not willing to give the other team any advantage here. As we know, you slip up once, and that becomes a slippery slope to your demise when it comes to these two squads. Very punishing, they are indeed.
Overlord almost at level 7, keeping pace with their central area player. However, Lutano has evolved into the Trevenant. Gonna be much more of a threat now. Curse, Horn Leech, almost available to them. The amount of stuns and pushing around of the enemy team they're capable of, not to mention the self-healing. Lutano has leveled up, not just in an evolution, in a ability to impact the game.
Yeah, early rotation here by Toon, going to really put the pressure on the Blackhand and push them back. So when the bees pop up, the Gladiators can get a good portion of that. Toon really putting the pressure on Mopwop, Slashcan trying to hold it down. Goof, Toon, Indian Company are all there. Zugrug as well. Going to slap the face of Slashcan, say stay out of here, these bees are ours. As Goof is there also to put out a perimeter here and keep Blackhand from getting any of them. And Toon gets almost all of it as he's level 8. And here comes the Greninja a little late, but they get chunked huge as the battle is breaking out and Dreadnought's already here. 6:53 on the clock. Toon ripping through Slashcan here, making them retreat. Curio's trying to get ahead and put the advantage on. Get a little chip shot here on Zugrug as Lutano just granny shots in 29 points in top half. And Curios is still bubbling. Look how deep Overlord is into the Gaming Gladiator squad. Finally forced to retreat a little bit as Gaming Gladiators are just trying to keep up. Big Unite move by Chaotic here and gets the KO on Goof. Is that going to be what turns the tide in the bottom path on this Dreadnought? Who knows, as that's a big push by Lutano and Chaotic. They're opening the door. Left side team takes it. That's of course Chaotic on the Greninja. KO streak of 2 and just fails out. Toon misses the Unite.
Toon just misses the Unite, and the portal gets everybody back to safety. Now Blackhand is back on the aggressive. Even after being brought down to almost no HP, the reset is available to them, and this siege on the bottom tier 1 goal zone has begun. Lutano starts pushing the enemy team around, trying to clean up shop here, but Zugrug throwing in the egg bomb is always a help, but still no KOs netted by them. Overlord overstaying their welcome here a little bit. I don't think they're feared of getting KO'd, but they have to use their Unite move just to stay up.
Choose the Unite move to stay up, getting that little buddy barrier action as Overlord is not afraid to play with low HP. They're dancing around, and here we go. Is things finally going to settle down in the bottom path? Look at that group hug. Portal back to base, Power Ranger style. Are they going to jump back to the bottom path? No. They went back to base, got the heal up, and they split directions here, as now there's different objectives on the map, and that one's Rotom, as Gaming Gladiators, Blackhand and Company are going to go coalesce and convert over to that.
That first Dreadnought fight that we just witnessed, definitely Chaotic, hitting that level 9 before Toon found that level 9 was a huge advantage for them. The gigantic Water Shuriken always going to be making waves. Lutano pushing off Mopwop way. It gets so low thanks to the Pikachu Unite move, but can they get reset? No, they don't. Lutano finds that KO.
Lutano finds the KO, and they're pushing back in the face of Curios. Curios just barely bubbling, and they do close out that goal zone. Minimal overcap, but that's okay. That's part of their strategy here, says Gaming Gladiators. They're back up top. Overlord sent back to base, jumping on that big pumpkin. And now they're pushing through. Good night. This is just back to forth, back and back. Wow. Back-to-back action between these two squads, not letting each other off the hook, just going into each other's faces.
This Rotom breaking one of these first-tier goal zones could be impactful for the rest of the game, mostly for threatening a second Rotom later on. Rotom already brought down to about half HP, Chaotic shooting from range, but finally it goes down. Toon's boosted auto attack win in that sword form is so incredibly strong.
Yeah, no, oh, that's a Bliss assistance right in. Going to be able to chip up. They're going to get the KO on Curios as they're working through. That's Goof taking down the A9. And now that's a big overcap 38 there for Gaming Gladiators with a push. But the Hoopas Unbound are coming down. Nobody's shackled down here. Pull him through the hoops, baby. Let's go. Unite move onto Toon. Chaotic's working through. Are they going to get the KO on Aegis Slash? Toon Unite takes the Dreadnought this time. And Goof gets the KO back on Hoopa. There's 2 players down for Black Hand. And now Gaming Gladiators are saying it's our time to dine on turtle soup. Let's go. Get me that experience. Give me those shields and let's get the push going as Overlord is trying to stem the bleeding a little bit out here. But that heal from the Trevenant's abilities is just so strong. Lutano's still standing and all of Black Hand has to collapse onto them just to take down the mighty tree.
Just like that, Duke Snack's Black Hand's level lead that we've seen throughout the entire game vanishes like smoke right at the end. Gaming Gladiators not only securing a couple KOs there, of course, knock out the ever-important Dreadnought, tied up 1-1 in that fashion. But one thing I want to point out right now is Gaming Gladiators 201 to 20-point lead. Really massive point lead. That's going to mean when Zapdos comes in just over a minute's time, they're going to have their choice of positioning. They threaten back cap, so they overpush for presence. Everything is open to the Gaming Gladiators when they have the lead.
Curios, meaning behind the trainer name, let's talk about that. An homage to Australian tennis player Nick Kyrgios. So there you go. I think the thing was that was already taken, so they switched it up, added an A, and lock it in, lock it down. That's my gamer tag, baby. And here we go. Black Hand looking good, getting a good share of the Bs as Gladiators have the positional advantage again in this part of the game. 2:39 on the clock.
Overlord and Chaotic and Slashcan combined for a nice KO there onto Toon. Toon sent all the way back, but of course is just going to be able to find some wild Pokemon to KO to keep their level pace up with everybody else. This Rotom being sent up here could be gigantic for Gaming Gladiators if they have it. Therefore, Black Hand have to focus it.
Yeah, Black Hand trying to take it down. Gaming Gladiators going to try and flip it. Black Hand do get it. That's a good sign. I doubt they're going to babysit it at all. That was just to kind of protect them from it going their way. Gladiators going to see if they can deal with it. But now we have Zapdos just shades over the horizon.
Chaotic and Overlord both going to be level 13. It's a very common occurrence for this Black Hand squad. They love to distribute the experience, making sure that they have not 1 but 2 carries on the team. That being said, the positioning is definitely given over to the side of Gaming Gladiators, but Hoopa's Unite move can circumvent a lot of that. Mop Wop in hiding.
We are just watching these teams just posture in position. Nobody's really kicked anything off yet. Just a couple Hoopa portals to send folks back to base to get healed. Lutano might need to catch one of those early as they're getting chunked pretty big.
Lutano loses that passive that Trevenant has that boosts their damage and healing when at that lower HP. Overlord tries to threaten a bit of a back cap, does pull Goof and Toon away. 2 of the damage dealers from Gaming Gladiators are currently gone. That's going to force out a Hoops Unbound from both squads to bring them back.
The Hoopas pull everybody back in, and the fight's breaking out as they're looking down. There's 1 player down on the Gladiators, and that's Blissey. Here we go. We're working through, and that Bliss assistance is something they would like right now. KO Streaka 2 for the Aegis Slash. That's Toon. That's the X Factor that I was talking about, baby. And now they're working through. Can Overlord deal with Toon? Can Overlord deal with Zapdos? And here we go. Gladiators are coalescing around them. 3 players down for Black Hand. They take it. That's Goof that locks it down. Aegis Slash with another KO. They're going to need a young priest. They're going to need an old priest because that is one nasty spirit. Aegis Slash, 3 KOs straight in a row. Now Gaming Gladiators are pushing in this bottom path, and they're going to see if they can score some of those ducats to go ahead and press the rest of this advantage.
They did stop a couple of the scores, but no way they're going to stop this next one from Zogrog. Throws in a full 50. Fantastic Blissey work from them this entire game, keeping their team supported, and not to mention breaking away their stuns with the unstoppable effect that they can give. Toon farming up even a little more Aeos energy in pocket in case they want to dunk those again. But look at this. Gaming Gladiators was just such a dominant positioning this entire game. Not a single goal zone in their side has been broken. Black Hand has only scored 20 points this entire game. Despite some team fights going their direction, scoring was not front of mind, and it was very tough to ever push that lead. Unfortunately, with no scores in these goal zones, they could not find the win. Gaming Gladiators go up 1-0 in a very dominant game 1.
An absolutely commanding game 1, Zoinks. Let's see exactly what that final score panned out to be. 401 to 20. That is tough sledding. That is tough sledding. I mean, that's a paltry MVP for Overlord. They're not used to getting that only 13 points in. But you look at the side of Gladiators, 59, 130, 52, 140. Indy with no points, but that really wasn't their job today, eh? So Gaming Gladiators feeling good about that game one without a doubt.
Absolutely. Gaming Gladiators losing that first Dreadnought in a circumstance where they definitely could have taken it, but Toon not quite getting to that experience level 9 by first team fight. Really favored Blackhand, but after that, it really was Gaming Gladiators putting on such an impressive defensive performance, not letting anybody put Aeos energy in goal zones, stopping it every single time. Not to mention, Toon boosted auto attacks to Zapdos to make sure that's secured, and all hope is removed from Blackhand's game plan.
I mean, 62k damage out of Lutano in that top half is the Trevenant. You know, something pretty unique that we haven't seen so far today. And of course, it pays dividends here in game one. Look at that recovery, though, as well. 43k onto Lutano as well. Great work by them. Worked very well in tandem with Goof and Toon to really rein in the KOs. And of course, the support system that is the Gaming Gladiators, Zugrug and Indy doing their jobs and doing it well.
Yes, no kidding. We have some really, really interesting games ahead of us. Gaming Gladiators up 1-0, but we have talked about this other side a lot as well. Blackhand not out of it yet ever. Some amazing mechanically skilled players, but they are going to need to go back to the drawing board in terms of game plan. Well, biggest thing on there, they need to find a way to get these points in goals, and I really think that's going to have to come from some more decisive team fights when they want to siege these tier 1 goal zones, whether that be in bottom or top. They were getting some great waves in, however, the Gaming Gladiators defense was measured and well played, and they couldn't even score after winning some big team fights in either path.
Can you believe that the Gaming Gladiators, a top 6 is an underperforming finish for them? I mean, winner of February, top 6 in March, and I think they'd be disappointed with anything but first place here. Gaming Gladiators are truly trying to put themselves back on top, you know, in this community, and especially in the NA here. It's kind of a title that has been bestowed to them as the best, but unfortunately haven't quite delivered. They're back. They're trying to really cement that and say, look, there's a reason you call us that. We're going to go earn it at the Aeos Cup, and what better time with this much money on the line, Swings?
There's a word that we throw around all the time called macro, just that big idea when it comes to strategies that encompass the entire 10 minutes of a Pokemon Unite game. Really no other team even comes close to Gaming Gladiators in that regard. So good at having a game plan that runs throughout the entire game. Toon on this Aegislash, definitely a flashy performance. We're going to see a little bit of their highlight reel here as well, to see a lot of goals going, or a lot of AS energy going into purple goal zones, not so much the other way.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of where it started, right? Yes, Blackhand took that early lead, was able to get that. That was KO streak of 2 for a chaotic. Really put Gaming Gladiators on the back foot. They coalesced game together and really turned the page, and then Overlord using the Ignite move just to bail out here. But Gaming Gladiators settled in, found their footing, and really established themselves and really took over this game in a meaningful way.
No kidding. When you're looking at Blackhand's team composition, a lot of the onus for engaging or starting these team fights is going to be on the Lucario of Overlord. They're one of the more defensive players on this team composition. Slashcan, a very impressive Blissey, but usually needs to be in that supportive role in these kind of situations. Close flip here, the Lucario Unite move definitely a strong one at securing Zapdos, but Toon getting in there at the last minute very much secures what we already knew was going to happen. Gaming Gladiators go up 1-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And Toon's the MVP there, of course, with just a clutch performance, getting the Zapdos, and of course, 3 KOs around the Zapdos as well to really open up the door for that opportunity. So kudos to them. Toon, the X Factor, really showing up here in Game 1 and ready to play alongside the rest of the Gladiators and try and send Blackhand to the losers bracket, a place that Blackhand isn't used to being. Zoinks.
Not at all. Another really interesting thing about Toon's game plan has just been their choice of Pokemon. Aegislash is not the most frequent pick that we see in the central area. We've seen it a little bit more recently, but how it's been playing with the rest of their team is so fantastic. If you want to take a look at some of the micro gameplay that Toon can do on this Pokemon, take a look at their combinations with Zugrug on the Blissey. Whenever Aegislash jumps in with like that stacked up boosted auto attacks, they work very differently than any other Pokemon. They're always doing so on top of an Egg Bomb coming out of Zugrug, knocking them up, making sure the enemy Pokemon can't run away, and Toon capitalizes every single time.
Yeah, very well scouted and pointed out. and very much so worth mentioning. And what we just saw is what Blackhand experienced firsthand. So what does Blackhand need to do here in Game 2? Again, as I mentioned, one of the most kind of surgical and methodical teams we have out there. They looked a little lost here in Game 1. So how do they right the proverbial ship, the analogy we've been using all day, to go ahead and take themselves Game 2 and push this thing ultimately to a Game 3?
And for me, it's just going to be pressing their advantage a little bit more. They definitely found a lot of value early game. Alolan Ninetales was keeping up with Pikachu in that bottom lane, a nice even trades. Slashcan was winning a lot of the contests on these Autonos. You have that presence. You need to find a way to capitalize. Game and Gladiators not going to make that easy, though. We're going to need to see some heroic plays from Blackhand and all of their members if they want to make sure that they are not only securing the early lead, that they are securing the mid and late game wins.
Chaotic, a person we've historically seen on Talonflame, switching to Greninja. Is Talonflame even in the equation here, or are we just facing? Is that too much uphill sledding for the Firebird?
The Talonflame, yes, saw some recent nerfs, not seen played as often. However, I think one of the biggest deterrents is going to be it's a tough matchup when going into an Aegislash on the other side.
Yep.
Talonflame does not love to Braid Burb into a Gigantic Sword. The Gigantic Sword wins a lot of those engagements. So the Talonflame, whereas Chaotic is an incredible player at it, may not be best advised in the situation. That being said, they found a ton of value out of this Greninja, and even in the early and mid game, we're outpacing the Aegislash in terms of level experience. So Chaotic playing this Greninja, I don't think is a bad look, but it definitely is a infrequent one.
Yeah, I mean, that makes total sense. I'm glad you gave us that breakdown there, and it's very interesting to see how strong Pokemon can play poorly into what is selected across the way. Toon, historically, one of the players with the deepest Pokemon pools going, specifically in that central area for certain. And now it looks like Goof is going to go with the Blastoise, locking that in instead of the Pikachu. Curios jumping over to Cinderace as well. So a little bit of a change up here as Chaotic picks up the Ninetales, and we're going to see a central area switch here. Zoinks is what we're going to see. Chaotic is going to go in that bottom path, and of course you're going to see Curios go into the central area, being the stronger Cinderace player as determined by Blackhand themselves.
More familiar with that Pokemon for sure, and Curios has a mean Cinderace in pocket. Trust me, going to be a really interesting game. The other big thing that we saw on screen there was absolutely Goof's Blastoise that they're going to be bringing into the bottom lane. Going to be an interesting Pokemon that they're utilizing. One of the held items that they're going to be operating with as well is the special attack specs. So this is the stacking special attack item that we have in Pokemon Unite. Goof is going to be looking to get a lot of small scores and early. So look forward to watching a Squirtle running all the way to the enemy goal zones to get some points in, and they're going to be doing so all the way from the central area.
Goof, let's go. Taking over the central area with this Squirtle here. I don't know if they're going to get just a couple of them and split, but I can't wait to see how this shakes out. Toon taking the top path almost alone here as Zugrug and company, of course. Zugrug lives in that bottom path. I don't think he's allowed to leave the yard in the bottom path. He's pretty much locked in.
Two facts are always true. Zugrug has to play a pink blob of a Pokemon, and they have to stay in the bottom path. So yes, these facts are considered 2-1-2 coming out of Game and Gladiators. We're going to see Indy utilizing the hyperspace hole to make sure that they're swapping their team back and forth. Blackhand only going to have one player in the top lane, but if I want only one, I want it to be Overlord 98 TV.
There you go. Overlord able to get their points in. A little chip shot onto Lutano before they go back and do their thing, trying to get the Aeos energy so they can stack their attack weight as well. Look at this. Just a roll down by Goof. Got cleared the central area, got to level 5, and going to help push early down here in the bottom path.
I'm thinking we're probably going to see Toon rotating back into the central area after for the next rotation of buffs and objectives in there. So a little bit of a split here and returning to the 1-1-3. Very interesting adaptation from Game and Gladiators. However, Curios has made their presence known with a nice KO onto Lutano off screen.
Yeah, Raboot's not a proton pack, but it's able to take care of that ghost there. So Phantom sent pack in there in the Lutano, and they're going to have to make their way back into the top path. Is that just this good little look and a quality KO out of what you want in your central area player? That's just more experience flooding their way.
No kidding. And look at this. Even though the aggression from Blackhand is coming in, Game and Gladiators showing no fear, contesting all of these objectives, and notably always at full HP. Indy Bear, an incredible support player that we have in North America, one of the best, and is so good at knowing knowing when to keep their team alive. And here we even have an important note about this player. IndieBear actually learned English from playing Pokemon Yellow. So shout outs to Pokemon Yellow, one of the best games ever released by the company, and it's done more than just make me enjoy my Game Boy Color even more. It has made IndieBear learn English, which is such a cool story.
Yeah, Babel never heard of it. Pokemon Yellow, do it up. Indian Goof, Zugrug again, positioning down here, 7:35 on the clock, and we're going to have Bees at 7:20, of course. So it looks like we're doing one of those late-game dance parties here as they're just waiting for that middle Audino to show up. And, of course, it's absolutely detonated, as Zugrug, I think, got that one.
Yeah, definitely. Those contests are always going to be a little bit of a coin flip when there's 3-on-3 situations. Bees go in, Goof with a rapid spin water sport, doing so much early damage to it, not to mention both Hoopas throwing in a portal for a lot of burst damage as well. Max range Bone Rush teleport back. Overlord doing very well in terms of levels at 7. However, Toon is going to be matching that all the same. So very, very interesting experience level split headed into our first Dreadnought, which IndieBear has just made a hyperspace portal to bring everyone back down. And Mopwop responds in kind.
Yeah, everybody's taking the highway to get to the bottom path for the Dreadnought. Who's going to start it? Mopwop says, let's get this thing underway. Chip shot, baby. Dreadnought turns and focuses that way. The action's kicking off. We see just some egg bombs going into the face of Blackhand. Game Gladiator trying to buy some space. Dreadnought down to half HP. Slash Game playing very far forward, so is Overlord. And that's two players that you kind of want there as the right side team takes it. That's Curios able to do it with the Cinderace. Here we go, getting the KO on the Blissey. And now they're going to use that flow to just take over this bottom path. And they get a KO on Toon. That's 3 down in a row for for Blackhand into the face of Gaming Gladiators. Curios putting the pressure on, making the Cinderace look real good, and we're gonna see if they can rein in some points. But as noted, you mentioned that stacking item on Goof. They're up top, they're scoring points, they're getting that in now while all the kerfuffles breaking out in the bottom path. Blackhand closing that goal zone out.
There we go. That's exactly the win condition that we mentioned for Blackhand. They need to find a way to capitalize on these plays, and no better Pokemon than Cinderace to be able to do that. Curios with great patience, waiting to use that Unite move before the Hoopa reset ever happened. So fantastic play from them, really showcasing why they are Blackhand's choice to be on the Fire Rabbit.
Yeah, Chaotic and Overlord trying to do work on Toon down there, leashing them along as another portal is put up by Gaming Gladiators, trying to bring the team up and bring some parity to what they're seeing in the top path. And that's Curios just kicking fireballs into the face of Gaming Gladiators, buying a lot of time here as Toon is trying to pick off Chaotic, getting combination here with the rest of the squad. Indy chipping in as well. KO Shrika 2 for the sword. Just Curios coming right back into the face of Toon, getting a KO themselves, and so is Blissey. They're just exchanging knockout blows back and forth here, these two teams are, and now we're looking at the score 150-94, but it feels closer than that.
This game is wild. We're seeing more split pushes than we're seeing concentrated efforts in team fights. Very, very rare do we see this in the North America region. 30 seconds more till Dreadnought. Going to be an interesting fight. A lot of Unite moves going to be online. Going to be who wants to invest them, who wants to invest them where, and can they find any KOs. An important thing I want to note here, by the way, Curios almost at level 13, the 12 and some change. This Pokemon, a very good pick into an Aegislash. Aegislash wants to get up close and personal. However, Cinderace has a lot of mobility and can do great damage from range. Overlord setting up that bone just in case they can't make the score, and a very nice little tech from the Lucario player.
Curios there with a quick pickup as Overlord was trying to leash them into the trap. Hoopa's unbound, pulling everybody down because Dreadnaught's here, and the pressure is on, and the players are playing forward. Blackhand falls first, and there's the Area 9 going down as the two players go down immediately for Gaming Gladiators as Blackhand takes the Dreadnought here, and that, what a turn of the tide that was. And all of a sudden, Curios is absolutely feeling it. Cracked KO Shrika 2. Goof makes them pay, but Mopwop cleans up that business, and now Overlord's working on poor Zugrog, who's just egg bombing and doing their best to retreat. Goodbye, you are the weakest link, says Blackhand, and just Overlord getting a KO Shrika 2 as well, and Blackhand looking like a brand new team.
No kidding. Gaming Gladiators splitting their experience between Goof and Toon has maybe hurt them a little bit in these later team fights, not having as much of the sustainability or pop-off potential as the side of Blackhand did. However, Lucario running through did a lot of damage. Overlord with great work. Chaotic did get KO'd very early. However, they were able to use the Snow Globe Unite move from Alolan Ninetales enough just to do that initial damage, which set up the rest of their carries to clean up. So Chaotic may have gone down, but it was not without purpose.
I mean, Slash Can at the same level as Lutano here. That can't be what Gaming Gladiators just formed up in their minds when they're thinking of the past. Oh, did Lutano get out just in time? No, they got KO'd before they got sucked back into the defensive portal there. Blackhand getting another notch on their belt and looking great here with 3:03 on the clock.
Mop still opting into this Shadow Ball. Do not underestimate the damage that this support mythical Pokemon Hoopa can do. Overlord clearing up these beads, like we said, they give so much of the wild Pokemon experience over to that Lucario player. They definitely trust one of their MVPs on the team.
Oh, just the fight breaking out. That's a Unite move here. Very late for Gaming Gladiators. And by Goof trying to push forward here as they're trying to get Overlord down. They do. That's 2 players down for Blackhand. They get the Rotom as well. Are they going to drive it Miss Daisy in? They're trying to find Chaotic. That's another KO. KO streak of 2. Goof's getting fed as the turtle. It's a snapping turtle today, baby. As Slash Can's doing their best playing far forward. They're gone. And that's a Hoopa KO on the Blissey. And now the portal's open here as they're able to rein in points. And now 2 seconds left. Here's the Dreadnought. Gaming Gladiators, great push up top.
No kidding, this lead is just going to grow exponentially for Gaming Gladiators. The experience maybe not in their favor, but points are an asset that they can utilize in these late game team fights. Score always going to be a threat. Lutano keeps their passive up. Very, very important. They're going to go back to the home base to reset, but they're going to be coming back with Trevenant's low life passive ability. The team fight is very, very interesting here. Early positioning, giving over to Gaming Gladiators, but Blackhand is entering presence. Who wants to start this fight? Where does the target priority lie? If I'm Blackhand, I am looking to cut down the Hoopa as fast as possible.
They eyed down Goof and sucked him out of the bushes very quickly here. Slash Canning Overlord are into the business. Overlord is deep in the back lane. And that's a Hoopa Unite as Overlord was chasing Indy a little bit, but the action's back in the middle. There's the Blastoise, used a big Unite move, catching 3 here. That's a Unite back into the face by Blackhand. It's just look at Curios on the chase. That's the Trevenant. That's Goof. Gonna track it down, try to get the KO. Bliss assistance comes through to pick them up. Unite moves are flying back. Blissey gets the KO finally on the Cinderace. That's 1 player down, 2 players down by Blackhand. They're falling like dominoes as the Hoopa gets the KO and Overlord just trying to chip into Zapdos. Oh, but here comes Gaming Gladiators and here comes the rest of Blackhand. Gonna try and give them support. 2 players down still for Blackhand. Gonna try and bring this thing to parity. Zapdos is so low. How is Overlord still alive? They've been hanging out in the middle and they're working through. Right side team takes it. That's Blackhand. That's Overlord. They've been sitting on it the whole time and they're the one that delivers for the squad. Blackhand needs to convert here and Gaming Gladiators trying to take their body. They're desperate. How much HP does Overlord even have? They dart through. They get caught by the big push offensive lineman maneuver, but they slide through and get their hundo banger in, but Blackhand is still down by 136 points.
136 points, the Zapdos timer coming to a close as well. Curios has got a pocket full of 41. They're going to toss it in there, but does not give them the lead. 386 to 332. Gaming Gladiators still with the lead, yet not quite a commanding one. Overlord has a small amount of points in pocket. This could definitely be an easy score if they find a clear path. Curios throws in another 7. This game is getting ever closer, but still the lead is towards Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, that's plus 22. They needed 40 on the nose. Can they get another convert? And they need the points here. Overlord has nothing. Is anybody else trying to score? No. I think Gaming Gladiators etched this thing out. I think they etched it out by a mere 18 points, zoinks. And I think Gaming Gladiator is moving on.
This is one of the closest games. I trust you, but I'm going to wait till the scoreline. There it is. Gaming Gladiators 386 to 368. Blackhand knocked down to the losers bracket in our second round of winners. What a close game. And I think that game too really demonstrated how strong both of these teams are and how good they are at countering one another. Fantastic game. The team fight definitely went in Gaming Gladiators' way. However, Overlord knew that they were not going to be of any help in that bottom path. Decided to start doing damage to Zapdos. Wanted to initiate it. Lucario's Unite move, again, does about 6 ticks of damage even while they're charging up that gigantic Aura Cannon. When that is happening, as well as when it shoots out a great secure ability and very rapidly, they get the Zapdos. Just unfortunately, not enough team members for Blackhand to convert. Curios and Overlord and I believe Slash find their points in the goal zone, but no one else is able to get there in time. Gaming Gladiators, again, with just the big brain mental plays. They weren't up that entire game, but they definitely found a way to win in the end.
That's what the top teams do, and of course we're looking at damage dealt here pretty even across the board. Both teams kind of mirroring each other's numbers a little bit, and the KOs seem to felt pretty similar as well. But of course it was about the points you get in and how they delivered on the back end and when those KOs actually rained in. Gaming Gladiators doing a great job that despite not taking Zapdos, good team pressure and able to convert on the win here. Let's take a look real quick at the Gaming Gladiators, who their roster is, of course, and what their finishes were in previous months.
Yeah, obviously we've seen a fantastic run for them over the months. This score line, that's so close at the end. Just I want to showcase again what a great match we just got to watch. But one adaptation I want to talk about is Goof in that game 2, bringing out the Blastoise and headed into the central area off the start. There we go, winner in the February finals, top 6 in March, and 2 Cup match wins. So a fantastic run from this squad as well. But Goof's Unite move doing so much work in that Rotom fight near the end, and the Zapdos fight lasted long enough for them to be able to utilize it yet again in that game 2. So Goof going over to this Blastoise, definitely an unexpected pick. However, it paid dividends for that team.
Yeah, something that I'm sure not a lot of players were expecting, especially Blackhand, who actually had to face it down. Great work, great adjustment in Gaming Gladiators, saying just because we're up a game doesn't mean we can't shake it up to give us a little bit of advantage here going into game 2. Throw something a little different at you, not too much different, kind of keep the same core strategy, but just one little unique piece that's just enough to tip the scales back in our direction. They punch their ticket 2-0. They're moving along in the winner's bracket. Blackhand going to be just another huge, monumental, powerful team here in our loser's bracket in the NA.
Leveling up every single match we've watched so far, but hey, I think for once the skies are becoming clear, because this game, I for once did not predict something right. Well, that's happened a couple of times. I want to watch a little bit of this replay. Gaming Gladiators, a 2-1 win with a really electric showing.
Well, replay, we're still working on it, and it's going to be shelved for this one. So what does that mean? Of course, but another ship pun as we try and grab the wheel and bring on our captain back, Seltzer, as they're going to bring us back. Excuse me. Wow, jumping ahead and pulling a real Spraggles here. I'm going to need to go ahead and fire up our match MVP because we don't have the replay. Just going straight Spraggles. Here we go. Goof, favorite Pokemon is Gengar. That is truly their favorite Pokemon and also one of their favorite Pokemon to play. Look at that, triple glasses. How many glasses can you fit on your forehead, Zoinks? Is it at least 3?
Definitely not that exact pairing. The choice specs have a specific spiky pattern on them that I cannot put on top of my head, so after that it all goes downhill. Yes, the Gengar, obviously, we did not get to see it in this match, but if you see Goof in ladder play, odds are you're about to be deleted by a Dream Eater and Shadow Ball combo. Or not Dream, yeah, well, one of the two. Dream Eater, Shadow Ball combo. So fantastic work from Goof in this game, playing the Blastoise in this game too. But yes, their MVP awarded to Goof. GG on Gaming Gladiators.
There you go. Gaming Gladiators takes a 2-0 against a very formidable opponent in Blackhand. Now we bring in our captain, and now we bring in the leader of this crew, this just tomfoolery that is the casting squad we have today. Seltzer, sort us out, bring the ship, and keep cruising forward towards Aeos Island for us, please.
Zoinks, thanks so much. You know, something goes wrong here. We talk it through as a crew, and so in that spirit, I'm going to bring in our other 2 casters, Spraggles. Jeff, we just watched 2 very clean games here from our Gaming Gladiators, and I gotta wonder, we watched these team fights engage with Gaming Gladiators consistently down in XP both matches, but every single time they fought together beautifully, they managed to pull through and obviously pick up 2 Ws. So my question is this a testament to the long time their roster has been playing together, or are there some other factors here, perhaps coming off this patch, Spraggles, that have changed things in their favor a bit?
Gaming Gladiators is just one of the best teams in Pokemon Unite. They had a rough March finals, but they are back, baby. They're playing so incredibly well. They're switching up their Pokemon. They're bringing in Trevenant in that top path, Aegislash in that central area. I'm so excited to see this team back on top. And I also want to point out that I'm very hurt that a mistake is now called the Spraggles, pulling a Spraggles. I'm also kind of flattered. I mean, if I'm being honest.
Hey, you know, infamy is, it's a double-sided Han edge there. But speaking of, Unite licenses that we have seen, there's ones that we have not seen until very recently. Jeff Hoagland, we got to see Trevenant in this match. We got to see Ninetales in this match. We got to see, let me check my Cinderace back for North America. So as you saw people pull out these different Unite licenses, head on into battle, what were you feeling?
I think this match really showcased that Gaming Gladiators brought their A game to this tournament. They were working outside the box compared to what a lot of other teams have brought. They've obviously tried and experimented with a variety of different things, and it seems like they were very confident with the characters that they pulled out. One of the things I would like to call out that's actually pretty uncommon with a lot of these teams is they made a team comp change after winning a match in kind of adjusting to what the opposing team was doing, even though they were able to be victorious in the first game. And that's something we don't really see very frequently in the scene.
No, that's actually a great call out, Jeff, and something that I think is a testament too to their long time together. They've had the freedom to have the relationships already developed, so you can explore, you can learn new Unite licenses, you can bring them back into the battle, and have a variety of Pokemon at your disposal. So maybe you can pull off, as you said, that brilliant switch up despite winning the last match. So Spriggles, Jeff, we're going to check in with you right after the break. But before we do, we have all these wonderful people watching, enjoying competitive Pokemon Unite. Well, why don't you take another step further and get involved? You can sign up now for our May Cup Open Qualifier. Registration is open at battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. And if you sign up and compete at all, you're going to earn 20 HoloWare tickets, so you can make sure you are dressed to impress when you hit the field of battle. For now, we're going to take a quick break, grab some water, and then run right back to our computers to head right back into the action here at the North American Aeos Cup. Stay tuned. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. In this video, we'll explain the basics of how a match on Aeos Island will go down.
Pokemon Unite is a team battler that takes place on Aeos Island.
In Pokemon Unite, each Pokemon plays a specific role. All roles have their own strengths and weaknesses, so you'll have to work with your team to create a composition to cover all your bases. During a match, Pokemon will learn a wide variety of moves as they level up and get stronger. Some cause damage, defend your teammates, or heal your allies. Once a Pokemon is leveled up enough, it'll learn its Unite move. This is an ultra-powerful move that can turn the tide of battle. The main objective for each team is to collect Aeos energy and deposit it into the enemy's goal zones, turning it into points for their team. Whichever team deposits the most energy after 10 minutes wins.
You win!
Well, that's Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We have so much more to tell you, so if you want to be the very best trainer on Aeos Island, stay tuned. What is up, trainers? We are back with day 1 of the Aeos Cup here for North America, and we are chunking through this bracket, sending teams to the lower bracket, and then we're going to be checking in on them because it's about time to revisit our foreign famous as they go up against IXGT in our next match. And to help take us through the action, I've got Spraggles and I've got Jeff Hoagland. And gentlemen, we're heading into maybe some unfamiliar territory here for some of our viewers. Jeff, you were doing a great job of actually breaking down Team IXGT. What can you tell us about this team?
This team is, while not players that are newer to the competitive scene as a whole, they're definitely a new composition of existing competitive players. Some of these players had previously played on teams that had made the top cut in our February finals back at the first event of the Championship Series, and it's exciting to see them back again here today in a new form in IXGT.
All right, well, as we take a look at the bracket then, and that's some interesting information that some of these players have played on other teams. Are any of those teams also present in the bracket? Are they in the room with us now, Jeff?
I don't believe so. They are teams that are no longer coordinated together.
Well then, with that off the plate, Spraggles, what else are you seeing in this bracket here? We see Blackhand moving on.
Yeah, Blackhand is going to be a really difficult team to deal with. Those matches between Blackhand and Gaming Gladiators were incredible, and they are going to be going up against either IXGT or Foreign Famous. Foreign Famous, unfortunately, getting knocked out in the first round, but they are a team with a wide range of Pokemon they can play. I can't wait to see what they do in this match. Either team that moves on here, though, is going to have a tough time coming up.
Absolutely, and speaking of what's coming up, we can take a look at our match schedule for the rest of the day. Of course, we'll be getting through our North American Aeos Cup early brackets, and then tomorrow we're heading into the finals for all of them. But we have a few matchups on the board already. Spraggles, how are you feeling about these future games to come?
I mean, I can't wait to see a lot of these teams compete here. Obviously, the big Blackhand game coming up is what I'm maybe most excited for, but we haven't got to see Full Send yet, and they are an incredibly great team, so I really want to see them as well.
Yeah, I've been enjoying getting to know all these teams over the course of the Aeos Cups every month, and now getting to see them go head-to-head in our groups and, of course, in our bracket today. So taking a look at IXGT versus Foreign Famous, Jeff, what are you seeing in Foreign Famous that they have to bring against IXGT here after your breakdown?
You know, I'm going to be interested to see if Foreign Famous sticks with that Charizard in the central area specifically. There were a couple of pretty rough flubs with Charizard's Unite move, and to Assassin Dave's credit, is one of the harder characters to execute with on that. But when you miss, it has such a detrimental impact on those team fights, not having one of your most powerful tools at your disposal.
Oh, that's a great call out, Jeff. That Charizard was present in both games back-to-back, which they were not able to pull ahead in. So we'll see if it makes an appearance in this match. But enough guessing. I'm going to hand it over to you and Spraggles to take us into this matchup.
Thank you very much, Seltzer. I can't wait to see what these teams lock in, and we are here at the Pokemon Select screen. I don't know much about what IX is playing right now, but we do have that Trevenant. Oh my gosh, a little bit of a tree, and a Talonflame looks to be in the central area there, Jeff.
Okay, we saw Trevenant in the previous match with Gaming Gladiators in that solo top roll position. However, there is a Lucario here for IXGT, which will likely assume that role, meaning we're going to see Trevenant in the bottom path in that defender slot along with Hoopa and Ninetales here most likely.
And we did see some switch-ups there for Foreign Famous, but that Charizard is still present. Obviously, they are deciding that Assassin Dave is amazing on this Pokemon. We maybe had a few flubs in one of the matches, but that isn't the reason we lost. I have to assume that's the conversation happening with Foreign Famous right now. I do think I saw Greedent coming back, and as well as Alolan Ninetales.
Well, something that's noteworthy, too, is that in the previous match, there was a Greedent on the opposing team, which that Covet being hindrance resistant makes it extra difficult to get that Charizard Unite move off. And if you're not expecting to be playing into a Greedent, Charizard does feel better because you'll have more opportunities to use that Unite move successfully.
Here we go. Like we said, Talonflame heading into that central area. The first one we've seen today, one of my absolute favorite Pokemon to play. And we have Greedent and Lucario in the top path. Big fight breaking down here in the bottom path right away over this first Audino here. And look how aggressive that little Phantump is. It seems so cute, but it's so unbelievably mean.
Yes, a little bit of extra damage on the IXGT side since they have an additional defender as opposed to the double support like we see here for Foreign Famous. And the Hoopa there stealing a Greedent berry from the top as opposed to one of the other berries that are more potent that you would really like to be taking with that Magician ability.
That feels very tragic. Lucario here just getting out by the hair of their chinny chin chin. And now Assassin Dave needs to run back to this central area to become Charmeleon. But Talonflame is here and they are fighting him over this Corphish and they are able to take it.
Love this. Assassin Dave came up with that early to path without quite getting 5 yet, and Kratos punishing them here by coming in and taking that crab right in front of them. The bees just getting deleted here in the bottom path, and Kratos converts into a score here, knowing that the bees are gone already.
Ooh, Ninetales going down here for IXGT, so they're able to push now here on Foreign Famous. They're so close to having that little Phantump become a big, mean tree, but it's not there just yet. It's still at level 4.
Yeah, walking up on Blissey and Ninetales is a bold decision here, looking like it's able to get out into the safety of that Hoopa portal, allowing it to reset and get healthy, but Foreign Famous applying a lot of pressure here and securing that Audino from IXGT's side. And
Foreign Famous is doing Greedent things, making their way to the central area, left top path completely. So Charmeleon is now up there, and Greedent trying to take some of these very juicy buffs from IXGT. Not able to secure it, but maybe they can leave with a Corphish.
Yeah, I like this split of pressure from Foreign Famous, having Dave come back up into this top path early, so Greedent kind of grief that central area, and steal berries from IXGT's back path there, while Dave makes value elsewhere.
And now we have Talonflame coming down here. It is a fly Talonflame. I wasn't sure which one we were going to see today. Both builds for Talonflame seem to be incredibly good, but we have a fly Talonflame able to essentially leave the battlefield, become invulnerable for a moment, and then crash down, dealing huge damage.
Yeah, most important thing to note about Talonflame's fly mechanic is that when you land a hit on an opposing Pokemon, the cooldown is greatly reduced. So you are incentivized to use this attack as a way to engage as opposed to a way to disengage.
Now, IXGT must know that Foreign Famous is not here. 2 members of Foreign Famous not making it down for Dreadnought, and they took advantage of that, taking that very, very quickly. Huge pickup there for IXGT.
Yeah, and this is one of the big upsides to having Talonflame as your central area character. That fly is an incredible means of securing last hits, because it's a large burst of damage that you control precisely when it happens by dropping down early if you want to, meaning you can rip these objectives even if they're not 100%. You're still incredibly likely for those flips to end up in your favor.
And now we do have this Charizard. So they didn't bring Assassin Dave down when it was a Charmeleon. They were waiting for it to evolve so it could get its Unite move. Charizard really becomes extremely scary when it evolves. And here it comes. Big Unite move. He's not missing this one. Burning down. Looks like Lucario, possibly Talonflame as well. He has a double KO. Can he pick up a triple? That's 3 for the Charizard. There we go. Burning it all down.
Gotta give the Blissey the credit where credit is due there. The Blissey Unite move slamming for a bunch of damage, helping take that Talonflame off the board.
That's true. Charizard is the lead singer here, but Blissey is on drums, and you can't forget what they are doing in the back there.
As we see here, we've got Hoopa and Ninetales, along with a number of others from IXGT playing in that bottom path. Both those outside gold points still up, meaning that there are lots of juicy Audinos spawning to provide valuable experience.
We got Fui and Kratos just going at it once again inside the central area of IXGT. Greedent seems to always make its way into areas it's not supposed to be.
And it's very good at getting back out of them too, thanks to the hindrance resistance that Covet provides. We see that hyperspace hole bringing Ninetales down to this bottom path so they don't have to unite with the Hoopa right away if they don't want to.
But we do have a big Dreadnought fight starting up. Both Hoopas ready to bring their team in. Here we go. What a huge fight. I can't help but notice that a tip to get better at Pokemon Unite is to watch my content. Maybe that'll become the new Spraggles instead of me screwing up. No, I'm sure it'll be a screw up. What a huge fight here. Here we go. Eggnoob almost going down. Pushing back. They're heading back to their goal to get some safety, but here comes Charizard.
Yeah, we see that very powerful hyperspace hole resetting, not one, not two, but three members of IXGT as they pile back on in, and the right side team is able to secure that objective cleanly there.
Here we go. What a fight there. Foreign Famous really pushing them back. That was a great fight for Foreign Famous, and IXGT essentially had to run. No one really goes down here, that nice hyperspace hole, but they are not able to get that Dreadnought.
Yeah, and that's, you know, ideally you want the objective, but the second best case scenario when you miss the objective is not getting fully wiped and giving the team that already got ahead additional experience from knocking your squad out.
It's a really strategic play that a lot of top teams might be smart enough to make. I personally am not, but yes, you don't want to give up all that experience there. Hey, Greedon, what you doing? That's not your core fish, buddy. Get out of here.
Listen, Greedon takes what Greedon wants. Every core fish is Greedon's core fish should it choose to have it.
Oh, such a menacing way to look at it, but I think you're right here, Jeff. And we actually have an interesting fight at the bottom path here. 4 members of IXG pushing in. Are they able to grab that Ninetales? They are not, but they are possibly going to break this goal here. Unfortunately, this is going to be a right-on-the-money goal break, so no extra points going in that bottom goal. Meanwhile, Foreign Famous securing this top Rotom.
I like this push from IXGT kind of acknowledging that, like, the Rotom has minimal value to their side because Foreign Famous still has that outside gold point top. They can push it off very reasonably close to their base here, just getting value in that bottom path when they can, knowing that a lot of Foreign Famous is going to be top because of the Rotom objective.
Wow, this Talonflame really jumping in there, saying, I'm sorry, I'm pushing you all back. I've got my Unite move. Get out of here. And this is really nice because we didn't get to see Foreign Famous crash into that top path goal, and it's probably because Talonflame moved them away.
Yeah, Talonflame using that Unite movement right about the 3-minute mark there. Talonflame having one of the faster Unite recharges in the game. It is surpassed only by characters like Pikachu and Azumarill.
Here we go. This is getting chunked down here by IXGT. Foreign Famous not yet around for it. Maybe looking for a possible steal here, but no. Talonflame picks that up, and now we are getting ready for Zapdos. Only 2 points separate these two teams. No one's going to know who's ahead. Everyone getting ready for this final fight.
Final fight starting a little bit early here in the bottom path while Charizard comes down on in. Both Koopas popping off their Unite moves. We see those Space Hands and Laser Beams flying out and stunning the competition.
And do we have our Charizard Unite move yet? I don't. Oh, it is. It is in the air. It's burning everyone to pieces. Oh, but here comes Trevenant. It's a Forest Fire. He's lighting him up right here, but Trev's pushing everybody away. Look how strong this Pokemon is, and Talonflame is now coming in to clean this up. You cannot take down this Trevenant. They are pushing Foreign Famous out. 3 members of Foreign Famous are down right now. 4, actually. 4 are down. Wow. Huge fight for IXGT.
Moving in towards the objective, Greedon is coming back up in 5 seconds. If you're IXGT, you really want to take this objective off the board before the securing power of Greedon is able to get involved in the game.
Oh my gosh.
No, the Egg Bomb from the right side out securing the Talonflame for IXGT. What an absolute disaster.
Wow, I mean, you've seen a Spirit Shackle, you've seen a Greedon, of course we've seen a Surf today, but are you kidding me? The Blissey with the egg from a mile away with a hook shot taking down that Zapdos. What an incredible move there, and that keeps Foreign Famous here in this game.
Yep, in the game, but not necessarily guaranteed, as IXGT does the correct thing and correctly starts to counter score here. I'm not sure either team knows exactly who's ahead here, since we are past the 1-minute mark where you get the last update on where the score stands.
I mean, I will say that in a way, we're the ones who are ahead, Jeff, because this has been such a crazy good match. But right now, this final score, it could be the score. And there we go. He has not missed a Unite since this Charizard has come back in here, taking down this Ninetales. But is anyone around to score a point? It doesn't look like anyone is here. Greedent running, Blissey running, but I don't know if anyone can make it in time. I don't know if enough points can go in this goal. We do have Greedent scoring, but I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, 12 points is not quite going to do it. The Talonflame had actually deposited a small amount of Aeos energy a couple of times there at the end as well. And IXGT is going to eke this game out a small amount despite the hero Egg Bomb from Blissey securing the last hit on that Zapdos.
What an incredible game there. I mean, Kratos, the MVP there, the Talonflame, looking absolutely incredible in this match. And of course, I mean, you have to have a huge shout out for Phil there on Foreign Famous. That might be one of the most clutch egg bombs of all time here. Looking at the match, not a ton of KOs across the board. Actually, you know, sometimes you see games where a Pokemon's got 10, 12, 15 KOs, but a lot of fighting and not a lot of Pokemon going down here, Jeff.
Yeah, the hyperspace holes from the Hoopas on these teams really changing the dynamic of how quickly people get knocked out or not all inside of these fights, frequently resetting people that are very close to that knockout point and bringing them back in at full health to re-engage.
And you can see right here, you know, damage. We've seen some games today where Pokemon have done over 100,000 damage. And when you see that both teams don't have Pokemon like that, that just means that no one is actually engaging in huge, prolonged fights with the other team. They're kind of picking their engagements much more carefully.
Yep, the end game fight, the only point where we really saw a lot of those knockouts happening, but even that, like we saw, wasn't a sure thing with Foreign Famous still having that Blissey around to snipe that last hit on the Zapdos.
If you look at a match like this, you can really, you know, make an argument against anyone who says that Zapdos is so overpowered, it's the only way to win. Right here, we get an incredible Zapdos steal, and they score, but IXGT keeping their head on a swivel, running towards the enemy goals, and scoring in that moment. Great play by IXGT.
Yeah, really almost a hint. You know, they tell you your goals are defenseless. That means you should not be defending. You need to apply pressure when that final bird falls if you're not the one to get it here. IXGT here looking great, looking to make a name for themselves with a potential top 4 or even finals or win this weekend in the Aeos Cup finals.
I mean, they're looking great right now. Egg Noob on that Trevenant was incredible. And then, of course, Kratos with that Talonflame. We are going to see some real nice highlights coming up here from that match. IXGT played such an incredible game here. And here's that first big Charizard Unite, burning it all down where he gets a huge triple KO in the top path.
At Blissey Unite, just deleting the Talonflame with the big bump in addition to making Charizard even more powerful there on its attacks.
And here we have a big fight down here at Dreadnought, secured by Foreign Famous. And they also, I believe, get to secure some nice KOs here. Now the second Dread, once again, it's almost like both teams really didn't have much pressure from the enemy for those Dreadnoughts. And here's this Zapdos fight.
Yeah, we see that really big Unite from Trevenant there. We see those green leaves over the top of these characters' head means they take additional damage while they're under the impact of that. Blissey just sneaking it out there, but unfortunately not able to get in dunks afterwards due to its low health total.
I mean, what an incredible play right there. Maybe the greatest egg bomb of all time. It just was not enough. Foreign Famous doing everything they could, pushing, but not able to beat IXGT. And here we have our MVP, that Talonflame here. And I actually did not see the items pre-match, but I love this setup here, Jeff. We've got the Energy Amp, we've got the Buddy Barrier, and that Razor Claw.
Yeah, I think Razor Claw is easily the most important item on Talonflame. It provides a slow when you hit people with your attacks, which is very beneficial to a melee character like Talonflame trying to chase people down. And then, like we mentioned during the match, Talonflame is one of the characters that can unite more than any other. So Energy Amplifier and Buddy Barrier both happening very frequently over the course of the game when you're uniting rapidly with Talonflame.
Now, I have to wonder at this point, Right now, Foreign Famous, they are on the edge. One more game and they are out of this tournament. Do we see some big changes through Foreign Famous? Are we going to still see Charizard? I think they played an excellent game, but they were not able to win that Zapdos fight. And really, the match was only so close because of the miracle egg bomb that we saw.
Yeah, well, one thing that makes me think maybe we'll see something different out of Foreign Famous is seeing IXGT choose to start that Dreadnought very aggressively for the first Dreadnought because they had the Talonflame to secure, makes the Charizard play pattern of trying to hit that level 9 before you come to the Dreadnought engage very poor, because you're essentially never going to be 9 with Charizard against another reasonable team before they can rip that objective fully down.
Yeah, especially when you have that moment, if you remember from earlier in the match, where Talon went in and took that Corphish from Charizard. So they knew the whole time to keep this Pokemon, keep it level 8, make sure it can't evolve to Charizard, and we're going to take this first big Dreadnought. And they did. It was really interesting that they were kind of setting this up to cap this Pokemon and make sure it couldn't evolve.
Yeah, speaking of that early point where the Talonflame stole that Corphish from Charizard, I wonder if we'll even see something as small out of Foreign Famous as just changing their clear to not show up to the top path early to guarantee that 5 instead of risking getting that stolen like happened in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see if IXGT also decides to change things up. We saw earlier Game & Gladiators, and you mentioned this, I loved watching them change their team composition even though they had won the first match. I think that's a really interesting strategy, and part of what you'll notice in this is sometimes when teams are just moving around their Pokemon, they're doing things the other teams don't expect, they're able to make some really incredible plays because you're just not sure what to do against this new composition.
Yep, and I think Trevenant in that bottom path is one that we haven't seen a ton of yet, and definitely something that can potentially give a leg up that Unite move in that end game team engagement, catching, I believe it was 3 people on Foreign Famous, giving them that extra damage in addition to the brief stun, giving them the ability to push that advantage in the end game.
I just can't wait to see what they decide to go with here in this next match. It's all on the line for Foreign Famous. They're such an incredible team. They're a team I personally love and love following. I just love the players on this team. So, you know, part of my heart is with them. I want to see them really fight back here, and I hope we get to see some change-ups in their roster. Not only for them, but I also just love seeing other Pokemon. I can't believe I haven't seen a Gengar today.
Yeah, a little surprised by that. Honestly, Gengar looked really powerful when Foreign Famous was playing it in practices this week when I was catching their content off and on, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a change up here to something like that as we head on into our second game of the series.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Maybe, just maybe, if they switch to a Gengar, pulling a Spraggles will be almost predicting the future instead of making big mistakes. What do you think, Jeff?
I don't know if rewriting history is really in the cards for you, Spraggles. In fact, I think you could say it would be pulling a Spraggles to try and rewrite the history in this way.
Okay. I'm working on it. I'll figure it out, okay? What's pulling a Jeff? Being smarter than everyone? Dang it, that's good. Okay, fair enough. I'll figure it out, though. I hope we get to see Foreign Famous figure it out in this game, but if not, IXGT will be moving forward to go up against Blackhand here very soon. Let's take a look at this team roster.
We see Pikachu locking in where it had previously been a Ninetales for Foreign Famous here. We see same character lineup for IXGT, it looks like so far. Ninetales not locked in just yet, but I have to imagine that's going to be the pick again. Dave hovering Charizard, but not locking it in quite yet.
I mean, maybe there's some discussion happening. We're not sure. I'm taking a look at the held items here for all of these Pokemon. We have a lot of buddy barriers, which I wasn't sure how many we were going to see in this tournament, but clearly teams are well aware that this is still an amazing item, even though it has received some changes recently, and I'm guessing this Charizard is here to stay. Maybe not, just not locking it in.
Yep, and another item to call out there, on the Trevenant, there was a Buddy Berry and a Focus Band, but there was also an Assault Vest, Spraggles, and that's been some discussion in the community with Score Shield being made a touch worse in this most recent patch. Is there a different third defensive item you should be playing? And Assault Vest, for those not familiar, makes your character more durable against special attackers specifically, and we see 3 of those in Foreign Famous's composition here with Slowbro, Hoopa, and Pikachu.
That's true, and also it's a really cool item because unlike some of the other items that take a little time to work, like leftovers, Assault Vest, once it is on, you have that shield until it is taken away. So you get a big shield, and especially if you're a Pokemon that has a lot of health, you can take huge advantage of this. And here we go into game number 2.
Let's see, Lucario and Greedent heading to their solo top paths here, looking to get some dunks to start stacking their attack weights as we end up in the bottom path here where these characters are duking it out. Lots of damage to start here over this first Audino fight.
Wow, huge dive there by that Trevenant, but Trevenant seems to live through everything. Slowpoke making it out also. So much damage going down, but no, they actually are able to get that Hoopa. Man, that Trevenant is so mean early. I told everybody, you need to see the tree. The tree's great.
Yeah, Trevenant, honestly, the Assault Vest there, likely a big part of why Eggnug was able to survive for so long, getting that coveted last hit on that Audino here, as we've got some shenanigans going on in the central area here between Greedent and Talonflame.
Yeah, I have to wonder what happened. Was there an invade? I didn't get to see it, but we do have, wow, this is an early Trevenant, Jeff. I mean, this is going to be really mean walking towards these bees right here. It's going to be tough for Foreign Famous to secure much.
Yeah, big level advantage here in the bottom path for Team IXGT. Curse allows you to not only reset the cooldowns on your other skill, but also deal a good bit of damage a little bit late on that hyperspace hole, meaning the Trevenant's going to go down and give that Slowbro some valuable catch-up experience.
You know, sometimes what happens is you get a bit of a lead, and I think you get a little too confident in what you're about to do, and teams give it up right there. We just saw, you know, one of the higher experienced Pokemon in that bottom path go down. I think they were maybe a little too confident.
Yep, we see Trevenant looking to zone off the opposing team here with its durability. Look at it just getting hammered on by 3 people and kind of staying alive through it all and getting out very cleanly here.
It looks like they are focusing it, but here we go. Speaking of focusing, they are taking down this Greedent in the top path, and oh, they're not going to turn around to score. They're just going to turn around and get some experience here because they are about to evolve and become Talonflame, and that is very scary.
Yeah, Assassin Dave had shown there in the middle after the Greedent was knocked out. So Talonflame acknowledging that, hey, I can't get this for free, so I should just go hit my 7 on this back grab. As Foreign Famous looks to push up aggressively here, and perhaps Talonflame punishing with this fly.
I mean, Talonflame is just such a scary Pokemon. If it can take to the air one more time, it can get a huge KO here, but it looks like they're trying to back out. Lucario going down, actually. Wow. And Talonflame not close enough for the KO. No, but he does. He eject buttons in. I don't think he's able to get it, Jeff. He goes down.
Oh, just off by the thinnest of margins with the shield popping up to save Assassin Dave there. The first Dreadnought objective getting ready to spawn, and Dave is again not level 9. Interested to see if IXGT pushes towards this objective aggressively like we saw in the first game.
Now, interestingly enough, they're going to heal this tree fully. They're going to be ready for this fight. Trevenant coming in here with this big curse, able to poke everybody with its branch poke, get all of its health back, and now we do have Talon here for the big secure. It's hard to out-secure Talon, but if anyone can do it, it's the Lucario on your own team.
That's exactly who you want to be out securing you, one of your teammates. Charizard coming in here with the Unite move after the objective is gone, trying to get some catch-up experience after the fact. Looking like it's not going to be terribly successful, but it does successfully dodge this Unite move from the Talonflame.
Now, I didn't see that interaction super well, but it almost looked like he grabbed someone who was heading through the hyperspace hole. I could be totally wrong about that, but it was a very impressive Unite move there from Char. Unfortunately, not able to take enough of the enemies down. He's just not making it to this bottom path in time for this Dreadnought fight.
Yeah, we see the teams both leaving a few Pokemon in that bottom path, valuing clearing those wild Pokemon and collecting levels much higher than securing this Rotom, as always. See IXGT being like, all right, I guess if nobody else wants the Rotom, maybe I'll kind of want it, but I want it less than these bees because really, it's Rotom.
Yeah, this Rotom, it's just, this first one is such an unimpressive objective. Everyone's kind of hanging out, but nobody's touching it. It's the nachos you ordered, but everyone took a few bites and didn't like them. If they get it, great, but if not, not a big deal. IXGT does get the secure, although we do get a KO on the Lucario here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you got to be pretty happy with that exchange on Foreign Famous' side. And again, look at this. Foreign Famous like, this top point doesn't really matter. Choosing to instead apply pressure to IXGT instead of even trying to defend the Rotom from going in here.
And that green was really looking for something. It's getting so close multiple times to a KO there, but not able to take anyone down. Although Talon does go down in that moment.
The Talon Flame was knocked out by burn damage just before it could get a shield from the point there.
Wow. I mean, that's that burn for you. That's that fire from Charizard right there, that flamethrower. Pretty impressive. Teams getting ready here. We've got a fight breaking out at our bottom path here for Dreadnought. Once again, not everyone is present for this, but we do have the Hoopa Unites bringing everyone in here. Lots of Unite moves going down. Charizard scoring in the top path. Does it have its Unite move? Can it take to the skies? I don't know, but Talonflame does. Huge Unite move from Lucario here, and it looks like they are pushing Foreign Famous all the way back to their goal, and I don't think we have a Charizard Unite move to counter it. Charizard now down, and a huge goal here. Whoa, just barely stopped by that Pikachu.
Stopping that 45 seems pretty good here, leaving that bottom goalpost up. And honestly, it's hard to be too upset about that one way or another. It means, there goes 40 from the Lucario. You're going to get something in, or you're going to get experience here. Second Rotom getting ready to spawn in the top path. But again, outside goals are up for both teams here, so this Rotom provides minimal map pressure and thus minimal value.
Interestingly enough, I mean, even though IXGT has both Dreadnoughts, the levels are somewhat close, although I will say that defender, level 12 Trevenant, looking pretty mean. And here's a Unite move and a score in the top path, but it looks like Assassin Dave wasn't able to make much happen there.
And we see Charizard getting dangerously low here. Trevenant chasing it down, but ultimately having to back up from the powerful range attacker. Pikachu, however, not someone you need to run away from, but at least trading with the Ninetales on the way out the door.
It's interesting. The score is very close right now, 117-160. I think it's very clear that IXGT is ahead, but not by too much. One score here or there, and this match is dead even. And we have Zapdos coming up in 1 minute right here. And I don't think I need to remind you, Jeff, but if Foreign Famous doesn't win a big battle here, they are out of this tournament, and IXGT will be moving on.
Yeah, last game was just a fantastic example of even if you get the Zapdos, if you don't win the team fight following it, it doesn't really matter if you stole the last hit on the objective here. Speaking of objectives, this Rotom being taken off the board here, going to be walking at Foreign Famous's outside goal, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they just let this walk in. Nope, easy enough to clear before the zap happens. No big deal in the slightest.
And it looks like we're not going to have much of a fight down there at Dreadnought. I have to assume if anyone takes it, it'll be IXGT very quickly. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much of a fight here. Foreign Famous getting ready for this Zapdos right here. IXGT wants to close this out and move on. Foreign Famous right now is hanging on by a thread. They need to win a fight here or they are out of this tournament. Here we go. Zapdos is on the board.
Yep, Foreign Famous having that level 14 Charizard, but multiple level 13 characters from IXGT side means their XP is a little bit more balanced for them overall. Charizard not getting the reset there before going down is a huge knockout for IXGT.
Wow, IXGT taking down Char there. It was just about to go home in that hyperspace hole, but it is not able to do it. 3 members of Foreign Famous down right now. Are they going to be able to clean up this entire team? They are chasing this Hoopa. It is so close to going down. Is anyone... Oh no, it doesn't look like anyone on Foreign Famous is coming back. They're looking to secure this Zapdos right here, and IXGT puts it away, secures that Zapdos. Foreign Famous is in trouble now.
Yeah, this is not going to be a repeat of Game 1. The Zapdos was taken after a team fight was won fairly decisively. We are going to see multiple of those 100-point scores going in. 460 to 117. Talonflame can get on in here too, making it 560 to 117. And we see the surrender offered by Foreign Famous, knowing that they are in an untenable position they cannot recover from.
It's just such a difficult moment. You think, is there anything I can do? Can we all go score? But a lot of times there might not be enough Aeos energy on the map. You know that you can't take a big fight there. A valiant effort by Foreign Famous, an incredible team, but IXGT really puts it away here in Game 2.
Yeah, the Charizard going down inside of that endgame fight just before the hyperspace hole could warp it to safety and full health was such a pivotal moment before all the rest of the dominoes fell for Four and Famous.
It's interesting, you know, we have two pretty, I guess, unique team compositions here. We've got the Trevenant, the Talonflame from Four and Famous. We've got the Charizard, which we haven't seen played by any other team, and Pikachu, which seems to be going in and out of popularity right now. Incredible games here, but obviously Talion, the Lucario, getting that big MVP for IXGT, and you've also got to give a lot of love to their Trevenant. I mean, look at that. Trevenant doing as much damage as their Lucario, Jeff.
Honestly, just another pretty low damage game again. Ninetales putting up reasonable metrics on one side and Charizard on the other. But this was just another game where like both teams played fairly conservatively at a lot of points, and they simply just didn't show up to a lot of engagements if they knew they were going to be behind in them.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the tail of the objectives here, just looking at the top right of your screen, 2 Rotoms and 3 Dreadnoughts, all secured by IXGT. So you're right, there weren't a lot of big fights together in those moments, and here is your roster for your winners here, IXGT.
Yep, looking to move on to the next round here in our double elimination bracket. Four and Famous will unfortunately be going home, looking to try again in the May finals, I am certain.
Absolutely. Always an incredible team. I'm always rooting for them. I thought they had some great games today, but not able to put it away against this incredible lineup from IXGT. And again, Talion will be our MVP here in a moment. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this match. This is when, I thought this is when that Trevenant went a little too far.
See that Lucario working with Talonflame in tandem to secure this objective. Charizard trying to make something out of its Unite move here, but ultimately just unable to convert against all of the members of IXGT that were still surviving.
You really would think that all this fire onto this Trevenant would be able to stop it, but boy, that Pokemon is tough to KO.
Yeah, and definitely flame-resistant wood on the Trevenant. I guess being a ghost will do that for you.
Yeah, you know, I don't know exactly how ghosts work, but boy, they're working well in this tournament. Aegislash is looking great. Trevenant is looking great. And it's still no Gengars to be seen, but they could be shadow sneaking around here somewhere. And here, once again, a Dreadnought essentially uncontested. They just slam that fly down on it, secure it.
Yep, and this endgame team fight, again, when your carry like Charizard gets removed from the fight without using its Unite attack, it's just such a huge resource your team just didn't have access to, and it's frequently what decides these engagements.
And here is this fight here. There's no one around. You know, you had Hoopa try to run in and throw some damage at that Zapdos, but it was not good enough. It was not the Miracle Egg Bomb from Blissey. And there you go, IXGT with a big win.
Yeah, honestly, I think that game might have even been in another position similar to the first game, where even if those Space Fists from Hoopa had stolen the last hit on that objective, IXGT had just such a decisive win in that team fight. They probably run and score and likely still end up being ahead, even if just by a smaller margin than they won by.
Yeah, let's take a look at our MVP here from that last match, the Lucario player from IXGT. There we go. Talion really crushing it in that game. And you could see secondary Pokemon, Wigglytuff. I love it, and I feel like, boy, where are all the Wigglies at, Jeff?
Again, you know, we kind of talked about this earlier. The melee characters in that bottom tri-path are just in such a tough spot with all of the brawling that happens there.
Now, obviously, Jeff, this ship is off course. We're adrift at sea. I don't know what's going to happen, and we need a captain. So, Seltzer, will you please come in and captain this ship? I sincerely cannot do it. I'm about to pull a Spriggles at any moment.
You know, guys, there's 3 paths on this map. There's only so many places to go. I don't know how our ship keeps ending up in a different Florio Valley entirely, but coming back onto the games that we just saw, I'm going to bring in Zoinks. I'm going to bring in Dupe Snacks because I have a couple questions. You guys have been speaking these wishes into the air all across this tournament about, you know, Pokemon that you'd like to see in the game. Finally now, we've got a Talonflame in, and what a scary one it was. Dupe Snacks left a huge impression on this 2 match.
Good lord. Talonflame really took over. That fly Talonflame. We used to see Brave Bird. We saw a lot of Brave Bird in February, a lot of Brave Bird in March. But of course, the fly Talonflame coming through. Just absolute insane secure, as Jeff mentioned earlier. Takes to the skies, and if it hits a target, it can absolutely remove it from Aeos Island and Remote Stadium. So it worked in tandem well. And of course, a fly Talonflame is only as good as the communication that the team has around it. And IXGT, although new formed team, does have really good core components to it of players that have been playing for a really long time.
Yeah, the two players I really would love to mention are Esposito and Black CH. These players have been playing since game release together as a duo, going from team to team. You definitely know them like from names like Los Five Amigos and just a lot of other squads together. This duo is phenomenal, and I think you saw that happen so consistently in that bottom path. No matter what, how bad things got, that bottom path was always rock solid for IXGT, and I was really impressed by their gameplay and of course their coordination.
Yeah, we've been looking at these different factors that have helped our teams move on further and further in the bracket, and as we take a look at the bracket, we can start to see what the biggest ones are. And team synergy is definitely the most at play here, that has moved our teams forward through the EU bracket. And now taking a look at the North American bracket, Zoinks, tell me a little bit more about how this team's history has allowed them to function so fluidly and where that's going to put them against these others.
No kidding. NA, we have a lot of teams that have been playing and grinding so many tournaments together as a team, so much ladder play, and you're seeing the results of that right in front of you. Game & Gladiators and Nemesis both have been a squads together forever, and they find themselves in the winners finals. We're about to see FCC, a squad that's been running for a long time, the core of Full Send as well. Blackhand been together forever, and IXGT, the core of that team's been playing so much as a squad. So we are seeing synergy be the highlight of North American Aeos Cup.
Well, that's a great call out there. Sandra's Cheeky Children, Full Send. If you had to sum that up in one word, Doob Snacks, what would this next match mean to you?
Pure excitement. That's 2 words. But it necessitates 2 words. It necessitates 2 words. Excitement wasn't enough. Pure excitement. That's what I'm going with.
All right, chat. Well, if you want to get involved in this pure excitement here at the Aeos Cup, our May monthly final registration is now open. You can head to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite, sign up, and if you compete even just a little, even just once, you are going to score 20 HoloWare tickets to go and trick out your account. Find yourself some nice HoloWare to wear out on the town. But as our casters said, we are in for another very exciting match coming up soon on the Aeos Cup, so don't go anywhere. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Now it's time to talk about team composition and picking the best Pokemon for your team.
Ready, go!
First, let's go over the different roles a Pokemon can have. Attackers excel at dealing tons of damage from a safe distance at the cost of a lower health pool. Defenders are proficient in protecting their allies with high health pools and abilities that fend off and absorb damage from enemy attackers. Supporters, as the name suggests, support their team with a wide variety of abilities, from inflicting status conditions and walling off foes to applying buffs and healing teammates. Speedsters usually control the central area of the map and are generally the quickest to level up on your team. They also will usually switch between the top and bottom of the map to support current objectives. All-rounders have an equal balance of attack power and health and are a great option to use in most situations. In addition to the variety of roles a Pokemon can have, there's even more of a variety in moves a Pokemon can learn. Every Pokemon starts with a basic attack, but will quickly level up to learn one of 2 attacks. Be sure to pick out which attack works best for your playstyle and your team composition. Once a Pokemon reaches a certain level, it will learn its Unite move. These are very powerful moves that can change the course of battle, especially when combined with other Unite moves from your teammates' Pokemon. So trainers, be sure to keep all of this in mind when picking out a Pokemon, and be sure to try out as many as you can to find out which playstyle fits you the best. Stay tuned to learn more and be the very best trainer on Aeos Island. We couldn't cut away before the Zapdos finished. Welcome back to the Aeos Cup. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm your host, Seltzer, and I have a crew of excellent talent to take us through the action today in Pokemon Unite. We just heard from Spraggles and Jeff, and now we're checking in with Dubsnacks and Zoinks. Gentlemen, you have quite a match ahead of you here. You're going to be playing the Dream.
They don't want us
against
playing,
Full
Seltzer.
Send.
They don't want us
No.
playing.
I think we do. I heard you were talking about maybe like a caster team. Like, can I get in on this? Like, you need snacks or something? Orange slices?
No, we need you playing. You're going to carry the ship. You're going to carry the team, Seltzer. We need you on all decks.
Oh no, this team is already off to a terrible start then. But you know what? I'm lucky to be playing with you. I know we're going to have fun. Let's take a look at the match schedule, see what's coming up. And Dubsnacks, I know you guys were talking about these exciting matches ahead and how badly you each wanted to cast each other's matches, but this one's a beauty. Tell me a little bit about what you're casting and what's to come.
Absolutely. So if we take a quick look, Gaming Gladiators Dispatch Blackhand 2-0. That's a barn burner matchup. We saw it and it delivered. IXGT taking 2-0 on Foreign Famous, kind of the upstart out of the group stage. Of course, we're going to have Sandra's Cheeky Children against Full Send coming up next. That's me and Zoinks covering that. And to close the door on this day one, Blackhand versus IXGT, brought to you by Spraggles and Jeff Hogan.
Oh yeah, they started the day, they're gonna end the day, Blackhand there. But for now, we've got a banger of a match ahead of us. Let's take a look at these two teams, their rosters, and see how they will stack up. Apparently, players from both of these teams, very familiar to you guys. Sandra's Tiki Children having a bit of, a big fandom in the back of the scene there. But let's pull those teams up, take a little bit of a closer look.
Sandra's Cheeky Children absolutely on, I wouldn't call it a miracle run, but a nice Cinderella story. I don't think a lot of people were considering this team to be potentially vying for top 4, but that's where they are right now. This match is their winning in to secure the top 4, secure some nice prize pool, and not to mention securing the May Finals top 16 presence. So a lot on the line. Sandra's Cheeky Children have been doing fantastic in today's Games of Unite.
All right, Dubsnacks, what about their opponents?
Yeah, Full Send have found themselves in the top 4 before, so they're just trying to have a repeat performance, get back to the standard that they've set for themselves. And of course, Sandra's Cheeky Children is one of the most consistent teams through the finals, having hit top 16 in February, March, and now in the Aeos Cup. So they're looking through for their breakthrough performance, of course, and neither one is going to let that go easy, as they both want to keep their quest going towards that big old $10,000 prize for the first place finishing team.
All right, well, let's say this game started. Dubsnacks, Zoinks, take it away.
Thank you so much, Seltzer. This is going to be a really, really incredible game. On the side of Full Send, a lot of people's picks for some of the most mechanically skilled players we have in A. So it'll be so fun to watch. And Sandra Cheeks has locked in the Greedent, their iconic pick.
A big highlight for today is going to be that Gardevoir that was locked in by Ryan X as well. I saw that green check mark fire up, and that's a Pokemon we have yet to see today. So it's going to be fun to see how their impact and how the team plays around that particular Pokemon. And of course, when you play against Pokemon that you don't see too often in the competitive scene, can your team adjust accordingly? Even though you may have seen it a little bit in high-stakes games, don't get rattled.
That's true. Sometimes the game plan has to get thrown out the window. You have to adapt to what is in front of you. And Sandra's Cheeks is definitely going to be a team that makes you do that again and again. The Gardevoir is a really interesting pick. Great shout out, Dubsnacks. Excited to see how they utilize this Pokemon. Definitely a strong late game Pokemon that takes a little bit of time to get up to that threat level. However, headed into the central area, their level experience is going to scale quite fast and hopefully become a threat much quicker than if it was in a path.
Yeah, I know there's stuff going on in the bottom path, but can we talk about the lone Azumarill up in the top path? Excuse me, Meryl right now. Future Azumarill, when they hit the evolution, just passing in the night with a Greedent. That's a unique top lane that I don't think anybody could have predicted before we started today, Zoinks.
No kidding. In fact, I may have done the opposite. I was ready to put money down that we would not see Azumarill at all, but leave it to Bulby on Full Send to bring this Pokemon out. Is now going to be hitting those critical hits. If you need a new informer on how this Pokemon works in Unite, it has the passive huge power. Whenever it is doing damage to one individual Pokemon at a time, every attack that it does is a critical hit. However, when it is hitting multiple Pokemon, every attack will never critically hit. So very much focus on taking these one-on-one engagements.
Without a doubt, Bulby going to try and get there some of these bees in the middle here and try and evolve. They do. Good look, good coverage by Celestial, but that's the Ralts getting the KO, or excuse me, the Curlia getting the KO there on the Full Sense player on Celeste. Wow, losing where I am on the Azumarill right after they get that experience and evolve. So great look in tandem between Ryan and Sandra Cheeks to go ahead and deliver in the top path and not let that thing get out of hand. Look at the action downstairs, though.
Yeah, Julie having to rush back to the hyperspace hole just to get happy and healthy again and right back in lane. That's the strength that Hoopa provides in so many ways. Sandra Cheeks here on a little bit of a central area invade. They do steal the blue buff away from Celestial. It'll be very, very tough for Celestial to hit that level 9 by first Dreadnought, something that they are known for doing no matter what the circumstance. Celestial always finds a way to be 9.
An absolute amazing play by Sandra Cheeks, not willing to give up on this Bouffalant either. Going to try and last hit. They do. That's just another buff taken by Sandra Cheeks. That hindrance resistance going to allow them to escape here as Bulby tries to get in, get those critical hits as well. Bulby's going to put the pressure on in combination with Celestial. There you go. They're getting the buffs right back by taking the KO here, and they're going to get some points into boot.
No kidding. Raboot does the best boot and gets the KO. Of course, Bulby hiding away in that bush. I do not think the Sandra Cheeks had any idea they were there. What a terrible surprise to find a whirl-purling Azumarill blocking your escape route. So fantastic work from Bulby to communicate with Celestial, net themselves the KO. A little bit of a revenge play after Sandra Cheeks was living in their central area.
Taking a look at the experience across the board, it seems fairly even to me. That Curlia just one level ahead of their counterpart across the way, and they're going to try and hit 9 as we have Dreadnought right around the corner.
Sandra Cheeks does a little bit of an engage here against the Belch Covet combo, but they're just running into a Bulby's Azumarill. They need to reset, though. HP bar so extremely low. Great work by Snow Points on that Hoopa to bring them all back.
Yeah, Otter trying to hold it down, and here comes Bloodline to give them support as everybody got sucked back through by blood from Full Send into the face of SCC to go ahead and get the positional advantage on Dreadnought. They're going to absolutely try and burn it down, but here comes the Cheeky Children, and that's the Curlier sealing it up, and that's a Unite move that they're going to use right off the gate, and we're going to see how many KOs they can rain in as they're putting a siege on this bottom goal zone. The pressure's heavy. Full Send getting fully sent back to their spawn point here as the KOs are looking to start falling as Sandra's Cheeky Children are making cheeky plays in the bottom path.
Celestial does carve up some KOs up for their own, but they do get KO'd in turn. Still not even hitting the level 9 after netting some of those. So this team fight going completely in the way of Sandra's Cheeky Children. Gardevoir's Future Sight, such an incredibly strong last hitting ability. Otter finds themselves a little too deep out in deep waters right now. Bloodline getting positioning on this middle. Autono, they need experience from somewhere because they certainly didn't get it from first Dreadnought.
Interesting thing we want to highlight here from Sandra's Cheeky Children. Gardevoir out of the central area. Ivysaur went straight into it to try and get to Venusaur quickly. They're both incredibly strong scaling Pokemon. And of course, SCC wants to make sure that the highest level possible so they can leverage that to take over some of these team fights.
No kidding. Venusaur, as we've seen in the EU region quite a bit, scales so incredibly high to the moon. And no way, what an incredible shot from the Gardevoir. Celestial definitely gets the payback. Was Sandra's Cheeky always has the last word in these team fights. The Greedent gets the final KO. Sandra's Cheeky Children are taking a lot of really interesting long-range team fights, trusting that Sandra will be able to rush in on the Greedent and clean up any of the initial damage work that was done by the ranged fighters of Gardevoir or Venusaur.
Yeah, unique tactical approach. Now everybody's working around Rotom here. 3-on-2 personnel advantage, 2 full send. Bulby's working through, they're chipping in. That's their first KO on Blissey. They're pushing into the face of Sandra Cheeks. That's 3-on-1. Sandra Cheeks is trying to hold it down, and they're scoring in the face with the Rotom going back to its original point here. But here comes the Gardevoir. Big KO on the Blissey. Going to keep pushing forward. KO Shuka 2. Azumarill goes down, and they're going to see if they can pick up Otter. Otter getting worked on by Sandra Cheeks and company. But here's the Hoopa going to suck everybody through. Here we go. Yank and yeet, as we were saying before, pulling everybody through, and the right side team takes it. That's Celestial. Going to use the experience and shields to push forward. Let's see if they can get some KOs as they're working on Blissey and the other Hoopa on bound here, trying to build some space. Celestial on the doorstep. They decide to retreat, but the points rain in by Sandra's Cheeky Children. They find a gap and they used it. They got some points in, closed that top goal zone as Celestial's ready for the re-engage. And now the Hoopa, Jewel, and Cheeks are just holding it down in front of that bottom goal zone for full send.
Yeah, Sandra's cheeky children absolutely responding well in kind, but Full Send fully capable of doing so as well. Celestial Cinderace play is so immaculate, they can even be in the front line of Full Send, but using the Blaze Kick mobility that is available to Cinderace, they're still able to get out to safety back to that spot where they love to be, just out of range of the enemy team and doing a ton of damage. Volby here given a bit of a central area invade as well. However, a Venusaur of Owo is going to be a tough opponent to steal from.
Oh, whoa, whoa, what were you thinking there, Azumarill? You went down and bit the dust for that one. Volby trying to make a clever play, pays for their insolence here, as now we just see Sandra Cheeks of Sandra's cheeky children a little bit on the retreat here.
No kidding. Not a lot of wild Pokemon on the face, but there we go. The team name, I know all of you have been asking. Sandra's cheeky children, how did they get this team name? Actually a reference to Sandy from SpongeBob. One of the best Nickelodeon TV shows of all time. I know you all know it. Great place to source a creative team name from. Sandra's cheeky children, amazing name, amazing play so far in today's Aeos Cup.
We see a little Dreadnought action as that thing is getting ready to hit the map here in about 17 seconds. So maybe just getting a little bit of positional advantage a little early here for Full Send and SCC.
Not often do we see the third Dreadnought of the game spawning in with so much time left on the clock before the final stretch where those objective Pokemon disappear. This time we're going to see over 30 seconds, which is more than enough time for either team to clear it off. Seems like Sandra's cheeky children, though, not going to be showing too much presence, confident in their experience lead as it is, but no way! Rhino takes it with the hyperspace hole from range. Full Send did not expect this, and now the experience lead is cascading towards Sandra's cheeky children.
Yeah, Magician Hollowware Hoopa coming through with an illusion of their own. Go ahead and sneaking that out of the face of Full Send. Good look on them. It's 5 seconds until Zapdos.
No kidding. Rotom gets absolutely shredded by Full Send. This is actually an extremely important Rotom. Going to be sent down the lane in this final stretch. Double scoring time. Celestial and company have taken the team fight early here. 1:50, and they have found 2 KOs that are so pivotal, and Rotom is going all the way into a goal zone.
Yeah, the Hoopas are unbound, in fact, as Sandra's cheeky children looking through. Celestial's going to try and rack in some KOs. They're working through. They're eyeing down Ryan X and Jewel as they're pushing through. Celestial still up, getting some good heal action going as they're putting back to the middle. Snow Point's coming through. They're going to put them damage on. 2 players down for SCC, none for Full Send yet. Make it 3 down for SCC, and Zapdos is gone. They unlock the goal zones. Full Send gets the impetus here to rein in those ducats. KO Shrika 2 for Otter. Finally seeing some action out of them, and what a time for it as the points are raining in for Full Send. There's 100. There's 100. And now Bloodline gets 100. What a clean look by Full Send in the final minutes.
Don't worry, Celestial doesn't need to get their points in. They're still trying to find KOs in the central area of Sandra's cheeky children. I cannot believe what Celestial just got away with in that final 2 minutes. They were the front line. They pushed all the way into Sandra's cheeky children, heart of their team composition. Blaze Kick, Goomba Stomp, jumped around, whatever you want to call it, all the way into the back line, and they were kept up the entire time by Bloodline and Snow Point. Such incredible faith in their central area player, and it paid dividends. They're currently with a gigantic lead, 432 to 158. Only 30 seconds for Sandra's cheeky children to find something, and they're trying to do it here on this Tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, goal zone stand here as Full Send's pushing forward. They got a KO, working on a KO. Nope, pull through the hoop just in time as they're fully restored. Now they're able to put a huge push back in SCC's face because they had all the heals. Azumarill with a KO Shrika 2. KO Shrika 2 for Celestial as well. Everybody's getting them here in the back half of the game, in the final seconds of the game, as there you go. Another one for Otter here. Full Send putting us just the absolute period on what was a game 1 for them.
No kidding. They solidified that early game lead, had a little bit of a scare when the Corellia was starting to do work in that top path, but ever since then, Full Send really harnessed that game. They actually gave up the 3rd Dreadnought, which is also another concerning moment, but other than that, they were just creating so much space, so much damage, and netting themselves a ton of KOs. I'm excited to see the damage numbers on the orange side.
Absolutely. Volby making that Azumarill look good. Not a lot of believers here in the booth, but they came through and did some quality work here as Celestial with 8 KOs, Volby with 5 KOs, Otter with 4, and you look across the way, Ryan with 7, and all the other numbers you probably would have expected Owo to have just a couple more, as that Venusaur that was kind of fed very well in the middle of that game in terms of giving them access to wild Pokemon.
They definitely got that parity up pretty quick. Celestial with 76k damage. I think the surprise for me, again, this blue water bunny, Bulby on the Azumarill. This is a very new Pokemon. A lot of people don't have a great read, and I suppose that's me too. 71k damage dealt by Bulby in this top path. Fantastic work from that Pokemon. Celestial honestly has the courage of a lion, though, in that final team fight. They are why I think that game slid in their direction. But yeah, looking at this scoreline, Zapdos was a big play, but honestly, the team fight started in the top half of Sandra's Cheeky Children.
Very, very good look for Full Send. Of course, they converted on Zapdos, got all those points in, were able to close the door on this one, netting themselves a game 1. Let's take a quick look at the Full Send squad here on the screen.
Yeah, no problem. Full Send, a very, very amazing mechanically gifted squad like we were talking about. The biggest point of criticism they had from some of the community was that they were not practicing as much as some of the other teams, not in scrims as often. However, when it came down to it, they started putting in the work right before this tournament, and it seems like their practice was meaningful because it's paying off in a big way. They're one game away from making it into the top 4 of our Aeos Cup finals.
There you go. Here we go. And that was the first Dreadnought there working through as we're watching the experience. I believe that's where we're at here as Full Send was pushing through. And the points were raining in up top. Sandra's Cheeky Children finding a good opportunity to score despite losing that Dreadnought.
I've shouted out a lot of the players on Full Send, but I want to give another very special one towards Bloodline. Those egg bombs, like the one you just witnessed, were getting so much value throughout that game. Specifically, I'm thinking about the top tier goal zone scores. Bloodline was just opening the path by making sure no one could do damage to his teammates. The egg bomb preventing any case of that happening. Zapdos was a clear win by Full Send. We're just seeing kind of a highlight reel of Aeos energy in the goal zones. Yeah, Full Send had this one in the late game for sure.
Yeah, and putting a real just exclamation point on it with this final stand, getting KO Striga 2 for Celestial, KO Striga 2, I believe, for Bulby, and of course Otter got one as well. Just padding the stat sheet in the final seconds to really say, hey, we're here, we're Full Send, and you can't stop the train once it leaves the station.
Very true. Sandra's Cheeky Children playing an interesting composition, allowing the Greedent and Blissey to be their main HP-filled defender, engaging Pokemon. However, when Cinderace is in there and a player like Celestial, they're going to take so much damage on their way to the engage that it proves to be a huge problem. But our MVP is actually going to go towards Bulby. Bulby, a fantastic player, a new addition to this squad, by the way, has played with a lot of other teams, though. You know him, you love him. Top path extraordinaire, Bulby.
Yeah, I mean, that Azumarill looked great in that game. We've seen them on Zeraora before. Of course, we've seen them on Lucario as well. So just Bulby, a person of multiple tools and proficient in all of them, and brings whatever they need for the task to the table, and a great add for this Full Send squad.
No kidding. We're actually going to be taking a look at a video to be explaining the newest Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite that we just got to see in game. Here goes a fantastic Azumarill video. Take it away. Okay, very cool.
If the moveset, we look at the moveset here, and we see Azumarill. You mentioned their passive. One-on-one, an absolute menace. No potential for critical hits if you reel back and they're on a 2-on-1 or in a team fight situation here. But that's what they're trying to isolate. That's why they're sending Bulby in the top path with this Azumarill character with that passive ability.
No kidding. And we just saw this Pokemon on screen unlock their Unite move. Going to be a very pivotal part of this Pokemon's toolkit when it comes to battling. This Unite move has one of the fastest recharge rates in the game. You want to be utilizing it as much as possible to have the biggest impact on a game of Unite.
Yeah, Whirlpool was what Bulby was using, and using it to great success. You know, when we saw him jump out of the bushes to just snag the top path player for Sandra's Cheeky Children, get the KO that way. It was actually Sandra Cheeks, I believe. And of course, Azumarill really able to put the squeeze on squishier Pokemon like that Gengar that we're seeing on the screen right now.
This move selection may have not been selected, but the Water Pulse Aqua Tail combination is what you want to choose if you want much more mobility. Water Pulse is a great move that does a decent amount of damage, but it also lets you give you access to a dash. Aqua Tail, a very strong damaging move that works very similar to a Garchomp Unite in terms of movement and control. Not to mention, that move is actually able to hit through barriers and shields on enemy Pokemon.
There you go, the Unite move, Belly Bash, as you mentioned, one of the fastest recharging Unite moves in the game, so one that you want to get charged up as quickly as possible. Think of the likes of Pikachu, you know, use it, if you use it, you lose it. You want to get it as many times as you can, and that Unite move for Azumarill charges up so quickly that you want to be expending it almost as soon as you get it.
Absolutely. Azumarill's Belly Bash move has a nice little bit of knock-up you see at the middle, but also has such a strong speed and movement buff to Azumarill that you can run down any opposing Pokemon that's trying to flee from you and confirm a KO for your squad. Azumarill, a new Pokemon of the game and a new threat to the Pokemon Unite competitive scene.
Without a doubt, and Bulby made it look really good. Before today, we were talking about, we probably won't see it. Bulby here to prove us wrong and made it look especially clean in that game 1 for Full Send.
Yeah, no kidding. I would trust Bulby to play Trainer Red in game if it was available. Bulby's such a highly skilled player. They can definitely look good on whatever Pokemon it is, but the benefit of having a Azumarill on your squad is the other team, like you were mentioning before, not as used to running into it. So, Soup Snacks, I think the element of surprise definitely played into Bulby's hands here a little bit.
So, assuming Full Send brings the same composition as they did in Game 1, how does Sandra's Cheeky Children adjust? I think the Gardevoir was a great pick that looked very solid early, and then it kind of tapered off as things got a little more nebulous, we'll say. Zoinks, where's your head at? Is that something Sandra's Cheeky Children should do again?
Honestly, I think it is. It may seem a little counterintuitive if you're watching, but I would love for them to run that composition back. I don't think the flaw was in the Pokemon selected. Gardevoir doing so much extra damage. The problem for me, again, I'm going to bring this name up, is Celestial, and just how free available it was for them to rush all the way to the backline using Blaze Kick and Mobility. You just cannot let Celestial get away with that. And Pokemon with such high damage ability like Gardevoir and Venusaur, you should be able to shut that down. So if anything, I would love to see the team of Sandra's Cheeky Children play just a little bit more grouped up. I know the Pokemon on there like Greedent and Venusaur a little bit strong at split pushing, but sometimes you got to go against the natural flow. Group up as a squad, become that freight train, and rush down the enemy team. I think that'll make it much tougher for Full Send to respond and do what they want to do in-game.
Yeah, one thing for Full Send, of course, they did win Game 1. However, they have to be cognizant and aware of the Sandra Cheeks patented invade, copyright, stamp it. And they looked great taking both of those buffs. Of course, great communication by Full Send to kind of have the Azumarill jump Sandra Cheeks as he's trying to retreat and able to get those buffs back. But that's something, if that's a box you don't check and you don't maintain those buffs onto your side of the field, can really help swing the game into Sandra's Cheeky Children's favor if they let them do that uncontested.
Yeah, no kidding. The jungle, the central area invades are always going to be an important part of the strategy when it comes to Pokemon Unite. Those buffs being available, respawning on a very quick cooldown means that you don't always have the timing to rush back in and take them if you are the central area player. But that being said, we're jumping back into Pokemon selection, interested to see if either team makes any swaps. I was mentioning I didn't really want to see any. I don't think they need to. That doesn't mean that I have the best brain here. These players are pros for a reason.
Right now, we've locked in the same. Rhino hasn't locked in, but they were their Hoopa last time. So we're going to see if they stick with that, or if they're just waiting to lock it in to try and, just buy time on the clock, talk through it with the squad. They do settle it in. So same squad for Sandra's Cheeky Children. We're taking a look at Full Send. Otter still on the A9, Alolan Ninetales, Celestial, of course, on Cinderace, Snow Points, Bloodline, Bulby, locking in the same thing. We're running it back, says Full Send, and we're going to keep this this thing above board and just 2-0 with the lineup that we've had so much success with so far today.
We got a repeat of Pokemon compositions, but I would love to see a bit of a strategy shift like I was mentioning on the side of Sandra's Cheeky Children. That being said, I did notice something interesting in the held items that we saw. Celestial opting into a focus band on Cinderace. Normally a central area player, not going to be getting the benefit of the focus band very often, but you've seen how that player plays, and so far I think it absolutely is working for them and net themselves a Game 1 win. Let's see if they can do a repeat process in Game 2.
Absolutely. I mean, Celestial plays fast and forward and really likes to bring the damage to the other team and almost makes them, like, deal with me because if you don't, I'm taking you out. Yeah. And sometimes that's just enough pressure that teams can't really handle it and crumble a little bit, and that's why Celestial has been able to kick the door open for these squads. The action already kicking off downstairs in the bottom path here as Full Send is going to push forward, not necessarily getting the best of that middle Audino exchange.
Exactly. OO actually able to collect one Venusaur, or in this case, in the state of Bulbasaur. Not the best at securing last hits in the bottom lane. Has a few tools available to it, of course, but definitely not one of its strengths. So, going to be playing from behind a little bit, but any experience you can get is something you need to celebrate. Volby throwing in 5 points as well. Running the attack weight needs to make sure that they get those goals in to start raising their stats.
Sandra trying to cut off Bolby makes it just out just in time with good coverage provided by Celestial to give them the space they need to retreat.
No kidding. Celestial and Bolby, a real dynamic duo, and I love looking at central area and top path players that way. This first set of Bs, though, has already started popping off. Snow Points drops down the portal, and actually, or sorry, not Snow Points, the Sandra Cheeky Children Koopa does, to net themselves quite a few of those Bs.
Absolutely. And Sandra's Cheeky Children making it across the map and saying, hey, Celestial, remember me? And to see if they can go ahead and get this Ludicolo. Look at Snow Points, though, already on support. Great comms here by Full Send. Going to be able to put the pressure on Sandra Cheeks and make sure at least they keep them contained to a reasonable degree. Snow Points pushing them out, keeping their tenure in the central path very short.
No KOs happening. Sandra's Cheeks, though, does get themselves the blue buff. So an additional bonus to damage to wild Pokemon as well as a slight EXP boost. Gonna be pretty massive. Rhynex at the Corellia evolution should have access to Future Sight now. A great ability at securing KOs. And one thing I'd love to see more of as this metagame develops is Future Sight predictions on Hoopa hyperspace holes. If you know they're appearing there, may as well throw out the delayed damaging attack of Future Sight.
Bolby getting Sandra Cheeks very close to a KO, but of course Greedent escaping that very well, picking up both berries and back into the action as it looks like they've pretty much been unscathed. Look at Ryan getting sent back with a little bit of a counter invade by Bloodline and Celestial. We know how that game is played too, they say, as they're pushing right into the face of Sandra Cheeks and now maybe getting a little bit on the retreat. Don't want to overstay their welcome and flood experience the other way.
Overstay their welcome. I'm not sure that Sandra's Cheeky Children ever sent out that invite. They broke down the door into the enemy central area and very much showed their presence, trying to get a lot of value. Sandra's Cheeky Children with a very early rotation to first Dreadnought. That's going to net them a lot of positioning and early damage on Celestia.
Yeah, I mean, the action's kicking off. They're not even waiting for the turtle to show up. That's a KO on the Blissey by Azumarill, and they're going to use that and leverage that. Ivysaur KO on the Blissey back. Here we go. One player down on each side. They're going to try and rush back to try and make it in time for the turtle here as Full Send is pushing Sandra's Cheeky Children all the way back. Ryan forced to retreat as well. Very low on HP. There's a portal probably for heals. Celestial and Snow Point's already working on Dreadnought. Here comes Owo, kind of trying to put the pressure on using Petal Dance to get deep in there. Sandra's Cheeky Children takes it. Takes the KO, and Curlia seals up the Dreadnought as now Sandra's Cheeky Children recover phenomenally, and now they're all over the face of Full Send. But don't overstay your welcome, I say, as Sandra's Cheeky Children is forced to retreat a little bit, and they finally get the KO. That's 2 down on Full Send. Are they going to put a siege on this goal zone? They're going to try as they come in, and that's Rhino, Owo, and Julie putting the pressure on a little bit. Finally decide, let's take a deep breath, let's step back at least for a moment, get some HP back.
Rhino and Ryan both knocking on the door of their level 9 spots, the evolutions for both of them, but because they were so high leveled, the damage was way more prevalent in this game than it was in game 1. They got the early positioning by that early rotation that I was mentioning, but really what sealed them the deal was so much extra damage onto the Dreadnought, and even with a reset by Snow Points' Hoopa teleport, still won out that fight.
Yep, Snow Points, meaning behind their trainer trainer name is, of course, a reference to Snow Point City from the Pokemon games. So there you go, staying true to the franchise here at Snow Points, and you love to see it. Full Send putting some pressure on back in the face of SCC in this bottom path, as SCC does, unfortunately for them, get a majority of these bees. Oh, look at the pressure they're putting on Sandra Cheeks, trying to catch them out. Otter's on the chase here. Fox on a squirrel. We're going to see what happens. I mean, history says that maybe the A9 is advantaged here, but Sandra Cheeks relentless, making the escape, and A9 forced to give up.
Sandra Cheeks with 3 ticks out of 4 on that frozen counter. If we saw that go one more, potentially Otter could have netted themselves that up, but no Sandra there to bring that greeted presence to the Rotom is going to mean that the Rotom is going the other direction. Full Sense gets it, and now they have the run of the litter when it comes to knocking out wild Pokemon. 12 seconds until Dreadnought comes into play, and Celestial is clearing out their central area.
Full Send already sending players down, and we have a level 9 Hoop on the side of Sandra's Cheeky Children, so that's how they're going to get their team down into the action here as that portal closes to them. Are they going to use that to suck right through? We're going to see if the battle's going on up top. No, Full Send is scoring while they've got the opportunity, and that goal zone is absolutely closed. Hoopa is unbound down here. The Sandra's Cheeky Children is all over the Dreadnought. Full Send is stuck in their own goal zone. Are they going to take it down very quickly? They do. Sandra's Cheeky Children taking the second Dreadnought of the game, and that's a great place to be as Ryan X's Gardevoir now trying to put some damage out and seeing if SCC can convert. Owo on the front lines getting the bees, as well as Blissey and Bulby trying to do their best, but they're in the face of 4 players of Sandra's Cheeky Children, and they're definitely getting the better of the level exchange here.
No kidding. Interesting play by Full Send to make sure they gave positioning over to Sandra's Cheeky Children. I believe it was for the Gardevoir Unite move, and look at Sandra just clearing through that Unite move. Infinite Belches is giving them a lot of value, but Snow Point's forced to use the Hoops Unbound their Unite move to try to counter this Greedent.
Just a couple set of Unite moves back as Full Send is trying to make a siege on this bottom goal zone. They take that defensive Hoop, and Otter's literally just sitting on it, scoring some points right in the face of SCC. You can't stop me. Boom, shakalaka, as Otter closes down that goal zone, and SCC forced to retreat a little bit and find their bearings here with 3 minutes and 23 seconds left in the game.
Absolutely. We're getting down to the last minutes of the clock. Wild Pokemon need to be knocked out. Levels need to be had. Full Send currently with a decent point lead, 195 to 67. None of their goal zones have been destroyed, so a lot of healing available to those players if they want to retreat to their goal zones. Very close places to retreat to. A Unite move out of Bulby here. We're seeing a nice engage, but it's a 1v3.
Yeah, that 1v3 is not long for this world as Azumarill is dealt with in just systematic fashion. Sandra Cheeks so unconcerned, they're just taking the bees alone up top. So unfortunately, I think that was a bit of a hurried Unite move by the Azumarill. They'll get it shortly after Zapdos spawns, I believe. So not a bad look there for them if they were trying to make a hero play. Can't fault them for that.
I don't know if I saw correctly. That might have been the Blissey Unite move, or it was just one of their healing abilities. But either way, a couple of cooldowns brought out. They forced the Venusaur back to retreat. Now, again, we're seeing a repeat here. Rotom sent down the lane again. This is a threat that SCC has to stop. However, the Dreadnought, finally, one is going to go Full Send's way. No chance of Sandra's Cheeky Children taking it out from under their nose this time around. The Greedent going for some early positioning. But like I said, 2 members of SCC have been forced to deal with the Rotom threat, and now Full Send is completely surrounding Zapdos pit.
Yeah, they're hiding in the grass there. Sandra Cheeks actually kind of goes for the score, but realizing I need to get back into this action. Zapdos is almost gone, and it is. There you go. Full Send takes it, and there's nobody down here, so it's going to be full opportunity for back gap action if they want for SCC, but Celestial comes through. Easy points. Celestial just jumps through. What a maneuver there. Great maneuverability by them. Going to be able to score right in the guts, assuming that Blissey gets it done. And they do, and here we go. The Hundo Bangers rolling in. Straight ducats. And is that going to force a concession to SCC? No. They say there's too much time on the clock. We can get points in down here. They're waiting to siege this bottom goal zone as Otter comes through. Celestial comes through. They're back plus 80 for Full Send. They're still scoring. They don't care as the Owo is all the way back, and they're very low on HP. A lot of frost ticks there. And Ryan just trying to hold it down. SCC going to have to get it together together and make a push as a team.
675 to 245. I've seen miracles happen. I've seen them on this Twitch channel. Right now, SCC has a minute left and they can get some scores in. They started off with a nice Blissey score, full lead, a huge lead still for Full Send. This is going to be a problem, but SCC is capable of solving it as long as they can find some KOs. It's not just about getting on the goal zones and dunking in Aeos energy. That is the end objective, of course, but to do so, you need to win a huge team fight, and the candle is burning at both ends for the availability to make that happen. The window is closing. SCC needs to make something happen, and they need to make something happen now if they're going to win this game.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock. A lot of full pockets, but they need more. They're down by almost 400, which means they need 4 players with a lot of points to convert here. Sandra Cheeks trying to figure out if there's a path up top. Not quite. Here we go. And just the Hoopa getting worked through. Poor Rhino getting chased down. Are they going to get KO'd? Not yet. Finally, Bloodline with a big old foam finger like slap to their face. Take them out. And Ryan's on the chase. They're just trying to stay alive. I don't want to pad. Their stat sheet says SCC. We're just going to back off here, and we're going to say GG's to Full Send as they punch their ticket into the next round here of the Aeos Cup.
GG's indeed. A really, really good game. Very fun game to watch. Full Send, though, taking this one 2-0. The second game definitely seemed like it was Full Send's right from the beginning all the way through. They adapted to Sandra's Cheeky Children's really interesting style of play, countering the central area invades as often as they needed to, and not giving themselves up to the Gardevoir Unite move when they know Ryan wanted to use it. Instead, opting for some scores across the board and leveling up instead. So fantastic work. Interesting KO spreadsheet, not a very high one on either side.
Yeah, this game isn't about KOs, it's about scoring points, and Full Send really prioritized well, got some good points in when they had the opportunities. Of course, the damage threat, poor Bloodline just at 10k. I think I could have put up 10k, but Bloodline, where they shine, is in that support role and how they unlock the key to the castle for the rest of the players for their squad. Something that no normal player can actually do. Bloodline, one of the best things going for this squad, and of course, got the crown for their squad as they scored the most points. SCC, unfortunately, sent packing, zoinks.
Yeah, that scoreline says it all. 675 to 287. Full Send win this game 2-0 and, of course, lock themselves in for top 4. They'll be playing tomorrow. They will be playing in the May finals in that top 16. And, of course, they will be taking home the prize money and championship points. So congratulations to Full Send on a great run through this loser's bracket so far. I'm so excited to see what these 5 players can do tomorrow.
Without a doubt, trying to get back to form here, a second, a top 6, and they're trying to get back to that second minimum, but definitely they want that top spot. Now we're going to take a quick breath as we watch the highlights here from Game 2 between Full Send and Sandra's Cheeky Children.
Definitely some really great highlight plays. A lot of them from their namesake Sandra Cheeks on the greeted. A very, very strong player was getting some central area invades. And then, of course, the giant berry belly flop Unite move does so much work on those infinite belches. So fun to watch, so much damage, and a ton of stuns on the side of SCC.
Absolutely. We saw the belly flop there by the green trying to work through. Didn't quite convert as we saw Full Send making the big time siege in the face of SCC here, getting some good points. And look at that A9 just stepping up. Otter is going to be the one that actually ends up closing out this goal zone with just a 3-point overcap, but they'll take it as that's exactly what they're looking for, closing out that goal zone late.
What it looked like they were looking for was a way back home, but they just barely missed that portal all the way back. So unfortunately not there. But wow, what a great play from Full Send. They had information of where SCC was around the map. They saw some vision from Rotom, they saw some around the pit, and they even had players playing around the bottom path to know where everybody was. They knew they had the space, they had the clear room to actually rip down the Zapdos, and they do so in incredibly quick fashion, and they get themselves the win. But my shout out does come true. The MVP of this game is Bloodline, the defender player for Full Send, this time playing that Blissey with the Egg Bomb stun ability. So good. When they worked in tandem with Celestial and the rest of their team, I think they really shone today. Bloodline put on a heck of a performance, and I can't wait to see them continue doing it in our Aeos Cup.
Definitely the anchor of the Full Send squad and helping them through the treacherous waters. But of course, when we're hitting treacherous waters, we need our own captain here in the booth, and that is none other than Seltzer. Seltzer, sort us out, please.
Oh, Doomsacks. Zoinks, it's getting wavy over here, and I have Azumarill to thank for that. We finally got the newest Pokemon in the mix, and I gotta get Spraggles in here, and I gotta get Jeff Hoagland in here, because I can't think of two guys more excited to see a change-up in the Pokemon we're seeing in these battles. Jeff, you were I don't want to say that you thought Azumarill wasn't going to show up. I just want to know, what were your thoughts before and then now about Azumarill?
I didn't think Azumarill was going to show up today. It's actually a character that I personally have loved playing in Pokemon Unite. I was super excited to see it in the top path.
I think Jeff might be muted, or am I?
Oh my gosh. I think the stream could hear me, but you could not, Spriggles. I clicked the wrong button. All right, anywho.
Did I pull a Spraggles? How did it happen again? It's not possible.
I think I did the Spraggles there. That was my fault. But at any rate, this balance patch has been an incredible treat. I have loved the incredible diversity that we've seen in basically every role today. We've seen probably half a dozen different Pokemon, including the top path Trevenants and Azumarills and everything, with a couple Lucarios sprinkled in there still.
We also had a Gardevoir mix as well. Spraggles, any thoughts on that one, or any final thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, it was such an incredible game. I love seeing Gardevoir in there. It's unfortunate. One thing you always have to watch out for, a lot of teams are waiting for this big fight at Zapdos. But if you don't show your presence at all, and you don't show up, especially a team with a Cinderace, they can rip it down like that, and that is what we saw here in this game. Incredible action. Taking a look at our bracket here, Full Send is moving forward. Sandra's Cheeky Children, unfortunately, getting knocked out. Black Hand and IXGT is going to be our next match here. And of course, in our winners bracket, Game and Gladiators and Nemesis.
Absolutely. Big stories here in the bracket. It was Sandra's Cheeky Children that knocked IXGT down to the losers bracket, but now they are gone. And Blackhand here is maybe looking for a little bit of revenge as well. So it promises to be an exciting matchup. And I think all the teams are pretty exciting when they go head-to-head on Remote Stadium. I think any game, whether you're playing on the standard or ranked ladder, is exciting. And I think you out there agree, because you are here watching the Aeos Cup. And my invitation to you now stands. Registration is open for the May monthly final, and you can head on over to battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. Get signed up now, earn yourself some HoloWare tickets to dress up your avatar or your Pokemon, and just come hang out, compete a little bit. I think you're gonna like it, and I think you're gonna stick around. And speaking of sticking around, we've got one more huge game coming up for you, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna finish the day strong. Hey fellow Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Unite. Today we're going to explain how scoring works in Pokemon Unite. The very first thing you need to do to score points is collect Aeos energy. One way to do this is by knocking out wild Pokemon. Once you do, that energy is automatically added to your Unite Ball. Wild Pokemon are worth different amounts of energy, and this is indicated by the number above their head. Another way to get energy is to knock out a Pokemon on the opposing team. You'll need to walk over the orbs they drop to collect their energy. You can deposit any amount of energy into your opponent's goal zone, but there are a few things to consider before making this move. Firstly, the amount of time it takes to dunk points depends on how much energy you're trying to deposit. The more energy your Pokemon has, the longer it will take to dunk those points. Opposing players can interrupt your scoring, so take caution and wait for the right opportunity. Secondly, take notice of how much health your opponent's goal has. Once it reaches 0, the goal will break, and you will have to go deeper into enemy territory to continue scoring. Lastly, points are doubled in the last 2 minutes of the game. So if that time is approaching, you may want to consider waiting to score during those final 2 minutes to maximize your team's score. What a goal! That's all from us on the basics of scoring. Until next time, happy training! Welcome back to Aeos Cup Day 1. We are at our final game here for North America. Of course, we'll be coming back tomorrow. Of course, we have more games. This is the Championship Series, and we are not done yet. But I'm going to bring in Spraggles and Jeff Hoagland because this last game we have today promises to be incredible. It's Blackhand versus IXGT. Spraggles, give me the top down on this matchup.
You know, IXGT is a really exciting team. We got to see them a little bit earlier, and Blackhand was sent down to the losers bracket by one of the best teams in Pokemon Unite. You know, as we said earlier, we could see Blackhand making it all the way through this thing. So I think this is going to be a tough road for IXGT, but they have been hot today.
Speaking of the best teams in Pokemon Unite, Blackhand is definitely one of them in North America, being the only team that made it through to the top 4 in both our February and March finals for this region.
Yeah, from both these teams, we've seen some interesting tournaments even throughout the day so far here, as well as the groups, as well as in everything leading up to it. So I don't even want to guess at what we're going to see. I know both our teams are just about ready, so Spraggles and Jeff, I'm not going to stand between gameplay and the audience. I'm going to hand it over to you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Seltzer. Yeah, I can't wait to see what they bring here. We've got our teams locking in their Pokemon right now. We've obviously got Alolan Ninetales over there from Black CH. We saw that earlier. Mopwop playing the Hoopa. Of course, Hoopa's on both teams here. And Eggnoob on that Trevenant, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Greninja locks in as the central area pick here, and it does. So Talonflame, a pick that is very good into these more squishy central area characters like Greninja and like Cinderace. I'm interested to see how this plays out for Blackhand here.
Yeah, Talonflame is great at getting all the way through all the enemy Pokemon and landing on those squishier Pokemon. Whether you're using Brave Bird or Fly, both of them have a lot of opportunities to pick up KOs like that. So it could be a great counter to something like Greninja. But Greninja has proven to be extremely sneaky in a lot of the games we have seen today. And I think Greninja is positioned as one of the best Pokemon in the game right now for that central area.
Yeah, I think ignoring specific matchups aside, if you said, Jeff, what is the character that has the highest raw power level in that central area, Greninja would definitely be my pick in this current balance patch. It was a force to be reckoned with before, and it got a strict upgrade in the most recent set of changes.
Well, here we go, taking a look at this bottom path here. Big fight over this first Audino. Whichever team gets it, and it looks like that's going to be Blackhand, has a little bit of an advantage here. Their Pokemon get more experience. They might level a little bit faster. They're going to try to push this advantage and take this next Audino here, maybe even get a KO on the Ninetales. No, it does look like it's able to back up and stay alive for just a moment.
Not only does Ninetales make it out without getting knocked out there, but it also secured the last hit on that Audino as we see IX's Talonflame coming up early to push off this Lucario in the top path.
It's something we've been seeing more and more, these central area Pokemon making it up to the top path before they evolve. It's a really interesting strategy, and also, you know, it keeps the enemy Lucario from scoring, and it sort of hampers their experience gain as well. So it's getting really popular to see.
Yeah, it's an interesting format development as it's very common for all these top path characters to play that attack weight stacking item, meaning that they're expecting their opponent to play past them, so the center coming up early stops what's normally that kind of solitaire gameplay in the top path.
We got our central area Pokemon heading back down to go and get their experience. And our bottom path, it looks like a little bit of a fight here, maybe more of a dance, getting ready for this next Audino here. Who is going to be able to get that last hit? I'm not sure. Was it the Blissey? It might have been Blissey with that big old hand slap, the pound.
Yeah, I think it was someone on Blackhand at a minimum. They are a little bit ahead in this bottom path, looking to push their advantage with 3 level 5 characters to just 1 level 5 for IXGT to start. Chaotic getting down here quite early, looking to clear its level 7 off of these Audinos, and leaving their Lucario alone in the top path to get knocked out here.
Interesting, and I guess they didn't know maybe that Greninja wasn't there for a moment, but of course, seeing that hyperspace hole, they know that Greninja is now up in the top path, and it is Greninja. It has evolved, so it's very, very scary whether it has Water Shuriken or Surf.
You see that blue barrier over Eggnoob on the Trevenant there. That is that Assault Vest Shield, giving them 15% extra health in the face of special attacks, of which both Ninetales and Hoopa are special attackers in the bottom path here.
Blissey as well, and I mean, that Assault Vest, it's gonna make Eggnoob pretty massive. Eggnoob is massive with that Assault Vest, and here comes the Talonflame looking to clean something up, but no, it is pushed away, not able to get in on that Ninetales.
You see Eggnoob making it out of that engagement, and then Talion getting the upper hand in the Lucario 1v1 in this top path, getting the knockout and the deposit of Aeos Energy to further gain experience here.
And here comes the Dreadnought. Lucario here from Blackhand, not here yet. Every member of IXGT is here, but they have that level 9 Greninja, meaning a big Unite move could be coming in, and there it is. Secures 1 KO. Are they able to get even more? Let's see. Lucario going down here as well. That's 2 down for IXGT, as they actually 3 down for IXGT. Very nice.
Remember, this Unite move not only has its powerful burst of damage and mobility for Greninja to start, but all of the stats on your character are increased. Movement speed, attack, defense for a short while after that Unite move happens. So not only do you get that burst to start, but it also means you're incredibly likely to just win the engagement that follows.
Wow, and as soon as Talonflame touched down, Greninja took it surfing, took it to the beach, and Talonflame didn't want to be there. It's a bird after all, it flies, Jeff.
Greninja was like, oh, we're being mobility characters, and it showed us how hypermobile Smokescreen plus Surf just allows this Slippery Frog to be.
Taking a look at our teams here, score is pretty much even, and it looks like Blackhand's Lucario is heading back to the top path. It's all alone up there, which means it's going to get a lot of experience, and it looks like Talion is staying down here in this bottom path, ripping through the enemy team with extreme speed.
Yeah, I really like this decision from IXGT, kind of acknowledging, hey, we're a little bit behind in this game right now, so we can't win fights where we have even numbers of people together. Instead, we're going to overload this bottom point, we're going to get some knockouts, we're going to deposit this Aeos energy and collect some experience to try and close the gap in between our two teams right now.
Lucario up here dancing with this Rotom by himself, able to secure the KO on it, but as we've talked about before, there isn't always a ton of value to this first Rotom, but it is something that IXGT is going to have to deal with, or they're going to have to let a bunch of points go into their top goal.
Yep, we see that Rotom getting pushed off here momentarily. The goal is left at 25 points, so if that Rotom gets to walk in, it will not only score 20, but also an additional 40 afterwards, most likely.
There we go, 10 points left on this bottom path goal here. Goals are being broken, and so our hearts. Are we going to be able to get a big score here? Yes, Greninja puts it in, 50 points into this top goal. That puts Blackhand ahead, 187 to 150.
37-point overcap there in the top path, exactly where you want to be. You've cleaned up your lead, but you also haven't given the opposing team too much catch-up experience, as the right side team is able to go ahead and secure this objective very quickly while Blissey was backcapping in the top path.
Yeah, I have to wonder if that's going to be something that they think is a good idea or something that they regret, obviously. Not able to secure this Dreadnought here. Talon running for its life, running from the eggs, and it does slam down on Blissey and get the KO, just barely escaping there.
Really see the power of both the mobility and the invincibility of Fly, letting you maneuver around and then slam down as soon as it's able to be lethal on someone that's trying to run you down.
Absolutely. No one can hit you, and then you get to hit them. It seems unfair, Jeff. It really does.
And then you get rewarded for hitting an opposing Pokemon with a shorter cooldown time. It's everything an assassin-style character wants to be doing in a game like this.
Now we have actually a pretty impactful, possibly, Rotom coming up. It will at least push towards this second goal here for IXGT if Blackhand's able to secure it. And then on the other hand, IXGT doesn't get a ton of value out of it, and it looks like we've got a sneaky Lucario. Oh, but I think they were trying to say, hey, I know you're there, buddy. I saw you walk into the bush. I'm going to spin around in front of you.
Yep, we see Trevenant there. Oh, that was a Talon Unite into a wall, I believe. They're unfortunate, but you do still get the attack stat boost afterwards as the hyperspace hole finishes just as the Fly slams down.
And now we have the Lucario here from Blackhand getting very deep into enemy territory. I don't know if it's going to make it out. Let's see. No, able to be taken down here by Ninetales. Can they get the secure? It looks like it was secured there by Greninja.
We see Lucario for IXGT kind of split pushing in that bottom path on that picture-in-picture view, securing some of those bees as opposed to just giving them for free. This Rotom generating a lot of map pressure for Blackhand while this last Dreadnought of the game is spawning.
Yeah, a lot of value here. Ninetales has to stay and deal with this, which means IXGT doesn't really have a great fight down here at this Dreadnought. Talonflame's not there. It's going to be hard for them to get it, and they do not. Blackhand is able to secure that. They were just in such a better position for that. And now we're heading into Zapdos here. Blackhand is ahead, and they've taken more Dreadnoughts and Rotoms than IXGT. I would say that they are winning this one right now, Jeff.
They are ahead a little bit in terms of score and a little bit in terms of levels. However, this game is definitely open to anybody winning it. All it takes is one good pickoff on the Greninja or the Talonflame. Taking that carry out of the fight early would easily allow either of these teams to swing this fight in their direction. See a back cap from Blackhand in the top as the engage starts in the center here.
And it looks like Talonflame going to head back, get all of their life back through that hyperspace hole right now. We have Lucario kind of watching that top path goal, knowing that they can be brought in any moment using the Hoopa Unite move. This bottom goal being broken with a small amount of points, but everything counts.
Yeah, Blackhand knows that they are ahead in this spot. They are just buying time in the center, knowing that the longer it takes for this fight to start, the more likely they are to win the game. And then IXGT starting this engagement with all of these Unite moves flying all over the place here.
Wow, so much damage going down, but not a single Pokemon getting KO'd. Finally, Ninetales from IXGT goes down. Is that going to be the domino effect? I don't know. It doesn't look like anyone else is being taken out here, but here comes Greninja chasing this Talonflame. Look at that Talonflame takes to the sky, able to get away from this damage. Trevenant coming in here, pushing everyone away, making sure that its Talon can survive. This fight is going back and forth. Talonflame just made it back to base so it can have all of its health, and here it comes in again to re-engage.
Yep, and there's our melee front line is rather squishy and kind of needs a reset here, and Talonflame is getting picked off very quickly without the thicker characters like Trevenant to get in the way of that damage. The objective is less than half here, and it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a flip situation going on here for these two teams.
Who is able to secure it? It is the Lucario there from Blackhand. Everyone fighting each other, dealing as much damage as they could. Can anyone even make it to a goal in time? Who can score? It looks like we do have some goals going in the bottom path. Oh, huge points. 66 and 100 for Blackhand. Incredible final moments there for them.
Yeah, definitely. As far as that end-game engagement goes, it feels like IXGT perhaps waited a touch too long to start that engagement. Even if they had successfully won that flip there, I'm not sure they would have had enough time to run down the goals that they needed at the end.
Yeah, it got very, very close there at the end, but Blackhand was in a comfortable position. They didn't need to be the ones to take Zapdos, even though they did. Really nice game from Blackhand right there. And you can see, you know, the tail of the KOs here. Greninja putting in a lot of work, especially early at that first Dreadnought there. But across the board, not a crazy match as far as KOs are concerned.
Yeah, and that's something that's very common when you see two teams that are both very good play against each other. They're not taking engages that they are unlikely to win, and it's very uncommon to see entire team wipes happen over and over again.
Yeah, and taking a look at our damage right here, we've got Overlord right there, one of the best Lucario players out there, 72k damage on there, but not too far behind is that Ninetales from Curios, 70,000 damage. Really, really impressive here. IXGT also putting up some impressive numbers, but here is the tail of that scoreboard right there, Jeff. As we talked about, Blackhand, they were in control. They were ahead by over 50 points, so they could be very calm around that Zapdos fight.
Yep, the points going into that end game fight often dictate who's on that offensive role and who's on that defensive role. We saw Blackhand frequently kiting away from the objective, not wanting to really start that engagement. They got another small score in the bottom path to solidify their lead. And then once IXGT started forcing kind of a flip in a bad spot for them, Blackhand was able to easily come in and clean things up.
Yeah, Blackhand's got to be feeling good about that. We're taking a look at our team roster right here. As I said before, There's Overlord, one of the best Lucarios in the game, but every member of Black Hand is someone you know. Chaotic, Curios, Mopwop, Slashcan. These are all household names here in NA and beyond. Black Hand is an incredible team.
They're incredible, and they're the only NA team that made it to the February and March finals, but they've got to be hungry for that win, Spraggles. They finished 3rd and 4th place, not quite making it to a grand finals appearance just yet, and this could be their weekend to solidify their name as not just household staples, but tournament winners.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you've got to imagine that they are hungry for it. Let's take a look at some big moments from that match here. This is that massive Greninja Water Burst Shuriken jumping in there, doing a ton of damage, taking out that Trevenant, and basically setting up an easy secure for that Dreadnought, not to mention picking up a quick KO on Hoopa as well.
Yep, this was the push from IXGT, overloading this bottom point with 5 characters while Black Hand was a little bit split, trying to get value somewhere else. I think this was a good catch-up point for IXGT, even if they weren't able to fully convert it in the late game.
We saw Black Hand just making some scores throughout the map here. This was such a big moment for them. A really nice overdunk there puts them ahead of IXGT. And here is a big Dreadnought fight. That Fly actually able to come down and get the secure. Blissey not present for it, but put in a lot of points, Jeff.
30 points is a decent sum. Lets them go ahead and get a little bit extra experience there as well. They get to secure this 3rd Dreadnought, however, to increase the experience lead that they already had, which put them in a good spot to win this endgame engagement.
It just feels like this fight was going back and forth, but, you know, really Black Hand had the best of it most of the time because they didn't need the Zapdos, so they could spend more time attacking the enemy team.
We see Mopwop here, the support player, previously an Eldegoss main and now the Hoopa, losing that Muscle Band, Buddy Berry, and XP share, very common item we see on the support role in that bottom path since there's not quite enough wild Pokemon to go around down there with 6 characters.
You gotta love seeing a support player getting that MVP. They don't get enough credit, but they really are incredible, especially right now, Hoopa. I mean, Hoopa is just absolutely insane, a game-changing Pokemon. So, Jeff, I mean, I have to wonder, do you think we're gonna see any change-ups here in either of these team rosters?
You know, I'm going to be interested to see if IXGT is able to flex into some other characters, or if they think perhaps things just didn't quite go their way and they're happy with their current composition. They were a little bit behind most of the way through that game, so I'd have to think they want to try and change something up here.
Yeah, you always have to wonder, right? Is it the team comp that needs to change? Is it a part of their strategy? Do they feel like they actually could secure this one? And then also, how many other team strategies have they been preparing for this tournament? Because with a patch just about a week ago or so, everyone is scrambling to find the best strategies for the Aeos Cup.
Yeah, I mean, not only did we just have a balance patch, but I think it was arguably the largest balance patch we've ever had in terms of impacting Pokemon Unite's competitive scene with those balance adjustments to both Buddy Barrier and Score Shield.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Score Shield has gone the way of the dodo. It is gone, Jeff. You just don't see it anymore. And Buddy Barrier is now not just the standard every Pokemon runs this item. While it is still extremely popular, it's just not the Buddy Barrier of yore.
Yep, it's opened up some interesting build diversity and allowing people to flex into some other things like the Assault Vest, for instance, that we've seen on Trevenant on Egg in this matchup, for example. One thing I'd be interested to see if IXGT's top path player perhaps wants to try something that's not Lucario into Overlord, because I do think Zoinks hit the nail on the head earlier when they talked about Overlord being one of the best Lucario players in the game, and I think there's something to be said for doing something different when you're playing into another high caliber player like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to wonder, are you able to go toe-to-toe with the best Lucario out there? And maybe they are. I thought they were doing pretty well in that top path, but obviously we weren't watching it exclusively, so they are going to know what that experience felt like, and maybe they do need to switch it up, play Machamp, play Greedent, something else. Maybe Zarina, something we've seen in our top path today. I'm not sure what they're going to end up doing, or, Jeff, Azumarill, which
all I'm saying is Azumarill and Trevenant are both undefeated on coverage in solo top path roles, Spriggles.
Wow, I can't believe that. And all I want to say is Cramorant is not present. I'm furious about it, and I'm writing a letter as we speak. Well, not as we speak. I can't write and speak at the same time. I can't really do two things at once, Jeff.
Well, you could write and speak at the same time, but you'd probably pull a Spraggles while doing so.
How dare you? But thank you for mentioning me. I really appreciate it. Our teams are going to be locking in their rosters here very soon, and we're going to see if IXGT decides to change anything up. I mean, now might be the time. They are on the bubble. They could be knocked out of this tournament, and we are here at Pokemon Selection.
Okay, we've got characters locking in. It looks like both teams are looking for that full run back on the character selection here as check marks start appearing on both sides.
Yeah, it does not look like we're seeing a lot of changes here. We still have that beautiful Assault Vest there on Trevenant. You take a look at our Lucarios here. They are looking very similar as well. Attack weight, weakness policy, muscle band with a full heal. It's always nice seeing what the top players are putting on their Pokemon, isn't it? I love seeing all the builds because sometimes I can think, oh, that's a lot better than what I'm using right now.
It is important to note, if you're looking to take some of the knowledge that we have here from Tournament Pokemon Unite back to your own solo queue matches, that some of these builds, especially the top path characters, don't necessarily translate as cleanly to those 2-1-2 compositions that you'll typically see in your ladder play as they do in these 1-1-3s that we see in tournament play here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very different playing by yourself or with a friend than it is with a full team because they have some pretty complex strategies. As we talked about earlier, an item like Experience Share might not be the way to go when you are just playing as a solo player, defender, or supporter.
Yeah, definitely. And that the top path character specifically, you'll see it very frequently, these very glass cannon configurations on them where they have all damage items and no durability because they're generally playing past each other at the start of these games.
And here we are, Jeff. Game 2 right here. Blackhand could be moving on and IXGT could be going home. IXGT needs a win right here or they are out of this tournament. And as we said before, Blackhand, I mean, they must be feeling like it is time to put us on the board, get us into those grand finals. We need to win one.
Yep, we see Dinos being split here so far. One going over to Blackhand and one going over to IXGT, but we're on IXGT's side of the board. It does not look like they're looking to apply pressure on the Blackhand's side.
No, it does not look like that here. They're heading up to take this Corphish. It looks like the Talonflame decided to leave that for them, or they just wanted to chunk it down a little bit. No, it does go down.
Really interesting rotation here. Notable for IXGT that they actually showed up top before they even finished their second buff. I wonder where this Talonflame is going to end up at for these first Bs. Perhaps it's coming bottom since it's path closer there?
I mean, you would have to assume so. It really has no time, so it is making its way bottom. Talion needs to be careful right here. There isn't much that they can do. Trying to secure a little bit there with that Meteor Mash, and it looks like the bottom path going a bit better for IXGT. They are able to pick up that KO.
Yeah, IXGT actually getting the last hit on the Big B there with that well-timed Meteor Mash. Basically a best-case scenario when you are 2-1 in this top path against another character that's the same as you.
And here comes the Talonflame to chase the Greninja away. And look at Greninja there using the smoke screen, but not able to get out of there. Very impressive. I would have loved to see that juke work, but they were able to see Greninja running.
Yeah, really solid knockout there for Talion, putting them into the ahead position in this Lucario mirror match in the top path.
Ooh, and getting a big KO there on that Ninetales, taking that hyperspace hole, heading back, healing up. It looks like things are going very well for IXGT right now. This strategy with Talonflame seems to have paid off.
We see here this hyperspace hole being leveraged yet again to fully restore the health on these characters as we continue to see these Dinos go down here. A little fun fact about IXGT's team name here. GT represents the team's legacy. G from Gengar's Goons, the other team that we mentioned these players played on earlier, and T from Team Tsenda.
Wow, and look at that there. Greninja going down, and we were Eggnoob coming in there with a big Horn Leech, not able to pull them back. But here is that Talonflame once again, not heading top into this bottom path here for these Bs. Things are going very well for IXGT.
Definitely a much better early start for IX here. You'll note that the Greninja is only level 7 this time around. Last time, Blackhand was able to decisively win this Dreadnought engagement with the Unite move of a level 9 Greninja. We see them again just kind of starting the flip, hoping to secure with their Talonflame, and Ninetales able to get that last hit for IXGT there.
Everything is coming up IXGT in this match. They're able to take down this Blissey. I should wait before I speak, because boy, it takes a long time to KO a Blissey, doesn't it? But IXGT, wow, actually breaking this bottom path goal, running here and looking for a big score right now. Are they able to make it work? I'm not sure, Jeff.
Yeah, I think this might have been a little bit of an overcommitment here. This push the second path point early is something we'll see teams do on occasion to try and get value out of the Unite moves that they've obtained before the opposing Pokemon. But biting off more than they can chew here, getting knocked out a little bit, and then ultimately pushed back. And it looks like Blackhand's trying to overload their bottom point in return here, potentially.
That's really interesting. You know, sometimes when you win that Dreadnought, you can push and get a huge advantage. And other times, you get a few Pokemon KO'd and you give up some of that experience gain that you just won. And that looks to be what happened there with IXGT. I love the aggression. I love the play. And it's also going to put Blackhand out of position for the next Dreadnought. But unfortunately, it did not work out with that final push.
Yeah, I think the one big thing that was noteworthy about IX's decision to try and siege that second point there was the fact that their Talonflame hadn't quite hit level 9 yet. Yeah, and there's that Unite move from it. If the Talonflame would have had that Unite move for that push on the second point bottom, they would have been in a much better spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, one of the only Pokemon with a Unite move sneaking around is that Greninja right there. We do see both Lucarios have it. Actually, you know what? Ninetales has a Unite move as well. This could be a pretty intense fight, but it looks like everyone's getting ready for this next Dreadnought coming up here.
Yeah, and this is a position we've seen teams be in a lot of different points, and I'm interested to see how Blackhand handles it, which most notably, Hoopa for IXGT is level 9 and thus has its Unite move, and Blackhand's Hoopa is only just ticked level 8, meaning they are not going to have that powerful attack for this engagement. Speaking of Unite moves, ton of knockouts there for IXGT at this Rotom.
Wow, and that Rotom actually, yeah, goes in the way of IXGT, and they're also able to head down and take out that Dreadnought. Boy, this is looking good for them, and they need a big win here, Jeff. They want to stay in this tournament. A little bit of a dance there, showing off a little bit. Why not? You're on the world stage right now.
That is the power of Hoopa in these engagements, able to secure the objective in the top and then immediately bounce through those rings unbound to the bottom to secure the second objective there.
Here we go. We have a little bit of a fight breaking out over these bees. Interestingly enough, bottom path goal is broken, but top path is not. And now we have Blackhand using this Hoopa Unite move that they just got a hold of to bring their whole team down on this first goal.
Yeah, and this is that kind of 4-minute mark, which means every character that has their Unite move is looking to use their Unite move now, because this is one of their last opportunities to utilize those powerful attacks and still make sure they have them back again for the Zapdos fight at that 2-minute mark.
Wow, cleaning up here. This Talonflame with a nice double KO. Blackhand way ahead on score now, though. They are at 167. No, excuse me, 204 to IXGT's 88. So once again, Blackhand could be in a position to have a very calm Zapdos fight where IXGT needs to secure.
That being said, one thing that's very different between the last match and this one is look at that Greninja. It just ticked over to level 11, while the Talonflame for IXGT is edging in on level 13 already. So the experience lead is definitely going over to IXGT thanks to those 2 Dreadnoughts they've secured this game.
We're going to have to hope for IXGT's sake that they are able to take advantage of this level advantage and win the fight here. In about a minute, IXGT's future in this tournament could be decided. Zapdos is coming up. We have a Rotom. It looks like it's being secured by Blackhand without anyone here. And IXGT actually securing this bottom Dreadnought, I believe, coming up in just a few seconds.
I actually like this play from both teams. On the IXGT side, I just want to push my level advantage even harder so I can try and win this fight at the Zapdos that's about to happen. And from the Blackhand side, your advantage is in the fact that you're going to have the positional advantage from being higher point total going into this endgame fight. So you want to push that advantage similarly.
Now, this is such an interesting moment here. SlashCan knows they are going to be KO'd, so they have to get KO'd, but obviously IXGT doesn't want to KO them right away. They want to KO it as late as possible. That way it is late for this Zapdos fight. You love to see it, and I love that play from IXGT, and I also love it from Blackhand just standing there saying, please KO me, or I'm going to base.
You can see Greninja, not quite level 13 yet, while there are 3 level 13s for IXGT here, thanks to those 3 Dreadnoughts that they have. Trevenant going down here for IXGT as this fight breaks out in the center.
This is a big moment right here. That big tanky Trevenant is gone for IXGT, and Blackhand is on this Zapdos right now. They want to close this match off. It looks like that Greninja Unite maybe missed everything. Maybe it was going after Talonflame. I'm not sure, but we have a flip on this Zapdos. It is going down, and it goes down in favor of Blackhand. They do get the secure with Lucario there. This is bad for IXGT, Jeff.
Yep, I think we're going to see 300 points get in here, increasing Blackhand's lead to 504. They are counter-scoring on IXGT's side, but the difference in points between these two teams is not quite insurmountable. It's going to be very difficult. Without score shield shenanigans like we've seen in months in the past, IXGT is going to have to decisively win a team fight on top of one of Blackhand's bases.
So they need to get some Aeos energy. They need to win some fights. And then at the same time, they need to stop someone like this Blissey from running in there and scoring. This Blissey is just wasting so much of their time. It looks like Blissey.
Speaking of the time, we have 42 seconds left of it, you know? This Unite move is great. This other knockout would be great, but there's one Hoopa left. But
wow.
We need 300 points to get in here, and Ninetales going down here is huge.
Wow, that was a massive pickup on Ninetales right there. So unfortunate for IXGT. Many members of Blackhand are down. They're still on their KO timers, but they are coming back. They need to make a play now. Trevenant scoring in the main base, but not able to do it. Like you said before, there are no score shields, so maybe this character would have had it before, but they are not running it currently. 90 points, but I don't know if it's enough. IXGT's tournament is on the line right here. Another 12 from Lucario. They're putting in everything they can. It's coming down to the wire. Can IXGT hang on right now?
I think they're down by about 80 points here, Spriggle. I think Blackhand has punched their ticket as the only NA team to top 4. Yes, every single one of the Unite Championship Series events we have had so far in the region.
Wow. What a finish there. I mean, IXGT was doing everything they could, and, you know, it felt like a small moment, Jeff, but you pointed it out expertly. That Ninetales going down on IXGT might have been the entire match right there. It was so close to getting back and healing. It just couldn't do it. They weren't able to score enough points, and Blackhand takes this, like you said, moving into the top 4.
Yeah, you know, this game was really close. Probably one of the closest we've seen today. Blackhand did a good job of pushing their point lead in the early, mid, through into the late game to give them control over the terms of engagement at the Zapdos fight. While IXGT was over leveled, the fact that Blackhand was able to get into better positioning was able to make up the difference there.
You know, you saw there was a huge moment as well with that big tanky tree. Egg Noob there on IX, not able to make it back through that hyperspace hole. It was knocked up, I believe, by an egg bomb. And because of that, they took down Trevenant, and from there, they were able to secure that Zapdos in that big fight. Really unfortunate for IXGT, but we can take a look here. Blackhand, once again, ahead at Zapdos, secures Zapdos, and gets the victory.
Yep, and again, that was exactly what they were looking to do. They dictated the terms of engagement, they took the fight, they got some key knockouts, and then they were able to take what was a kind of a forced flip from GT, secure it, and then get those 300-point dunks in with no problem.
Obviously, Blackhand feeling very good about this. They are eyeing those grand finals. They just have a few more matches to get through, and they can head back up to the winner's bracket. Again, we're taking a look at our roster here. Overlord, Chaotic, Curios, Mopwop, Slash. This is Blackhand, as Jeff said, probably the most consistent team in North America.
Definitely the most consistent team we've seen here on the Championship Series. Excited to see tomorrow, are they able to make it to a grand finals for the first time this season?
Taking a look at some big moments from this match here. It was Talonflame actually getting that Greninja, but heading straight into that wall there. I don't know if it planned on pushing it further. Either way, it did take a big KO.
Yep, we see this kind of push on this outside goal here, allowing them to get some points in and eventually break it, increasing this early lead that they pushed into the mid and eventually late game.
And here was that moment. I think it's an egg bomb. I'm not sure what it was. Something knocks up Trevenair. Oh no, it was Blissy's
Unite move. Yeah, if you stun a character precisely as the portal would finish, it does not get to teleport back and get healthy. And I think you're right, Spriggles. That was kind of the tipping point for IXGT in getting behind in the Zapdos engagement.
Yeah, and then as soon as they were behind, it was, you know, kind of a bit of a flip here, but it was taken by, once again, this Lucario. Amazing play there. A lot of points going in. They were trying their best from IXGT to come back here. They get some big KOs, but unfortunately, as we see here in a moment, they aren't able to put enough points on the board. And there we have our MVP.
Easily the MVP, not only by the game system, but also in that knocking up that Trevenant with that super timely Unite move to swing that Zapdos fight in a way that was super beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing more and more supports make it to the MVP section on this stage, and I gotta say, I love it. Hats off to Blackhand. They played some incredible games here, Jeff. We are gonna bring it back with the full crew here. We've got to get the captain of the ship and then the other two who don't know how to steer it either. Hello, everybody.
Hey,
Hello.
Listen, the ship got to the end of the day, and honestly, I'm so proud. It's been a joy watching you all cast. I feel like I learned a lot throughout the broadcast, but Spraggles, Jeff, Dubesnacks, Zoinks, you've all had a chance to cast some pretty exciting and pretty life-changing games for our teams here at the tournament. As I pull up the bracket, I know, Spraggles and Jeff, I'm going to let you catch your breath there, but Zoinks, any thoughts on how we stand compared to where we started the day?
Well, what a journey that we can look at in this bracket. The story is really told, and all the games that we got to cast. The final four, though, are going to be Game & Gladiators, Nemesis, Blackhand, and Full Send. Some incredibly strong teams, all with their own signature skills and their own kind of iconic theme that sits around those teams. So, going to be a clash of many, many different playstyles tomorrow. This is one of the best top fours that we have ever looked forward to.
And as a reminder, tomorrow when we kick off day 2 of the Aeos Cups, we'll be starting with a best-of-3 format, but as we get to the grand finals, we're switching over to a best-of-5. But how those points are accumulated, how the teams got here, and what this means after the event, Jeff, break it down for us.
So we started out with 16 teams today for our finals. 8 teams, 2 from each of our round-robin groups, made it into the double elimination bracket that we've started today. We're down to just 4 who'll be playing it out in that top 4 double elimination with an eventual best-of-5 grand finals that Seltzer just told us about.
As we come back here, one of our kind of last opportunities to talk together as a crew as we wrap up today. And before we jump back into the action tomorrow, I know we've got a lot of off-screen matches to look at, a lot to study, but we did enjoy a lot of action throughout the day. We saw some Pokemon that you requested, some Azumarill of all things. But Dubesnacks, what stood out to you as your favorite moment of the day?
For me, it was team composition diversity. It seemed like we were getting something new every single round, and that's exactly what we like to see in this type of game. Of course, as spectators, kind of the eyes in the sky watching the matches here in the booth, but for everyone at home and those that pick up a controller, it's always great to see the top-level players playing that Pokemon that you like so much and getting some shine and a little validation to that Pokemon that you are spending so much time getting better at. So for me, that was number 1 today.
How about you, Jeff?
I think the one thing that stands out in my mind, while they didn't quite make it through to the top 4 today, Yerman Burger Flipper's excellent counter pick for that kind of protect the Venusaur strategy that PogChamps was executing really highlights the depth of decisions that go into a match of Pokemon Unite, even just at the character selection screen, trying to figure out not only what your strategy is going to do, but how it's supposed to interface with what your opponents are bringing to the table.
Absolutely. We saw some of the most storied rosters, some of the best behind-the-scenes communication turn into some wild plays today, Spraggles. So what did you think about what you saw, and was there anything that you're still longing to see?
Well, of course, I'm always still longing to see my beloved Cramorant. When will it make it here to the world stage? I miss you, Cram. But no, this was just incredibly exciting. One thing that it really makes me feel is this game is nowhere near solved. Every team has a different strategy. Everyone is bringing different Pokemon to the battlefield, and there are lots of strengths and weaknesses that we're finding within it. It's really incredible, and it's been a privilege to cast it. I loved it.
All right, Zoinks, and I'm going to give you a chance to answer real quick, too.
Of course, my favorite moment of the day, I'm going to do a shout back to EU as well. Apprentice Unleashed finally getting their dues. A team outside of the top 4 for so long. I'll admit it, I'm a sucker for a storyline. Them finally making it into the Final 4 and in the winner's final side, no less. So very excited to see what that team can do now that they're finally teed up in a finals position.
Well, thank you all so much for your contributions throughout the day, all the knowledge you bring, and all the hype as well. I'm gonna let you go and take a rest. Spraggles, Jeff, Zoinks, and Dupe Snacks, because we got a whole exciting day tomorrow. And if you've been excited by all the competition you've seen, well, go sign up. Register to play in our May Cup Open Qualifier on battlefy.com/Pokemon Unite. You can earn yourself some HoloWare tickets just straight for signing up, and you could potentially, if you join these tournaments, if you come and compete, tap into that huge prize pool that Pokemon Unite is bringing to the Aeos Cup. I've been your host, Rachel. I'm so excited to be bringing you this content. I'm a big Pokemon fan, and I'm so happy that so many of you have joined us. Tomorrow, as we head into the finals, call your friends, call your family, get everybody in here, and hopefully you're signed up to play soon. But for now, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night.